face contorted as he screamed out in utter anguish. Even with the defensive goo, the damage he suffered was like a lightning strike. His body automatically bounced up as he sat on the ground, using both arms to shield his pants. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with cold light. His left hand gathered into a fist and punched. He used all his strength for this punch. The force tore through the winds. Bam! A fist covered in white light landed heavily on Tang Qing's face. Tang Qing's screams came to a stop, as he rapidly fell backwards, his head hitting against the ground. Motionless, and not breathing. A fatal blow. His entire nose caved into his face, his eye bulged out as more than half of his eyeballs were outside the socket, and his skull was completely smashed. Blood flowed down slowly, dyeing the soil and grass red. Fan Yuan stood upright and looked down at the corpse, as the scene froze. After a few breaths' time, screams erupted from the surroundings. Dead! He died! Someone was beaten to death! The 2 to 3 Gu masters watching were tongue-tied. Even Wei Yang showed a peculiar expression. Although there were many battles in the battle stage, there were few deaths. Firstly, the battle stage allowed surrendering. Secondly, the Gu master overlooking the battle can often stop the fatal attack in time. Thirdly, competitors tend to control themselves. After all, they were all trying to make a living in the battle stage. They would have to interact with one another quite often. Although they might argue over benefits, they would not try to take the other person's life. There was 2 reasons why Fan Yuan could kill Tang Qing. Firstly, he had just come out of cultivation, and his battle instincts were dull. If it was during a normal period, he would have used his defensive goo from the start, not getting into such a state. Secondly, Fan Yuan looked way too young, and used the breath concealment goo to hide his cultivation, causing Tang Qing to relax. Before he could react, Fan Yuan launched a sneak attack, with the first blows severely injured Tang Qing, and his next 2 attacks were lightning fast. Before the Gu master taking care of the stage reacted, Tang Qing was already dead. The Gu master hosting the battle rapidly came over. But when he saw Tang Qing's concaved face, and the brain matter and blood oozing out from the cracks of his skull, he gave up on trying to save him. "Youngster, you were too much!" He stared at Fan Yuan, speaking with an unhappy tone. Although the battle was short, he had observed the entire thing. Fan Yuan had control of the situation. He could have gone easy on Tang Qing and spared his life, but he did not. Fan Yuan shrugged. "It is just a life, why are you freaking out? According to the battle stage rules, I killed him, so all his possessions are now mine, right?" The battle stage host Gu master snorted. "All his things are yours, but we have to take back the Vine information Gu. Young man, I have to remind you, you do not respect life at all. That is a dangerous thought." "I am really sorry." Wei Yan walked over apologetically, then turned around. "This little brother of mine have been roaming outside. This is the first time he is participating in the battle stage." The Gu master did not recognize Wei Yang, showing disgust on his face. "Humph, you demonic Gu masters are all like this, such an aggressive nature and enjoy killing and slaughtering. Never mind, I can't get through to you, pass me your Vine information Gu." Fan Yuan took out the Vine information Gu, and the host Gu master edited the information inside, and returned it to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan inspected the Gu, and his 0 wins record had become 1. He next searched Tang Qing's corpse, obtaining 4 Gu. 3 rank 2 and 1 rank 1, they were ordinary Gu worms. The total value was around 2,000 primeval stones. Tang Qing died very abruptly, causing him to have no time to self-detonate his Gu worms. And he had just come out of closed cultivation. There was only 20 to 30 primeval stones on him. "Brother Fanjing, try to avoid killing in the future." After they left the battle stage, Wei Yang advised Fan Yuan. "Even though there's no rules to prevent killing in the battle stage." Wei Yang shook his head. "There is no need to fight to the death in every round. Although the battle zone might be huge, you are bound to encounter an opponent stronger than you eventually. We interact with each other more than you think. After all, we all live in Shang Clan City. When it is possible to spare a life, one should show mercy." Fan Yuan frowned slightly. "But if I let someone off, they might not let me off. I have encountered demonic Gu masters in the past, attacking without a second word. If I do not strike, I will be assaulted. My experiences tell me to kill when I can, otherwise I am breeding threats for myself. I cannot give my enemies a chance. Precisely because of this, I am able to live till today." Wei Yang was caught speechless. He suddenly thought, wasn't this Fan Yuan acting just like him in the past? Ruthless and savage, not trusting anyone, it all boils down to having no sense of security. Demonic goo masters had little to no sense of security. They were different from righteous goo masters who had their clans to rely on, clansmen to help them, safely getting resources. It gave them a sense of security and trust in each other. Demonic goo masters were mostly lone cultivators, receiving no support from anyone. Even primeval stones and food have to be acquired by themselves. Many times, they eat one meal without the next, unable to fend for themselves. How could they feel safe? To ensure their survival, they could only take risks and attack people to loot them. Demonic goo masters were often alone. They did not dare to attack righteous groups, thus they can only lay their claws on other demonic goo masters. Thus, it leads to a vicious cycle. Demonic goo masters do not trust each other, often attacking on sight. They had no sense of security, thus their attacks were more ruthless. Wei Yang converted from demonic to righteous. His rich life experience gave him a deep understanding of both factions, more than any ordinary person. Why is it that the righteous faction flourished, and the demonic faction have to be suppressed? It was due to this. Fan Yuan's ruthless acts were completely understandable to Wei Yang. And because he understood, his heart went out to Fan Yuan. Although he is rank 3 cultivation, and has rich battle senses, he is still a kid. Sigh, looking at his attacks, I can tell how much hardship he has been through. Come to think of it, if he spared his opponent, wouldn't that be more strange? He did not spare his opponent, just like other demonic goo masters who initially entered the battle stage. I was like that too, wasn't I? Never mind, as time passes, he will slowly change. This change is gradual and subtle, I cannot forcefully influence him. Thinking so, Wei Yang stopped his nagging, and changed topic to the battle earlier. Little brother Fangjing, you said earlier that you have used several goo to modify your body, and increase your strength. Just how many did you use? Since Brother Wei is asking, I shall answer to the best of my ability. I used 3, black and white boar goo, crocodile strength goo, and currently, the brown bear innate strength goo that I just bought. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. He, black and white boar goo gave you the strength of 2 boars, crocodile's strength goo gave you the strength of a crocodile. But brother, have you thought about it? If a boar charged at you, what injuries would you sustain? Wei Yang spoke with an enlightening tone. Fan Yuan knew Wei Yang's intentions, thus he cooperated, saying, if he does not defend, how can a mortal body take the hit of a wild boar? His stomach will tear, and it would be a gruesome sight. Wei Yang's smile widened. Then if you place that person's head in a crocodile's mouth, and the crocodile bites, what would happen? The head would burst like a watermelon. Fan Yuan replied. Wei Yang next asked. You have the strength of 2 boars, 1 crocodile and your own strength. Your first punch, however, only made a dent in his chest, and broke a few ribs. Your third punch landed on his face, but only cracked his skull. What does that say? But before Fan Yuan replied, he continued, punches and kicks can only unleash a portion of the strength in a person's body. Although you have 2 boars and 1 crocodile's strength, how many % can you use? The greatest weakness of the strength path lies here. A person's strength is like a huge vat, filled with water, but when you battle, you can only use a portion of that water. Black and white boar goo, crocodile strength goo, brown bear innate strength goo, these can permanently increase strength, but are expensive goo. You invested so much money, yet only getting a portion of the results, sometimes not even 10% if you invest your money elsewhere, you can gain much greater effect. I see. Brother Wei is saying all these to make me give up on the strength path. Fan Yuan smiled lightly, like he finally understood what was happening. I understand that logic. The human body has a different structure from wild beasts. We can hardly display their true strength. But using goo also depends on being one with them. I've heard of many strength path goo masters who managed to unleash the beast phantom, displaying the full power of the goo worm. There is such a thing indeed. When I was still in the battle stage, I met many strength path goo masters. As their proficiency in the goo increases, sometimes, the beast phantom appears in battle and they can use the full strength of the goo. It is very threatening. But you do not know, the number of times this happens is too few. Moreover, the attack method is very rigid. Only when using a specific attack style can the beast phantom be summoned. It is easy to evade. Wei Yan continued to advise painstakingly. Fan Yuan pondered for a moment. He had the exact thought. But that is also why he needed that legendary goo. What came out of his mouth was, Brother Wei, I appreciate your concern, but the strength path is my choice. I want to see it till the end. Sigh, then go ahead with it. Wei Yang sighed, seeing Fan Yuan being so obstinate, he could not force him. Thankfully, Fan Yuan had already joined the battle stage. Wei Yang thought, what happens next should change Fan Yuan's mind. Fan Yuan had to stay in Shangclan City for a few more years. There was a lot of time left. Wei Yang was not anxious. Soon, half a month passed. In the gambling den, the shopkeeper bent his back, standing beside Fan Yuan, smiling. Brother Wei, want to pick a few rocks to play? We might get something good. I'll treat you to a few. Fan Yuan smiled and said. Wei Yang stood beside Fan Yuan, shaking his head. Today is the day Tang Xiong forcefully challenges you. To think the Tang Qin you killed was his brother. Fan Jing, you should be vigilant. In order to take revenge, Tang Xiong purposely fell from 4th inner city to 5th. He has a small fame, able to use the strength of 3 bears. He is coming with vengeance. Although he said so, he was not worried, but instead, looking forward to it secretly. These days, Fan Yuan won another match, thus this would be his 3rd match. Wei Yang was hoping this Tang Xiong would awaken Fan Yuan, and cause him to abandon the strength path, changing to another style. I will deal with it when it comes. What is there to worry about? If Brother Wei is not going to choose, I'm going to. I have already seen several good rocks. Fan Yuan's eyes glowed as he picked a few gambling rocks. The shopkeeper instructed his clerks to carefully select the gambling rocks and bring them out. Eh? Fan Yuan said, pointing to a leg of the counter. This rock supporting the leg seems to be a stellar stone? The shopkeeper was stunned, but quickly replied. Esteemed customer sure has amazing eyes. This rock was placed there a few years ago by me. The counter leg was damaged by a gambler's kicking, so I picked a squarish stellar stone and used it to fill in the gap. Fan Yuan frowned. Rocks are meant for gambling. How can you use it like that? You're truly burying the rock's potential. Today, for my last piece, I shall choose that. Yes, esteemed customer is right. The shopkeeper nodded rapidly, but he felt indifferent in his heart. The grade of the stellar stone was very important. Arrow or shooting star-shaped ones were the best. This rock was obviously a useless one. No one asked for it when it was on the counter, so the shopkeeper used it to balance the counter instead. The clerks worked together, pulling out the stellar stone from the counter leg, then placing it together with the other rocks to send it for dissection. At the dissection counter, a few young dissection masters were opening rocks for a middle-aged Gu master, moving delicately and slowly. Wei Yang did not approve of Fan Yuan gambling rocks. Seeing him pick this rock, he shook his head secretly. Even if he was not a gambler, he knew the importance of grades. Fan Yuan's final rock was completely chosen at random, even he could not stand it. Fan Yuan had been spending the last few days at the gambling den, spending primeval stones, but did not get much rewards out of it. Sometimes he got a few gu, but they were rank 1 or 2, or even corpses and carcasses. In Wei Yang's heart, Fan Yuan was purely wasting his money, but he did not say anything against it. The less primeval stones Fan Yuan had, the more he needed to rely on Shang Clan. That was something he wanted to see. Fan Yuan was excited in his heart but kept a calm expression, staring at the dissection counter in anticipation. These days he had been roaming around the gambling dens, purposely choosing some bad rocks to leave an impression. Although he had controlled himself, and only played small, the gambling rocks were like an endless abyss. In less than a month, he lost over 100,000 primeval stones. But thinking about the legendary gu he was about to receive, not only 100,000, even 500,000 was worth it. Although this legendary gu was rank 3, its effect was simply amazing, and it was nearly extinct. Most likely, this was the last one in this world. Wei Yang frowned. Mind the time, you have to rush to the battle stage later, shopkeeper. Can the dissection be faster? Of course. The shopkeeper recognized Wei Yang, the external clan elder, and quickly nodded. He ran to the dissection counter, waving his hand, saying to the young dissection masters, Go. He sent those dissection masters away, to one side. My rocks. The middle-aged Gu master cried out. Rock dissecting was a meticulous process. Once they got interrupted, the young dissection masters flustered and caused a few of the rocks to be destroyed. Li Ran, stop screaming, we will return you your primeval stones. The shopkeeper shouted. The middle-aged Gu master with a messy beard stared with wide-opened eyes, saying indignantly, What if there was a Gu inside? The shopkeeper laughed in disdain, waving his hand at the middle-aged Gu master. Come on, Li Ran, you have been gambling for so many years, you only choose low-grade rocks. when have you ever gotten anything good? Stop making a din, or you will lose your compensation. Spit, such a large shop's bullying customers, you are looking down on me. One day, I will make it big in life. The middle-aged Goo Master muttered, his tone furious, but did not continue making a din. Li Ran. This name made Fan Yuan recall a certain memory. He could not help but show a weird expression. This Li Ran was that person who obtained the legendary Goo. Of course, they might have the same name. But no matter what, Li Ran's one chance at success was snatched by Fan Yuan. The 5 old masters took the stage, starting to dissect the rocks. The younger masters were speechless. These seniors were using all sorts of flashy methods. Many rocks were easy to dissect, only requiring little primeval essence, but they had to use their full force, and cause their primeval essence to be greatly expended, using many steps only to raise the success rate by a meager %. More than 10 rocks, including scrap grade, low grade and middle grade, were quickly opened. There is a Goo, the Sword Shadow Goo. Rank 3 Sword Shadow Goo, so rare. A living Goo, it is definitely alive, congratulations esteemed customer. The old masters cupped their fists at Fan Yuan, sighing in relief. Fan Yuan had been gambling these few days, but did not get any rewards. It caused these old masters to feel uneasy. The shopkeeper ran over, looking joyous. Esteemed customer, you have earned a lot. The Sword Shadow Goo can be sold for 32,000 primeval stones, but you only spent 8,000. The surrounding people were envious of Fan Yuan, and that Li Ran even pouted, saying sourly, "Humph, you just got lucky." "That's good, brother. The Sword Shadow Goo is at the same level as my Broadsword Light Goo. I advise you not to sell it but use it yourself." Wei Yang congratulated. "Hee, the light at the end of the tunnel. I said my luck was not so bad." Fan Yuan laughed. "Brother Wei, after today's match ends, I will treat you to a drink. Let's celebrate." Wei Yang nodded, not rejecting it. He did not know that although Fan Yuan was cheerful on the outside, his heart was in complete shock at the moment. The Sword Shadow Goo was an accident, it was not his goal. That stellar stone supporting the counter had no Goo inside after dissecting it, it was a useless rock. How can this be? Where is that legendary Goo? At once, Fan Yuan's mind was flashing with questions as his heart stirred. Numerous suspicions popped up in his mind. How can this happen? Wasn't the legendary Goo hidden in this stellar stone? If it is not this stone, where can it be? Or maybe it was not this rock, or not this gambling den. Or maybe the rumors were false? Where am I supposed to find that legendary Goo now? Things had progressed way out of Fan Yuan's expectations. The Goo that he thought was easily obtainable had gone missing, and the Sword Shadow Goo he had obtained out of luck was not enough to recoup his losses these few days. If there is no legendary Goo, my efforts would have been in vain. Damn it, how can this happen? There might be an error in the rumors, but rumors travel far and wide, there has to be a basis for it. Especially when this detail was so specific, there was nothing that deviated from the rumors, but why is it? Fan Yuan gritted his teeth secretly. Without this legendary Goo, his strength path cultivation would be gone like smoke. Do I really need to change my cultivation direction? But if I do that, the 3 kings' inheritance would be greatly affected. The result of the rock dissection greatly affect Fan Yuan's plans. But he did not know what the problem was, or what went wrong. The rumors had been shrouded in a deep, mysterious fog. It is almost time, we should head to the battle stage. At this time, Wei Yang reminded. Chapter 281. Bear's Strength Phantom. When Fan Yuan stepped into the battle stage, all the random thoughts were cast out of his head. He calmly sized up the opponent in front of him. Tang Xiong. He was 8 feet tall, wide shoulders and a thick waist. Just his arms alone were as thick as Fan Yuan's thighs as he stood on the stage without an upper garment or shoes. His chest was filled with black chest hair, giving off a wild and formidable aura. Little scoundrel, you killed my little brother? Today, I shall send you to accompany him in the afterlife. Tang Xiong looked at Fan Yuan with bloodshot eyes. The flames of hatred could be clearly seen. The surrounding temperature was burning as if it was the torrid afternoon heat of July or August. The ground was boiling hot, black and red mixed together to form the lava terrain. This was a mid-scale battle stage. There were only few spectators, about dozens. Most of them came to watch how Tang Xiong took revenge. As for Fan Yuan, he might have obtained 2 victories, but it still wasn't enough for him to be famous. Tang brothers grew up relying on each other. Now Tang Qing is dead and only Tang Xiong remains. Hee, I am waiting to see how Tang Xiong tortures this kid to death. What is this kid's name? I think he was called Guyu Fangjing, a no-name junior. This kid is too thoughtless, he actually dared to break the unsaid rules and kill his first two opponents. He should be a demonic Gu master who had only recently entered the city. Alas, the young do not know to conduct themselves. This day wouldn't have come if he had shown mercy. The audience continued talking about the match, but no one was optimistic about Fan Yuan. Wei Yang was in a disguise and was looking at the battle stage with a burning gaze. Tang Xiong also walked the strength path. He was a rank 2 peak stage expert but could unleash with the strength of 3 bears and even won his way through to 4th inner city. He was a strong opponent for the current Fan Yuan. Ding! A clear ring of the bell announced the start of the match. Tang Xiong roared and charged straight at Fan Yuan like a wild bull. The ground of this battle stage was made of dark red lava rocks. Fan Yuan could feel the scalding heat from the ground even though he was wearing boots. While Tang Xiong was barefooted, he did not pay any attention to the heat. Tum tum tum. Every time Tang Xiong's feet stepped on the ground, it produced a loud and deep sound. At the same time, his every step shattered the lava rocks and left a deep footprint in the ground. Fan Yuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a blade's edge. He was at ease despite Tang Xiong's aggressive momentum. The corner of his lips curled up into a cold smile as he outrageously charged at Tang Xiong head-on. Has he gone crazy? He dares to face Tang Xiong head-on? He could have had a chance to survive if he prolonged the match. This is simply charging towards his doom. The audience shook their heads as they looked at this scene. Fan Yuan was young, his body was not even half as muscular as Tang Xiong's. The scene of him charging at Tang Xiong was like a lamb colliding with a big ox. Bam! The two fiercely collided against each other, the enormous strength sent both of them flying. Tang Xiong was thrown back 6 steps, as a clearly shocked expression showed on his face. How could this kid have such huge great strength? Meanwhile, Fan Yuan was thrown back 3 steps, as the white light armor protecting his body shook. The result of the collision amazed the audience. Some had their jaws wide open and some repeatedly blinked their eyes, not having expected Fan Yuan to possess such strength. My strength is actually less than his? No wonder little brother died at his hands. Tang Xiong's expression changed, and looked at Fan Yuan properly for the first time. Fan Yuan shook his numb arm, his expression was still indifferent. This result wasn't beyond his expectation. He possessed the strength of 2 boars and a crocodile. There was also some increase to his strength due to using brown bear innate strength Gu these days. And Tang Xiong, he only possessed the strength of 2 bears. Grand Bear Gu. Tang Xiong roared, the muscles on his body expanded visibly and his body size grew by a fold. He temporarily gained the strength of a bear. Bear Palm Gu. A ball of yellow light covered his palms and soles. After the light dispersed, his hands and feet increased in size by over 3 times, turning into thick and enormous bear palms. Whoosh! He jumped with ferocious strength. Next, he waved his right palm smashing at Fan Yuan. The strong wind produced from his motion sent Fan Yuan's clothes fluttering before the bear palm even hit him. Fan Yuan was still calm. He clenched his left palm into a fist and struck directly at the bear palm. Fist and palm struck, producing a muffled sound. It was a draw. However, following immediately, Tang Xiong's arms swept horizontally and another palm also came smashing over. Fan Yuan used defense against defense. Bang bang bang, fists and palms struck each other multiple times. The wind was screaming from their attacks. The audience revealed astonished expressions when they saw Fan Yuan equally matched as he attacked Tang Xiong head-on. This youngster has some skills to be able to duke it out with Tang Xiong. What was his name again? This is a tough nut. Tang Xiong is in trouble. Grand Bear Gu has a time limit, and once the effect disappears, he will be disadvantaged. However, right at this moment, a fierce bear's roar resounded throughout the battle stage. A phantom image of a black bear appeared behind Tang Xiong. It opened its bloody mouth and roared towards the skies. Beast Phantom. Tang Xiong got lucky and was able to unleash the Beast Phantom. The smack that should have been extremely normal, now had the strength of a bear. Fan Yuan could not dodge in time and hurriedly put up his arms to stiffly block it. Boom! With a huge bang, he was sent flying. The white light armor on his body flickered rapidly before dimming. His arms were numb and would not be usable for some time. He did his best to maintain his balance in midair. He twisted his waist and landed on the ground on his feet. The moment he landed, he activated the canopy goo. The white light armor appeared once more, but this time it looked weak and transparent. Its defense had decreased by a lot. That is a bear strength phantom. Tang Xiong has flared up. Bear strength specializes in smacking. It is normal for the bear strength phantom to appear since Tang Xiong has already attacked so many times. The situation was still in deadlock, but with the bear strength phantom, that kid's momentum is destroyed. Tang Xiong holds the upper hand now. According to the previous statistics, Tang Xiong can use the bear strength phantom 5 times on average in every fight. If that kid has no way to deal with it, he will definitely be defeated. Outside the battle stage, the audience kept on making a commotion with their comments. The appearance of a bear strength phantom meant the true battle was starting, and it roused the audience's passion. I have the strength of 2 boars and a crocodile. Boar strength is good at charging attacks and crocodile strength is good at bite attacks, but I have yet to acquire the bear's strength. I can't bring out the beast phantom by using my fists or palms. Moreover, the canopy goo is not good at defending against close combat attacks, and will likely be destroyed by 1 or 2 more attacks from the bear strength phantom. Fang Yuan's thoughts flashed through and he decided to change his battle tactics. Jumping grass. He willed, and a spring-like grass soon grew out from his soles then pierced through his boots. Just as Tang Xiong was charging at him, Fang Yuan stamped on the ground and leapt far away like a frog. At the same time, his left palm swiped at Tang Xiong's direction. A scarlet-colored moon blade immediately shot out of his palms and struck Tang Xiong. The defensive light on his body flickered for a while. Blood Moon Goo might not have high offensive power, but it was a rank 3 goo after all. Tang Xiong was distracted for a moment before he pounced upon Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan used the same trick again, throwing scarlet moon blades from afar. He had changed his battle tactics and didn't engage Tang Xiong in close combat. Tang Xiong had no choice but to use his movement goo and chase after Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan kept on attacking and retreating. It was not that Tang Xiong didn't have long-range attacking methods, but they were many times weaker than his close combat power and simply could not threaten Fang Yuan. Tang Xiong growled repeatedly in anger, and tried to provoke Fang Yuan by cursing at him. The audience also made booing noises since they wanted to see intense close combat. However, how could Fang Yuan be so easily provoked? He did not have a complete set of goo worms and had yet to make close combat his forte. Even the long-range attacks were forcefully improvised by him. Time passed by. Both their primeval essences continually fell. Fang Yuan's advantage became clearer. He possessed light silver primeval essence of rank 3 initial stage, while Tang Xiong only had B-grade aptitude and red steel primeval essence. Despite the strength path goo master's advantage in consuming very little primeval essence, they could not last forever. By the time Fang Yuan's blood moon goo made 5 to 6 wounds on Tang Xiong's body, the latter had no choice but to admit defeat since his healing goo was not very good and blood kept on flowing out of the wounds. Just wait, one day, I will smack you into mincemeat. Tang Xiong covered his wounds and walked out of the stage. He came with the aggressiveness of the devil but was leaving with a pale face, his steps light and weak. To think 4th Inner City's Tang Xiong was defeated! What is that goo? It could form blood-red moon blades and blood kept on flowing out of the wounds it inflicted. I have never seen such a goo before. This kid is not one to trifle with. He will advance to 4th Inner City's battle stage before long. Winner takes it all. Most of the audience focused on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan received his 3rd victory, and according to the rules he took that Grand Bear goo from Tang Xiong. This was the most valuable goo in Tang Xiong's possession. With this goo gone, Tang Xian only possessed the strength of 2 bears, his battle strength decreased by 30%, and there was no need to worry about him now. However, Fang Yuan was not happy. The legendary goo was not in the stellar stone used as a leg support, then where was it? Was there another piece of stone used as a leg support? However, when Fang Yuan went back to the gambling den, the foot of that counter was already restored. Maybe it was not that gambling den. Fang Yuan inwardly shook at the thought. Stellar stone used to support counter in the rock gambling zone. Only this gambling den fulfilled this condition. Without the legendary goo, I won't have any advantage in walking on the strength path. Strength path had prevailed since ancient times, but now it is just a shadow of its previous glory. If I want to walk on the strength path without the legendary goo, at the very least I will need an ancient strength path inheritance. Unfortunately, I only have memories of 3 ancient strength path inheritance, of which one is at Eastern Seas and another at Central Continent. The third one is at Southern Border, but has already been occupied and exploited by Wu clan for several years now. Now that I recall it, even Empress Wu Ji of Wu clan walked this strength path. And because of this ancient inheritance, the Wu clan was able to sit on the throne of Southern Border's #1 force. Of course, this throne was only referring to the mortal realm. Rank 6 Gu immortals were at a level that crossed the ordinary, and could not be calculated in this. Fan Yuan continued to secretly investigate the next 7 to 8 days without any results. Sigh, only one clue remains now. I can only give up if that doesn't work. Fan Yuan thought. He was not someone who would waste time on an unsolvable problem. This final clue was Li Ran, the protagonist who obtained the legendary Gu in Fan Yuan's previous life. Chapter 282. A Flash of Inspiration Gu. Although Fan Yuan had the purple thorn token, he did not dare to investigate this openly. But in his memory, Li Ran also participated in the battle stage. After obtaining the legendary Gu, he won his way up and swept the battle stage. This made it easier. Fan Yuan still had the once per month enforced challenge in use, thus, he came to the secret reception area using it. There were 3 people who were named Li Ran among the ones who had signed up. 2 males and 1 female. Eliminating the female since Li Ran was a male in the rumors. The remaining 2, one was an old man around 60 years old, slightly famous. With rank 3 cultivation, he had gone up to 3rd Inner City's battle stage a few years ago, but his body was getting worse as the years went, falling back to 4th Inner City eventually. This was obviously not the Li Ran Fan Yuan wanted to find either, since Li Ran in his memories had a tough life. The other is a middle-aged man, over 50 years old. With rank 2 cultivation, he had arrived in Shang Clan City for around 10 years, but had remained at the 5th Inner City battle stage. He loved gambling, and lived a difficult life. He had married and bore children in Shang Clan City, but the couple did not get along and separated. Fan Yuan secretly investigated, and found that this person was the one he saw at the gambling den. Tailing him for several days, Fan Yuan found that this Li Ran lived from day to day. Sometimes, after eating today, he could not afford food the next day. But this did not mean he had no capabilities. He relied on the primeval stones he earned in 5th Inner City battle stage to survive. Fan Yuan investigated his battle records. He won more than he lost. According to logic, he should not be living such a life. But this person loved to eat, gamble and visit prostitutes. He spent his money without restraint. In order to gamble, he would even use all the primeval stones he has, such that for the next half a month, he would have to borrow money from people, and eat the cheapest food possible to survive. Similarly, in order to have a feast, he would go to the highest grade restaurant, and spend most of the money he had. He even ate without paying, and still owed several restaurants money now. This person must be the owner of the legendary Gu in my previous life. But he could not control his desires, thus even with the legendary Gu, what could he do? No wonder he was like a shooting star, going missing soon after his fame. Fan Yuan shook his head secretly. He obtained the legendary Gu in my previous life. Would he get it again now? It is not possible for me to continue tailing him for long. The day where he finds the legendary Gu is nearing. Am I truly not fated to receive this Gu? Fan Yuan frowned. These days, Fan Yuan spent a lot of time and effort in tailing Li Ran. If he spent this time on cultivating, he might achieve greater success. Most importantly, Fan Yuan had no confidence of whether he would gain anything from doing this. And if he continued, he might get found out. Thankfully, Wei Yang was a busy man, only coming over to watch when Fan Yuan had a battle. If not, Fan Yuan would not have the opportunity to tail Li Ran. If Wei Yang found him doing this, how would Fan Yuan explain himself? The greatest suspicion now was, why was the legendary Gu not inside the stellar stone? This did not match with the rumors. Fan Yuan could not understand, this was too unimaginable. All the elements were present, but the Gu was nowhere to be found. It could just be Fan Yuan's overwhelmingly suspicious nature, but he found this Li Ran very strange. He could not pinpoint what the strangeness was, but it was a feeling, an instinct. It was such a baseless feeling that even Fan Yuan could not be sure of it. Like this, after another 20 over days, Fan Yuan fell into deep perplexity. That strange feeling became stronger, but Fan Yuan did not know where it originated. Li Ran's actions had nothing amiss. He lived in Shang Clan City for nearly 10 years. If there was anything wrong with him, outsiders would have known already. I am too entrenched into this, and have thought about this too much. At this time, I need an outsider's opinion to inspire myself. Fan Yuan was clear of his situation. But he only trusted himself. Although he made a poison vow with Bai Ningbing, Fan Yuan did not trust Bai Ningbing one bit. He only used her to cultivate, since the bone-flesh unity goo was much better than the liquor worm. Without anyone to help, Fan Yuan could only rely on himself. And he had gotten used to relying on himself, and liked it too. Thus he came to the shop. "Shopkeeper, do you have a flash of inspiration goo?" Fan Yuan had asked a few shops, they did not have it. Finally, a shop had it, but it was priced at 29,000 primeval stones. A flash of inspiration goo, a rank 3 consumable goo, gone after one use. Who would spend so much primeval stones to buy this? But the truth is, many people did. These people were recipe masters who specialized in creating goo refinement recipes. When they got into a bottleneck, and were a step from success, they would choose to use this goo. Once this goo was used, it would give them that spark of inspiration that would allow them to successfully create the new recipe. A recipe's worth is far greater than 29,000 primeval stones. Thus, a flash of inspiration goo was a goo with a lot of demand. If Fan Yuan did not have the purple thorn token, the shop would never sell it to him. A similar goo to the A Flash of Inspiration goo is the cactus pointer. But the latter was a Thai clan specialty grass goo, it was not sold in the market. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, buying this A Flash of Inspiration goo. This goo was like a blue jewel tadpole, small and agile, swimming about and waving its tail. Fan Yuan activated his primeval essence, and this goo entered his brain, turning into a white spiritual light, and like lightning, tore across the layers of mystery in Fan Yuan's head. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance, finally realizing what the strange feeling was. That's right, although this Li Ran's life is a mess, without any control over himself, there exists a pattern among this mess. He goes to the restaurant once every 3 days, goes to the gambling den twice every 7 days, and the brothel once every 5 days. And every 10 days he would go to a restaurant named Fu Tai Xianghe. From the messy report, under the influence of the A Flash of Inspiration goo, the pattern within was revealed. This was the strange part. If a person was truly unrestrained and did not think of what to do, his life would be a complete mess. How could it have such a perfect rhythm? 3 days later, in Fu Tai Xianghe restaurant. "Clerk, the bill." Li Ran looked away from the window, calling loudly. "Coming, Lord Li Ran, 5.5 primeval stones please." "This is 6, no need for change." Li Ran tossed out 6 primeval stones. "Thank you, Lord, take care." Done, done, done. Li Ran walked down the stairs, and as he walked out of the restaurant, he turned into an alley and gradually vanished under the shadow. Downstairs, Fan Yuan observed silently, before calling the shop assistant, pointing at Li Ran's seat. "The view here is horrible, I want to sit there instead." According to his understanding, every time Li Ran came here, he would sit at the window seat. That was indeed strange. "No problem." The shop assistant laughed. "It is a man's interest to peek at beauties." "What?" Fan Yuan's eyebrows raised. Is an esteemed customer trying to see Qin Yan Brothel's #1 star, lady and you?" Hee, that seat can directly look into her room. If you're lucky, you can even see her body." "That Li Ran earlier, he always sits here to look at her. He always makes me reserve the seat for half a primeval stones," the shop assistant said with a lecherous expression. "Oh, is that so?" Fan Yuan replied curtly, sitting at Li Ran's seat. Through the window, he could indeed see into the brothel. Qin Yan Brothel had 8 stories, the #1 lady in you was a rank 2 goo master, having a room at the top floor. She had a great body, and her goo master identity could invoke men's conquering desires. Rumors say it takes almost 10,000 primeval stones to have her for a night. With Li Ran's fortune, he could not afford this, but was he really here to peek at lady and you? Looking at the way he left the brothel, he was not such a man. Fan Yuan looked outside. There were many restaurants around Qin Yan Brothel. Why did he choose this one? If he had a goo worm to improve his vision, then maybe, but Fan Yuan knew he did not have such a goo. At this distance, even if Lady Yu was there, he would only see a blur image. This is. Fan Yuan's gaze concentrated on a tofu shop opposite the street. A pair of mother and son were packing up their stall, ready to go home. Fan Yuan recognized them. They were Li Ran's wife and son. Don't tell me, his real motive was to look at them. Fan Yuan could not help but think. He closed his eyes, and the map of the street appeared in his head. There were better places to peek at Lady Yu, but to observe this mother and son pair, this was the only spot. If he really wanted to look at them, why does he have to do it sneakily? According to my findings, he abandoned them years ago. Is he feeling guilty? Strange. If he was guilty, and wanted to show concern for them, he could appear in front of them personally. Why does he have to be secretive? No, it could be that he was too ashamed to face them. But if he was, why would he not turn over a new leaf? This is really weird. He seems to be a mess, and cannot restrain himself, but his life is actually an orderly mess. This evidently shows he has good control over himself. Fan Yuan's eyes were eerie as possibilities flashed across his mind. He chewed on the food, but could not taste them at all. He felt himself nearing the truth, like a blind man in a room getting close to the door. All the clues and suspicions flew around in his head like a tornado. Such a thinking speed caused his eating action to be greatly slowed. He slowly put down the chopsticks, raising his wine glass, the wine inside glimmering as it emitted a strong fragrance. Suddenly, Fan Yuan's black pupils expanded. The wine glass was raised halfway, and his arm stayed in midair, not moving like a statue. In his mind, a bolt of lightning struck and exploded. So that's why. I finally understand. He screamed excitedly in his heart, as a great brilliance flashed across his eyes like lightning. The mystery involving his last life and current life had finally been solved. All the suspicions were lifted and Fan Yuan found the answer he wanted. At the same time, he found the legendary goo he lost. Chapter 283. Got it. Wu Ran, if we ask you to sacrifice your future for the clan, are you willing to do it? I am willing. Wu Ran, if we ask you to sacrifice your reputation for the clan, are you willing to do it? I am willing. Wu Ran, if we asked you to sacrifice your life for the clan, are you willing to do it? I am willing. I was right about you, Wu Ran. From your grandfather, father, and then you were all loyal Wu clan subjects. Now, the clan has a mission for you. This mission would need you to sacrifice your future, your reputation, and maybe even your life. Lord Clan Leader, I am willing to do it for the clan. In the darkness, Wu Ran opened his eyes. Huff. He breathed out slowly, sitting up from his bed, muttering. I dreamed again. This dream was not fake, but originated from the deepest part of his memory. Li Ran is his fake name. His real name is Wu Ran. The surname Wu bore great significance in Southern Border. It represented the number 1 overlord in the Southern Border, Wu clan. 11 years ago, Wu clan leader Empress Wu Ji gave an audience to Wu Ran, and assigned him a secret mission, making his way into Shang clan's higher-up level. For this, he changed his name, and roamed the wilderness for 3 years before settling in Shang clan city. He laid low for 8 whole years. It has been 8 years, an entire 8 years. Wu clan's clansmen have mostly forgotten me by now, huh? Wu Ran is dead. In this world, only Li Ran remains. Li Ran sighed in his heart. He had been lurking for too long. So long that he almost forgot his own name. Here, he wore a mask, living for 8 years, pretending to be a libertine, an ordinary goo master of the lowest social level. Even to his beloved wife, he did not say a thing. During this period, he only left once every half a year to contact Wu clan. It had always been a one-sided contact, hiding all traces to the limit. Until a year ago, the agent informed him that the clan was going to use him. His excitement then could not be expressed in words. After 8 years, they have finally activated it. Everything will be different now, Li Ran exclaimed. He willed, and a goo appeared from his storage. This fossil was cube-shaped, like a brick shining with starlight on its surface. This was a stellar stone. If Fan Yuan was here, he would find that this rock was very similar to the rock used as a leg support in the gambling den. Li Ran caressed this fossil gently, frowning slightly. As a spy, he spent 10 years lurking in the city, creating a perfect background for himself. It would definitely gain Shang clan's trust. But trust is not enough. He needed ability that surpasses the ordinary man, so that he can dominate the battle stage. Only then would Shang clan recruit him, and make him into an external clan elder like Wei Yang, thus gaining authority in Shang clan. This ability had to appear naturally, and it cannot be too abrupt. Thus, Wu clan leader Empress Wu Ji chose a goo worm for him personally. This was a goo that possessed a legendary tail. Obtained from an ancient strength path inheritance, it is an almost extinct goo in the current world. It was extremely rare. With this goo, Li Ran can emerge from his slumber and dominate the battle stage. As to the method of obtaining this goo, to avoid suspicion, Wu clan had made preparations. That is, gambling rocks. Luck is unpredictable, and an ancient goo being sealed within a fossil was completely normal. The demonic goo master Wei Xinjing was a subordinate of Empress Wu Ji. Creating a fake scrap-grade fossil was as easy as pie. No one would be able to discern it. Li Ran spent some effort too. To make sure people believed this was a fossil from the gambling den, and not his own, he chose a gambling rock that was used as leg support in the gambling den. This rock was there for many years, people walked about and never noticed it. Li Ran had communicated with Wu Clan, asking Wei Xinjing to create a similar stellar stone. Later in his plan, he would swap this rock with the stellar stone in his hand without anyone noticing. He was a goo master. After observing for half a year, he knew when was the perfect time to swap the stones without anyone realizing. When he finally opens the stellar stone, the entire gambling den would testify for him that it was completely due to luck. After he obtains this goo, he would turn over a new leaf and start the story of a prodigal son. He would rise up, find his wife and child, and become an external clan elder of Shang clan. He would complete his mission and bring his wife and child back to Wu clan, where they belong. Thinking of his wife and son, Li Ran felt extremely guilty. He loved his wife deeply, she is so kind, so strong-willed. At the same time, as a father, he would love to give everything good in this world to his son. He was only making use of her at the start, but as time went on, their relationship deepened, and he could not stop loving her. After their son was born, his love for them only grew. But eventually, because of his mission and secret identity, he had to temporarily leave them. You must hate me now, I've disappointed you too much. But it is alright soon. I have been deployed, I can bring you happiness. Li Ran gripped his fists, his eyes shining with determination. Tomorrow, he would go to the battle stage, and engage in a battle. The day after, he would bring this stellar stone to the gambling den, and perform his life-changing show. I had planned to use that stone as a cover, but life is hard to predict, someone actually chose it. Heh, that idiot, choosing a scrap-grade stellar stone. But tomorrow, I will have to be an idiot too. Li Ran laughed, keeping the stellar stone back into his storage goo. Although there was some changes to his plans, it was still fine. He had planned for such a small accident anyway. He laid down once more, and soon fell into deep sleep. This time, he did not have any dreams. On the second day, he felt great, energetic and full of hope. He felt that he was like a tourist walking in a dark cavern. After a long journey, he finally saw the light ahead, the exit of the cavern. 8 years of enduring, everything would become so wonderful. Everything would definitely become perfect. With such a belief, he arrived at the battle stage. He had gotten information of the opponent this time, a rank 2 peak stage goo master often seen in 5th Inner City's battle stage. He was a familiar face. Even the weakest goo master, if they can roam in the battle stage without giving up, they have the ability to hold their own. Li Ran did not look down on his opponent. The goo Li Ran currently had were quite weak and not considered high quality. He had to conceal himself as well, unable to fight fiercely, thus, this battle could go either way. Indeed, as they fought, it was as Li Ran predicted. From probing to fighting, the two were evenly matched, at a stalemate. The battlefield was ravaged, and the few spectators gasped at the scene. Suddenly, Li Ran's eyes shone brightly. A chance! He found a weak point of his opponent, and was about to attack. Suddenly, his heart hurt, and his body stiffened. The counter-attack from his opponent sent him flying. Li Ran was heavily injured, groaning in pain. His body flew more than 10 steps back, until he stopped himself. A trace of blood fell from his mouth. However, the severity of his injuries was on par with the shock and fear in his heart right now. My flowerbud goo! My flowerbud goo! How did it lose connection with me? The stellar stone is inside it. At the same time, at Li Ran's residence, the bed was flipped over, showing a secret compartment. Fan Yuan stood beside it, holding a flowerbud goo in his hand. This goo was rank 2, used to store items. It was shaped like a flower, light blue in color but was crystalline material, shining clearly under sunlight. Although it was Li Ran's goo, with the spring-autumn cicada's aura, Fan Yuan instantly refined it. Fan Yuan's mind went into the goo, and saw many things inside. A large sack of rice, some daily necessities, a poor quality block of compressed tea, 30 to 40 primeval stones and a few fossils. This is it! Fan Yuan's heart trembled, as he activated his primeval essence, and a black light flew out of the flowerbud goo. The black light landed in Fan Yuan's palm, turning into a stellar stone. It looked extremely ugly, squarish, and resembled a brick, almost the same as the leg's support rock. The moment the stellar stone appeared, the entire world seemed to have went silent. Fan Yuan's pupils expanded. Thump thump. Thump thump. His heartbeat accelerated, he could clearly hear it. Including this shabby house and the people walking outside, the surroundings faded away. Only Fan Yuan and the stellar stone were left. He held the heavy stellar stone, and he could feel the cold surface of the rock. Fan Yuan stared at it passionately. At the same time, his lips curled up as he smiled. His smile widened, until he opened his mouth and laughed silently. The legendary goo is finally in my hands, he screamed in his heart. Just as I guessed, this Li Ran is a spy from another clan. When I was at Qing Mao Mountain, I used the gambling rock to conceal my liquor worm. He is doing the same thing. No wonder the stellar stone was empty. My previous life's rumor was all part of his act. Today, he is going to the battle stage to fight. Whether he concealed his strength or not, according to his previous records, the opponent is around the same level as him. It would be a tough fight. The legendary Goo's stellar stone is so important, it will be tough to fight if he brings it around. With his vigilant nature, he would not hide the stellar stone in the storage goo and bring it around. Because if he lost the battle, his opponent would get to take one of his goo worms. He knew there was a legendary goo within the stellar stone. If his opponent took his storage goo, he would lose the stellar stone. Chapter 284. 1-2, 5. Translator, Chibi General Editor, Chibi General. I admit defeat! Li Ran suddenly half-kneeled on the ground, shouting loudly. His opponent stopped charging forward, holding back his attack as he did not want to drive Li Ran into a corner. There was no benefits in doing that for both parties. Li Ran spit out a mouthful of blood, standing up shakingly. In order to quickly leave the battlefield, he purposely took a few hits from his opponent. The hosting Goo Master walked in front, announcing the results of the battle. Li Ran was extremely anxious. After taking back the Vine Information Goo, he quickly left the battle stage after pretending to be dejected. He half-heartedly bandaged his injuries before rushing back to his house. God damn it, how can this happen? What in the world happened? Why did I lose connection with Flowerbud Goo? Li Ran's heart was engulfed by a dark cloud. The Flowerbud Goo was a goo he had refined. The moment Fan Yuan refined it, he could sense it. Only two possibilities exist for such a situation. One is that the Flowerbud Goo was destroyed, the second is that someone else refined it. Was I discovered? No, maybe the situation isn't as bad as I imagine. A burglar could have entered my house. FCK, I have lived in Shangclan City for 8 years. I know almost all the thieves there are. Why would someone want to steal from that house of mine? Li Ran walked quickly. The stellar stone was extremely important. Even with his calm nature, he could not help but feel anxious. He was regretting. He should have hid the Flowerbud Goo at a safer location, and not place it in the secret compartment under his bed. But the truth is, that was not his fault. He had gone undercover, to conceal himself. He did not have any friends, and for the last few years, he had not contacted his wife or child. He often went to brothels, gambling dens, restaurants. Those areas were full of people and he could not hide anything there. He could hide it at a pawn shop, but placing so much attention on a scrap-grade fossil was too peculiar. When Shangclan investigates in the future, that would create huge suspicion. In Shangclan City, all sorts of people existed. There were many thief Goo masters. But to forcefully take over the Flowerbud Goo, a rank 3 Goo is required. The problem is, why would any rank 3 Goo master want to steal from a rundown place like his? Li Ran had lurked for 8 years, so long that he almost forgot his past. When he hid the Flowerbud Goo, he was very confident, but now his confidence turned into regret and self-blame. Hopefully, the situation can still be salvaged. He returned to his home feeling uncertainty. The door was closed. He opened it, and saw the place was in a mess. It was a thief! He suddenly had a thought. Encountering a thief was not scary. As long as his identity was not exposed, all could be salvaged. That's right! Li Ran consoled himself. Every time I contacted Wu Clan, it was a one-sided transmission. There are no evidence on me, and that legendary Goo is inside the stellar stone. If it is not opened, who would know the value of it? As long as I find the thief, with my 8 years of experience in this city. As he thought about it, he calmed his emotions and stopped panicking. Should I report the case? Using the guard's ability to arrest the thief? No, I should be polite before resorting to brute force. It is best if I can get back the stellar stone peacefully. The city guards can't be trusted too, they would not spend effort for a small fry like me. Maybe I should hire a Thai clan goo master? This is. At this point, he concentrated, and found a goo after flipping over his bed. Heart sound goo! This goo was rank 2, green and black in color, around the size of a baby's thumb. It was shaped like a conch shell, one end was large while the other end was tiny, and had a spiral appearance. Heart sound goo comes in pairs. It can allow 2 goo masters to speak internally within 100 steps. Don't tell me. The thief left this behind specially for me? Li Ran's eyes shone with hesitation, but he gritted his teeth and placed the heart sound goo into his ear, like a earplug. Who are you? Li Ran injected primeval essence, and activated the heart sound goo, concentrating his mind, and asked. That question is not important. The important thing is, Li Ran is a fake name, right? Soon after, Fan Yuan's voice appeared in Li Ran's head. That instant, Li Ran's pupils shrunk as he looked like he was struck by lightning, stunned on the spot. Not good, he found out my identity. Li Ran was horror-stricken. The situation had become the worst. But he was, after all, a spy for 8 years. Even with this turn of events, he calmed his mind and spoke to Fan Yuan. Fake name? What fake name? What do you mean? He said as he carefully tiptoed, walking around in the shabby house. He next leaned on the wall, looking at the street outside the window. The heart sound goo has an effective range. Only 100 steps away at most, he must be near me. He rapidly thought of a solution. To use the heart sound goo, one has to concentrate in order to speak. Ordinary thinking would not be transmitted. But Fan Yuan was well aware of his mental state, lightly laughing. Don't bother acting, Li Ran. I am not your enemy. As long as you cooperate, to express my sincerity, we can meet up. Meet up? Li Ran was shocked. Next, Fan Yuan's voice rang in his head. Now walk out of your room and turn left around the door. Why should I listen to you? Li Ran called out in his mind. Fan Yuan laughed. Don't try to test how much I know, it is beyond your imagination. I will count to 5, consider well. 1. Fan Yuan counted. Li Ran rapidly thought about the situation. Even though the flowerbud goo was in the thief's hands, they had no evidence that he was a Wu clan spy. He had lurked for 8 years, how could there be evidence? 2. Fan Yuan spoke casually. If at this time, he listened to Fan Yuan, and gets spotted by others, that would be concrete proof that he was a spy. But if he did not listen, what happens to the stellar stone? 5. Fan Yuan continued to count. Li Ran's mind was thrown into chaos, as he scolded. God damn, can you even count properly? It seems you have come to a decision. Fan Yuan laughed. Li Ran breathed deeply, his fists clenched tightly, as he gritted his teeth and left the house. He walked out of the door, and arrived at a busy street. Next, he turned left. About 50 steps later, Fan Yuan's voice rang out again. Turn right, at the 3rd cross junction, turn left. He can see my movements, he has to be beside me, but who? Li Ran had sharp vision, like an eagle sweeping the crowd. I would advise you not to look around, that is not your usual behavior. After 8 years, you want it all to go down the drain? Fan Yuan quickly said. Damn it. Li Ran gritted his teeth till they squeaked. Fan Yuan's threat made him lower his head as he looked ahead. Following Fan Yuan's instructions, he turned and walked around in circles, until Fan Yuan told him to stop. Turn around. Fan Yuan quickly followed. In your vision, there should be a restaurant, go to the 3rd story. I will be waiting there. Li Ran looked, and his heart jumped. This restaurant was the one he often came to, Fu Tai Xiang He restaurant. Don't tell me. He had a bad feeling in his heart. The thief held so much information about him, it felt like he was stripped bare naked in the winter snow plains. He entered the restaurant. The familiar shop assistant looked at him, enthusiastically calling out, Lord Li Ran, you are here, please come upstairs. Li Ran's grim face smiled slightly as he carried his utmost vigilance, and ascended the ladder. Halfway through, before the 2nd floor. Wait. Fan Yuan suddenly said. Li Ran stopped his movement, asking, What? Go downstairs, and out of the door. Fan Yuan instructed. Li Ran snorted, having no choice but to leave. The shop assistant looked at him, feeling confused, quickly asking, What is the matter, Lord? Are you not eating any more? Li Ran waved his hand, asking him to leave, as he walked out of the restaurant. Opposite you, there is a shop selling baked pancakes, go buy a few. Fan Yuan continued. Li Ran's eyes twitched, but he followed the instructions, buying a few pancakes. Okay, now return to the third floor of the restaurant. Fan Yuan said again. Li Ran's forehead was popping with veins as he held the pancake and returned to the restaurant. The shop assistant saw him entering again, looking at him weirdly. Lord Li Ran, if you want to buy pancakes, just call me, I can buy it for you. Scram! Li Ran shouted, scaring the shop assistant as he shuddered and stopped talking. He got to the third floor, and stopped after the ladder. Continue, take 2 to 3 steps and turn left, you will see me. Fan Yuan instructed. Li Ran followed the instructions, as he walked around a pillar, and finally saw Fan Yuan, sitting at his usual spot. Next, he saw Fan Yuan stretch out his hand, inviting him to the seat. At the same time, he heard in his mind, please take a seat. Li Ran did not speak, quietly sitting before Fan Yuan, then staring at him without blinking. The truth is, Fan Yuan's youthful appearance gave him a huge shock. When they conversed, Fan Yuan held him tightly by the collar. He subconsciously pictured the image of Fan Yuan as an unscrupulous middle-aged man, or an elderly wearing a hat, hiding his face in the darkness. But the truth was completely the opposite. The voice from the heart sound gu would always be tuned, it cannot ascertain age, but could easily determine the gender. If he did not see it with his own eyes, Li Ran would never have thought the mysterious man was so young. Fifth Inner City's street lights passed the windows and shone on Fan Yuan's face. Although he had a plain look, his eyes were as black as ink, like an abyss, deep and mysterious. Li Ran memorized Fan Yuan's face deep in his heart. Although this was the first time they met, he could swear he would never forget Fan Yuan's appearance in this life. Because it was due to this young man that all his plans were foiled, and in such a helpless way. Chapter 285. All Out Effort Gu. Translator, Chibi General Editor, Chibi General. On the dinner table, dishes and wine produced amazing fragrance. At the surrounding tables, some people were playing drinking games, some recited poems, others were playing around. It was a relaxed and fun atmosphere. Fan Yuan and Li Ran sat opposite each other. They looked very peaceful, but they were secretly sizing each other up. It was the calm before the storm. Li Ran had deep killing intent in his heart, and although Fan Yuan looked relaxed, he was also wary of Li Ran. Who exactly are you? Li Ran asked using the heart sound gu. I said before that is not important. Pass the pancake to me. The first half was spoken internally, while the second sentence was using his mouth. Li Ran was stunned, before pushing the paper bag towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan opened the bag, taking out a pancake and biting, nodding. Now this is the flavor I wanted, I'm so sorry for the trouble. Next, he used the heart sound gu. Do you know, I tailed you for several days below this restaurant. I got hungry and bought a pancake, and found it really delicious. Want to try? Li Ran had no mood to try the pancake. He snorted in his heart, asking, Aren't you afraid I'll poison it? But on the surface he smiled and said, It is no big deal, no trouble at all. Don't forget we have a great relationship. Fan Yuan laughed out loud, staring at Li Ran with deep meaning, transmitting in his mind. You think I don't know what gu you have? Li Ran smiled more brightly, but his heart sank. He is trying to remind me. That's right, the enemy is hiding in the shadows while I am out there. I did not even sense him tailing me these few days. He should have known all about me already. If I fight him now, there is a low chance of success, thus he used this pancake to warn me. Fan Yuan saw Li Ran keeping silent, his eyes shifting around, and knew the warning got through, thus he took out the stellar stone. Li Ran's gaze was attracted, but the stone was quickly taken away. The next moment, Fan Yuan's voice rang in his mind. Stop pretending, I know the all-out effort gu is inside this. What? Li Ran's heart shook like he had been struck by lightning. Even if he was a good actor, his expression changed, showing fluster and fear. He had been hoping the secret of the stellar stone would not be exposed. After all, it came from Wei Xingjing, there were no flaws, but to think the matter had worsened to this extent, the other party knew the all-out effort gu was sealed inside. Wait, the matter regarding the all-out effort gu, only a few people know about it. Even I only knew about it soon after receiving it. How did he find out? The matter is complex now. I am confident there are no loopholes on my end, thus this should have been exposed on the clan's side. Wu clan can send a spy like me here, Shang clan can also send theirs over. The few large clans in the southern border, they infiltrate each other, and there are spies everywhere. They should be clear of each other's matters. If not, how could he know about the all-out effort Gu? That's right, I was so vigilant, how could I make a mistake and let him get a hold on me, or even suspect me? To think my home clan has been infiltrated to this extent, it is truly scary. But maybe that isn't the case. In this world, there are too many special Gu worms. Fan Yuan left Li Ran ample time to think. He was a smart person, the more he thought, the more suspicious he would get. Subconsciously, he would imagine Fan Yuan to be stronger, more mysterious, and scarier. That would make him feel inferior during the discussion. Fan Yuan played with the stellar stone. After a while, when the time was almost ripe, he continued transmitting his voice. I want the all-out effort Gu. Li Ran was stunned, not understanding Fan Yuan's deeper meaning. But I know, if I take this Gu, I would face the wrath and revenge of your clan. Thus, I need your cooperation. Fan Yuan's gaze was eerie. To be able to plot against Shang clan, they had to be an equally large clan. If Fan Yuan took the all-out effort Gu by force, he would be enemies with this clan. This stellar stone was like bait on a hook. If Fan Yuan wanted to eat this bait, he needed to avoid getting stuck on the hook. Li Ran revealed a mocking smile. You want me to cooperate with you? What a joke! On what basis? Based on the fact that I do not want to be enemies with you. Even if I have the purple thorn token, I do not want to be enemies with you, because like you, I have people I want to protect. Fan Yuan said in his mind to Li Ran, as he looked out of the window. At the same time, he said with his mouth, I heard that shop sells great tofu. Li Ran squinted, his eyes showing a ferocious gaze screaming in his mind. Are you threatening me? Fan Yuan shook his head. In his eyes there were clouds drifting, as he showed a complex emotion on his face. Li Ran instantly caught his emotion. There were sadness, pain, helplessness, and fondness. Are you not clear of your situation? Fan Yuan said in his mind. People like us, squeezed between two strong forces, living on the edge every day, hiding our emotions in the depths of our hearts, and could die any time. Since we chose this path, we can only continue walking on it. It is all for the clan, we have no regrets. But some people, they are innocent, why should they be implicated into our business, and bear the risks for us? Li Ran's heart stirred, staring at Fan Yuan in disbelief. You are a spy too? Fan Yuan laughed helplessly, in a bitter tone. What do you think? Li Ran saw this smile, and his eyes watered, as he stared tightly at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's expression did not have a tint of unnaturalness, as he turned to look outside the window. Li Ran knew he was looking at his own wife and children. Fan Yuan's gaze was so gentle, so dazed, as if he was recalling certain memories. Li Ran did not think he was acting, because this youngster was too young. How could he fake such true emotions? Even at his age, Li Ran could not act to this level. This was his true emotions. Unknowingly, a sense of acceptance towards Fan Yuan grew in his heart. As people in similar situations, they did not need a deep relationship to understand each other. Fan Yuan blinked, looking back at Li Ran, and said, Li Ran, you have lurked in Shang Clan City for 8 years. If your identity is exposed, your mission would fail. Your failure may cause you to lose your life, but more importantly, the clan would suffer a loss, and you would let down their expectations. Li Ran clenched his fists. Fan Yuan's words pulled the strings in his heart. He was loyal to the clan, almost religiously. Otherwise, the clan would not have chosen him to be the spy. Fan Yuan said again. If you fail, your wife would lose her husband. Your son is only 5 now, he would lose his father. If your identity is exposed, there is a high chance of them dying because of you. You only have one step left to succeed, the position of clan elder is your goal, am I right? But do you think that is the end? No, you will continue lurking. As long as Shang clan existed, the clan would need your spying. Li Ran gritted his teeth. Fan Yuan's words hit the nail on the head. All these things, did he not consider them? He only dared to think about them for a moment before stopping. The more he thought about it, the more pressure he felt. The future was really too long, it would cause him to lose the courage to continue. Thus, you need alliance mates, brother Li Ran. Fan Yuan continued speaking. You will not betray your clan, I won't either. You have people you want to protect, so do I. We can cooperate, we need external force to ensure our family's safety. We have to live in order to make contributions to our clans. And the Shang clan is our mutual goal. Of course, this cooperation is only in private. If our clans want to wage war, you will be the first person I will eliminate. After pausing briefly, Fan Yuan added. Li Ran snorted coldly. Fan Yuan's truthful declaration only made his words more trustworthy. To him, loyalty to the clan is the top priority, next is his family, and then his own life. Fan Yuan's suggestion catered to his three needs. But can this person be trusted? We are from different forces. Cooperation between spies is wishful thinking. Maybe. It is because he is young, and coupled with his intellect and courage, he thought of this method? If I was this young, I'm afraid I may do the same. Or not. The more Li Ran thought about it, the more he felt Fan Yuan's sincerity. Most importantly, he had no other way out. He was completely exposed before Fan Yuan. If Fan Yuan exposed him, his mission would fail, his 10 years of hard work would go up in flames. How could he accept this? Human nature is complex, they have this thing called fluke mentality. Li Ran was like someone who was driven to a cliff. With his enemies approaching, he could only jump down. Even if he did not know what was below the cliff, he would still pray that there is a water body below, or maybe he would be saved by some tree branches while descending. He fell into deep silence for a long time. After a few minutes, he used the heart sound gu. How can I believe you? Fan Yuan smiled, taking out a poison vow gu. 3 days later, Fan Yuan opened the all-out effort gu in the gambling den, causing the entire district to go into chaos. Did you hear? Someone opened an all-out effort gu in Lan Chao gambling den. Is that really the all-out effort gu? It is a near-extinct ancient gu, able to summon the beast phantom 100% of the time. You guys only knew now? Hee, I know more than you. This extremely lucky person is called Gu Yufangjing. I don't know why, but he has a purple thorn token. The all-out effort gu was not supposed to be his, but was chosen by a gu master called Li Ran. But he knocked into Gu Yufangjing, who decided to find problems with him, taking away 3 fossils from him as compensation. That all-out effort gu was within those fossils. Oh dear, he really is unlucky. The all-out effort gu should have been his. This is fate. Lan Chao gambling den, no, I have to go take a look. At once, rumors spread all over Shan Clan City. Chapter 286. A small test run. Translator, Chibi General Editor, Chibi General. This is the all-out effort gu? In the secret room, Wei Yan held this gu in his hand as he exclaimed, strange light shining in his eyes. All-out effort gu, it was shaped like a rhinoceros beetle. Now, it was sitting quietly in Wei Yang's palm. Its body was almost the size of Wei Yang's palm, and was quite heavy. It was oval in shape, and had a strong armor exoskeleton. There was a strong horn on its head, looking heavy and powerful. It had 3 pairs of legs, all strong and thick. Its body was dark brown, and glistened with a metallic surface. People only needed one glance to know it was not ordinary. That's right, this is the rank 3 all-out effort gu. Once used, it would summon a beast phantom, able to move according to my will. Fan Yuan was sitting on a cushion opposite Wei Yang, as he explained. Wei Yang breathed in deeply, handing the all-out effort gu back to Fan Yuan. At this timing, is it fate? Brother Fangjun, are you truly bent on the strength path? He gave his last attempt. Fan Yuan nodded, not speaking, but his determined expression said everything. Wei Yang sighed again. If previously, he was confident of changing Fan Yuan's mind, at this moment, after obtaining the all-out effort gu, he knew that Fan Yuan's decision was final, there was no hope in changing it. Fate is really mystical. Obtaining the all-out effort gu would greatly help you on the strength path. The all-out effort gu is undoubtedly the core gu worm in assembling your set. If you are so determined, I shall say no more. But I have one final thing to remind you, just treat it as my nagging. Fan Yuan became serious. Not at all, please give me your advice. Although you have the all-out effort gu, times are different now. If this all-out effort gu is your core, you have to ensure its safety. It is only a rank 3 gu now. If you want to refine it into rank 4 or rank 5 in the future, there is too much danger in refining it if it is not your vital gu. If the all-out effort gu is destroyed in the process of refinement, your entire set would collapse without the core. Thus, my first advice to you is to convert it into your vital gu. Shan Clan can help you to achieve this. To make a set, just one core is not enough, you need several important support gu. Regarding this, you need to choose carefully, and think ahead. If your choice is wrong, it will not allow you to display the full value of all-out effort gu. Actually, during ancient times, when strength path flourished, there were much more gu worms that complemented the all-out effort gu. Now most of them are extinct, if you want to assemble a goo set, you cannot use ancient methods, but can only explore this yourself. I have another extremely important matter that you have to take note of. Although you have the all-out effort goo, you have no corresponding refinement recipe. But thankfully, most of the recipes from the olden antiquity era were passed down. There should be some in certain recipe masters' hands, you have to collect them. If not. Saying so, Wei Yang hesitated. You can try your luck in exploring ancient strength path inheritances. Wu clan found such an inheritance several years ago. If you can find one, your future would be set. I really want to see this strength path flourish in your hands. After saying these things, Wei Yang took his leave. Fan Yuan sent him off, and watched Wei Yang turn into light and fly away. Fan Yuan stood at the door of the secret room, his gaze concentrating. The advice Wei Yang gave, he had considered all of them long ago, and had plans already. He already had a copy of the all-out effort goo's recipe, obviously from Li Ran. Wu clan provided Li Ran the all-out effort goo, they naturally gave him the recipe. But this recipe only allowed the rank 3 all-out effort goo to reach rank 4. Any higher, Fan Yuan needed to find out himself. But in this aspect, Fan Yuan was only rank 3 initial stage now. In the short run, he had no worries about the rank 5 refinement recipe. As for what goo to choose in order to complement the all-out effort goo and become support for the core, Fan Yuan had his plans. He had always been the type to walk one step and plan 10 ahead. He was extremely confident. The strength path goo set should use the all-out effort goo as the core, self-reliance goo and bitter strength goo as the support. With a few other goo worms accompanying, this set of goo worms can be considered initial success. But to reach greater success, I have to rely on the 3 kings' inheritance. Spending 2 to 3 years in Shang Clan City, assembling a set of goo and reach initial success stage. When the 3 kings' inheritance activates, he will use the advantages of rebirth and add in useful goo worms to cause his goo set to reach greater success stage. This was Fan Yuan's plans for the near future. This plan has to be executed perfectly. Because after the 3 kings' inheritance, it would be the righteous demonic battle at Etian Mountain. If my battle strength is not high enough, then I would not be able to gather enough benefits for myself. Time is really tight. As for the third, his vital goo. Fan Yuan's vital goo is Spring-Autumn Cicada. This cannot be changed. Then the refinement of the all-out effort goo would be much more difficult. Since there is a risk to the goo, the refinement would need to be done extremely carefully. If Fan Yuan was unlucky, and caused the all-out effort goo to die during refinement, his set of goo worms would lose their foundation, like a human without a soul. If that happens, the outcome would be disastrous, almost equivalent to Fan Yuan's strength path cultivation being crippled. But there were ways to ensure the all-out effort goo survives during refinement even if it was not his vital goo. Wei Yang did not know because he was a frog in a well. Fan Yuan knew 3 methods. First method was to head to the land of Bubai. This was the Bubai inheritance, far away in central continent, the sacred land for refinement masters. Secondly, he could use the undefeated 100 battles goo. When refining goo, it could ensure a 100% success rate. The third was also a goo called Green Mountain Remains. As long as the Green Mountain remains, one need not worry about firewood. Only by keeping something vital is there a chance for a comeback. Using this goo, it can protect the core goo. Even if refinement fails and the other goo are destroyed, the all-out effort goo will still remain. The land of Bubai was too far away, it was impossible to get there. Undefeated 100 battles goo, an extremely rare rank 5 goo even during ancient times, right now it was extinct. Green Mountain Remains was in the hands of several refinement masters. This was a rank 4 goo. It was difficult to obtain, but there was at least some hope. There is one undefeated 100 battles goo in the 3 kings' inheritance. If I can get it, the all-out effort goo's advancement to rank 4 would be ensured. Next, I can only think of other ways. Now, it is time to replace everything. Fan Yuan had a careful nature. Before he obtained the all-out effort goo, even though he had hundreds of thousands of primeval stones, he did not spend them. Now that it is in his hands, he finally decided to act. He did not need to leave Nanqiu Garden, instead going to the study room and taking out a large number of invitations. Ever since he gambled and won the all-out effort goo, rumors flew about in Shang Clan City, and everyone were acting like cats who saw fish, swarming at Fan Yuan's place. Fan Yuan had the purple thorn token, and attended Shang Yanfei's clan banquet before. He had a unique identity, and no one dared to force him. They had sent all sorts of invitations, But Fan Yuan stayed in his house for several days, not meeting a single guest. Now Fan Yuan took out the invitations, and saw that a portion were from recipe masters, hoping to meet Fan Yuan and become acquaintances, so that they can borrow the all-out effort goo for research. A goo from the antiquity era would be great help towards their recipe creation. Another portion were established goo masters, holding all sorts of titles. They either wished to spar with Fan Yuan or wanted to exchange goo worms with him. But mostly, the invitations came from all the famous shops, and all the large clans goo masters, hoping to purchase the all-out effort goo. Fan Yuan chose a small portion of them, and instructed his servants to send a message to them. Not long after, a group of goo masters came running. Fan Yuan met them at the reception hall. "I am not selling the all-out effort goo, I am meeting everyone here today for other trading purposes." This caused everyone to be disappointed, but some did not give up. Only after Fan Yuan's firm attitude did they give up. 3 hours later, a few business were settled, and everyone left. 2 days later, the goo worms arrived. Fan Yuan's battle strength surged, but he paid a huge price. Goo worms were seriously too expensive. He spent several 100,000 primeval stones for them. The old man made of clouds in the primeval elder goo was already hunching his back as he showed a painful and worried expression, in an extremely pitiful state. Another day later, Fan Yuan stepped into the battle stage. At once, everyone went wild. Outside the battle stage, people were crowding to the point where there was no walking space. His opponent was none other than Li Ran. He stared at Fan Yuan, his expression twisted and his eyes burned with fire, as he screamed, "Gu Yu Fangjing, you stole my opportunity, that is extremely despicable. Today, I will take back what belongs to me." "Humph, who told you to knock into me? I asked for compensation but you refused to pay primeval stones. Those stones covered your debt, you were willing as well." Fan Yuan laughed coldly as he answered. The viewers outside started to discuss among themselves as they became extremely noisy. Fan Yuan and Li Ran's conversation testified the truth behind the rumors these days. "Ah!" Li Ran grabbed his hair, screaming to the sky. "Fangjing, you tyrant, I was forced by you. I only knocked into you by accident, but you refused to let me go. Today, I will seek justice for myself." Saying so, Li Ran pounced at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. Seeing him get close, he willed. Vertical crash goo. Howl! The winds blew as he took a step, and his body charged forward by 50 steps. Li Ran felt his vision blur as Fan Yuan had already charged up to him. All-out effort goo. Fan Yuan willed, and light burst forth, forming the phantom image of a wild boar charging in mid-air behind him. The wild boar was black and had sharp tusks, showing a fierce expression as the winds blew. "Not good!" Li Ran screamed, dodging. Fan Yuan charged right past him. Although Li Ran was not hit head-on, his arm was scratched. Next, with a crack, his forearm bone broke, and the defensive light on Li Ran's body vanished, as he fell to the ground, unable to get up. "Just one hit! Was that the all-out effort goo? That Li Ran is too weak, he is definitely not Fang Zheng's match." Outside, the spectators exclaimed, expressing their shock. Chapter 287. Reputation Goo. Translator, Chibi General Editor. Chibi General Fan Yuan charged for 50 steps before he stopped. He turned around, facing Li Ran, about to launch his second attack. But Li Ran had already raised his hand, shouting loudly, "Wait, no more, I admit defeat." Once he said so, the surroundings went quiet, before exploding. "What, no more? We spent primeval stones to come here and see the all-out effort goo. You coward, are you even a man? Stand up and fight." Everyone shouted furiously. Many people were angry and breathed roughly, feeling that their primeval stones were wasted, starting to grumble and scold. But a portion of the people understood Li Ran. There's no way to win, it is wise to concede. That hit earlier showed their difference. If they continue, Li Ran's life would be in danger. This Li Ran is a veteran in the battle stage. With his rich experience, I am not surprised he did that. Clank. A loud ring from the bell, and this match was over. The spectators started to leave the stage, as Fan Yuan took his leave as well. "Fan Zheng, wait first," Li Ran suddenly called, stopping him. Fan Yuan frowned, turning around and looking at him. "What do you want?" Everyone's footsteps halted. "Fan Zheng, you are indebted to me, but now you hurt and injured me. This is repaying kindness with vengeance, you have to compensate me," Li Ran shouted. These words were shameless, He wanted to challenge Fang Jing without knowing their difference. Now that he got injured, how could he say his opponent was repaying kindness with vengeance? Many people heard this and snorted, feeling disdain towards Li Ran. Challenging Fang Yuan forcefully, that was because he could not take it lying down. Many people understood his emotions. But after losing, he still continued to pester Fang Yuan. That was going overboard. Fang Yuan shook his head, turning to leave. Your brain was damaged by my attack too? Many people jeered and laughed. But Li Ran struggled to get up, shouting at Fang Yuan. Fang Jing, I know your personality. You distinguish kindness and hatred clearly. The acclaimed a droplet received in need will be repaid with a whole spring. A spark of hatred will result in the burning of an entire forest. Shang Xinci showed you a little kindness, and you risked your life to protect her, escorting her to Shang Clan City. Shang Clan leader wanted to reward you, but you rejected all of them, saying that your kindness had been repaid. The Shang Clan leader even had to force you to accept the purple thorn token. Fang Jing, to be honest, I have done you a favor. If I did not choose that stellar stone, would you be able to get that all-out effort goo? No. Never mind if it is another person, but I know you, I understand you. Although you are oppressive and tyrannical, you have to repay kindness, or you will be unable to sleep. Isn't that so? Think about it, you owe me a favor, can you sleep tonight? That is because you have never seen Fang Yuan's true colors. Among the crowd, Bai Ningbing heard Li Ran's words and snorted coldly. Fang Yuan obtaining the all-out effort goo had made her curious. After all, Fang Yuan was her rival. Suddenly, Fang Yuan stopped in his steps. As everyone watched, he turned around and faced Li Ran, with a serious expression. If you put it like that, it seems I owe you a favor. But firstly, it was because you offended me, and second, I cannot give the all-out effort goo away. What do you want me to do? Fang Yuan's words made everyone who was leaving stop their steps and observe their conversation again. Bai Ningbing gasped in her heart, feeling shocked. Although the all-out effort goo is rank 3, it originated from the olden antiquity era. It is considered unique now. Its true value cannot be estimated. Give me 100,000 primeval stones, and your favor will be considered repaid. Li Ran thought about it and said, Is this Li Ran stupid? He dares to ask for such a ridiculous sum, such stupidity, sigh. Making such a request, he is so shameless. Everyone shook their heads, feeling disappointed at Li Ran's shamelessness. Fang Yuan thought about it, shaking his head. 100,000 primeval stones is insufficient. I'll give you 200,000, that would put me at ease. Saying so, he waved his hand and summoned the primeval elder goo, pouring all the primeval stones out. On the floor of the battle stage, a mountain of primeval stones appeared. This is 80,000, that's all I have now. I'll give you the rest when I have money. What? Fang Yuan's words sent everyone into shock. He actually gave it? And even raised it to 200,000. Everyone was tongue-tied. Did I see wrongly? Although this Li Ran did not obtain the all-out effort goo, getting so much primeval stones as compensation is almost as good. Everyone blinked, seeing those primeval stones, they almost drooled. This Fang Jing is really... Many people saw Fang Yuan leave and felt weird in their hearts, not sure of what to say. Although they did not manage to see the power of the all-out effort goo, hearing Li Ran and Fang Yuan's conversation made the trip worth it. News about this battle quickly circulated, and spread around Shang Clan City. The fact that Fang Yuan had a purple thorn token also circulated, resulting in people who had ill intentions to vanish without a trace. Many people started to be envious of Li Ran, while others also felt doubt towards Fang Yuan's promise of 200,000 primeval stones. But no matter what, Fang Yuan's distinguished kindness and hatred reputation also became well known. Back at Nanqiu Garden. Do you really intend to give that Li Ran 200,000 primeval stones? Bai Ningbing asked suspiciously. This was not Fang Yuan's style at all. Of course. Fang Yuan replied curtly. He was obviously not going to tell Bai Ningbing that this was his secret agreement with Li Ran. Li Ran would act with Fang Yuan, and tell him the refinement recipe, while Fang Yuan compensates him 200,000 primeval stones. Bai Ningbing was solemn for a while, not believing him, then laughing coldly. 200,000 just for a reputation, is it worth it? Fang Yuan snickered. Have you never heard the story of reputation goo? Bai Ningbing's gaze was hesitant. What are you trying to say? Reputation is a bridge, one that allows people to cross through the abyss. Reputation is a travel token, more important and precious than the purple thorn token. It allows one to move about with ease. 200,000 cannot even buy the purple thorn token, yet I spent that amount to obtain this reputation. This is the best trade in the world. Ha! Fan Yuan laughed. Bai Ningbing snorted, but thinking that he had a precognitive gu, she chose to believe him for now. Regarding the reputation gu's story, it originated from the legends of Rinzhu. One time, Verdant Great's son got very drunk. When he woke up, his head hurt, and he forgot all that happened when he was drunk. He did not know why he was trapped on a lone hill, one which was surrounded by a bottomless abyss. The abyss was filled with spiral winds, pale green color. This was the usual wind. The winds blew dust into the air. Those were the dark yellow color mortal dust. Verdant Great's son's heart sank, because he recognized that this was the ordinary abyss. No living being had ever managed to fly past it. He was trapped on this lone hill, unable to get out. He would die of starvation eventually. Thankfully, there was a forest on the lone hill. Verdant Great's son was hungry, and came into this forest to find fruits to eat. But this forest was very strange. The black soil was like a swamp, smelling extremely pungent. The trees had no leaves, and the branches looked like strange claws. But when the wind blew, there was the sound of leaves moving in the wind. Verdant Great's son could not find food, and fell into despair, knowing he was going to die soon. A few days later, he was so hungry he could not move, leaning on the tree trunk as he laid on the ground. He eventually fell unconscious. In his slumber, he could hear many voices talking. Hey look, this person finally passed out. As I expected, he's finished. Actually, it is possible to leave the ordinary abyss, you just need the reputation gu. Reputation gu is at the center of the forest, hidden under a rock. Too bad he doesn't know, ha ha. SSHHH, speak softer, it will be bad if he hears us. It's okay, he has fainted already. Before long, the black soil will bury him, and turn him into nutrients for us trees. Hearing this, Verdant Great's son jolted awake. It turns out this forest is Shiyu Forest. What he had thought was leaves brushing in the wind turned out to be the whispers of the trees. After hearing the information, Verdant Great's son walked to the center of the forest, lifted the rock, and obtained the reputation gu. Reputation gu was like a chrysanthemum. Its petals were golden yellow, emitting a fragrance. Reputation gu said to Verdant Great's son, Young man, thank you for lifting the rock, and saving me. To repay you, I have decided to help you get across this ordinary abyss. Reputation gu told Verdant Great's son the method to use it. Verdant Great's son was overjoyed, arriving at ordinary abyss, and placed the reputation gu in his mouth, shouting as loud as he could. The strange thing was, no matter how loud he shouted, there was no sound, but the vibrations in the air caused the ordinary abyss to shake. As the commotion got bigger, it was like an earthquake. The air was even filled with a brilliant fragrance. Verdant Great's son did not feel anything weird, as he had known from the reputation gu. Reputation itself has no voice, but it can spread wide and create tremors. As he shouted, a golden bridge appeared in midair, but the bridge's length was limited. There was still a long distance to the other side. Verdant Great's son was too hungry, too tired. After trying several times, the effect continued to diminish, and his chance for salvation seemed dim. Reputation gu sighed. Sigh, you have not eaten anything in a while, even though you have a breath left in your stomach, it is too little. From your diaphragm, it has to go through your stomach, chest, throat, and finally your mouth. The journey is too long, we have to reduce it. Here, place me between your two butt cheeks. Verdant Great's son did as instructed. Reputation gu landed near his private part, and turned into a chrysanthemum cave. Okay, you can start shouting again. Reputation gu said. Verdant Great's son forced that last breath of his, out of this hole, out of his body. PRRRRT, in his days, Verdant Great's son heard a loud sound. The air was filled with an unimaginable stench, but that golden bridge became majestic and large, stretching over 1,000 miles, reaching the other side. A shitty reputation compared to good reputation is always easier to obtain and maintain. Verdant Great's son quickly crossed the bridge, leaving the ordinary abyss and reaching the other side, saving his own life. Chapter 288. The Crux of Strength Path Cultivation. Translator, Chibi General Editor, Chibi General. 8 days later. Nanchio Garden. At the small square, the ground paved with starry stones shone under the starlight. Fan Yuan stood in the square with his hands folded, legs slightly open and his eyes closed. His breathing was deep and long. In front of him were a dozen stone pillars. Every stone pillars were 20 feet thick, and were dark and rigid. The stone pillars were spaced apart so that it almost covered the small square. Wish! Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and suddenly opened his eyes. At that very moment, a ray of lightning seemed to flash through the void. Dash! He took large steps forward and in a few steps reached a stone pillar. His steps stopped, he bent his waist before swinging his arms vigorously and punching at the pillar. Bang! With a dull thud, the stone pillar shook, stone fragments flew about and a spherical dent appeared on the pillar. Again. Fan Yuan held his breath, then used his fists and palms to attack in turns. Not only that, he also used kicks, flying kicks, elbow strikes, knee strikes, shoulder bash. Every part of his body became sharp, strong weapons. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds continued along with the stone pillar's continuous shaking and the stone fragments scattering in the air. Fan Yuan attacked like a storm and gale in one breath, his attacks continuous and endless. Within seconds the stone pillar was reduced to half, like a small tree in a storm. Crack! Fan Yuan whipped his leg horizontally as a clear sound echoed. The stone pillar that was already hanging by a thread could not endure it any more and broke into two, falling into the ground. Fan Yuan relaxedly retracted his leg, his breath was only slightly affected and droplets of sweat seeped out of his forehead. He looked at the ground. The appearance of the two broken parts of the stone pillar were changed beyond recognition. Their surfaces were filled with dents, results of Fan Yuan's punches and kicks. Indeed, it is difficult to bring out the beast's strength phantom without using all-out effort goo, and with just normal attacks. Ha! He shouted, and in 2 large strides he reached the nearest stone pillar. His right palm smacked heavily towards the stone pillar. Growl! A brown bear phantom image suddenly appeared in mid-air behind Fan Yuan. It was quite plump, and its mouth was filled with dense white sharp fangs. At the same time as Fan Yuan, it raised its right palm and smacked, the movement strikingly similar to Fan Yuan's. In that instant, Fan Yuan felt a sudden surge of strength in his right palm. Boom! A huge sound thundered at the impact of Fan Yuan's smack on the stone pillar. The stone pillar, which needed 2 people to wrap around it, immediately broke by the smack, producing a loud sound as it collapsed and formed a small pit on the floor. The countershock immediately struck Fan Yuan and shocked his right palm into numbness. Fan Yuan had been using Brown Bear innate strength goo since he bought it, and now he mastered it, increasing his strength by the strength of a bear. I needed to hit the stone pillar dozens of times before I could break it. But after using the all-out effort goo, I broke it in just 1 smack. Fan Yuan clearly perceived the difference. All-out effort goo was a support-type goo and not an attack type. But once used, it could produce a devastating blow. Fan Yuan's battle strength before and after getting it was like the difference between night and day. Using a support goo as the core was quite rare. Most of the goo masters used support goo in their goo set, as an assistance to the core goo. For instance, Wei Yan used Rainbow Light Goo, a movement goo, as the core, the offensive Broadsword Light Goo as one of the main support, and Light Source Goo as another support. As a support, Light Source Goo could only decrease the primeval essence expenditure of Light-type goo worms. However, the all-out effort goo was completely capable of filling the core position even as a support goo. Just from this, one could tell how precious it was. But Canopy Goo might have impressive defense, but it is too rigid. If I change it to Golden Shield Goo, there should be a clear difference in results. Fan Yuan pondered. During the punching and kicking test just now, he used Canopy Goo, otherwise his hands and legs would certainly be destroyed. The effect of force is mutual. Although Fan Yuan's bones were iron bones, his skin, flesh, tendons and blood were all normal. Without the use of Canopy Goo, the smack attack just before would have mangled up his flesh and muscles, although his bones would be fine. However, Golden Shield Goo was temporarily not available. Fan Yuan also did not have money right now. At the start, he had over 900,000 primeval stones, but Bai Ningbing took half of it. Then, he spent a lot strolling around the rock gambling dens for all-out effort goo. The expenditure for basic needs along with feeding his goo worms were rather high, especially in Shang Clan's 3rd inner city. Next, he used a lot of primeval stones to change his goo lineup. 8 days ago at battle stage, he gave 80,000 primeval stones to Li Ran in front of everyone. Now, Fan Yuan not only had no money, he was also in debt. Because, according to the poison vow contract, he still needed to give 120,000 primeval stones to Li Ran. Fan Yuan knew this was a necessary investment. Reputation was second. The important thing was to stabilize Li Ran by showing an attitude of sincere cooperation, despite him already using eating one's words goo to disperse the poison vow goo on him several days ago. Li Ran was an unexpected gain for Fang Yuan. There would be traces left behind if he killed Li Ran which would attract Shang Clan's doubts and ruin his plans, so he did not do it. To Fang Yuan, Li Ran was a chess piece which was not easy to use but had its own use. Someday in future, he might be able to obtain the rank 5 refinement recipe for all-out effort goo from Wu Clan through Li Ran. Right now, the most important thing was to stabilize Wu Clan through Li Ran. 3 days earlier, Li Ran used the emergency contact method to contact the emissary. He expressed that Fang Yuan could be used well. Like this, the chance of Wu Clan taking revenge was small. Fang Yuan possessed Purple Thorn token which meant Shang Clan was paying attention to him. Fang Yuan was also a rank 3 goo master, and his battle strength increased sharply with the all-out effort goo. If Wu Clan really wanted to retaliate, they would have to send rank 3 or rank 4 goo masters. Mobilizing these elder-level strengths would smash apart the tacit understanding of secret battles between high-tiered clans. The benefit of saving Li Ran was evident here. Again. Fang Yuan swept away his unorganized thoughts and gave a low shout. He lowered his body, held his arms, and with a shift of his mind, 5% of his light silver primeval essence poured into Vertical Crash goo. Vertical Crash. The goo's mystical ability immediately and uncontrollably sent his legs rushing forward. Bang bang bang. He dashed forward dozen of steps in a perfectly straight line, continuously knocking down 3 stone pillars. When he reached the 4th stone pillar, the pillars shook continuously but did not fall down in the end. This was the result of Fang Yuan not using all-out effort goo. Vertical Crash goo was a movement goo Fang Yuan bought. Its ability was to break through by force. If there were no obstacles, the straight charging momentum could last for 50 steps before it stopped. If there were obstacles, the momentum would last for less than 50 steps. This goo was more suitable for Fang Yuan compared to Jumping Grass. Jumping Grass's jumping ability came from the goo worm's strength, while Vertical Crash goo's strength came from Fang Yuan's body. As Fang Yuan becomes stronger, the Vertical Crash goo's forceful breakthrough ability would also increase. In the battle with Li Ran, Fang Yuan had used Vertical Crash goo in combination with Boar Phantom. The combination was perfect and inflicted heavy injuries to Li Ran. Horizontal Charge. Fang Yuan activated a goo. His whole body immediately charged horizontally like a tyrannical crab, smashing the stone pillars. This was Horizontal Charge goo and was similar to Vertical Crash goo, except it charged horizontally. Fang Yuan had sold Jumping Grass and bought Horizontal Charge goo and Vertical Crash goo as his movement goo. These two goo allowed the goo master to exert force while moving and were extremely suitable for strength path goo masters. The movement itself became a means of attack. When I reach rank 4, I can then fuse these two goo into Charging Crash goo and continue using them. This was a long-term investment which also indirectly saved money. Next, Fang Yuan alternatively used these two goo and crashed here and there on the small square, like a wild bull. This time, he multitasked. Not only did he use Horizontal Charge goo or Vertical Crash goo alternatively, he also simultaneously used all-out effort goo. The stone pillars were sent flying before collapsing fiercely on the ground and producing dull thuds now and then. Using Boar's Strength Phantom can send 5 stone pillars flying and knock down 8. Using Bear's Strength Phantom can send 7 pillars flying and knock down 5. Using Crocodile's Strength Phantom can send 3 stone pillars flying and knock down 4. Fang Yuan carefully experienced these subtle differences. It was clear that Boar was suitable for charging, and the longer the distance of the charge, better the result. Brown Bear possessed formidable strength at first before becoming weaker later. As for the Crocodile, it was clearly not suitable method for charging attack. Right now, all-out effort goo can only activate the phantom of one goo. I can't use Boar's Strength Phantom and Bear's Strength Phantom at the same time. That is to say, my strength of 2 boars is somewhat wasteful. If it was changed to some other beast's strength, they could strengthen other aspects of attacking. Now I have strength of 2 boars, strength of a bear, and strength of a crocodile. This has reached the limit of what my body can bear. It is time to use Steel Tendon goo. Fang Yuan had already bought Steel Tendon goo. Steel Tendon and Iron Bones perfectly complemented each other. But Steel Tendon goo was different from Iron Bone goo. The latter was an expendable type goo, while the former needed to be continuously used for a period of time before it could bring qualitative change to Fang Yuan's tendons, turning them into steel tendons. Fan Yuan called for a servant to clean up the messed up square and returned to his secret room. He did not want to waste even a second and began using steel tendon goo to reform his body. 3 days later, 5th Inner City's battle stage. A blue-shirt burly man stood in front of Fan Yuan. His breathing was rough and his heart still had lingering fear. I only crossed 5 to 6 moves with this kid and suffered heavy injuries. The all-out effort goo really can't be stopped. Every move can bring out a beast phantom. Truly terrifying. This blue-shirt burly man stared tightly at Fan Yuan, barely raising his spirits. I can't lose. As long as I defeat him, I can get all-out effort goo as per the battle stage's rules. With this goo, I can also cultivate strength path. As the blue-shirt burly man thought of this, he gave a fierce growl and pounced upon Fan Yuan. Water prison goo. He opened his mouth wide and spit out a blue ball of water. The water ball rapidly expanded and trapped Fan Yuan inside it. Fan Yuan coldly snorted and casually punched inside the water. Bore strength phantom. The water ball shook thrice before becoming deformed but did not collapse. It is no use. To deal with you, I purposely took a high-interest loan and bought this rank 3 water prison goo. The blue-shirt burly man proudly laughed. Fan Yuan's gaze turned cold and without any panic, punched again. Bear strength phantom. The water ball fiercely shook, deforming intensely and almost collapsed, but still returned to its original state in the end. Beast strength is hard, the flow of water is soft. Use softness to subdue hardness, you can't break it. The blue-shirt burly man took a deep breath and relaxed his mind. But right at this time, Fan Yuan raised his leg and kicked to the side. Crocodile strength phantom. Crocodile strength was different from boar and brown bear. It was an amphibious creature and was very adept at the water element. Bang! The water prison was smashed into pieces. What? The blue-shirt burly man was pale with fright. Vertical crash goo. Thump. The blue-shirt burly man was sent flying by Fan Yuan. Blood spurted out of his mouth in large amounts, and he only landed on the ground after flying for 20 full steps. He struggled violently to get up, but he fell down again before he could stand even a little. There were no movements anymore. He was dead. Chapter 289. Can't stop me. Even Wang Han lost and died in the battle stage. This lad is too ruthless, he does not know how to show mercy. The all-out effort goo is strong indeed. Outside the stage, spectators discussed. Fan Yuan kicked and destroyed the water prison, charging over and killing the blue-shirt man from the impact, causing the battle to end. The blue-shirt man's chest was completely caved in, as his white ribs were exposed. Soon, blood dyed the battle stage's field red. The hosting goo master walked onto the stage and declared Fan Yuan's victory. The blue-shirt man's corpse was left lying there, no one was dealing it with at the moment. From the hosting goo master, Fan Yuan took back the Vine information goo, and looked into the goo. He had 17 victories now, with 0 losses. After all, this was the 5th Inner City battle stage. It was mostly made up of rank 2 goo masters. Fan Yuan had the cultivation advantage plus the all-out effort goo. After his first few matches, in the subsequent battles, he only took a few moves to win. These victories earned him a large number of primeval stones. Winning in the battle stage, you not only get your opponent's goo worms, you can also receive primeval stones as a reward from the battle stage. The more the spectators, the more primeval stones you earn. Li Ran, this is 50,000 primeval stones. I'm passing this to you in public in case you try to defame me in the future. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Fan Yuan took out a bag of primeval stones. Li Ran walked out from the crowd, receiving the primeval stones with a smiling face as numerous envious people watched. Fan Jing, you truly kept your word. First, you passed me 80,000, and now 50,000, a total of 130,000 primeval stones already. He cupped his fists, saying that as he left. The crowd went wild. This Fan Jun, first he gave 80,000, next 50,000, where did he get all those stones? Some did not understand. It is not strange, during these 2 weeks, he got consecutive victories in the battle stage. The fame of the all-out effort goo attracted many spectators. Every match earns him thousands of primeval stones. After a few battles, he would have several tens of thousands. Someone replied in a sour tone. Not just that, this lad is ruthless, killing his opponent almost every match. Very few people can survive a match with him, thus he can get around 2 to 3 goo worms per battle. After selling them, that is another sum of primeval stones. Someone snorted, revealing Fan Yuan's brutal acts. This Fang Jing is too much, he is advancing by stepping on our corpses. Someone was furious. Someone sighed. We are all demonic goo masters, why is there a need to kill each other? Sigh. Someone exclaimed. But to speak the truth, this Fang Jing has his merits. Actually passingly ran 200,000 primeval stones as promised. To speak the truth, if I was in that position. Once he said so, the crowd became silent. But someone quickly retorted. He hasn't finished paying the 200,000 primeval stones. We can talk again after he pays the full sum. Looking at Fan Yuan leaving, someone laughed coldly among the crowd. His good days are coming to an end. In 5 days' time, it would be the date where Li Hao forcefully challenges him. Li Hao? Didn't he ascend to 4th Inner City already? Just a little bit to go. I can't wait to watch this battle. Hee, this lad is too arrogant. Let Li Hao teach him a lesson. Swish, swish, swish. In the aperture, primeval essence ebbed and flowed, waves appearing on surface of the light silver primeval sea. Steel tendon goo swam in the sea, absorbing primeval essence as it emitted a black light. It was shaped like an earthworm, but had a black body and the surface was not as soft as an earthworm. Instead, there was an oily and shiny exoskeleton. It emitted an eerie light, penetrating the aperture and shining on every part of Fan Yuan's body. Under the influence of the eerie light, Fan Yuan's muscles and tendons were covered in an oily dark color, causing them to become more firm and strong. After half a day, Fan Yuan stopped using the steel tendon goo. He had sweated a lot, his breathing was rough, and his head felt slightly dizzy. The feeling of using the steel tendon goo was not comfortable. It gave a sort of numb, painful and itchy feeling, invading his nerves. It put the endurance of the goo master to test. An ordinary goo master, when using the steel tendon goo, it would take half a year to complete. But in Fan Yuan's plans, he condensed the time to a month. This means the amount of time Fan Yuan uses on the steel tendon goo a day is 6 times of an ordinary person. It was a strict test of his willpower and endurance. I have to treasure every minute and second, to cultivate, increasing my strength as fast as possible. I need primeval stones, the battle stage is the best way to earn. But if I lose a match, I would lose the all-out effort goo. I might be able to use the purple thorn token to stop them, but I would have to pay a huge price in other aspects. I cannot lose at all. I am like a battle horse charging rapidly now, as my battle strength rises. But if I lose one match, it would be game over. My rapid growth would experience a huge setback. Shan Clan City is merely a starting point. How can I fall here? In this life, I have to become a goo immortal. I have to break through to rank 7, 8, and 9. I want to ascend to the peak, and see the view that I did not manage to in my previous life. Legend says that beyond rank 9, it is the supreme realm of immortality. It is easy to have a long life, but to be an immortal, no one has ever managed to do it. The highest point for a life form is to reach immortality. Their greatest desire is immortality. What is the point of wealth? It is merely a hoarding addiction. What men and women? It is just primal instincts. What reputation? It is just bullshit people spew about you, carrying the stench of depravity. Wealth, beauty, reputation, status, people who pursue all these are short-sighted. Back on Earth, there was no choice, as everyone was going to die eventually, thus they can only pursue these or life would be meaningless. But in this world, where primeval essence is rich, why would we not pursue immortality given the possibility? For the sake of immortality, wealth, beauty, reputation, status, I can make use of all of them, and I can also discard them as easily. For immortality, fear cannot stop me, I will charge forward relentlessly. For immortality, laziness will not stop me, I will never slack even for a moment. For immortality, pain cannot stop me, gods and demons cannot stop me, even heaven and earth cannot stop me. As he affirmed his belief, Fan Yuan's black eerie eyes seemed to burn with a scarlet-red demonic blaze. After his rest was over, he activated the steel tendon goo again without hesitation. The dark eerie light shone on his body, even penetrating his skin. In the silent secret room, his expression was extremely cold, like a statue made of steel, giving off the feeling of an everlasting toughness. What numbness, pain or itching, they were merely tiny ripples in his heart. Others might not be able to stand it, but that does not mean Fan Yuan cannot. If stubbornness is demonic, then Fan Yuan is a demon among demons. No matter how many times he dies, it would not influence his resolve. No matter what setbacks he faces, they would only be firewood that allows the demonic ambitions in his heart to burn even more brightly. Bam! The loud sound reverberated in the battle stage. Rocks and soil flew, as a blast of air swept the battlefield. Although his opponent escaped the fatal blow, he was still pushed away by the air current and retreated over 10 steps. The dust cloud dispersed, and the culprit behind this attack revealed its true form. This was a giant toad. It was larger than a mammoth, having 2 eyes as large as stone mills. Its body was gray and had a huge stomach and strong limbs. There was green moss on its skin, and even some tiny rocks on the surface. What gathered the most attention was its back. Its back was extremely swollen, like it was carrying a small hill. This hill was the real deal, completely made of mountain rocks, about 10.5 feet high. It had many layers and folds, like it was shaved by swords and axes. Grass and weed grew on the mountain rocks, and there were even 2 or 3 trees. This was the rank 3 goo, named mountain back toad. It was heavy and cumbersome. Its signature move was to leap up and crash down like a mountain. Earlier, it had displayed this move and caused an earthquake to strike the battle stage. Many spectators lost their balance, and many things toppled. This attack is too strong, really too strong. What a grand sight, even a spectator would feel his heart thumping. The mountain back toad is like a castle, attack and defense all in one. The only weakness is a lack of speed, but its owner perfectly covered up this weakness. Everyone discussed as they looked at this mountain back toad, but quickly shifted their gaze to a goo master. This goo master wore a flowery robe, was thin, and had a delicate appearance. Although he was a man, he had makeup and powder on his face, as he stood at one end of the battle stage, playing with his long fingernails. His name is Li Hao, rank 3 cultivation with a rich combat experience. He was especially proficient in dealing with strength path goo masters. Just you alone, you want to compete with me? Admit defeat, don't waste my time. Li Hao stared at his fingernails, not even giving his opponent a glance. Scoundrel, looking down on me. Take this. His opponent was also someone commonly seen in the battle stage, being humiliated in public like this, his face contorted with anger as he gritted his teeth and pounced on Li Hao. Li Hao looked at him silently. As the opponent rapidly approached, Li Hao laughed coldly. You have not learned your lesson, was it not enough? Then I'll let you experience it again. Position swap goo! Li Hao's gaze gave off a strange light as he looked at his mountain back toad. In a breath's time, he vanished on the spot, appearing at the mountain back toad's location. At the same time, the mountain back toad appeared at his former location. Using the position swap goo, he swapped places with the mountain back goo. His opponent was rushing towards Li Hao, but in a split second, the mountain back toad appeared before him. Bam! Mountain back toad jumped, and like a flying mountain, it sent the opponent flying. The battle ended just as expected. Mountain back toad with position swap goo, such a battle strategy is unbeatable. That's right, the position swap goo can not only change the mountain back toad's location, it can also swap with the opponent. This completely eliminates the mountain back toad's weakness of low movement speed. After this battle, Li Hao has 29 net victories. Just one more, and he can rise to 4th inner city. Hurry and leave, no one can stop him here anymore. Who is his final opponent? It is that super lucky guy who got the legendary goo. Chapter 290. Fan Yuan vs. Li Hao. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Fan Yuan had another battle scheduled. Your opponent today has quite the background. Wei Yan walked towards Fan Yuan, instructing him to be careful. Fan Yuan nodded. He had never fought without adequate preparations. After being in an alliance with Li Ran, he obtained a lot of valuable information about the battle stage participants. Li Ran was a spy, undercover for 8 years. His job was to gather information anyway. His understanding of the battle stage surpasses even Wei Yang. Li Hao was also once a strength cultivator, rising to 4th inner city. He once had a glorious past, but encountered a bottleneck. In terms of strength cultivators, they were strong at the start, but start to show weakness in the middle stage, stuck there with no way to progress further. Li Hao was greatly traumatized, giving up on the strength path and changing to a support style. Well, it was due to him finally getting lucky, choosing a good rock in the gambling den and obtaining the rare position swap goo. With his rich experience, he immediately sold all the goo he had and purchased a mountain back toad in the auction house. Next, he relied on the cooperation between these 2 goo and won all the matches he participated in. Relying on the goo and primeval stones he won, he slowly accumulated his assets and gathered a new set of goo worms. He is forcefully challenging you because he wants that all-out effort goo. You have to be careful, Wei Yang said, as he patted Fan Yuan's shoulders and blended into the crowd. Fan Yuan looked deeply at Wei Yang as he walked onto the arena. Whenever there was an important battle, Wei Yang would come and watch. Fan Yuan understood he was mere to act as mental support for Fan Yuan. One reason was because Shang clan wanted to recruit him, but more likely, it was because he treated Fan Yuan as a real brother. Relationships between people is this weird. Some people interact for tens of years without getting closer. Some people just talk once and become close friends. Fan Yuan understood Wei Yang's emotions. He could see his former shadow in Fan Yuan. This strong sense of acknowledgement, as well as Fan Yuan's candid nature, made him treat Fan Yuan as a close friend. Wei Yang, Fan Yuan thought, as he walked to the center of the arena. The terrain of this arena is a large-sized swamp. Black rotten mud, giving off a putrid smell, and there were even puddles everywhere. Li Hao had not arrived yet. Outside the battle stage, large number of spectators were gathered. This was the most people Fan Yuan had seen at any of his battles. Standing on the arena, he looked around to see people all around him. Everyone conversed at the same time, causing the entire battle stage to be full of noise and chattering. This Fang Jing is in trouble today. He had been so arrogant these days, he should be taught a lesson. Youngsters think too highly of themselves, he really thinks one all-out effort goo makes him invincible. Li Hao is here. Someone shouted. The crowd went silent, before going wild again, their voices bursting through the roof. At the entrance, Li Hao appeared. Lord Li Hao, we're all counting on you. May you win your 30th match and advance to 4th Inner City. Among the crowd, many people shouted, some screamed. Compared to Fan Yuan, they thought more highly of Li Hao. When Fan Yuan first came, he was extremely arrogant, killing many opponents, ruthless and cruel. He had the purple thorn token, causing everyone to be jealous of his good luck. In contrast, Li Hao was a veteran in the battle stage. He had first walked on the strength path, then fell from 4th Inner City. He had risen from the lowest part of his life, signifying the spirit of never give up in the battle stage. It would ignite everyone's passion. Li Hao carried a light smile as he walked onto the stage. He was thin, wearing a flowery robe and makeup, as he walked casually towards Fan Yuan. But around 60 steps away, he stopped, not advancing further. Fan Yuan, in his previous few fights, used the vertical crash goo to assault his opponents, sending them flying, easily winning in one strike. Li Hao was a veteran in the battle stage, he obviously made preparations for that. The vertical crash goo's effective range was 50 steps, he was safe at the 60th border. Strength cultivator, he gave Fan Yuan a sweeping glance, filled with disdain. Young man, unfortunately, your consecutive victory ends here. Do you know, looking at you now, it is just like me in the past. There is no future in the strength path, so what if you have the all-out effort goo? Thank me, after I defeat you today, you will know it is for your own good, letting you understand the insufficiency of the strength path. He started lecturing Fan Yuan with his status as a senior. You sure talk a lot, can you shut up? Fan Yuan folded his arms, with a plain expression. You! Li Hao's face flushed with fury, as his laughter was filled with animosity. Young man, you do not respect your elders, you are bound to suffer. At this time, with the sound of the bell, the hosting goo master announced the start of the battle. Vertical crash goo! Fan Yuan took a big stride, charging forward. Pew! The soil under his feet danced like waves, splashing high up on his left and right. Wow, what a grand sight! Li Hao laughed lightly. He knew very clearly the vertical crash goo could only charge 50 steps ahead. Every time it is used, there is a cooldown period of 5 breaths. He was 60 steps away. It might seem dangerous, but he was completely safe. This terrain was advantage to him. A muddy terrain was unlike a rough and flat surface, it was not suited for charging type attacks. As expected, Fan Yuan charged 45 steps and stopped. But soon after, Fan Yuan turned his body to one side, facing Li Hao with his side view. Horizontal charge goo! The soil and mud were split apart as the phantom image of a wild boar appeared. With a charging action, its speed raised sharply, wild and tough. In the blink of an eye, Fan Yuan reached Li Hao. If he was hit, he would definitely vomit blood and break a few bones. Li Hao went pale. At the crucial moment, he activated his vital goo. Position swap. In an instant, he swapped with Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was facing Li Hao as he charged, but now, Li Hao was behind him as he charged ahead, getting further away from Li Hao. I was careless! In just this moment, Li Hao's forehead was pouring with sweat. He did not think that Fan Yuan would be much of a threat to him. After knowing Fan Yuan had the vertical crash Gu and horizontal charge Gu, he did not think much about it, but that almost caused him to be severely injured. At the crucial moment, his years of experience saved him. Compared to defending, why not dodge? One position swap, and Fan Yuan missed. No matter how great your strength, as long as you hit air, you cannot cause damage, it is pointless. This lad has the all-out effort Gu, every move of his strikes hard. I sold my strength Gu and got rid of the beast's strength in my body. I cannot compete with him head-on. Li Hao calmed his nerves and retreated. He used his movement Gu, his body turning light as the wind, floating backwards, rapidly pulling distance from Fan Yuan. At the same time, he raised his finger and pointed at the sky, as a green light shot out from his aperture, towards the sky. It was a jade-green light, stopping in mid-air then exploded. Under the glaring light, the body of the mountain-back toad showed itself, descending. There was a black shadow on the ground, engulfing Fan Yuan, and got larger over time. 5 breaths had long passed. Fan Yuan looked at Li Hao, and activated the vertical crash Gu, charging over. He raised his speed rapidly, quickly getting out of the shadow's range. The moment he got out, the mountain-back toad landed. Bam! A loud bang, and the entire battle stage trembled, as black mud and soil flew into the air like tidal waves. The waves splashed to the edge of the arena, causing the spectators to dodge instinctively, but a huge dark red shield protected them. The battle stage obviously had defensive Gu to protect the audiences. It appeared, Lord Li Hao's mountain-back toad. Seeing this, someone screamed in excitement. Even if Fan Jing charges at Li Hao, it is pointless. Li Hao only needs to use the position swap Gu, and easily change position with the mountain-back toad. But Fan Yuan did not charge at Li Hao. He stopped in his tracks. The black mud splashed on him like a wave, but were repelled by the canopy Gu's white armor. Horizontal charge Gu. After the wave subsided, he tilted his body away from the mountain-back toad, and charged horizontally towards it. Howl! The roar of a bear was heard, as a brown bear phantom appeared, howling at the sky, giving off its wild aura. Bam! Fan Yuan slammed on the mountain-back toad's body, causing the toad to sway. But that was it. The mountain-back toad's unique hill was made of mountain rocks that have great density. It was one of the heaviest rank 3 Gu. Once its 4 legs stood on the ground, it was like an unmovable mountain, causing everyone to gasp at its firmness. But Fan Yuan did not care. He raised both arms and smashed on it like a hammer. Howl! Above his head, the phantoms of boar, brown bear, and crocodile appeared one after another. His punches tore through the winds as he attacked without restraint. Hitting on the mountain-back toad, thunderous sounds went off like firecrackers. Such a fierce attack sent the spectators into deep fear, as cold sweat ran down their back. If I was the target, I would not have a complete corpse by now. The all-out effort Gu is too strong, really too strong. But Fan Zheng's brain is fried, not attacking Li Hao but instead, punching that mountain. The defense of the mountain-back toad was impressive. Even with Fan Yuan's ferocious attacks, it did not move, causing people to feel helpless against it. But Fan Yuan had a cold expression. The more he attacked, the fiercer it got, like this toad had a great feud with him. Li Hao's expression changed. No matter how tough the mountain-back toad was, it had its limits. It could not endure this rain of punches anymore. Gwa gwa gwa. The mountain-back toad started shouting, as the pain was exceeding its limits. This cannot go on! Li Hao's heart jumped, as he willed and rode on the mountain-back toad. Mountain-back toad started to counterattack, stepping on the mud and charging at Fan Yuan. With its weight, if Fan Yuan took this head-on, he would definitely be sent flying. Horizontal charge Gu. His eyes shone brightly, moving away at the last moment, dodging the mountain-back toad's attack. Getting around the toad's body, and hitting again. Chapter 291. Fan Yuan vs. Li Hao. Roar! The beast phantom appeared with a flash and gave a loud roar. The mountain-back toad croaked in pain and suddenly slammed towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan snorted and dodged. Mountain-back toad carried a small hill on its back. It was very heavy and had a slow speed, so Fan Yuan could easily dodge it. Horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu were used in succession, Mountain-back toad repeatedly tried to attack Fan Yuan but could not even touch his clothes. The audience was watching the match with stupefied expressions. The mountain-back toad was a lofty and immovable image in everyone's minds, but right now, it was crying out from Fan Yuan's attacks. "This kid is actually so violent!" Li Hao was starting to get worried. He gritted his teeth and prompted the mountain-back toad to jump. "You brat, I am going to smash you into mincemeat!" Li Hao cracked a sneer, his mind full of killing intent. However, mountain-back toad's shadow was not over Fan Yuan. Instead, it was over Li Hao. Mountain-back toad's enormous body began to fall down and smash heavily on Li Hao. Most of the audience were so stupefied that they could not react in time. Only Wei Yang and a few others' eyes shone as they realized Li Hao's battle tactic. Just using mountain-back toad to smash Fan Yuan was likely to fail easily. Fan Yuan possessed horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu. He could completely dodge the attack. However, the mountain-back toad was landing on Li Hao and Li Hao could use position swap Gu to change his position with Fan Yuan. As long as he grasped the proper timing, he could prevent Fan Yuan from reacting in time and be crushed by the mountain-back toad. With a weight like that of mountain-back toad, even if Fan Yuan was not squashed to death, he would absolutely suffer heavy injuries. However, the moment mountain-back toad jumped in the air, Fan Yuan immediately charged towards Li Hao. By using horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu, he soon reached Li Hao. Accursed brat, he actually saw through my plan! Li Hao was very annoyed right now. There was still some distance between Fan Yuan and him now, but if he used position swap Gu now, Fan Yuan would have enough time to dodge mountain-back toad's attack. But if he did not use it now and Fan Yuan stuck close to him, even if he used position swap Gu to change positions, it would be too late to escape and he would be crushed to death along with Fan Yuan by the mountain-back toad. Helplessly, Li Hao activated position swap Gu and changed position with Fan Yuan. Bam! The mountain-back toad landed on the ground. Fan Yuan, as expected, used horizontal charge to dodge. He was always paying attention to the cooldown period of horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu. There were 3 breaths of time interval between them. Taking into account the time taken to charge 50 steps, he would always have a movement Gu to use. These small details often determined success or failure. Fan Yuan accumulated a rich combat experience in his previous life, allowing him to have no flaws. He again charged towards mountain-back toad, punching and kicking with an all-out offensive. Beast phantoms also appeared one after another, making his attacks extremely fierce. Stones flew about. Mountain-back toad got into a dangerous situation again and began croaking. The audiences who were hooting before fell silent. Many watched this scene, startled and their jaws opened wide. All-out effort Gu became so powerful and tyrannical in Fan Yuan's hands, even mountain-back toad could only turn into a punching bag and fall into a vulnerable position. One side was like wildfire, extremely intense, but at Li Hao's side, it was quiet and still. Li Hao had never expected Fan Yuan to persevere in attacking the mountain-back toad so relentlessly. His previous opponents had all ignored mountain-back toad and tried attacking Li Hao. If Li Hao was defeated, there was no need to worry about mountain-back toad. This was the strategy that smart people used. But Fan Yuan apparently chose the most stupid target to attack. He concentrated all his strength on mountain-back toad and paid no heed to Li Hao. Li Hao was given the cold shoulder. He felt like he had become a spectator who was not related to the situation. The situation was truly embarrassing. Beast phantoms continually flashed and converged in the air. Fan Yuan moved around mountain-back toad and attacked fiercely. Mountain-back toad's enormous and mighty physique now looked so clumsy. Not good, mountain-back toad is coughing out blood! Li Hao, who was watching the scene from afar, felt his body go cold. Position swap Gu. Strange lights flashed in his eyes as he captured Fan Yuan's image. The next instant, Fan Yuan's field of view had changed greatly. He was moved far away by Li Hao in a split second. In contrast, Li Hao took Fan Yuan's position and was standing beside mountain-back toad. He placed his palms on mountain-back toad and started healing it. He was inwardly startled by the injuries on mountain-back toad. He had fought so many matches on the battle stage, but had never seen such serious injuries. Am I going to lose this match? Losing to such a young junior? No, impossible! The intense premonition of defeat rose for the first time in Li Hao's heart. Fan Yuan sneered and charged again. How could he allow Li Hao to heal mountain-back toad so openly in front of his eyes? Seeing Fan Yuan charging over, Li Hao gritted his teeth, but he could only give up on healing and retreated back. He waited till Fan Yuan had charged in front of Mountain Back Toad before using position swap goo. Like this, he was again standing beside Mountain Back Toad and Fan Yuan was far away. But Fan Yuan was not worried and still charged over. Li Hao's healing was repeatedly disrupted while Fan Yuan's attacks also had no effect. Despite this, Fan Yuan still kept on charging over without giving up. Several repeated attempts later, it was Li Hao instead who stopped healing, his complexion mixed. The audience could not make any sense of this. But there were still some smart people. Fang Jing's repeated attacks appeared to be useless, but actually Li Hao's primeval essence was greatly consumed. That's right. Although position swap goo is mystical, it has its flaws and huge primeval essence consumption is one. The further the distance and stronger the target, the more primeval essence Li Hao needs to expend to activate position swap goo. Fang Jing possesses the strength of 2 boars, a crocodile and a bear. The primeval essence consumption of Li Hao to use position swap goo is definitely a lot. Moreover, he still wanted to heal Mountain Back Toad. Even a rank 3's primeval essence can't support such intense usage. Li Hao also realized this, and thus stopped his healing attempt. He did not have much primeval essence left now. If it were his previous opponents, he could still continue with his rank 3 white-silver primeval essence. But his opponent now, Fan Yuan, was also a rank 3 goo master and had already established superiority in terms of primeval essence. Looking at Fan Yuan charging over again, Li Hao hesitated but had no choice but to go ahead. Fan Yuan clenched his fists and immediately abandoned the Mountain Back Toad, attacking towards Li Hao. Bang bang bang. His fists broke the air, the momentum and fierceness they contained were incomparable, like tides striking the cliff. Several moves later, Li Hao could not endure it anymore. Although he had other goo, his true core was the Mountain Back Toad and position swap goo. In order to decrease the primeval essence consumption of position swap goo, he had completely removed the beast phantoms hidden in his body. Fan Yuan's offensive was extremely fierce like the howling storm, making Li Hao have difficulty breathing. Li Hao relied on his previous foundation of a strength cultivator to forcefully withstand few moves before he had no choice but use position swap goo to change places with Mountain Back Toad. Fan Yuan did not pursue Li Hao but began attacking Mountain Back Toad. Phantoms of boar, brown bear and crocodile flashed one after another. Rocks flew about and Mountain Back Toad spurted out large mouthful of blood, counterattacking in a frenzy. But Fan Yuan used horizontal charge and vertical crash goo alternatively. As such, Mountain Back Toad's counterattacks looked really clumsy. How could it be like this? Even Lord Li Hao had to fight personally and share the burden with Mountain Back Toad. Fan Jing's attacks are terrifyingly fierce, suppressing both Li Hao and Mountain Back Toad. The match's progress was beyond most of the audience's expectation. Ever since Li Hao abandoned Strength Path and changed into Support Path, they had never seen him fall into such a predicament. Li Hao's battle tactics were pretty good. The combination of position swap goo and Mountain Back Toad was brilliant. Even Fan Yuan could not crack this battle tactic. However, he did not need to crack it. He had never thought of cracking it, just swinging his arms and continuing his all-out strategy. No matter who appears in front of me, I will beat them. This seems like a foolish move, but actually concealed great wisdom in it. Savagery and tyrannical momentum was unleashed like this. This is a good method. Some people's eyes brightened. If I were to fight Li Hao in the future, I need to be like Fang Jing, disregarding everything else and attacking Mountain Back Toad. As soon as these words came out, the person's words was denied and mocked by others beside him. Nonsense! You want to imitate him, is your brain okay? Fang Jing can do this because he is a strength cultivator and his primeval essence expenditure is low. You are a fire path cultivator, you attacking Mountain Back Toad is exactly what Li Hao would want to see. Without primeval essence, a goo master's battle strength was sure to fall sharply and would be almost equal to a mortal. In a battle, the side with higher primeval essence was often dominant. And as the gap between primeval essence quantity increased, this dominance increased further. The goo master who thought of imitating Fan Yuan heard this and immediately choked with no way to retort. Someone patted his head and said as if he had comprehended something. I suddenly see that strength cultivators have their advantages. That's right. Someone sitting nearby immediately replied. Strength cultivators' attacks draws the strength of their bodies. Thus strength goo masters have a common advantage in that they have little primeval essence consumption. Every cultivation path has its own advantage and disadvantage. Strength path being renowned back in the Antiquity era was not without reasons. Everyone looked at the stage again. Li Hao and Mountain-backed Toad were retreating step by step under Fan Yuan's fierce attacks. All-out effort Gu's primeval essence consumption was very small, and Fan Yuan's true attacking power came from his several beast phantoms. But these beast phantoms by themselves did not expend any primeval essence. This was the most absurd part. If it were other Gu masters in Fan Yuan's place, they would have been tired after dozens of rounds, but Fan Yuan's attacks became fiercer the longer he continued. His momentum continually rose, his fists carried with it the sound of the wind and were extremely tyrannical. The sound they produced were like the roars of ferocious tigers or the growls of giant bears. From Fan Yuan's performance, the crowd could see the grand and proud demeanor of strength path cultivators from the ancient times. His heartbeat pulsed rapidly and his blood raced. Fan Yuan felt more pleasant the more he fought. Since rebirth, he had been extremely cautious in his actions, which accumulated suppressed feelings in his heart, and now, as he punched and kicked fanatically, those feelings were all let out. The gloominess in his heart was swept clean. No doubt, obtaining all-out effort Gu was a turning point in Fan Yuan's life. Before this, he had to rush about busily, always in danger, not even able to fill his stomach properly. Encountering even a slightly larger problem would require him to think and ponder extensively. But after obtaining all-out effort Gu, he finally had the qualification to be proud and could use his fists to resolve many things. Like now, he did not need to crack Li Hao's brilliant battle tactic, and could just use his fists to sweep across. Demons was cunning, but they were even more tyrannical. Sweeping the heaven and earth, engulfing the mountains and rivers, blood splashing the world, absolute strength prevails over all schemes. You are fierce, I am fiercer than you. You are unreasonable, I am more unreasonable than you. Demon! 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 Kill! 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 Fan Yuan fought to his heart's content, his emotions surging intensely inside him. Finally, he could bear it no longer, and the emotions poured out like a torrent. Because hardships strengthen resolve, the strong-minded will not be lured by worldly affairs. Today I step on grass, later I shall step on mountains and rivers. From today, I will walk on the path of supremacy. Sweep the earth and laugh at the world. Tread the green mountains, step on the blue seas, bind the blue dragon, assault the sky. Bath in difficulties and sharpen the demonic soul, lift the flag and sing in triumph, defy heaven, defy fate, defy the universe. Bam! A punch ruthlessly struck the mountain-backed toad, the small hill on its back collapsed, blood flowed out of its body as it was beaten to death by Fan Yuan. Horizontal charge, vertical crash. Li Hao was sent flying for dozens of steps before he fell down on the ground. Plop, he fell on the mud, no longer moving. The black mud mixed with dark red blood contaminated his flowery robe. He paid with his life for his contempt. The battle ended abruptly. Fan Yuan proudly stood on the spot. His masculine, ferocious aura pervaded the scene. His declaration still echoed in the battle stage. Other than that, it was a scene of silence. No one spoke. Chapter 292. Law Fragment, Traces of Great Tao. In the secret room, Fan Yuan sat on the cushion, his eyes shut tightly. Light silver primeval essence continued to pour into the self-reliance Gu. Self-reliance Gu was diving in the primeval sea in Fan Yuan's aperture. It was shaped like a cockroach, a dark brown-colored flat body. There were feelers on its head, and wings on its back. This was the rank 3 healing Gu that Fan Yuan purchased for a huge amount of primeval stones. Self-reliance Gu could be said to be the best Gu for strength-cultivating Gu masters. The greater the physical strength of the Gu master, the better the effect of the self-reliance Gu's healing. In contrast, the weaker the Gu master, the weaker the healing effect. Self-reliance, relying on oneself, it meant obtaining the ability to regenerate and heal using one's own strength. Fan Yuan had the strength of 2 boars, 1 bear and a crocodile. Now that he used the self-reliance Gu, the healing effect was on par with the flesh-bone Gu. This was not its limit yet. When Fan Yuan gains new strength from more Gu, its effect would surpass the flesh-bone Gu, continually improving. But the self-reliance Gu has its weaknesses. It could not heal others, only the Gu master himself. This greatly limited its use. Moreover, it was expensive. As a rare Gu, it costs 45,000 primeval stones. Even more expensive than the sword Shadow Gu. Thus, although there were many strength path Gu masters, few could afford it. Different from ancient times, strength path Gu masters now were of the lowest social class, holding jobs that involve physical work. There were many low-rank ones, few high-rank ones, and even less outstanding ones. Barely any stood at the peak. In the entire southern border, only Empress Wuji was a successful story. But even she relied on the ancient strength path inheritance to do so. This was an era where strength path declined. Now, Fan Yuan was using the self-reliance Gu to recover his injuries. In the battle with Li Hao, he had gotten injured. The biggest culprit was not Li Hao, not the mountain-backed toad, but Fan Yuan himself. As he attacked with such a ferocious force, and for such a long time, it caused his muscles and tendons to be overworked, and some of them tore. Even the canopy Gu was in bad shape, needing time to recover. Thankfully, he had used the iron bones Gu before, thus there was no problems with his bones. If not, even his bones would have broke. Normally, when people exerted too much strength, they would pull a muscle. If a cannon is fired too many times, it would be easy to jam up. Any kind of strength needed a foundation to contain it. On this aspect, strength path Gu masters follow the same rule. Fan Yuan had the canopy Gu and iron bones, but his strength was too great, unleashing such a flurry of attacks, even his muscles could not take it. There was great stress on his organs, blood, etc. After this battle, there were lots of hidden injuries in his body. Even his sweat had blood traces. Since I started using the self-reliance Gu to heal, this is the 10th hour already. Mostly because of the steel tendon Gu, it is making my healing difficult. Fan Yuan had an understanding of his situation. Before this, he had been using the steel tendon Gu to transform and train his body. It caused the tendons in his muscles to gain a layer of black color, shining with a metallic glow, becoming tougher. Right now, his tendons were either pulled or torn. To reconnect and heal them, it would be much harder than an ordinary person's muscles and tendons. Why is that so? Ordinary people might not know why, only treating this as a natural phenomenon. But Fan Yuan knew clearly, he had been a Gu immortal after all. He knew these involved the natural laws of heaven and earth. Man is the spirit of all beings, Gu is the essence of heaven and earth. Whether the Gu worm's body is large or small, it would contain a law fragment of the great Tao. Steel tendon Gu's effect is to reinforce the tendons in the Gu master's body until they are tough as steel. This caused Fan Yuan's tendons to contain the corresponding power of the natural law, the traces of great Tao. For the self-reliance Gu to heal, it not only has to recover the body's tendons, but also has to overcome and overwrite this layer of natural law. But thankfully, this law did not clash with the healing law. Otherwise, not only would Fan Yuan not be healed, he would be damaged instead. Similarly, the brown bear innate strength Gu, black and white boar Gu, and crocodile strength Gu were the same. They contained the great Tao law fragments regarding physical strength. When their strength lurk in Fan Yuan's body, they form into beast phantoms and conceal themselves. Only after he unleashes their true power could they be seen by the naked eye. The so-called beast phantom, its essence was the Tao mark of physical strength, a trace of great Tao in heaven and earth. Take the poison vow Gu as another example. It contained the law of restriction, it stays in a Gu master's body to restrict them. This Tao mark is normally not seen, but under the effect of the eating one's words Gu, it will be forced to appear, and then exterminated. The law contained in the eating one's words Gu were opposite of the poison vow Gu. But the former was slightly stronger, thus it could overwrite the other. Or taking it further, why did the rainbow light Gu, position swap Gu, require Gu masters to be free of strength modifications? It was the same reason. The law of strength would interfere with the law of light and the law of space. If the Tao mark of strength is too strong, it would cause the two Gu to fail when utilized. Gu masters use Gu, but the truth is that they use the great Tao law fragments within the Gu. Gu is the carrier of the fragment, a tool of heaven and earth. When Gu masters refine Gu, they are fusing laws and forming laws. Nurturing Gu, using Gu and refining Gu. Gu cultivation is not a small Tao, but a true great Tao. In cultivating, Gu masters learn about nature, and learn about heaven and earth. This is why the hope for immortality, and becoming an everlasting existence still remain. Fan Yuan was clear in his heart. Because hardships strengthen resolve, the strong-minded will not be lured by worldly affairs. Today I step on grass, later I shall step on mountains and rivers. In the study room, Shang Yanfei muttered, thinking about the poem Fan Yuan recited, showing interest on his face. Because of difficulties, one gain aspirations and resolve. The allure of the mortal world cannot restrict one's heart. What grand aspirations! Especially that last line, "Are you treating my Shang clan as grass?" Lord Clan Leader, the way I see it, Fang Jing was referring to his opponent Li Hao, being too weak for him. Wei Yang cupped his fists and said. Shang Yan Fei shook his head. It is fine, I am not so narrow-minded. But it is a pity I missed a good show. Although I did not see it personally, I can imagine the scene of Fang Zheng unleashing his ability, striking with a grand aura. Shang Yan Fei stood at a high point. He had a broad vision, and naturally was broad-minded. Towards Fang Yuan's aspirations, he could understand and appreciate it. Reminded by Shang Yan Fei, Wei Yang recalled the scene of the battle, and exclaimed, "That is indeed so." The battlefield back then, Fang Jing was extremely ferocious, stunning the spectators. Everyone was dominated by his aura and no one said a word. Shang Yan Fei got up from his seat, strolling slowly to the window. Armies are easily built, but generals are hard to come by. A pity this general is too arrogant, not even placing Shang clan in his eyes. But he had gone through tough times, managed to survive, and gained much from it, as his cultivation rose rapidly. This caused his nature to develop in that direction. Lord Clan Leader's analysis is spot on. Young men would definitely have such ambitions, being lawless and fearless. Wei Yang lowered his head, adding on. Shang Yan Fei looked outside the window, squinting. Fang Yuan equated Shang clan city to grass. This was an overwhelming aspiration. He was definitely someone with great ambition. But Shang Yan Fei himself did not mind that. He was a man standing at the peak, on the top of the whole southern border. He could definitely accept people with ambitions. Furthermore, Shang clan city would not truly become grass just because someone said so. What he minded was the first sentence. Because hardships strengthen resolve, the strong-minded will not be lured by worldly affairs. In this world there were lots of people with great ambitions but no ability, while people with aspirations and talent were few, 1 in a million. Those who not only had talent and aspirations, but also a firm will, were almost non-existent. Aspiration and talent were not scary, but if they had an indomitable will and determination, that would cause worry. Such a person, in history, he would either be called a hero, a villain, or a conqueror. Such people can change history, and create history. Such a person, how would he submit to others? How would he allow himself to be used by Shang clan? If he could not be used, and this person walks the demonic path, he would definitely leave his mark in this world, causing storms and disasters in his life. This was not something the righteous path wants to see. Thinking so, Shang Yan Fei suddenly said, I heard, Fang Jing snatched Li Ran's opportunity, thus he compensated him 200,000 primeval stones to repay the favor. How much does he still owe? Wei Yang replied. He already paid 130,000, only 70,000 remain. But it should be repaid soon. Hearing this, Shang Yan Fei's worry eased. He nodded. That's true. Someone with ambition would not mind the small details, so what if it is 200,000 primeval stones? Thinking of how Fang Yuan saved Shang Xinci, Shang Yan Fei laughed. He was really interesting, doing things with his own principles, repaying kindness and taking revenge for hatred. But he does not have righteous morals nor any restraints. Such a nature was dangerous, but there was still hope of recruiting and controlling him. Right now he was at the peak of his fame. There was little hope of recruiting him, they had to wait. After he faces hardship from reality, they will use kindness to move him, and recruit him under Shang Xinci's wing. With such a helper, Shang Yan Fei would feel assured about her safety. Never mind, Fang Jing, let me see how far you can go. Shang Yan Fei thought in his heart. He had a sharp foresight, entirely clear of the situation. After Fang Yuan killed Li Hao, the entire battle zone went into a commotion. The power of the all-out effort Gu was seen by everyone. Many started to realize Fang Yuan was a tough opponent. But on the other hand, it made many experts start to notice and desire the all-out effort Gu. Fang Yuan would have a peaceful time for a while, but soon those days will end. According to his nature, he would definitely suffer extensively. At that time, he would know how weak he truly was. Using the battle stage, he would be suppressed and polished. As Shang Yan Fei predicted, Fang Yuan's days got easier, as he won without a fight in his subsequent matches. Who was Li Hao? He was the number 1 strongest in 5th Inner City battle stage, someone about to rise to 4th Inner City. Even he died by Fang Yuan's iron fist. Who could stop him? But a forceful challenge cannot be cancelled. Those demonic goo masters thinking of taking advantage of the situation were forced to enter the arena. At the start, some minded their reputation and tried to spar with Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan heavily injured several people, and after he killed one person, they did not dare to think highly of themselves anymore. Once the battle started, they surrendered. 19, 20, 21 victories. Fang Yuan went onto the stage no longer to battle, but just to collect primeval stones. It could be said to be the easiest time of his life. And during this period, a group of pursuing by clan goo masters arrived at the foot of Shangclan City. Chapter 293. Heaven is blind. We've finally reached Shangclan City. Staring at the mountain of buildings, Bai Feng sighed. He was a Bai clan elder. When he was young, he roamed the southern border, and had once came to Shangclan City. But this time round, he was already old, the buildings were all unfamiliar to him, and even his goal was to arrest the two demonic goo masters. Do you guys think those two demonic scoundrels really chose this direction? Bai Lian sounded worried. It should be this direction. We split into a few groups at the place where the footless bird landed, but the other directions were all dead ends. Only this path left behind traces, Tai Daoku said. He was uncertain in his heart. Although Tai Clan was the #1 investigator in the southern border, he was an attacking type goo master. Moreover, the southern border had many forests and mountains, complex terrain that made it easy to hide oneself and difficult to trace them. Maybe the two of them died long ago along the way, becoming food for wild beasts, someone said optimistically. There was a huge possibility in this. They had found many traces of skeletons along the way, and all the remains of the caravan assaulted by beast hordes. I do hope they are alive! Bai Zhanlai gritted his teeth. His grandfather was killed by Fang and Bai. He wanted to kill them with his own hands, taking revenge for that intense hatred in his heart. All right, let's enter the city first. If there are no discoveries, we shall spend some primeval stones to send a letter to clan leader, and see what orders she has for us. Bai Feng took the first step. The few of them arrived at the city gate looking like travelers on a long journey. Coincidentally, this gate was the one Fang and Bai had once gone through. To enter the city, each person has to pay 10 primeval stones. The city guards stopped them from entering. Bai Feng took out a yellow pair token, waving it. The guard looked at it, and after inspecting it said, Yellow pair token can exempt 3 people from the fees. Bai Feng's group of 6 handed in 30 primeval stones. This brother, did you see the two of them entering the city? Bai Zhanlai pointed at an arrest warrant on the wall, asking. This was the arrest warrant for Fang and Bai. But the surface of this arrest warrant had been covered by another new arrest warrant. Almost half of the surface was covered. This was common. Once in a while, new arrest warrants would appear. The city guard's expression changed, howling at Bai Zhanlai. What are you saying? A city gate with me guarding. How can there be a demonic goo master entering? Do you think I am blind? This is slander. You are slandering a righteous young man from Shang clan. Bai Zhanlai's expression froze. Clan elder Bai Feng quickly apologized. In Shang clan city, even if he was a Bai clan elder, he had to lower his head. The city guard saw Bai Feng's rank 3 cultivation, and did not dare to pursue the matter, only muttering under his breath. Only until Tai Daoku showed an unhappy expression, and displayed his identity. Enough, shut up. Do you think my Tai clan is unclear of what your Shang clan is like? The city guard stopped speaking. After facing this initial display of authority, Bai clan entered the outer city grimly. Let's get some food, we are all tired after these few days of traveling. We need to rest, it will not affect our mission. I know a good restaurant in 5th Inner City, it is at the battle zone, I had participated in it back in the day, and reached 4th Inner City. Bai Feng recommended. This suggestion was well received. The gang arrived at 5th Inner City, at the battle zone. Bai Zhanlai, Bai Lian and the other juniors were instantly awed by the atmosphere of the battle zone. As they walked, they could hear the people's excited conversations. Tan Jing finally took revenge, and defeated Shi Nanxing. Shi Nanxing vowed to take revenge, their grudge is growing. Sang Kong controls the virus cloud moth, his battle strength has risen again, he can almost dominate the 5th Inner City. Dominate? He will have to wait until Guyu Fangjing ascends to 4th Inner City. Guyu Fangjing? Bai Clan's gang stared with wide-open eyes, like they were struck by lightning. They quickly stopped, and stared at the talking passerby. They scared the shit out of him. After 3 minutes. On the battle stage, Fang Yuan walked up to the stage. His opponent was a middle-aged man, tall and burly, thick waist and shoulder, with a long mustache on his face, looking extremely fierce and aggressive. Ding! The bell rang and the battle officially started. I admit defeat, the middle-aged man shouted at the first second. He was swift and direct, causing the audience to feel unsatisfied. Again? Aren't you embarrassed, admitting defeat before fighting? Embarrassment is better than dying. In the entire 5th inner city now, who dares to fight against Fang Jing? The all-out effort Gu is too powerful. The crowd was noisy as usual. The battle ended as soon as it started. The hosting Gu master took both their Vine information Gu and edited the information inside before returning it to them. The middle-aged man turned to leave, admitting defeat was a humiliation, but circumstances forced him to. After all, Fan Yuan was cruel and ruthless. He never spares his opponents. He did not dare to fight just to save his reputation. Fan Yuan did not leave immediately, but took out 40,000 primeval stones and handed them to Li Ran. This caused everyone to go into discussions again. Another 40,000, he really gave it. Although this Gu Yufangjing is ruthless, he keeps his word. 200,000, he has repaid most of it already. Only 30,000 remain. Li Ran used these primeval stones to purchase Gu worms. He is starting to display his strength in the battle zone. I am so envious. Repaying kindness and taking revenge for hatred. From this aspect, I truly respect Gu Yufangjing. With this win, he is at 29 net wins. Just one last match, and he would be in 4th inner city. The faster the better. Hao dares to challenge him. Even Li Hao died by his hands. Gu Yufangjing, after all these hardships, we've finally found you. Among the crowd, Bai Zhanlai gritted his teeth, as his face contorted with anger. His companions also showed an ugly expression. They had chased after him for so long, suffering along the journey. In the end, they found that the person they wanted to arrest had been living luxuriously in Shangclan City, making a name for himself. Before this, they had continuously guessed if he had died under the beast's hordes, digested into feces and defecated. The scene now was a huge contrast to their expectations. Not only did Fan Yuan not have problems, he was living well, even changing his Gu worms and raising his battle strength and cultivation. What were they supposed to feel? Oh, heaven is blind, how can such a vile scoundrel live so well? Bai Feng raised his head and cried out. His luck is too good, saving the illegitimate daughter of Shang clan leader and receiving the purple thorn token. In Shang clan city, we can do nothing to him, he is protected by Shang clan. Bai Lian gritted her teeth, she had learnt much from the passerby. The enemy who killed the 2 young masters were right before them, but there was nothing they could do to him. Not only him, even that Bai Ningbing received the purple thorn token. Now, she has also joined the battle stage, and has good battle records. A companion beside her sighed. What world is this? Evil people live well while good people die. Sigh. Actually, it is not like we have no way to deal with them. They could join the battle stage, so can we. Tai Dao Ku spoke with a low voice, his gaze sharp as daggers. He had heard from Bai clan leader that Fan Yuan had the charred thunder potato mother Gu. Right now, he could confirm that Fang and Bai were the ones who killed his young master. But arresting them was impossible now, so why not just kill them? That way, young master's revenge can be taken, and Tai Dao Ku can return to Tai clan. That's right. This is a good idea. Bai Feng's eyes shone, as his spirits were lifted. Using the rules of the battle stage, even if Fan Yuan had the purple thorn token, he could not be protected. Even if they could not kill him, taking away his all-out effort Gu would halt his growth. The truth is, his growth speed was too scary, it struck fear in them. He cannot be allowed to grow anymore. Wait, where is Bai Zhanlai? Bai Lian suddenly asked. Fan Yuan walked out of the battle stage, as numerous people gave way to him. Numerous gazes landed on him, there were fear and respect, indifference and animosity. Although I killed many Gu masters, my reputation is not bad. Every time I give Li Ran primeval stones, it is a performance that improves my reputation. Out of the 200,000, only 30,000 remain. Fan Yuan walked as he considered his options. After battling Li Hao, he earned 3 Gu worms, but did not gain the mountain-back toad or the position swap Gu. He beat the mountain-back toad to death, and the position swap Gu is Li Hao's vital Gu. It perished after Li Hao died. But that battle had many spectators. Fan Yuan earned over 6,000 primeval stones. This month, his consecutive victories earned him enough to return 40,000 to Liran and still save a small sum of primeval stones for himself. Because of his actions, and Liran's response, Wu Clan did not do anything to Fan Yuan for now. This earned him precious time for development. I have 29 victories now, just one more and I'd be in 4th inner city. The pressure there is much higher, with experts everywhere, but wins also give me much more reward. After using the steel tendon Gu, I can increase the number of my beast phantoms already, but to increase the number of beast phantoms, it is a long process. There will only be effect after 2 to 3 months. After getting to 4th inner city, Fan Yuan's pressure would be greater. He needed more strength to deal with the situation. A large-size auction will be held soon, and there is an instant success Gu up for bidding. If I can get it, I would be able to obtain new beast phantoms overnight, but my primeval stones are too few. I don't even have the qualification to participate in the auction. Money is always insufficient when one needs to use it. Just as Fan Yuan was considering who to borrow from, a young man appeared and blocked his path. Gu Fanjing, do you recognize me? Bai Zhan Lai screamed. Zhan Lai. Zhan Lai, don't be rash. Bai clan and gang arrived, forming a semicircle around Fan Yuan. A standoff. Chapter 294. Crimes have to be punished. Fan Yuan slightly furrowed his eyebrows and lightly glanced at the group. He had some impression of Bai Zhan Lai, the #1 genius from Bai clan's younger generation. They had even drank together at one time. Bai Lian was even more familiar. She had accompanied him for some time, using honey trap on him. Unfortunately, how could beauty shake Fan Yuan's heart? The result was that Fan Yuan played her at her own game. Others such as Bai Feng, Tai Dao Ku and so on, Fan Yuan did not recognize them. Even so, Fan Yuan knew this group of people's origins and motives. This was the victim's family coming to visit. Justice has long arms, do you Fangxing? You slaughtered my Bai clan's 2 young clan leaders. You will not escape justice even if you escape to Shang Clan City. Bai Feng shouted. Fangjing, the trap you buried killed my Tai clan's young master and clansmen. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. I, Tai Dao Ku, will take your head. Tai Dao Ku's expression was flared up as he pointed at Fan Yuan's nose and roared. The disturbance here immediately attracted the attention of nearby passerbys. To go where the crowds were, it was human nature. More people began to pay attention. Oh, you are a Tai clansman? Strange. How could I have no idea what you are talking about if I killed your clansman? Fan Yuan sneered. Stop denying it. You have the charred thunder potato mother Gu. You dug the pitfalls with extremely sinister intentions. My Tai clan group stepped into your pitfall. The explosions blew up even their corpses. We have been chasing you all the way. Who could it be besides you? Tai Dao Ku's eyes seemed to be almost shooting out flames, wishing he could immediately cut Fan Yuan into pieces. Fan Yuan was dazed for a moment before he started laughing. So it was like that. It seems I did the right thing by digging those pitfalls. Thank you for telling me this good news and making me happy. You. Tai Dao Ku opened his eyes wide. He was seething with anger. You admitted it. You actually admitted it. Good, very good, Fanjing, you are dead meat. You dared to kill my Tai clan's young master. You have made an enemy out of Tai clan. So what? Fan Yuan shrugged his shoulders and sarcastically said. Laughable. I dug those pitfalls to deal with the grass skirt monkeys. But you guys stepped on them. This can only be blamed on your Tai clansmen for not having eyes. Moreover, what crimes did I commit for you guys to tail after me? Courting your own death, it is good that they died. It is fabulous that they died. The surrounding people were dumbstruck. He provoked a Tai clansman so directly? Has Fanjing gone crazy? Tai clan is also one of the lords of southern border, and isn't any weaker than Shang clan. Tai clan has captured demonic Gu masters from everywhere, and its famous demon suppression tower is the nemesis of the demonic path. Fanjing actually killed a young master of this clan. He has the purple thorn token, and knows he is safe. As long as he stays in Shang Clan City, he would be a distinguished guest of Shang Clan. Even if Tai Clan leader came, Lord Shang Yanfei would need to protect him. If he didn't protect Fanjing and the news spread out, it would signify that Shang Clan is afraid of Tai Clan. The discussion of the surrounding people calmed down Tai Dao Ku, who was burning in anger. Fan Yuan possessed a purple thorn token and his cultivation was now rank 3. Dealing with him was not as easy as before. Fanjing, don't think you are safe by hiding here. You want to rely on the battle stage to become Shan Clan's external elder? In your dreams. I will tell you, as long as I Bai Feng am here, you will never be able to dominate the battle stage. Elder Bai Feng said in a gloomy tone. Tai Dao Ku followed immediately. Fan Jing, I will deal with you in the battle stage. There is no escape for you. The huge crime you have committed must receive severe punishment. Oh, you guys want to stop me in the battle stage? Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with a trace of cold light. He was not afraid of these people, even though Bai Feng, Tai Dao Ku, Bai Zhan Lai and Bai Lian were all rank 3 Gu masters. If they were going to deal with him through the battle stage, they could not display their superiority in numbers. It is just that my current situation. Fan Yuan mumbled inwardly, then suddenly chuckled and said to Bai Feng, Your Bai clan obtained Bai Gu inheritance but are still not satisfied and want to deal with me? Without me, how could you have obtained the inheritance? Humph, it seems you don't want to know the whereabouts of your 2 young clan leaders. The Bai clansmen immediately revealed astonished expressions. From Fan Yuan's tone, it seemed the 2 young clan leaders were not dead. Fan Zheng, what do you mean? Bai Feng immediately asked in bewilderment. Fan Jing, don't try to deceive us with lies. We have searched almost everywhere in Bai Gu inheritance ground but haven't found even a trace of the 2 young clan leaders. Bai Lian coldly shouted. It was me who found the Bai Gu inheritance. Does Bai clan think it has more understanding of the place than me? Ridiculous. Fan Yuan disdainfully scoffed and continued. Why would I retreat while carrying those 2 burdens? Can't you think with your brains? Deceive you? Humph, I am not even afraid of Tai clan. Why would I fear your puny Bai clan? Fan Jing, if the 2 young clan leaders are still alive, then this will just be a misunderstanding. Our Bai clan is not an unreasonable clan. Bai Feng picked his words carefully to coax Fan Yuan into revealing the whereabouts of the 2 young clan leaders. You want to know? Fine. It just so happens that I am starving. How about you treat me to a meal? Let's go to 3rd Inner City's most famous Shizi restaurant. Fan Yuan indifferently said. Bai clansmen looked at each other. The whereabouts of the 2 young clan leaders was extremely important since it affected the future of Bai clan. Despite Bai clan having extreme hatred towards Fan Yuan, Elder Bai Feng gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, let's go there. Shizi restaurant was not just a simple restaurant, but was a luxurious brothel. This restaurant introduced women from foreign lands like Northern Plains, Eastern Seas and Western Desert. The women were all enchanting, with plump butt and large breasts. Another speciality of this restaurant was their lion meatball, and was served on a human. Lion's meat, tiger's meat, and all kinds of precious ingredients were made into meatballs and displayed on top of a beautiful woman in between her breasts. The name lion meatball held deep meanings. It was not only to eat the food, but also to eat human. The reason why Fan Yuan wanted to visit this place was not because he was interested in lion meatball, but because this restaurant had a strong background and contained many secret private rooms. Many Shan clansmen would often choose a private room for their private affairs, concealing their names and had no worries about news leaking. Fan Yuan chose a secret room and sat along with everyone. A feast was laid before them, the aroma of the dishes assailed their nostrils. However, they did not order the signature dish, lion meatball. Say it, where are 2 young clan leaders? Bai Feng impatiently asked the moment he sat down. Before I tell you, I would like to ask this Tai clan Gu master to stay outside for a moment. Fan Yuan gazed at Tai Dao Ku. Why? Tai Dao Ku's gaze was sharp as knife, as he ruthlessly cut off Fan Yuan. A bad feeling emerged in his mind. Because this is a private affair between me and Bai clan. Fan Yuan's tone was unyielding. Besides me, everyone else should be Bai clansmen, otherwise I guarantee I won't say a word. Bai Feng hesitated. The matter concerned the 2 young clan leaders. He had to be careful about it, thus he looked at Tai Dao Ku. Tai Dao Ku snorted and annoyedly left the secret room, closing the door shut. The sound produced in the secret room was isolated from the outside. Say it, where are the 2 young clan leaders? Don't even think of deceiving us. This is Shan Clan City. There are many Gu worms that can verify your words. Bai Feng sternly asked. Fan Yuan lifted a wine cup and sipped at it. Whereabouts? Of course, they are both dead. You guys are really naive. Since I made an enemy out of your Bai clan, I will naturally eliminate all threats. What? You dared to toy with us? Fan Jin, you are courting death. The Bai clansmen stood up furiously, their flaming anger pressed on towards Fan Yuan. They were full fury but could not take any actions. This was not Bai clan's territory, Fan Yuan possessed a purple thorn token and also had impressive strength. They would definitely have to pay a catastrophic price to kill Fan Yuan. Most importantly, if they killed him like this, it was making an enemy out of Shang Clan. Your Bai clan killed my Shang Clan's esteemed guest in Shang Clan City, hee. Bai clan was now facing the crisis of their spirit spring drying up. They were in a precarious situation. Now, after obtaining the Baigu inheritance, many forces were eyeing it covetously. If they provoked a titan like Shang Clan on top of that, the consequences would be too dire to imagine. Fan Yuan calmly sat on his seat. He raised his eyes and looked at everyone, then indifferently said, I actually admire you guys. Your Bai clan's spirit spring is drying up and are in deep trouble, yet you guys still have the mood for leisure and came chasing after me. Hee, you are really amazing. These words were like a bolt of lightning which fiercely struck their hearts, causing tides to surge in Elder Bai Feng's heart. He was horrified as he blurted out, This. How do you know this? This information was sealed off by Bai clan's higher-ups. Even Bai Zhan Lai and Bai Lian did not know it. But Fan Yuan laid bare the secret with one sentence. How could it not frighten Bai Feng? Of course it was from your noble clan's 2 young clan leaders. Before I killed them, they knelt and begged for forgiveness, trying to use this information to obtain my trust in exchange for their lives. Fan Yuan talked nonsense. Anyway, dead men tell no tales. Impossible! This information is only confined to clan leader and few elders. The 2 young clan leaders are young and ignorant. How could we let them know this? Bai Feng immediately retorted. Fan Yuan curled his lips. Maybe they heard it when they were playing around. After all, their mother is your clan leader. These are just minor details. Lord Clan Elder, is what he said about the spirit spring drying up true? How could this be, if the clan's spirit spring dries up? Bai Lian, Bai Zhan Lai and others questioned one after another, their expressions worried and frightened. Spirit spring was the foundation of a clan. There was no need to mention its importance. If the clan lost the spirit spring, no matter how strong it would only be rootless weed. Bai Feng immediately came back to his senses by their questions and inwardly knew he had messed up. Maybe Fan Yuan was only guessing. The 2 young clan leaders were young, their credibility were not high. Bai Feng felt immense regret, and wished he could give himself a tight slap. He was impatient, and could not hide secrets. Otherwise, when he was young, he would not have been driven out of the clan by his father to force him to mold his character. These years, he had cultivated some shrewdness, but in the end, a leopard cannot change its spots. But honestly, he could not be blamed. Spirit spring was too important. Bai Feng was carrying this burden in his heart. The pressure was accumulating like a volcano and burst out due to Fan Yuan's one sentence. Chapter 295. Actually, I was a victim too. Bai Feng's expression was gloomy, and his gaze kept on flashing. He was thinking of denying this, but Fan Yuan saw through his plan. Don't even try to cover it, it's no use. As the spirit spring continues to dry up, the primeval stones produced will also decrease sharply. Bai clan has been concealing it well. You have either used your remaining stock in the storage or traded to fill up this gap. But this will definitely leave traces. As long as someone carefully investigates it, they will find out. Fan Yuan was calm and comfortable. Bai Feng tightly clenched his fists, glaring at Fan Yuan like he wanted to swallow him alive. Looking at the appearance of this elder, even a stupid person would realize the truth. Our clan's spirit spring is drying? Bai Lian was dazed, leaning on her chair listlessly. Bai Zhan Lai bit his lips, going silent. The others also did not speak. They were astonished and terrified. The atmosphere in the secret room turned extremely oppressive. Fan Yuan chuckled. Your Bai clan is really in danger. Even a stronger clan will collapse if their spirit spring dries up and they don't find a new spirit spring. Now you have obtained Baigu inheritance. The forces around you are all coveting it. Tell me, what will happen if I spread this secret information? No. Bai Lian lost color in her face and immediately interjected. The others also thought of the seriousness of the matter, and their expressions turned grave. Now, Bai clan had obtained Baigu inheritance. Their strength rose due to the benefits gained from Fan Yuan's discovery. The few neighboring large clans were staring at them covetously, but also held their guard. If the news of the spirit spring drying up was exposed, Bai clan would lose their deterrence and become a paper tiger. The surrounding forces were sure to make their move. Those forces would never want to see Bai clan survive this ordeal and because of the Baigu inheritance, rise in power and suppress them. Hence, this information had to be guarded. Bai clan's gang were startled awake by Fan Yuan. gaining some understanding of the situation. Bai Zhanlai and others fixed their gazes at Fan Yuan, their eyes shining even more fiercely and emitted killing intent. Want to kill me? Fan Yuan sneered and shook his finger. Since I am meeting with you alone, I have naturally made thorough preparations. In truth, if you hadn't come to find me, I would have gone to find you. These were not senseless words. The Bai clansmen had no choice but to restrain their killing intent and retract the ominous glint in their eyes. All right, let's get down to business now. The corner of Fan Yuan's lips slightly curled up as he adjusted his sitting posture. He pointed his hands down and said, Take a seat and let's discuss it. Discuss what? What's there to talk about with you? Humph. Bai Feng's expression was gloomy, but despite saying so, he still sat down. The remaining clansmen hesitated for a while before sitting down. The tense situation immediately eased a little. Of course we are going to discuss the fees to keep me silent. Was it easy for me to lead you here? Wasting my time and energy, you should compensate me. Primeval stones, I want primeval stones. Give me 3 million primeval stones and I can promise you I won't reveal this information. The Bai clansmen immediately stood up again when they heard Fan Yuan. You dare to threaten us? You killed our 2 young clan leaders, and dare to demand primeval stones? Fan Jing, don't go too far. At worst, I will stake my old life and take you down with me. The group roared and growled in anger. Ha! Fan Yuan threw his head back and laughed. He then stood up and a cold light blossomed in his dark eyes as he looked at the group. That's right, I am threatening you. You don't agree? Then I will simply leak this information. What did you say? You want to die together with me? Humph, even if I die, this information will be leaked to the world. At that time, you will become the sinners of the clan. Because you didn't agree to my request, your clan will be besieged by the surrounding forces. You. Elder Bai Feng was angered to his limit as he speechlessly pointed at Fan Yuan. The other clansmen also glared at Fan Yuan with furious eyes while gritting their teeth, but no one moved. You what? Fan Yuan sneered at Bai Feng, his tone full of disdain. What can you do to me? Kill me? I have a purple thorn token, do you dare to try it? I know you are all courageous, not afraid of death. But your clan is the most important. If your family and friends die, it will be all because of you. The Bai clansmen clenched their fists, standing stunned on the spot. Ah! Bai Zhanlai suddenly raised his head and shouted. He then lifted his fist and smashed it down. Due to his furious punch, the whole banquet table was smashed, and the dishes crashed to the ground. He felt deep hatred. His grandfather Bai Zhanwen had died because of Feng and Bai. This hatred was irreconcilable. Because of this, he joined the pursuit group, constantly running about, now that he finally found the killer. The enemy was clearly in front of him, but he could not do anything. Fan Yuan was clearly within his reach, but he could not exact revenge. Not only could he not exact revenge, he still had to endure Fan Yuan's threat. His chest burned with anger, an anger that threatened to burn the sky and was already burning his heart. But he could not move, he did not dare to imagine the consequences if he moved. His life was a minor thing, but the whole clan might face a calamity because of him. No need to get angry. Actually, in this whole event, I was also a victim. Fan Yuan's tone relaxed and said with a sigh. Just think of it, Bai Gu inheritance was originally mine, but your Bai clan stole it from me. Your Bai clan chased after me and Bai Ningbing. We were forced to kill Bai Hua and Bai Xing to make it easier to escape. Later, I suffered serious injuries and landed on Ziyu Mountain, having close encounter with death all along the way. Do you think it was easy for me? Your Bai clan's power is huge and I can't afford to offend it. I could only curl up in Shan Clan City, but you still won't let me go. Tell me, what should I do? I am not someone who is unreasonable. 3 million primeval stones, that is the lowest I will go. I am very sincere. I have told this secret to only a few people and haven't spread it outside. I also intentionally sent the Tai clansmen outside in consideration for your Bai clan. Fan Yuan's expression was very sincere. 3 million primeval stones, you are demanding an exorbitant price. Fan Jing, let's be fair, how did our Bai clan treat you? We treated you nicely with food and accommodation, but what came out of it? You repaid our kindness with enmity. Our clan's 2 young clan leaders died in your hands. Elder Bai Zhanwen also died because of you. Many of our expert clansmen also died or got seriously handicapped while protecting you on your travels around Baigu Mountain. The Bai Clan's group all had different expressions. Some were extremely angry, some were sneering, and some were crying, but they all had a similarity: their deep hatred towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's expression changed. He gave a cold smile. It seems you are still not aware of the situation. I tried to give you face, but you don't want it? Very well. Fan Yuan stood up and turned to leave. Bai Clansmen immediately fell into panic. Wait a moment. Bai Feng was desperate as he sidestepped and blocked Fan Yuan. I will tell you honestly, I am going to go sell this information now. I believe Shang Clan's Feng Yu Manor will give a good price for it. Can you guess how much they are going to pay me? Fan Yuan smiled sinisterly. Fan Jing, don't go too far. Bai Zhanlai roared and quickly walked towards Fan Yuan and stared at him dead on. Fan Yuan nonchalantly said, You want to attack me? You want to put your clan in danger? Bai Zhanlai's inner fire was stumped, as he stood stunned. Slap! Fan Yuan took this chance and slapped. He was very strong, and with just a little strength, he sent the energetic Bai Zhanlai retreating 5 to 6 steps. What do you think you are doing? Bai Clansmen immediately flared up and surrounded Fan Yuan. Do you all want to become the sinners of your clan? Fan Yuan snorted. His words were like ice, dousing the Bai Clansmen's surging anger. You unappreciative scum! Fan Yuan pointed at Bai Zhanlai. If I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think you are the heavenly emperor? Fan Yuan showed no restraint in berating Bai Zhanlai in front of the Bai Clansmen. He next looked at everyone. You are all idiots! If I wanted Bai Clan to face a calamity, it just takes one sentence from me. A wise man succumbs to circumstances. You still can't see the situation clearly? Make a move if you want. Come, even if I die, having your Bai Clan accompany me in death won't be so bad. Fan Yuan was completely surrounded, but his attitude was still unbridled. Instead, it was Bai Clansmen, who were bigger in numbers, that had to give in while gritting their teeth and clenching their fists. Bai Zhanlai held his swollen face, his eyes bloodshot. This humiliation almost caused the anger in his heart to burst up to the 9 heavens. The veins in his forehead bulged out as he tried his best to maintain the final sliver of reason left in his mind. The clan was their weak spot. Fan Yuan targeted this and also showed an attitude that was unafraid of death, causing Bai Clan fall into a hopeless situation where they could only tolerate Fan Yuan. I will give you 30 breaths of time to consider. Fan Yuan continued. The group of Bai Clansmen immediately fell into a struggle. They did not want to lower their heads to Fan Yuan, this murderer. However, if they did not lower their heads, their clan would be in danger. They were at a loss, and all of them looked towards Elder Bai Feng. Bai Feng's clenched fists slowly loosened before he again clenched them and unclenched after a while. This continued again and again, showing the struggle in his heart. 30 breaths of time passed by, but Fan Yuan looked like he had forgotten it. Bai Feng was impatient, but he only opened his mouth after 5 minutes, breaking the silence. 3 million is too much. We can't agree to this. Moreover, we don't have that much money on us. His voice was hoarse like a guy who was about to die of thirst in desert. He listlessly loosened his hands, having no more strength to clench them again. For the clan, he had no choice but to give priority to the overall situation. Despite wishing he could cut Fan Yuan into pieces, he chose to lower his head for the moment. The other Bai Clansmen also felt their hearts relieved after hearing his words. Their killing intent towards Fan Yuan sank into the shadows, becoming thicker and deeper. Fan Yuan laughed. The 3 million does not need to be paid in full, just take it slowly. For now, hand over 500,000. 500,000? Why would we carry so many primeval stones with us? Bai Feng refuted. Fan Yuan's brows raised. You can borrow from loan sharks, pawn your belongings, or even sell goo worms. No matter what you do, I need 500,000 primeval stones within a day. Moreover, I do not want to see any of Bai Clan's people staying in Shang Clan City. Chapter 296. Auction. What are they doing inside? It has already been over an hour. Outside the secret room, Tai Daoku was standing with his arms crossed, the doubt in his heart increasing with time. The secret room isolated sound, but it was not firm. In the case where a fight broke out, he would be able to immediately sense it. The problem, however, was that it had been calm and quiet since the start, making Tai Daoku unable to figure it out. Creak. Just as he was thinking this, the door opened from the inside. Brother Daoku, please come inside, we have finished our talk. A Gu master of Bai Clan informed. Tai Daoku entered the secret room, The first thing he saw was the table smashed by Bai Zhan Lai and all kinds of dishes scattered on the ground. Tai Dao Ku could not help but raise his brows. Clearly, this feast could not be enjoyed anymore. Even if it could, the Bai clansmen present there did not have any appetite. Their faces were ashen and their expressions sluggish, as if they had suffered heavy injuries. Only Fang Yuan's complexion was normal and even looked healthier than normal. Just now, he had reached an agreement with the Bai clansmen, and everything was settled by using poison Vao Gu on the spot. What happened? Tai Dao Ku was bewildered. I will leave first, take care. Fan Yuan left these words and walked out of the secret room. Fan Jing, just wait for me at the battle stage. Tai Dao Ku growled. Fan Yuan ignored him and walked away, disappearing from everyone's sights. What exactly happened here? Tai Dao Ku was very puzzled. How could talking for a while make all these Bai clansmen's expression change? He could not feel any flames of hatred in them. Sigh. Bai Feng heaved a deep sigh. He raised his head and looked at Tai Dao Ku, his gaze complex. Brother Tai, something happened and it is not convenient for me to speak of it. We are withdrawing, we cannot go against Fang and Bai anymore. What? Tai Dao Ku cried out involuntarily, revealing an incredulous expression. Our Bai clan has little assets, we cannot afford to take risks. Take care! Bai Feng stood up and walked straight out of the secret room. You don't have to be worried, he is relying on Shan clan, but isn't my Tai clan also one of the lords of the southern border? Tai Dao Ku hurriedly tried to persuade them. To deal against Fang and Bai, it was better with more people. If Bai clan left, he would be all alone. However, how could he know the situation behind this? His persuasion was of no use, Bai clan was bent on leaving and he was not able to stop them anymore. Looking at the image of the Bai clansmen leaving, Tai Dao Ku's expression turned extremely cold and mumbled to himself. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Fang Jing, you made a good move. But don't think I, Tai Dao Ku, will give up just like this. Humph. His will was firm, others might have given up, but he still chose to persist. He decided to register his name at the battle zone right away. He would hunt Fan Yuan in the battle stage. Sir, please stop. A waiter ran over and politely stopped Tai Dao Ku with a smile on his face. You haven't paid the bill. What? 500,000 primeval stones. How can we prepare such a large sum of money within a day? Walking on the spacious street, Bai Lian voiced out her worries. With my identity as an elder of Bai clan, I can go to the loan sharks to borrow 300,000. As for the remaining 200,000, I will have to pawn Small Tornado. Bai Feng understood the situation. The other Bai clansmen were moved. Bai Zhan Lai cried out. Lord Elder, Small Tornado Gu is your core Gu, are you really going to pawn it? Bai Feng let out a bitter smile. Even with Elder pawning Small Tornado Gu, it won't be enough to get 200,000. Add in my Lotus Cloth Gu. Bai Lian pursed her lips. With this, the remaining Bai clansmen also understood. Pawn my Fountain Thoughts Gu as well. My Little Wind Drill Gu as well. I will contribute my 3-forked bone spear. Bai Feng slowly nodded. You all have the spirit of sacrificing for the clan, there is no worry that Bai clan won't flourish. Today's disgrace will be paid 1,000 times over in future. But now, we still need to think of the clan. I decided on this, so I will take all the responsibility for this matter once we return to the clan. Lord Elder. The group was stunned. They could not take their revenge and had to instead sign a disgraceful and unfair treaty. Although it was the best choice, there would definitely be heavy pressure and criticism when they returned to the clan. Political struggles existed everywhere. However, Bai Feng was going to bear the responsibility for the whole affair. No doubt he was protecting the political prospects of Bai Lian, Bai Zhan Lai and the others. Bai Feng revealed an affectionate smile and sighed. No need to say anything, I am already old, the clan's future lies on your shoulder. How could we gain anything without giving and sacrificing? It is because of countless people sacrificing and enduring humiliation that the clan is able to thrive and preserve the smile of our family members. Yes. Bai Lian, Bai Zhan Lai and others nodded, realization dawned on their minds. Their ashen expressions gradually disappeared and were replaced with a gaze that was glowing brighter and brighter. 3 days later, in a large-scale auction. Ladies and gentlemen, you are looking at a Frost Breath Gu. Rank 3 Gu worm, able to breathe out cold air which has the effect of inflicting frostbites and slowing your opponents. Frost Breath Goo's biggest advantage is that every activation only consumes 5% of Light Snow Primeval Essence. The starting bid is 23,000 Primeval Stones. On a round platform, the hosting Goo Master was speaking through sound amplified Goo. 25,000. 28,000. 30,000. After a round of intense bidding, the Frost Breath Goo was sold for 38,000 Primeval Stones. Fan Yuan calmly looked down at the circular stage from his seat. He was sitting in a private room at the auction, others could not see him. This was the benefit of having a Purple Thorn token. In small-scale auctions, he could use the Purple Thorn token to buy auction goods in advance. He was not able to do that for the large-scale auctions. Please take a look, this is a Flame Heart Goo. Its shape is like a miniature volcano. After refining it, it resides in the heart of the Goo Master. As everyone knows, its ability is to strengthen fire-type Goo Worm's attacks. Rank 3 Flame Heart Goo, starting bid of 30,000 Primeval Stones. The hosting Goo Master shouted loudly from the platform. He had just finished speaking, when someone immediately made a bid. 35,000. The first bid immediately raised the bid by 5,000 Primeval Stones, showing a clear assertiveness. But this could not stop interested parties. 36,000. 38,000. 40,000. The price finally stopped at 42,000. Looks like these people are quite rational. This is a reasonable price. Fan Yuan watched this from the private room, evaluating the situation. Shan Clan City frequently traded. This type of large-scale auctions were held at fixed intervals. The Goo Masters living in Shan Clan City were all used to it, and were smart when bidding in auctions. No one was foolish. Of course, there were occasional extravagant participants. Fan Yuan had observed for a long while, today's auction did not seem to have such a person. This was his luck and also others' luck. If there had been such a person, Fan Yuan would have to start bidding and empty out these people's capital early. This type of battle of wits and contest of force was child's play to Fan Yuan. All the Goos showed in the large-scale auctions were rare and precious. All of them were rank 3 or above, there was almost none below rank 3. Besides the Goo Worms, there were also rare Goo food, rare Goo refinement materials, Goo refinement recipe, information about some inheritances, perfect-looking gambling rocks. There were also female slaves, male slaves, captured beast kings and so on. Frost Breath Goo and Flame Heart Goo were sold for about 30 to 40,000. This price could only be considered to be low compared to other auction goods. Soon, Fan Yuan saw a rank 4 Grass Tree Army Goo being sold for 250,000 Primeval Stones. Grass Tree Army Goo could turn every plant and tree within a certain range of the Goo Master into an offensive method. In the terrains of southern border, it was an absolute killing weapon. Ordinary rank 4 Goo could cost up to 100,000 Primeval Stones. Grass Tree Army Goo's price already reached the price of an ordinary rank 5 Goo. Fan Yuan carried 500,000 on him right now, but at this auction, it really was not much and could only buy 2 Grass Tree Army Goo. Instant Success Goo was a rank 4 rare Goo. After a bidding competition, Fan Yuan successfully bought it with over 180,000 Primeval Stones. Next, he spent a total of 83,000 Primeval Stones to buy a white silver relic Goo and a golden shield Goo. He did not make any bids after that. Primeval Stones could not be spent recklessly, and should be spent in useful areas. Currently, all-out effort Goo was his core. He also had self-reliance Goo. He lacked a bitter strength Goo. This Goo was not cheap, moreover it was extremely rare, rarely seen even at Shan Clan City. Why? Because the fusion success rate was extremely low, so there were only a small number of people who used it. Goo Worm's transactions also depended on the supply and demand of the market. With low demand and high production costs, the supply would naturally be low. If I can't buy bitter strength Goo, then I can only try refining it myself. It is just that its success rate really causes a headache. I got the white silver relic Goo, but there is no hurry to use it. If I was cultivating alone, it would be better if I used it earlier, but now that I have Bai Ningbing to rely on, I will leave the white silver relic Goo to use for later. I have used over 270,000 Primeval Stones today, now just over 220,000 remains. I will accumulate them for the super-sized auction held every 2 years in Shan Clan City. Li Ran told me that Bai Clan's group has indeed left Shan Clan City. Although I extorted 3 million out of them, I can't underestimate this clan. Suffering in silence with the mentality of sacrificing, No wonder they rose to power abruptly in my previous life. Right now, they are using the excuse of exploring Baigu inheritance to recklessly search for the spirit spring in Baigu Mountain. The progress is a lot faster than in my previous life. I have no choice but to be vigilant against them. Bai Clan has already chased me to here. Would Tai Clan be far off? Tai Clan Demon Suppression Tower. As for that Tai Dao Ku, he is of no worry for the moment. Just as Fang Yuan was making future plans, at the entrance of Shizi Restaurant, 18 foreign girls stood in 2 rows, laughing and chatting with each other. They wore revealing clothes and the fragrance of their makeup filled the air. They had plump breasts and looked sultry. They had no need to solicit customers, just standing there was the best signboard, attracting countless male Gu masters to loiter around and enter. With a grim face, Tai Dao Ku was standing at the side with several other Gu masters, guarding the entrance. Humiliating! The shame in his heart had reached its limits. To think that Shizi Restaurant's banquet was so expensive, without any money to pay for it, he could only work to write off his debt. Look at what a grand Tai Clan's Gu master has fallen to. I am actually forced to do this type of thing. The restaurant has background and doesn't care that I am a Tai Clansman. Sigh. I hope no one sees me, absolutely no acquaintances. Tai Dao Ku prayed desperately. Isn't this brother Tai Dao Ku? What are you doing here? A voice arrived. Tai Dao Ku was immediately stunned. A familiar person. Familiar person. Fan Zheng, just wait. Veins bulged out of Tai Dao Ku's forehead as he roared furiously in his heart. Chapter 297. Instant Success Gu. In Cloud Gu. In the secret room, Fan Yuan sat on the cushion, muttering as he pointed his finger forward. Suddenly, a Gu came out of his aperture like a flash of light. The moment it appeared, it lightly exploded, turning into a dark black cloud. This cloud sank quickly, as it circulated within itself. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the ground, and placed Fan Yuan above the cloud layer. Fan Yuan sat on the black cloud. It was softer than the cushion, but slightly colder. He was not surprised, stretching out his index finger and pointing to the air. Yang Cloud Gu. A white light tore through the air as it exploded into pure white mist. Once the white cloud appeared, it wanted to rise, but sensed the black cloud below Fan Yuan. The 2 cloud layers had a formless attraction to each other, as the black and white clouds continued to roll internally, looking after one another. One was below Fan Yuan, while the other was above his head. The gloomy cloud was like ink, while the bright cloud was like foam. As the 2 converged, lightning appeared. Traces of blue lightning quickly flashed between these 2 clouds. Initially, there was 1 or 2 traces, but they soon multiplied, growing in numbers. In a few breaths' time, they formed into a field of lightning. Fan Yuan had already activated the canopy Gu, his body covered in a white armor. At the same time, he activated the all-out effort Gu as he casually stretched out his arm, and a wild boar phantom appeared behind him, becoming a giant boar image in the air. Crack, crack. Once the boar phantom appeared, the lightning bolts acted like sharks attracted to blood, shooting towards it. In an instant, the boar phantom was forcefully suppressed, shrinking to the size of a stone mill. Lightning circulated in its body, like deep blue chains that trapped it. The rest of the lightning hit Fan Yuan's body, but was blocked by the white armor. Fan Yuan recalled the all-out effort Gu, but this boar phantom did not vanish, like a caged bird, trapped firmly. Under the constant attack of the lightning cage, the boar phantom started to show signs of disappearing. Lightning, combining destruction and purification into one. After a thunderstorm, new life grows. The power of lightning specialized in destruction, and contained the destruction law fragment. At this point, Fan Yuan was using the yin-yang dual cloud Gu to gather lightning and remove one of his wild boar strength. It had been 3 days since that auction. Although the yin-yang dual cloud Gu was rank 3, it was an ordinary Gu bought in the shop. Other than this, he also bought some material, and after failing once, he refined the eating one's words Gu and removed the poison vow Gu on him. Fan Yuan had once used the black and white boar Gu on Qingmao Mountain, to gain the strength of 2 boars. The rank 3 all-out effort Gu can only summon 1 beast phantom at a time. After it reaches rank 4, there are stronger beast phantoms available. Thus, the strength of 2 boars would be redundant and repetitive. Now that Fan Yuan had excess money, he decided to optimize his body. To get rid of this boar phantom, it would take some time, at least 19 days. The cooperation of the yin-yang dual cloud goo to summon lightning was the most common and cheap method. Beast phantoms are the law fragments lurking in a person's body. To get rid of them, it would take some effort. Fan Yuan carefully used the yin cloud goo and yang cloud goo, as both clouds moved rapidly, like two thick carpets filling the entire secret room. One white cloud covered the ceiling. One black cloud covered the floor. In the middle, lightning struck. Bolts of blue lightning connected the two clouds and trapped the boar phantom as it slowly disintegrated. A soft crack sound, different from loud thunder, could be heard continuously. To get rid of this boar phantom, it would take a while, but now Fan Yuan called out another goo. This goo was like a dragonfly, 3 pairs of wings, palm size. It had 4 colors that shone brilliantly: jade green, sapphire blue, gold, and bright red. This was the instant success goo, its body containing the down mark of time. As the name suggests, it can speed up the flow of time. It was a rank 4 consumable goo. Fan Yuan split his mind into 3, controlling the yin-yang dual cloud goo, activating his primeval essence, and injecting them into the instant success goo. His primeval C level fell drastically, 80, 70, 60%. Instant success goo was a rank 4 goo. With his rank 3 initial stage cultivation, it was tough for Fan Yuan to activate it. When his light silver primeval essence fell to 30%, Fan Yuan halted his primeval essence usage, and the heavenly essence treasure lotus slowly opened up, as natural essence gushed out from it, instantly infected by Fan Yuan's aura and becoming his light silver primeval essence. His primeval C level started to rise 40, 50, 60%. Rinse and repeat. After his primeval C level fell and rose several times, the instant success goo was finally full, and once activated, it gave off a dazzling light show. This colorful display of lights shone on the yin-yang dual cloud goo and the beast phantom, dyeing the secret room with a rainbow color. The boar phantom's disintegration accelerated. Originally, the speed of disintegration was almost unnoticeable by the naked eye. But now, like a snowball rolling down a mountain, the speed increased drastically. After more than 10 breaths' time, the wild boar phantom was completely destroyed. After confirming it, Fan Yuan quickly stopped using the instant success goo, and kept his yin-yang dual cloud goo. He could return the yin-yang dual cloud goo back to the shop, with the purple thorn token. As long as it is within 3 days, Fan Yuan can return the goo and get back the same amount he paid. It was safer than borrowing a goo from people, and he would not make any loss. If he borrowed a goo, the initiative is in their hands. With just a thought, they can take back the goo in an instant. There would be nothing Fan Yuan could do. As for the instant success goo, after the lights were dimmed as much as possible, its 3 pair of wings only had 2 left, and its entire body was slowly vanishing. Once this goo was used, it could not be stopped. The lights will continue to shine and accelerate time accordingly. Fan Yuan reducing the light intensity would only prolong its remaining time. Again, Fan Yuan made use of his remaining time. Next, he activated the galloping horse strength goo. This goo was rank 3, able to modify a goo master's body and form a horse strength phantom for him. Under the influence of the galloping horse strength goo, Fan Yuan's body felt numb as the fragment of the strength law started to reside in his body. This process would last 2 to 3 months normally. It was time-consuming. But now, Fan Yuan still had the instant success goo. He breathed in deeply, releasing the restraints on the instant success goo, and a dazzling light shone on him immediately. The numb feeling intensified at once. The 2 to 3 months of torture assaulted him, turning into a painful numb feeling. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth. After 5 minutes, his body was drenched in sweat. But the horse strength phantom had successfully taken root in his body. After removing the strength of a boar, he added the strength of a horse. The instant success goo's light dimmed again. It had lost another wing in this process. It only had 1 pair of wings plus another half apiece. But Fan Yuan paid a much greater price. Instant success goo had a great drawback. That is, in this short period, he lost 3 months of lifespan. Again! Fan Yuan wiped away his sweat, ignoring the intense pain in his body, and used the goo again. He had to make the best of his time. While the instant success goo was still around, he had to make the best out of it. Green bull labor goo. The dazzling light shone on his body again. Fan Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyebrows squeezing tightly, as his pain was even greater than earlier, like giant waves crashing on the shore. It was 5 minutes again, but this time, it was much harder to endure. Finally, through Fan Yuan's determination, he endured through this period. His body gained the strength of a bull. The instant success Gu now had 2 wings left, both tattered and torn. Its entire dragonfly body was turning translucent, like a hologram floating in the air. Fan Yuan felt an intense headache, his ears were buzzing and his heart was beating quickly. Barely any time left. He breathed in deeply, forcing himself to focus, as he activated the stone turtle strength Gu. But this time, the process only lasted half the time before the lights dimmed and vanished, as the instant success Gu's time was used up. The secret room fell into complete darkness after the lights vanished. The primeval sea was left with less than 30% of primeval essence, but under the help of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, it started to rise slowly. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was a rank 3 Gu. It was a very strong assistance to the recovering of Fan Yuan's primeval essence. Fan Yuan breathed out deeply, feeling fatigue assault him, almost draining his entire body. Although he was seated on the cushion, his body was swaying, and he had difficulties sitting. Activating this instant success took half a year's lifespan from him. It was a heavy price, but he managed to remove the boar phantom, and gain the strength of a bull, horse, and half a turtle. Thankfully, he was still young, he had enough lifespan to spare. Fan Yuan's battle strength rose sharply. A day later, on the battle stage, Fan Yuan had his 30th match. Ding! The bell announced the start of the battle. "I admit defeat!" his opponent shouted, ending the battle. Thus, Fan Yuan obtained his 30th victory. In 5th Inner City, he had 30 consecutive battles, 30 net wins, and rose to 4th Inner City. No one was surprised by this result. The Gu Masters in 5th Inner City battle stage saw him leave and sighed in relief. "I will return this sum of money to you," Tai Dao Ku said with a serious expression, his attitude extremely firm. "Just a small matter, don't mind it." "Brother Tai, what plans do you have now?" His friend smiled. Tai Dao Ku showed a determined expression. "Gu Yu Fangjing is my target, I will not stop until I arrest him. I am going to participate in the Shan clan battle stage." After saying bye to his friend, Tai Dao Ku came to the battle zone alone, but heard a nightmare. "What, Fangjing went to 4th Inner City? Damn it!" Tai Dao Ku clenched his fist, indignant. "Fangjing, do you think you can escape?" "Humph, if you went to 4th Inner City, so will I. Not mentioning 3rd Inner City, but do you think 5th Inner City can stop me? I have to hurry, I shall have my first match today. I refined the Ice Crystal Gu as my Vital Gu. Coupled with the Vitality Gu to prevent the backlash from the energy of the Ice Crystal, this way, my core is completed. For close range, I have Ice Edge Gu, and for long range, should I use Snowball Gu or Icicle Gu?" Bai Ningbing thought along the way as she walked to the battle stage. "Eh? It's you!" Tai Dao Ku saw Bai Ningbing walk onto the stage, and was stunned before cheering. "Great! Heaven has eyes, for me to encounter you on the first match." Bai Ningbing heard this, and raised her beautiful jewel-like blue eyes, and spoke in her usual cold tone. "Who are you?" Chapter 298. Bai Ningbing vs. Tai Dao Ku. Honestly speaking, Bai Ningbing did not know who Tai Dao Ku was. When Fang and Bai left Qingmao Mountain, Tai Dao Ku and gang were constantly lagging behind them. Even during Bai Gu Mountain inheritance, the eventual battle did not involve Tai Dao Ku, nor did Fang and Bai meet him. Only until a while ago, when Tai Dao Ku and Bai clan came to Shan Clan City, did he see Fan Yuan in person for the first time. But after that, Fan Yuan lured them to Shizi restaurant, and after a conversation, Bai clan took out all they had and ran away after giving him 500,000, leaving Tai Dao Ku behind, arrested by Shizi restaurant and forced to be a guard outside the door. Bai Ningbing did not know of his existence. But Tai Dao Ku recognized Bai Ningbing. From the Bai clan arrest warrant, he had already engraved their appearances deep into his heart. Now that he saw Bai Ningbing, he was exhilarated. Heaven is kind to me, heaven has eyes, giving me a chance to take revenge so quickly. But after his exhilaration, came intense rage. Bai Ningbing's "Who are you?" triggered the rage, hatred, humiliation, grievance in Tai Dao Ku, pouring out of a volcano like molten lava. "You murderer, killing my young master, causing me to nearly die, and caused me to be forced into being a guard for a brothel, causing me to be seen by a friend, and losing my reputation. These were all caused by you, you culprit, and you don't know who I am." "Oh!" Tai Dao Ku screamed in fury, his neck turning red from shouting, as intense killing intent burst out of his body. Ding! The battle started, and Tai Dao Ku did not hesitate, charging towards Bai Ningbing. Feeling her enemy's intense killing intent, Bai Ningbing squinted as she snorted coldly, rushing towards him as well. The two got closer rapidly, almost instantly appearing before each other. Iron Hand Gu! Hand Blade Gu! At once, Tai Dao Ku's hands became iron, and the edges of his palms became sharp blades. Ice Edge Gu! Bai Ningbing placed her palms together, and split them apart, instantly forming a blade of pure ice. Clang! A crisp sound, and the iron hand blade collided with the frosty ice blade. The two crossed swords, and as they traveled 5 to 6 steps, Bai Ningbing twisted her waist and flicked her wrist. 3 icicles flew towards Tai Dao Ku's back. Tai Dao Ku growled, forcefully turning around his body and swinging his palms around, smashing the icicles into bits, then ferociously charging towards Bai Ningbing again. Bai Ningbing's gaze became serious. After that short exchange, she had understood that this was a fierce opponent. Very good, I can use him to assess the quality of my Gu's set. Bai Ningbing's battle intent rose. She was not a monster like Fan Yuan. Without such a massive pool of experience, she could only trial and error on her own. Entering the battle stage, 1 was to earn primeval stones, and 2 was to develop her own unique set of Gu worms. Swift Shadow Gu. At this time, Tai Dao Ku's speed increased, leaving a trace of shadows behind him like a tail. His acceleration allowed him to reach Bai Ningbing in a moment. So fast! Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk. Tai Dao Ku had already stretched out both arms, raising them high above his head, then splitting down, like an axe, chopping towards Bai Ningbing. Even before he hit his target, the wind already blew Bai Ningbing's silver hair into the air, as her face felt a chill. The arms were like 2 sharp blades expanding in Bai Ningbing's vision. Tai Dao Ku first used Iron Hand Gu, then used the Hand Blade Gu to cause the edges of his palm to become sharp as a blade. Not only this, the 2 sides of his forearm also became dull blades. Tai Dao Ku's attack was strong and heavy, with unparalleled sharpness. Even a huge rock could be broken, not to mention a fragile human body. Even with her ice muscles jade bones, Bai Ningbing did not dare to take it head-on, forced to dodge. Bai Ningbing retreated as she guarded with her ice blade. Tai Dao Ku rotated his arms, like a moving windmill, sending his hand blades slashing towards her. Clang clang clang. Ice blade and hand blade collided and continuously gave off a loud noise. Bai Ningbing created another ice blade, dual-wielding, as she retreated and blocked Tai Dao Ku's furious assault. Ice Edge Gu was the advancement of the rank 2 Ice Blade Gu. It had a tougher body and sharper edge. But Tai Dao Ku also used rank 3 Gu, using the combination of Iron Hand Gu and Hand Blade Gu, with the Hand Blade Gu was the core of his entire Gu set. At once, ice shards flew into the air, as the ice blade was filled with cracks. Tai Dao Ku whipped up a steel blade tornado. He was older and more experienced than Bai Ningbing. With his anger unleashed, he attacked without rest, forcing Bai Ningbing to retreat over 100 steps. Tai Dao Ku was picked by the Tai clan young master and acted as his right-hand man. He had to have some outstanding ability. If that Tai clan young master became the clan leader in the future, Tai Dao Ku would be like Wei Yang, promoted to an elder in the clan. Bai Ningbing was fiercely suppressed. She was bound to lose if this continued. There were numerous cuts on her body as blood poured out. This cannot go on. Frost Breath Gu! Bai Ningbing activated her primeval essence, injecting them into her tongue. There was a 6-sided ice flower symbol on her tongue. It was the insignia of the Frost Breath Gu. Her cheeks puffed up as she exhaled a breath of icy wind. The light blue icy wind engulfed Tai Dao Ku, causing his arms and half his chest to have a layer of frost. Coldness assaulted him, as Tai Dao Ku shivered, like he was doused with a bucket of icy water in the hot summer weather, causing his attacks to slow down. Bai Ningbing quickly jumped back, pulling distance from Tai Dao Ku. Tai Dao Ku still wanted to get closer to her, but why would Bai Ningbing give him the opportunity? Icicle Gu! Snowball Gu! Many icicles and snowballs formed, shooting towards Tai Dao Ku, attacking him like a torrent, as Tai Dao Ku's assault was forcefully terminated. Bai Ningbing breathed out in relief. Tai Dao Ku's momentum was broken, as she finally caught her breath. This person is obviously bad at long range and specializes in close range. But how could I lose in sword technique? Ice Crystal Gu! Bai Ningbing was arrogant and proud. Her silver hair fluttered as a fierce light shot out of her jewel-like blue eyes. The cuts earlier had already stopped bleeding, This was the effect of the ice muscles to stop bleeding. Ice crystal goo was Bai Ningbing's vital goo. Once activated, the sound of water freezing could be heard all over Bai Ningbing's body. Her flesh and blood vanished, converted into a diamond-like crystal form. At a glance, she was like an ice sculpture. Her expression disappeared. Her cold appearance became even more emotionless. Her eyes stopped blinking, and on the surface of her eyes, there was a thick layer of transparent frost. Her body grew slightly, her height increasing by 2 to 3 inches, and her entire aura had a dominating coldness. Tai Dao Ku's ferocious attacks earlier gave her no time to activate the ice crystal goo, but now she finally could. When goo masters use goo, they would have to multitask. Be it battles or refinement, this was so. Even the strong Fang Yuan could only do 3 things at once with no error. He could not split his mind into 4 for a long time, otherwise mistakes would occur. Earlier, Bai Ningbing had placed all her attention on Tai Dao Ku's attacks. She concentrated extensively, and could not think of anything else. If she activated her ice crystal goo during that period, she would definitely be distracted and expose a weakness. If Tai Dao Ku made use of it, the consequences would be severe. Making any changes would require attention. In contrast, doing the same thing only needed one thought. "It is my turn now," she lightly shouted, taking huge steps and carried a cool killing intent, charging at Tai Dao Ku. Clang, clang, clang. The two collided and unleashed their attacks. Fighting offense with offense. Bai Ningbing held her ice blades and waved them around, as Tai Dao Ku used his arms as blades, more agile and flexible. In a few breaths' time, they had unleashed over 100 attacks. The white ice blade and the black steel hand blade struck lightning fast, almost turning into a blur black and white silhouette. The surrounding spectators were not many. Seeing this, they breathed in deeply and were shocked. Evenly matched. Bai Ningbing had turned into ice crystal. Her body was made of hard ice. When Tai Dao Ku hit her, he could only make a small scar on the ice. In contrast, Tai Dao Ku had a very outstanding defensive goo, causing him to turn into a black Iron Man. When the ice blades hit him, they create slashing marks. But gradually, Tai Dao Ku felt increasing pressure. Bai Ningbing had stopped defending, and concentrated on attacking, thus, her attacks became increasingly sharper. This person is improving so much amidst battle. She had such outstanding battle talent, she is using me as a practice dummy to refine her sword technique. Tai Dao Ku was stunned in his heart. He could feel Bai Ningbing's attacks becoming more refined and precise under pressure, as their force increased. His inner thoughts caused his movements to slow, and finally, Bai Ningbing found her chance to strike. A chance! Bai Ningbing's eyes shone brilliantly, as her right hand slashed towards Tai Dao Ku's brain. Tai Dao Ku could not dodge in time, thus had to defend against it. He was very confident of his defense. Every close-range goo master would not have weak defenses. As long as his eyes stayed intact, there was no issue. But at this time, Bai Ningbing activated a goo in her aperture. Ice explosion goo. Bam! The ice blade in Bai Ningbing's right hand exploded intensely. This change caught Tai Dao Ku off guard, as the force of the explosion tore through his defenses. He subconsciously closed his eyes, as an intense pain assaulted him. Oh no, it's a trap! Tai Dao Ku's heart sank. He had a rich battle experience, meticulous and courageous. Encountering this, he did not fluster but quickly used the swift shadow goo to move backwards. Bai Ningbing did not let go of such an opportunity, also activating her movement goo and chased after him, hacking and slashing. Tai Dao Ku could hear her movements. With his experience and keen senses, he blocked most of Bai Ningbing's attacks. But Bai Ningbing held the upper hand. At this moment, there was little hope of Tai Dao Ku turning this around. As he retreated, he barely opened his eyes, finding his left eye blind and his right heavily injured, as his vision was dyed red. "I admit defeat!" he screamed, his throat out. "The battle has been decided. Both sides stop now," the hosting goo master quickly announced. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly, attacking more urgently. But suddenly, a huge invisible force pulled her and Tai Dao Ku apart. In Shangclan City battle stage, there were obviously defensive measures. As long as the hosting goo master reacted in time and acts, there will hardly be any killings on purpose. Humph! Bai Ningbing showed displeasure. She felt this force holding on to her, not allowing her to move. She had to stop. Tai Dao Ku breathed roughly, removing his defense and quickly healing himself. He also had a healing goo, but it could not heal his left eye. he could only stabilize his right eye's condition and try to preserve it. This scoundrel is truly shameless. I got tricked by her and almost died. Damn it! Too hateful. Tai Dao Ku still had some after-fear mixed with rage and hatred. Chapter 299. Shut up, you fat pig. This match is over. I have consumed 70% of my primeval essence, only 20% is left. After obtaining victory, Bai Ningbing left the battle stage. She summarized her battle learnings while walking. She would summarize every match she fought. The battle with Tai Dao Ku today, although she felt a pity that she was not able to kill him, her gains were quite great. The battle just now was intense, but it lasted only a brief period. However, it expended a lot of my primeval essence. Come to think about it, I have a great aptitude primeval essence recovery speed. During an intense battle, my set of goo worms clearly has high primeval essence consumption issues. Many goo masters face difficulties in this aspect when they organize their goo worms. Who did not like powerful goo worms? But often, those goo worms with higher efficacy had higher consumption rates of primeval essence. Of course, there were goo worms who were powerful and consumed less primeval essence. But they were all rare goo worms and were very expensive. Bai Ningbing had extra money on hand, but it was not a lot. She was smart, and after quickly realizing her situation, she started saving money. Before, she would spend money like water and had no clear concept of the value of primeval stones. That was because the clan spent all their efforts in cultivating her. Now, she was in charge of her own money during this period of time. Her awareness had a significant transformation. While Fan Yuan was growing, Bai Ningbing too was improving rapidly in all aspects. It would be good if I had Fan Yuan's Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. At least in rank 3 stage, there would be no need to worry about primeval essence expenditure. Bai Ningbing thought of this, inevitably having a feeling of jealousy. Fan Yuan walked the strength path. Strength path Gu consumed the least primeval essence, and with his 90% a great aptitude, he had an abundant source of primeval essence. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus could not display its true value in his hands, it was simply casting pearls before a swine. What if I buy Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus from Fan Yuan? Bai Ningbing shook her head, quickly throwing away this impractical thought from her mind. She understood too well what kind of person Fan Yuan was. She had never seen him suffer a loss. If someday she was able to take Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus from his hands, then it would definitely be after she pays a heavy price. Without the help of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, I can only reduce the goo worms on me. After carefully thinking it, Bai Ningbing decided to give up on Snowball Goo. Snowball Goo was a high-tier goo in rank 3 and she had planned to use it as a long-range attacking method. However, this goo expended quite a bit of primeval essence. It was still okay if she only used it one time. But how could she only send out one snowball in the midst of intense battle? 5 to 6 snowballs after, her primeval essence consumption would amount to a lot. I will give up Snowball Goo and keep Icicle Goo. Icicle Goo might only be rank 2, but it can also restrict the opponent. It would be a threat if I use it with Ice Explosion Goo. Ice Explosion Goo was a rank 3 goo which could detonate ice and form an instantaneous destructive power. The larger, older, and colder the ice, the greater the power of the explosion. She was able to establish her dominance in the battle against Tai Dao Ku because of this Ice Explosion Goo. Of course, if the ice explosion spread towards Bai Ningbing, she would also receive injuries. But if she turned her body into ice crystal, the severeness of injuries would fall to a low level. Thinking of the splendid battle just before, Bai Ningbing licked her lips in excitement. A normal Ice Path Goo Master pursued defensive or trapping abilities. Only those like Fire Path Goo Masters or Thunder Path Goo Masters focused on explosive strength. However, Bai Ningbing did the very opposite. The inspiration for it was the Ice Explosion Goo, and she had not expected the results to be so good, beyond her original estimation. Ice Explosion Goo is brilliant and very effective in battle. I will continue to make full use of it later. Bai Ningbing inwardly planned. She used to advocate a direct and straightforward fighting style, fierce and swift, slashing everything with her ice wind. However, she was influenced after being in contact with Fan Yuan all the time, and now was interested in making treacherous moves. She was interested in everything splendid in this world. Ice Crystal Goo, Ice Edge Goo, Icicle Goo, Ice Explosion Goo, can this set defeat Fan Yuan? Bai Ningbing considered this, considering Fan Yuan as her number 1 imaginary enemy. Fan Yuan walks the strength path, He has all-out effort goo and is much more domineering in close combat than that guy just before. With my current methods, it won't be easy to win against him. Unless I can regain my killer move. Bai Ningbing's killer move was her self-created Ice Blade Storm. She had created this using revolving goo paired with whirlwind goo and ice blade goo, forming the icy tornado. But now Bai Ningbing's vision had widened. This move was already old-fashioned. Ice Blade Storm could bully rank 2, but would be substandard in rank 3 realm. These days, she had been thinking of ways to improve and polish her killer move, but was not able to get any ideas. She suddenly thought of something and her pace quickened. Oh right, today is Fan Yuan's first battle after advancing to 4th Inner City. It shouldn't be too late if I go see now. Kill him. Zhu Ba, finish this kid quick. The way I see it, Zhu Ba doesn't even need to make a move and this Fang Jing kid won't be able to bear it. This kid is in trouble. He ran into Zhu Ba, who happens to subdue his strength path on his first match. The battle stage was lively and full of people. Fan Yuan's match has attracted many spectators. Well, the battle zone doesn't have any restriction regarding the spectators' cultivation. As long as the Goo Master has money, he can come watch. Bai Ningbing arrived to the battle stage and looked around her before concentrating towards the stage. This was a mid-scale battle stage and the terrain was ordinary stone-tiled floor. Fan Yuan and a heavily built Goo Master were fighting fiercely. According to the spectators' comments, Fan Yuan's opponent should be that Zhu Ba. Zhu Ba was huge, almost 3 meters tall. His whole body was full of fats, making his head and limbs look smaller. He was like an enlarged version of the Earth's sumo wrestlers. In this world, whether it was a Goo Master or a mortal, their height normally did not cross 2 meters. Zhu Ba's height was clearly the result of using some Goo worm. This was quite normal in fact. Many flying-type Goo Masters would make their bones hollow to reduce the weight. Some earth-burrowing Goo Masters would use bone-shrinking goo to turn into a dwarf. Like this, their energy consumption would be much lower when drilling a tunnel. Bai Ningbing did not have much knowledge about Zhu Ba, but from the continuous comments of the spectators around her, he understood Zhu Ba's methods. Zhu Ba was a defensive Goo Master. The fats in his body provided him with a strong defense. Fan Yuan moved around Zhu Ba, punching and kicking him. When Zhu Ba received the strikes, the fat on his body shook like water ripples and dispersed the force of the attacks onto all parts of his body. Then with the use of a goo, this force was gathered together, and through a countershock method, it was returned back to Fan Yuan. According to sources, Zhu Ba received his goo from a demonic inheritance. It was uncertain because he had never exposed the amount of goo he had and their names. However, his method of fighting made people helpless, particularly effective against strength path Goo Masters. Fang Jing, take a rest, it is no use. I can send 80% of the force of your attacks back at you through countershock. Punches and kicks do nothing to me, instead you will be injured. Have you still not realized it? Zhu Ba spoke in a low muffled voice. He directly sat on the battle stage, letting Fan Yuan attack him, giving an immovable presence. Boar Phantom, Brown Bear Phantom and Crocodile Phantom constantly flashed above Fan Yuan. It was the reappearance of the scene when he viciously beat the mountain-back toad, but Zhu Ba was indifferent. No matter how much strength you used, the other did not even glance at you, who would not be discouraged by such a situation. However, Fan Yuan persevered and continued to move and attack Zhu Ba without saying a word. It had been like this since the match started and by now, 15 minutes had passed. Puff! Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and suddenly took back a step, stopping his attacks. Blood seeped out from the corners of his lips. The countershock force from Zhu Ba jolted his organs, inflicting internal injuries on him. He had iron bones, steel tendons, canopy goo and there was also golden shield goo, but this shock passed through all his defense and attacked his internal organs. His internal organs were not strengthened at all, even though he was healing them with self-reliance goo, the injuries were getting heavier. Fan Yuan stopped his offensive, the counter-shock force also dissipated. Several breaths later, his internal organs were completely healed. The offensive resumed. He took a strong step and began his attacks. His fist smashed like a meteor, bringing with it the sound of the wind. The fats in Zhu Ba shook once again, creating ripples and sending it back. Fan Jing, you have a healing goo, but so do I. You are suffering 80% of the attack, while I only receive 20% of the damage. Your consumption is more than mine, it is better to just admit defeat. Zhu Ba continued to persuade. Fan Yuan only attacked without replying. When blood started seeping out again, he stopped the offensive and used self-reliance Gu to recover. Although he eliminated the strength of a boar, he added in bull strength, horse strength and half a turtle strength. Self-reliance Gu's effect had surpassed fleshbone. This state continued to persist and the spectators were starting to get bored, some even yawned. Too boring. I really wonder why Fang Zheng is putting in so much effort. Today, Zhu Ba also looks somewhat abnormal. Why hasn't he attacked? Hasn't this been his style all along? First defend and waste his opponent's primeval essence and fighting spirit, then make his move, beating down his opponent. The problem lies here. Fang Zheng has too much energy. He has been attacking for so long with no results, but he doesn't look the least bit discouraged. He is a strength cultivator, so his primeval essence consumption is also small. When will this stalemate end? You guys can't see what is going on. Zhu Ba is playing with the newbie. These words immediately caused the surrounding people to laugh. To these Gu masters who hung out in the battle zone all year round, Fan Yuan was indeed a very inexperienced newbie. Fang Zheng, there is no meaning in continuing this. I have no interest in your all-out effort, Gu. I don't want to bully a newbie as a senior. It will be better for you to retreat. I promise I won't choose your Gu worms. Zhu Ba chuckled. He had received Fan Yuan's attacks which contained the boar's collision force, the crocodile's biting force and the brown bear's smacking force, but he was still able to laugh. What kind of strength is this? Indeed worthy of being rank 8 in 4th inner city. His strength is the real deal. The audiences were truly moved. Shut up, you fat pig! Fan Yuan suddenly shouted. The battle stage went silent. Chapter 300. Fan Yuan vs. Zhu Ba. He actually dared to scold Senior Zhu Ba? This newbie is too arrogant. Lord Zhu Ba, teach him a lesson, let him know the depths of heaven and earth. After the short silence, the audience flared up. Young man, you should learn humility. I tried to persuade you with good intentions. Never mind if you don't listen to it, but you still curse me. How can a person behave like this? In the end, you will run into walls everywhere and no one will help you. Zhu Ba sighed. Fan Yuan laughed loudly. Are you concerned about me, or are you just afraid to attack? More likely, you can only passively defend my attacks. Your ability to send counter-shock force to injure me while defending is really amazing, but how many Gu are you controlling to maintain such a defense? At least 3? Can't concentrate enough to attack while defending? I have already seen through your tricks. Do you think I am like those idiot spectators? As he spoke, the spectators got furious and started shouting. What nonsense is this? He dares to call us idiots. My insight is much wiser than yours. This kid is overflowing with arrogance. Senior Zhu Ba, he is treating your kindness as dirt. Please quickly teach him a lesson. Zhu Ba's expression changed and said in a grave tone. Young man, since you are so ignorant, I will teach you a lesson to teach you reality. This is a good thing for you. He then moved. This movement was not a small action. His whole body curled into an enormous meatball and rolled towards Fang Yuan. At the same time a pale black blade aura wrapped around the enormous ball. As the enormous ball rolled, stone slabs split open and stone fragments flew. The crushing attack fused with the sharp blade aura, further increased in might, making people feel the urge to dodge. It appeared, Lord Zhu Ba's killing move, rolling blade meet. The Gu master spectators shouted with excitement. Bai Ningbing's gaze concentrated. A movement type rolling meet Gu with blade aura Gu. A normal person would not be able to unleash such power, but Zhu Ba's enormous body can amplify his attacking strength. Couldn't endure it anymore? Facing Zhu Bai's violent offense, Fang Yuan was not afraid but pleased instead, his lips outlining a trace of madness. Vertical crash Gu. Boar Phantom. Abruptly, he charged straight towards the giant ball. Has this kid gone mad? Facing this attack head-on, does he not want his life? Someone is going to die. The audience were stunned. The two sides collided. Meatball's charge immediately slowed down while Fan Yuan was sent flying before falling heavily on the ground. Look, this is what happens when you overestimate yourself. This kid didn't die. Fan Yuan wiped off the bloodstains on the corner of his lips and jumped up. The giant ball charged towards Fan Yuan again. Fan Yuan gave a loud laugh before charging again. Thump. A dull thud and Fan Yuan was sent flying again. Thud. Sent flying once more. Thud. Sent flying yet again. This match is already set. Fang Jing might have all-out effort Gu, but he unfortunately met an opponent who counters him. Someone commented, gloating in Fan Yuan's misfortune. It is difficult to overcome Xu Ba's killer move. As his rolling speed increased, his striking force also became stronger. Actually, Fang Zheng's method was correct, to stop Xu Ba's momentum immediately. But the way he chose to do it was too forceful. Another spectator sighed and shook their head. I have never seen such a stupid guy. Choosing to ram into Xu Ba like this, most of the strength is returned back to him as counter-shock. Another spectator scoffed. This kid shouldn't be able to get up anymore. Eh? He actually got up. Fan Yuan was sent flying again and again, but also stood up each time. His injuries were not light, but self-reliance Gu gave him potent sustainability. Still so stubborn, then die. Xu Ba let out an angry roar and fiercely rammed at Fan Yuan. Vertical crash Gu. Fan Yuan did not change his battle tactic. Boar Phantom flashed above his head. The two sides collided like meteors. However, this time, Fan Yuan was not sent flying, instead his fist wedged deeply into the meatball. Rather it was the meatball that shook violently, as blade aura moved rampantly and slashed Fan Yuan like a dark waterfall. Fan Yuan was ruthlessly sent flying, as the blade aura was completely expended. Canopy Gu suffered heavy damage, the white light armor flickered weakly before dissipating completely. Fan Yuan's whole body was bathed in blood, deep and long injuries on all parts of his body as if he had been hacked by countless sharp knives. He was not like Bai Ningbing with the defense of her ice muscles, but still the tendons in his body were mostly intact and there was also no damage to his bones. Self-reliance Gu. Fan Yuan activated it, and his blood loss immediately came to a stop, new flesh grew and the wounds began healing. However, the recovery of his tendons were slightly slower. Bai Ningbing's eyes flashed as she analyzed inwardly. Without the Canopy Gu, it would be difficult for Fan Yuan to win this battle by just relying on self-reliance Gu's recovery. Eh? Right at this time, golden rays of light flashed around Fan Yuan. The light condensed and formed into a light armor, Golden Shield Gu. This kid has quite a few defensive Gu. First it was Canopy Gu and now it is Golden Shield Gu. Both are great defensive rank 3 Gu. This kid is rich. Golden Shield Gu could not be used at the same time as Canopy Gu. It was always stored inside Fan Yuan, and now it showed itself for the first time. Bai Ningbing was slightly dazed before coming back to her senses. She had gotten many new Gu worms, Fan Yuan certainly would also do the same. To Fan Yuan, Golden Shield Gu was slightly better than Canopy Gu since it was more suitable for his strength path methods. Even if you have Golden Shield Gu, the result remains the same. Xu Ba's deep voice came from within the meatball. The meatball charged towards Fan Yuan, sending him flying again. How many times do I have to say it till you understand? You can't defeat me, you will only bring disgrace upon yourself if you continue. Xu Ba sighed. Enough, how long are you going to keep acting? Fan Yuan stood up and wiped the bloodstains on his lips. Others felt no hope for him, but he saw victory waving at him. It was time. Fan Yuan lowered his eyes, covering his pupils which were flashing with a sharp light. Charge! He again charged head-on. Ungrateful kid, then I shall show it to you the true difference between us. Xu Ba rolled towards him. Horizontal charge Gu. Fan Yuan suddenly charged horizontally and evaded. Vertical crash Gu. After charging 50 steps, he quickly turned his direction and charged. How? In the moments before collision, he activated all-out effort Gu, a brown bear phantom flashed. Under this attack, the meatball's skin and flesh folded over and over like the waves in river and sent the countershock back towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was sent back several steps before he charged forward again. He unleashed violent attacks while constantly moving around the meatball. All his punches and kicks were targeted at different areas. This greatly raised the difficulty for Xu Ba to defend. Right now, Fan Yuan's attacks were fiercer than ever before. Xu Ba controlled his Gu worms frantically till he was no longer able to cope with it. The meatball trembled crazily, but this time, it was not able to return even a bit of the force as counter-shock. Howl! Xu Ba was extremely furious. He cancelled his meatball form and turned back to his human form. Blade aura formed again and flew towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was overjoyed at this. The more Gu Xu Ba used, more difficult it would be for him to control all of them. Xu Ba's mind was already in a mess. The opponents he faced before would admit defeat after being struck several times. Even those persevering ones lost their fighting spirit after experiencing Zhu Ba's rolling attack. But unfortunately, he met Fan Yuan. There were many types of men in this world. Some loved their family, and some had high ambitions. Among them, there was a type of man. After he has a clear goal and ambition, he cannot be stopped even if the whole world turned against him. Fan Yuan was such a man. No one could stop him, not to mention just merely this Zhu Ba. Horse Phantom. Vertical Crash Gu. His speed increased suddenly, rapidly charging 50 steps. Horse Strength increased his speed by 30% more than boar strength. Horse hooves hit the floor and sped forward. Zhu Ba did not expect Fan Yuan to still have this trump card, and due to being caught unprepared, his blade aura hit the air behind Fan Yuan. As for Fan Yuan, he was already right before Zhu Ba. There were no words. Just one punch. This punch was incomparably powerful, exploding even the air around it. The heavy recoil from the punch destroyed the stone tiles under Fan Yuan's feet into countless shards and even shook the whole stage. Zhu Ba's fats trembled violently to disperse the force of the punch around his body before attempting to return 80% of the force back to Fan Yuan. However, Fan Yuan immediately followed with another punch. Zhu Ba's physique was huge and was poor at agility. The punch ruthless hit his body. I counter-shock! Zhu Ba opened his eyes wide as he did his best to manipulate several gu in his body. However, he had just used all his concentration to manipulate blade aura gu, and now he was activating other gu at the same time. It might be okay if he was at peak condition, but right now his mind was in disarray and his mental state had already weakened due to manipulating all the gu for such a long time. A flaw appeared. The fats on Zhu Ba's body that was shaking like water ripples stopped. His defense crumbled. He was still dispersing the force of Fan Yuan's previous force, and so had to stiffly endure this punch. An intense pain assaulted him, causing his head to spin. The dispersing process of the force of Fan Yuan's punch was broken. 80% of the force exploded in all parts of his body. Backlash! In that instant, Zhu Ba's heart suddenly stopped due to the intense pain. Fan Yuan's fierce gaze flashed. He had been waiting for this moment for so long, and he finally created it forcefully. Grabbing the opportunity, and strike! Punches were thrown out like the wind. Bear Phantom, Boar Phantom, Crocodile Phantom and Horse Phantom flashed in turns in midair. Wind whistled, Beast Phantoms roared, golden armor covered Fan Yuan's whole body as his punches exploded out with unrivaled fierceness. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the giant Zhu Ba was beaten into retreating and howling in pain by the dwarf Fan Yuan. However, Zhu Ba's extremely obese body forced him to become a punching bag. Fan Yuan's vigor rose continually. His unyielding ferocity birthed a feeling in all the spectators that this person could not be stopped. The intense pain surged like a tsunami and struck Zhu Ba head-on, almost drowning his consciousness. His thoughts were in a mess, and he found it even more difficult to activate his gu to increase his defense. Fan Yuan firmly held the upper hand, and Zhu Ba was already starting to show the white part of his eyes. How can this be? Just now, it was clearly. Was Fan Jing right about him? The audience were in an uproar. The shocking swap of their predicament stupefied them. Chapter 301. Fan Yuan vs. Zhu Ba. Looking at the number 8 expert in 4th Inner City Senior Zhu Ba, beaten till he vomited blood by a newcomer, this scene overturned many people's expectations. But Zhu Ba was still an experienced veteran. He suddenly shouted, stretching out both arms and tightly hugged Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan felt that he was wrapped by cotton. The fat meat squeezed at him from all directions, causing him to be unable to move. He punched and kicked, hitting flesh with every hit. Zhu Ba's bones were broken, and his flesh was beaten to pulp, mashed under his skin. But Zhu Ba gritted his teeth, forcefully trapping Fan Yuan. He was almost beaten senseless by Fan Yuan, but the only clear thought on his mind reminded him, if he let this monster out, he would be in deep trouble. As the space around him was squeezed, Fan Yuan snorted, showing no fear as he activated the all-out effort gu. A green bull phantom appeared in midair. A new beast phantom! Bai Ningbing saw this and her pupils shrunk. Secretly, Fan Yuan had already grown this powerful. If I go against him, with just my gu worms, I'm afraid. Bai Ningbing's heart sank. The bull's strength was strong and lasting. Fan Yuan stretched out his arms and pulled Zhu Ba's fat arms that were tightly coiled around him. Comparing strength, how could Zhu Ba be his match? Zhu Ba tried his best, his arms were shivering, and sweat poured down like rain, but he could not stop Fang Yuan. Damn it, if he gets loose, I am done for. Xu Ba felt an intense feeling of unease. The intense premonition of death was causing him to feel extremely scared. I admit defeat! He screamed. Compared to his life, what was fame? The hosting Gu master immediately used the battle stage to forcefully separate the two. The battle has been decided. Fang Jing wins, Xu Ba loses. The hosting Gu master announced. The crowd gasped. He actually won! Xu Ba is just a paper tiger, pretending to be strong on the outside. I was almost fooled by him. Xu Ba can't even beat a newcomer. How can he be the number 8 expert? This is truly shameful for our 4th inner-city battle stage. Xu Ba's pathetic state now destroyed the image he had painstakingly built up over the years. Bai Ningbing heard the chattering, and shook her head internally. Xu Ba has been an expert for many years. He is definitely strong. Unfortunately, he met Fang Yuan. Xu Ba's fighting style was countering his opponent's attacks. First using defense to waste his opponent's primeval essence and stamina, then counterattacking to win. But he fought against Fang Yuan, this monster, as a strength cultivator. Coupled with the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he has endless primeval essence. Stamina is also his forte as a strength cultivator. The two countered each other in different aspects, but the tougher one won. Speaking of which, it was rather ironic. Bai Ningbing changed her style, becoming more scheming and devious. Fang Yuan was also changing. From his former scheming style, he started fighting with raw power, a forthright style that goes all in. The two seemed to have swapped styles. Xu Ba fell and admitted defeat, losing to Fang Yuan. His reputation was completely tarnished. Good job. Below the stage, Wei Yang laughed as he said to Fang Yuan. This was Fang Yuan's first battle in 4th Inner City, thus Wei Yang came to watch. Fang Yuan's performance was out of Wei Yang's expectations. Wei Yang was very concerned about Fang Yuan, one because of the clan leader's orders and mission, but also because of their friendship. Maybe you were born for the strength path. At the banquet, Wei Yang exclaimed. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulders. I walked on the strength path in the past, but failed. Now I see hope in you. Do you know, many eyes are watching you now. Continue walking on this path without doubt. Fang Yuan nodded. He knew his circumstance. He had just risen to 4th Inner City, and met Xu Ba, defeating him. Getting famous overnight, many were taken aback. This battle had just ended, but he had received many people's forceful challenge. These people were mostly strength path Gu masters, coming after his all-out effort Gu. The better he performs, the greater the value of the all-out effort Gu, and the more greed it attracts. Right now, those that were coming for him were all experts in 4th Inner City. Henceforth, his predicament would only get tougher. But the tougher it got, the more his battle intent surged, as Fang Yuan felt his blood burning. Just this level of risk and difficulty, what are they? How can they stop me, Fang Yuan's advancement? In this world, nobody is capable of ending my ambitions. 8 days later, he fought Jin Bianyuan. After fighting evenly for a while, he unleashed his beast phantoms, destroying Jin Bianyuan's core defensive Gu worm, killing him on the spot. 10 days later, Liao Huadong, who is famed for aggressive attacks, fought against Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fought attack with more attacks, taking him down head-on. If not for the hosting Gu master, Liao Huadong would have been dead. 17 days later, Zhong De, who has the strength of 5 tigers, fought an exciting match against Fang Yuan, but was beaten like a dead dog, lying on the ground, motionlessly. Time continued to pass by, as Fang Yuan won again and again. There were many experts in 4th Inner City, but Fang Yuan's growth was insane. Be it cultivation, addition of new Gu worms, or other these aspects. The more he won, the more primeval stones he received. He fought his way through, advancing bravely. Every match was a treat to watch for the spectators. But on the other hand, he was very vigilant. He had never looked down on any opponent, getting all the information he needed beforehand. With Wei Yang and Li Ran, one having authority while the other one has an underground network, Fang Yuan could gather all the information necessary before a battle. He was not a brainless brute, he only accepted 4 matches a month. Although forceful challenge was the rule, to prevent intentional targeting, the challenged Gu master can have 8 days of rest time after every match. Fang Yuan used this time to prepare himself adequately, ignoring the taunting from others. He focused on cultivating. The battle stage's purpose was to assess and train himself, as well as a source of revenue. He had become famous. His victories caused his name to spread wide. The strongest newcomer in history. The star of hope in reviving strength path. The ferocious and ruthless beast. Many titles were bestowed onto him, depicting his traits. Newcomer but has an amazing win record, owns the all-out effort Gu, ruthless and cruel, never letting go of an enemy he can kill, and others. 3 months passed like this. This day, in the secret room, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing sat opposite each other. Bai Ningbing placed both palms on Fan Yuan's back, injecting her snow's silver primeval essence into him. The primeval essence were converted over by the flesh-bone unity Gu. After some losses, they were injected into Fan Yuan's aperture. In the aperture, primeval essence ebbed and flowed, as waves crashed and assaulted the aperture walls. Swish, swish, swish. The tides rose and fell, never ending. The white light walls were assaulted and started to change. A moment later, the light walls were replaced by water walls, as the white light flowed like water, causing the aperture walls to become thicker and stronger. From rank 3 initial stage, he advanced to middle stage. Fan Yuan only used a few months. This was all due to the flesh-bone unity Gu and Bai Ningbing. The higher the Gu master's rank, the larger the difference between their cultivation across small realms. Bai Ningbing was rank 3 peak stage. It was very helpful to Fan Yuan. This speed, if exposed, would cause a great commotion. Even Fan Yuan, who was knowledgeable, felt secretly shocked. But Bai Ningbing, who was a former 10 extreme physique and had a monstrous cultivation speed, did not feel any shock towards Fan Yuan's advancement. If Bai Ningbing was rank 4, using the light gold primeval essence, Fan Yuan's cultivation speed would be increased further. Feeling the change in Fan Yuan's aura, Bai Ningbing knew he had succeeded and retracted her palm. So how, in a few days, you will reach 4th inner city battle stage? Are you interested in raising your cultivation to rank 4? Fan Yuan turned around and asked. The higher Bai Ningbing's cultivation was, the faster he could cultivate himself. No need, if you can stand firm with rank 3 cultivation and fight your way through, so can I. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, not showing any nice expressions. Fan Yuan. But at the end she added, my aptitude rose again, reaching 92% at this rate. When are you going to give me the Yanggu? Oh. That's fast. Fan Yuan was shocked. He knew a lot about the 10 extreme aptitude, but the details were not in depth. Even though poison vow was removed, Bai Ningbing still served a huge purpose. You don't have to worry, with me around, I can protect your life. We used the poison vow Gu before, even if you don't trust me, surely you trust the Gu's power? Humph. Bai Ningbing did not rebuke him. These last few months she spent with Fan Yuan were the most peaceful period of her life. As the two worked hard together, and with the poison vow Gu allowing them to form an alliance. But it seems, this guy, he's growing faster and gaining more rewards. Regarding this, Bai Ningbing had a clear understanding of their differences. Her improvement was large, but his was larger. These few months, Fan Yuan not only gained the strength of a turtle, but also used the rank 3 bronze skin Gu, giving his skin another layer of defense. Rank 2 bronze skin Gu can only give the Gu master's skin increased defense for a limited period of time. The rank 3 bronze skin Gu used one's own body and grants this defense to their body permanently. Now Fan Yuan's skin is bronze color, like he had undergone a suntan. Iron bones, steel tendon, bronze skin, with golden shield Gu, Fan Yuan's defense was at initial success stage. Even among 3rd inner city battle stage, it is sufficient to deal with any strong foe. As for the canopy Gu, Fan Yuan had already sold it. It overlapped with the golden shield Gu, and did not suit Fan Yuan's fighting style. Just as Fan Yuan advanced to middle stage, a group of people arrived outside Shang Clan City. Shang Clan City. Gu Yufangjing is inside, huh? Tai Ruanan thought as she walked ahead of everyone. Tai Daoku greets young master. Tai Daoku rapidly paid his respects. Chapter 302. Tai Ruanan. Tai Daoku, what happened to your eyes? Tai Ruanan saw Tai Daoku wearing a black eye patch and asked in surprise. Tai Daoku showed an embarrassed expression, speaking the truth. My eyes were injured by Bai Ningbing. A few months ago, he had a battle with Bai Ningbing, and suffered a great setback. Losing his left eye, his battle strength fell drastically, and with the hand blade Gu mercilessly taken by Bai Ningbing, he was no longer her match. But Tai Daoku did not give up. He had a determined heart, gritting his teeth and relied on the battle stage, along with taking some jobs of escorting and investigating, to survive in Shang Clan City. He was like a lone wolf licking his wounds, as he observed Fang and Bai secretly, slowly gaining back his strength as well as reporting to the clan. Precisely because of his letter, Tai Ruonan brought a team here personally. Bai Ningbing actually injured you. Tai Dao Ku, your intel had some errors. Why did you not mention this in your letter? Tai Ruonan frowned, slightly unhappy. How could I have the face to say it? Tai Dao Ku laughed bitterly. He was a rank 3 Gu master, he had his pride and dignity. But towards Tai Ruonan's accusation, he lowered his head, answering, "It was my mistake." He was a proud man, but he was very respectful to Tai Ruonan. It has been 2 years. 2 years ago, Tai Xueling's death was reported to the clan, causing them to fall into deep sorrow. A rank 5 Gu master was a great strength, standing at the peak of the mortal realm. Even a huge clan like Tai clan would feel pain in losing one. Moreover, this was the divine investigator Tai Xueling. His name spread throughout the southern border. He was a symbol and a flag for Tai clan. Tai Xueling's death was a loss to Tai clan, but also a loss to the entire righteous faction. Just as the clan grieved, Tai Ruonan, as Tai Xueling's daughter, stood up. She had been following her father, roaming the southern border. After returning to the clan, she challenged the Tai clan 13 halls, defeating her foes in the arena battles and becoming one of the 8 young masters in Tai clan. After taking over Tai clan's internal affairs, she cracked many cases. Corruption and greed could not hide from her, as she brought the criminals to justice. Tai Xueling fell, but Tai Ruonan rose, taking over her father's duty, and became the new rising star for the last 2 years in Tai clan. Tai Ruonan's name started to travel wide, and even Tai Dao Ku, someone who was far away in Shan Clan City, heard about her stories. Tai clan and Shan clan had different policies. Even if Tai Ruonan fails to attain the position of Tai clan leader, she will still be an important member, a great general protecting the mountain. She was young, but already rank 3 upper stage. Her title of genius was true to its name. Be it Tai Ruonan's current or future achievements, it was worth Tai Dao Ku's respect. Tai Mu, go see to his injuries. Tai Ruonan waved her hand, saying. Tai Mu had a delicate face. He was the healing Gu master in the team. He quickly went forward and checked Tai Dao Ku's eyes in front of everyone. In just a few breaths, Tai Mu reported. His eye is crippled, there is nothing I can do. To heal it, a rank 5 Gu master is needed. He was being humble, merely 28 years old but already rank 3 peak stage. He was a clan elite from Tai clan's side branch. Many people tried to recruit him, but he decided to serve Tai Ruonan instead. These few years, Tai Ruonan had taken the role of young master, and her forces expanded, recruiting many talented elites into her faction. Tai Mu was only one of them. In Shan Clan City, there is a rank 5 expert named Dr. Su Shou. Tai Dao Ku, take this money and go heal your eyes. Tai Ruonan took out a primeval elder Gu, and threw it to Tai Dao Ku. Thank you, young master. Tai Dao Ku took the Gu and showed a grateful expression. Dr. Su Shou's treatment fee was extremely expensive. He had scrimped and saved these few years, to save up enough money to heal his eyes. But 100,000 primeval stones was not a small sum. Commodity prices in Shan Clan City is high, and Tai Dao Ku had to buy a hand-blade Gu. He had no opportunity to save enough money. He straightened his back. I have already reserved a garden estate for young master to stay in, please follow me. But Tai Ruonan waved her hand. No rush, bring me to Nanqiu Garden. In your report, you mentioned that Fang and Bai stayed at Nanqiu Garden, right? Yes, that is so. Tai Dao Ku was stunned, not expecting Tai Ruonan to be so direct. Lead the way. Tai Ruonan instructed. Yes. Tai Ruonan had a swift and decisive nature, but a moment later, she was denied entry. Sorry, my 2 masters are cultivating in their secret rooms. Nanqiu Garden's doorboy respectfully said. What, scared? Trying to hide inside? Tai Dao Ku snorted in disdain. The doorboy had been specially trained by Shan Clan. He had great qualities. After giving Tai Dao Ku a look, he remained guarding the door firmly, not letting them through. Tai Ruonan was one of the young masters of the great Tai clan. She would not make a fuss towards a child. She smiled, taking out an invitation, passing it to the doorboy. No worry, pass them my invitation letter. I have some relationship with your masters. We will come again at night. I will definitely convey Lord's message, but they are in closed cultivation. I cannot guarantee when they will come out. They might not come out by dinner time. The doorboy reminded before they left. Until dinner time, when Tai clan came again, They were rejected once more. I think this Fang and Bai are afraid of young master's grandeur, hiding inside afraid to show up. Maybe they are trying to display their authority, specially targeting us. Tai Clan gang guessed, speaking in indignance. They had visited twice, but were treated like this. Did they really think so highly of themselves? Even Shang Clan young master would need to leave his work and come to attend to the group. Do not be anxious, we will come again tomorrow morning. Tai Ruanan calmed the gang, handing out another invitation as she showed an expression deep in thought. On the second morning, Nanchiu Garden closed shut again. Tai Clan gang's emotions were surging, almost breaking through by force, but were halted by Tai Ruanan, who handed out another invitation. The group had just left, and Fan Yuan came out of his secret room. Tai Ruanan! Hearing the servant's report, Fan Yuan gave a weird look. He knew that this woman was Tai Shuiling's daughter. Didn't she die on Qingmao Mountain? Tai Shuiling flew out of the bronze mask of the mountain giant puppet Gu, using the steel hand Gu to save Tai Ruanan. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing were engaging in a fierce fight at that moment, his vision obstructed by the white form immortal snake, thus he did not see it. After the fog dispersed, he was attacked by the crane group, the scene was a mess, and he did not have a second to rest. Even until Bai Ningbing self-detonated, Fan Yuan did not see Tai Ruanan. Thus, in Fan Yuan's impression, he had always thought that the Tai clan father and daughter had died on Qingmao Mountain. To think this Tai Ruanan is still alive, not only that, she even became Tai clan young master. Fan Yuan held the 3 invitations, taking a look and frowning deeply. Seeing this name, he felt a strong killing intent oozing out of his heart. This person is too much of an eyesore. A survivor of Qingmao Mountain, had interacted with himself and Guyu Fangjing, a huge threat to himself. If his true identity was exposed, it would affect his current peaceful lifestyle, and the haven he had painstakingly crafted in Shang Clan City would be lost. But this Tai Ruanan, Fan Yuan could not do anything to her. Tai Clan young master, in Shang Clan City, he was not permitted to kill her. I am still too weak. If I was rank 6 like back then, I could kill this small fry with one finger. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. Although his battle strength surged, and his growth was astounding, killing Tai Ruanan had consequences the current him could not bear. In fact, he could not even use his own name at this point. There is always a mountain higher than a mountain, an expert stronger than another expert. Rank 5 was only the mortal realm peak, yet he was merely rank 3. Fan Yuan quickly sorted his thoughts. Eliminating her was the most direct method, but it could not be used, thus he had to think of a way to deal with this unwanted guest. The matter on Qingmao Mountain was not exposed. Seeing Tai Ruanan's action, she must not know anything. Otherwise, she would not come with just this group to arrest me. She sent out 3 invitations and purposely displayed her determination of wanting to meet me. It seems she wants to learn what happened back then from me. After all, her father died on Qingmao Mountain. Then the matter now is, I am using Guyu Fangjing's name now, will she suspect my true identity? If she has suspicions, how do I get rid of her doubts? Or even worse, if my identity is exposed, how do I salvage it? From Shang Yanfei's findings, I have an ordinary aptitude, only my brother is a great aptitude. How do I explain the change in my talent? Fan Yuan's brain rapidly worked. He was a sly schemer, having a vigilant nature, he always considered the worst outcome, and this huge crisis was no different. He quickly thought of a countermeasure. If I really get to that stage, I will sell the blood skull Gu to Shang Yanfei. He had been collecting the blood sea true inheritance. If I sell the blood skull Gu to him, he would be able to raise Shang Xian's aptitude. He dotes on her so much, using the man triumphing heaven Gu for her to change her fate. He will not reject this deal. Handing over the blood skull Gu would allow Fan Yuan to explain the reason why he concealed his identity. But unless the matter had progressed to the worst stage, Fan Yuan would definitely not sell the blood skull Gu. The blood skull Gu is a divine Gu to raise geniuses for a clan. If I sell it to Shang Clan's forces will expand rapidly. Although the blood skull Gu has no value to me anymore, it is another story for others. Fan Yuan did not know Fangjing was still alive now, and was experiencing a rapid growth in strength. Chapter 303. I really want to kill her. Fan Yuan could not help but think again. According to Tai Clan's reaction, Tai Ruanan probably has no idea the blood skull Gu is in my hands. Maybe my great aptitude now is the greatest facade I have. Regarding this, Fan Yuan was spot on. The truth is, Tai Ruonan had never suspected Fan Yuan's identity. The reason was obviously aptitude. Tai Ruonan had always assumed that Fan Yuan was the desolate ancient moon physique. Regarding the weakness of the 10 extreme physique, she had learned much about it in Tai clan. After such a long time had passed, if it was really Fan Yuan, he would have died long ago. Furthermore, from Tai Dao Ku's reports, Fan Yuan's fighting style of being brave and forthright was also a testament to his identity. In Tai Ruonan's mind, Fang Jing was the one with such a style. As for that devious Fan Yuan, how could he fight with such ferocity? On Tai Ruonan's 4th visit, she finally met Fan Yuan. In the living room, only Fan Yuan and Tai Ruonan were present, the rest were sent away. To think that you and I would meet under such circumstances! Tai Ruonan exclaimed. Fan Yuan and Fang Jing were twins, they looked almost identical. She exclaimed, but Fan Yuan was even more emotional, sighing deeply. The past is the past. Let it stay that way, I do not want to mention it again. Tai Ruonan's eyes shone sharply. No, some things cannot be forgotten. My visit this time is for the matter back then. You must know how my father died, please tell me the truth. Fan Yuan looked at Tai Ruonan deeply, she showed no fear, staring right back at him. Her gaze showed a strong determined spirit. Her eyes and eyebrows were sharper than before, as she did not roam around these few years. Her slightly dark skin had turned pale, and together with her aquiline nose and red lips, it displayed the image of a heroic female general. No doubt, she was a beauty. Although no match for Bai Ningbing and Shang Xinci, her body had great shape, especially the long legs. Coupled with her unique disposition, it caused her to shine among people, and lure the conquering desire of men. But Fan Yuan was not concerned with her appearance. From her gaze, Fan Yuan sensed that she had no doubt about his identity. This was good. Then next, the problem was how to explain the matter back then. Fan Yuan knew, if he did not give a proper explanation, Tai Ruonan would not let go. Regarding this, Fan Yuan had his measures. Thus, he sighed. Every time I think about Qing Mao maintain, my heart aches. You may have lost a father, but I lost a clan, every single one of my family, and was forced to roam in the wilds. Although Shang Clan City is good, it is after all a foreign land, there is no feeling of home. Saying so, his eyes turned red. Seeing Fan Yuan act like this, Tai Ruonan's tough as steel gaze softened. As people in similar circumstances, both of them were victims. But compared to her, Fang Jing, who had lost all his clansmen, was no doubt more pitiful. Do you know? You killed a young master from my clan. If I had not stopped them, you would have been trialed by my clan already. Tai Ruonan changed the topic. Fan Yuan's expression changed, rapidly explaining. I know about the matter regarding Tai Dao Ku, it was not intentional. I dug the traps to deal with the grass skirt monkeys. Who asked your Tai clan to tail after me and fall into my trap? They were asking for death, how can you blame me? A life for a life, it is perfectly justified, no? Tai Ruonan's expression turned solemn. Fan Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. If that is the case, how many lives would I need to repay them? His face showed a cold smile too. Tai Ruonan, after so many things had happened, we are no longer naive kids. Your Tai clan has no justification in this matter. The reason you did not act is because of the purple thorn token in my hand, is that not the case? Tai Ruonan replied honestly. The purple thorn token is the main reason. But it can only protect your safety in Shang Clan City. Once you leave, we will not let you go. If you can tell me the truth behind the matter back then, I can assure you, as long as I live, Tai clan will not pursue you for this matter. Fan Yuan's heart was slightly shocked. This Tai Ruonan seemed to have developed well these few years. Even as a Tai clan young master, not many had this level of authority. If you do not believe me, we can use the poison Val Gu. Tai Ruonan continued. Poison Val Gu again? To speak the truth, Fan Yuan was already getting sick of refining the eating one's words Gu. The truth is nothing much. Now that you are Tai clan's young master, can you not guess it? Fan Yuan lowered his head, secretly observing Tai Ruonan. He used this to probe her, but Tai Ruonan did not seem to notice it. The young girl smiled. Actually, even if you do not say it, I have an idea already. Fan Yuan's tone changed. You know? Tai Ruonan sighed slowly. The 10 extreme physique is not a secret to the Haiter clans in the Gu master world. Causing that scene and sealing the entire Qing Mao mountain in ice, even a rank 5 Gu master cannot do it. But what I did not expect is, your brother was not the desolate ancient moon physique, but the northern dark eye soul physique. What? Fan Yuan called out in his mind, but his expression remained the same, only squinting appropriately. Why did she think I am the desolate ancient moon physique? Fan Yuan felt weird at the absurdity of her claim. Wait. No wonder back then, the Guyu clan leader protected me for no reason. Don't tell me, they thought my cultivation speed was due to the 10 extreme physique? As he considered this, many things started to make sense. If she thinks so, then the northern dark eye soul physique is my greatest cover. This means she had never doubted my real identity. As long as I do not show a flaw in my pretense later. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's face showed a complicated and painful expression. He did not speak, only sighing. The more he speaks, the more loopholes he creates. Words lead to mistakes. Tai Ruonan looked at his expression and affirmed her guess, as her tone became softer. Fan Jing, I know the pain in your heart is very complicated. The only who ruined your home, causing you to roam outside, and murdered your entire clan, was your own brother Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan stopped her words, his eyes turning red. Stop speaking, since you know so clearly, why must you ask me now? But I need a clear answer, all these were my assumptions. Tai Ruonan gave a forceful gaze. Fan Yuan nodded, as tears fell silently. Tai Ruonan, seeing this, could not force him further, only saying dejectedly, Do you know, I had rushed back to Qingmao Mountain, seeing the snow that engulfed the mountain, my heart was a mess. I know my father was killed by Fan Yuan. If he was still around, the hatred of killing my father is greater than the heavens. I will definitely kill him for revenge. But he is already dead. So what if I am not content with the outcome? I want to be filial to my parents, but it is too late. I want to kill the murderer, but he is already dead. It is the greatest regret in life. Tai Ruonan sighed, not knowing that her mortal enemy was right in front of her. Fan Yuan snorted coldly, showing displeasure. Fan Yuan is after all my brother, he is already dead, what more do you want? Tai Ruonan's eyes shone. I want to know some things. Back then, my father had received a mysterious letter. I know what is written in it. It says that the Guyu village contained a blood sea inheritance. Thus my father disregarded his injuries and rushed to Qingmao Mountain immediately. Do you and Bai Ningbing know about it? Fan Yuan shook his head. If I obtained it, I would have used it already. Why would I suffer so much on this journey? Tai Ruonan stared at Fan Yuan with deep meaning. The blood sea inheritance brings endless disasters. Back then, the demonic path Gu Master Blood Sea ancestor left this vile inheritance behind. Getting to the root of the problem, my father's death was also due to this inheritance. Fan Jing, if you really received this inheritance, I hope you can hand it over to me, and let me compensate for some of my regrets. Fan Yuan shook his head. No means no. Tai Ruonan was solemn, before speaking. According to my reports, you have a Gu in your possession that gives off a strong blood aura. You used to use it as a long-range attack. But after you converted to a strength path cultivation, you no longer use it. Why is that? Fan Yuan was stunned before realizing. You are suspecting me of taking the blood sea inheritance, but wanted to conceal it? You mean this Gu? Fan Yuan willed, and took out the blood moon Gu from his aperture, tossing it to Tai Ruonan. This is the blood moon Gu from my clan. Did you not see my brother use it before? Back when the explosion occurred, my clan leader and Bai clan leader worked together, and protected me and Bai Ningbing at the expense of their lives. The clan leader handed me his remaining Gu, and during the journey with Bai Ningbing, many Gu died of hunger, but only this blood moon Gu remained because it was easy to feed. Fan Yuan's words not only answered Tai Ruonan's inquirer, but even explained why he and Bai Ningbing were able to escape from the icy hell. Tai Ruonan inspected the blood moon Gu, her expression turning relaxed. So that's it. Your clan leader was courageous. In order to protect the bloodline, he sacrificed himself. He is truly noble. Fan Yuan snorted. That is why I have to live better, and rebuild Guyu village. Whoever dares to stop me, I will end his life. This explains why he was so cruel and ruthless in the battle stage. Although we did not spend much time together, I can evidently feel that you have changed. Tai Ruonan looked at Fan Yuan. She was only reminiscing and did not suspect him. After encountering such a trauma, most people would change, that was normal. Fan Yuan looked at her plainly. People change, didn't you change as well? Tai Ruonan shook her head. I have just been walking on my own road. After that, both of them went silent. Long after, Tai Ruanan spoke. I will bring Tai Daoku back. I promise you, Tai clan will no longer pursue this matter. Relying on Shang clan and rebuilding your clan is a good method. Many people succeeded, and I wish you success as well. After saying that, the young girl stood up and left decisively. Fan Yuan looked at her leave, his eyes squinting. He had an obscure premonition. This Tai Ruanan was not simple, she might bring him great problems in the future. I really want to kill her in advance. Fan Yuan was filled with helpless regret. Chapter 304. Bitter Strength Gu. Tai Ruanan really left. And like she said, she took Tai Daoku with her. Fan Yuan understood very well what kind of person Tai Daoku was. Being able to fight intensely with Bai Ningbing for such a long time, he clearly was an expert, and could not be looked down upon. Now, he had been recruited by Tai Ruanan. This Tai Ruanan must be eliminated. Leaving her alive will be an enormous threat. Fan Yuan had an intense premonition in his heart, because Tai Ruanan, him and Bai Ningbing had a common point. They were people who found the road they want to walk on in life. Such people had great willpower and courage. As long as they didn't die prematurely, they were sure to have huge accomplishments. Tai Ruanan also had a great aptitude along with the support of Tai clan. She was one of the 8 young masters of Tai clan. Just this alone, Fang and Bai could not compare with her even with the purple thorn tokens. If our growth continues like this, she will gradually throw me and Bai Ningbing far away. Only through the 3 kings' inheritance can I decrease the gap between us. Fan Yuan made a plan. With a normal development, Fang and Bai were not Tai Ruanan's match. The latter was one of the young masters of Tai clan. The resources she received were so much that Fang and Bai could not even begin to compare. Only by walking on an uncommon route, by taking risks and shortcuts, could they decrease this gap. The 3 kings' inheritance, and the great demonic righteous battle of Etian Mountain were such shortcuts. Spring came and left, autumn left and returned. The river of time continued to flow ceaselessly, and over a year passed. Nanchio Garden, secret room. Fan Yuan was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead, as he gritted his teeth and endured. He was refining goo, and it was the crucial moment. A red, orange and green sphere floated in midair, the size of a basket. Its lights tinged Fan Yuan's face with a variety of colors. Doing 4 tasks at once. Stone Turtle Strength Goo Go. Following Fan Yuan's will, a darkish light flew out of his aperture and pierced into the 3-colored light sphere. The addition of Stone Turtle Strength Goo immediately created an intense reaction in the 3-colored light sphere. The light sphere, which had red, orange and 3 colors, now had a dark light mixed into it. The 4 colors contended against each other, but no one could overwhelm the other, and the battle became chaotic. For a moment, the 4 colors moved fiercely, just like boiling water which was being stirred by a large hand. Boom! Suddenly, there was a small explosion. The light sphere burst apart, and formed a 4-colored rain. The light rain came fast and left just as quickly. In a blink of an eye, the secret room was submerged in darkness. Everything disappeared. Failed again. In the eerie darkness, Fan Yuan sighed softly. Blood slowly seeped out from his nose, and due to the failure in refining goo, his soul also received a backlash, causing him to have a burst of dizziness. This was already the 4th failure. A year and a half has gone. I have advanced to 3rd inner city from the 4th. However, I haven't been able to buy bitter strength goo. Fan Yuan knew the reason. One was because bitter strength goo was extremely rare and also very expensive. It rarely appeared even in Shang Clan City. Second was because Shang Yazi was the one who managed the shops and was obstructing Fan Yuan from the dark. Shang Yazi was one of the young masters of Shang Clan and was in control of the stores in Shang Clan City. Fan Yuan wanted to buy bitter strength goo, and Shang Yazi possessed all kinds of ways to obstruct Fan Yuan. 2 years ago, Fan Yuan arrived at Shang Clan City and had extorted Shang Yazi. And after this was done, Shang Yazi relied on Bai Gu inheritance to pass the clan's examination and maintain his young master position. Although he was hindered by Poison Vow, Gu not being able to make fatal moves against Fan Yuan, this way of taking revenge was still allowed. Shang Yazi was after all Shang Yanfei's son. Each loss he suffered made him wiser. After the setbacks he suffered, he roused his spirit, wiped away his decadence, became cautious in indulging in wine and women, and became more shrewd. He relied on the clan's system to deal with Fan Yuan, using more hidden means that even the purple thorn token Fan Yuan possessed was of no use. Purple Thorn token holders were considered Shang Clan's esteemed guests. But in the end, they were outsiders and could not compare to Shang Yazi, who was Shang Clan's young master. Since he could not buy bitter strength goo, Fan Yuan could only attempt to refine it himself. However, the success rate in refining bitter strength goo was really very low. Counting in today's attempt, Fan Yuan had already tried the fusion 4 times and in the process lost brown bear strength goo, galloping horse strength goo, green bull labor goo, and stone turtle strength goo. Apart from these, he had also lost precious supplementary materials and large amounts of primeval stones. Fortunately, Fan Yuan was able to keep on winning at the battle stage and earn resources, allowing him to bear the cost of goo refinement failure. Sigh, this time is also a failure. I can only wait for my injuries to recover before I try again. Fan Yuan sighed. Goo refinement required prudence. Failure to refine a goo could inflict backlash on the goo master's body and soul. Injuries on the body were easier to resolve, but because of multitasking, the soul suffered damage which was extremely troublesome to deal. The higher the rank and rarer the goo was, the more severe the consequences of failure. Thus, refinement goo masters would often be seriously injured or become bedridden because of goo refinement failures, and sometimes the backlash even led to deaths. It was not that goo which could heal the soul did not exist, but they were all extremely rare and were usually kept secretly by the large clans. The injuries to his soul this time would inflict light dizziness to Fan Yuan for over a month. This dizziness would affect Fan Yuan's battle strength, and such a minor gap could be fatal in a battle between experts. Thus Fan Yuan usually attempted this after an interval of a month to let his soul have enough time to recuperate. Goo refinement failed, but today's cultivation was not over. Fan Yuan waited in meditation. A short while later, he heard a knock from outside. He opened the door and welcomed Bai Ningbing. Over this course of a year and a half, Bai Ningbing made rapid progress and also reached the 3rd inner city, having assembled a set of goo worms. She was on par with Fan Yuan and rarely suffered losses. They were called the 2 new stars of this generation in the battle stage and received attention from many people. The 2 did not speak and only nodded to each other. Bai Ningbing sat cross-legged on the opposite cushion and placed her palms against Fan Yuan's back, pouring her snow-silver primeval essence. Bai Ningbing was intentionally suppressing her cultivation and thus was still at rank 3 peak stage. In contrast, Fan Yuan's cultivation was advancing rapidly and was now only half a step away from rank 3 upper stage. 4 hours later, Bai Ningbing stopped injecting the primeval essence and withdrew her palms. Fan Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His aura was even more abundant, and there was a vague feeling of fullness. This was the sign of cultivation close to breaking through. My cultivation is getting close to rank 3 upper stage. I will break through within a few days. Fan Yuan calmly analyzed in his mind. After I break through to upper stage, I will use the white-silver relic goo and directly push my cultivation to rank 3 peak stage. Like this, I can catch up to Bai Ningbing, and also ease Spring-Autumn Cicada's pressure on the aperture. Spring-Autumn Cicada was Fan Yuan's vital goo and was also a rank 6 goo. Over this course of a year and a half, it had been continually absorbing the water of the River of Time, and its aura was growing stronger as it recovered, creating a pressure on Fan Yuan's aperture again. But the situation this time was many times better than the one on Qingmao Mountain. Fan Yuan's cultivation was advancing rapidly, and with a rank 3 aperture, it was not as pressing as back then on Qingmao Mountain. All this should be attributed to Bone-Flesh Unity Goo and Bai Ningbing. Cultivation ended. Bai Ningbing stood up and left the secret room immediately. During the whole process, she did not say a word and her expression was cold as ice. Fan Yuan was also not someone who spoke a lot. Over this year and a half, the 2 were already used to interacting like this. Fan Yuan inwardly pondered. When I reach rank 3 peak stage, Bai Ningbing's primeval essence won't be of much help to me. But from this long period of interaction with her and from the minute changes in her aura, I can vaguely feel that she isn't far from rank 4 realm. Even if Bai Ningbing was trying her best to delay her cultivation, the curse of the 10 extreme physique had not disappeared and started showing its effect. According to what Bai Ningbing said, her aptitude had raised by 2% again and was now at 93%. Another 7% increase would reach 100%, and she would regain her northern dark eye soul physique. If she reaches rank 4, her yellow gold primeval essence would be of great help to me in breaking through to rank 4 realm. In some aspects, she and I are in similar circumstances. I have Spring-Autumn Cicada and she has northern dark eye soul physique. 7 days later, Fan Yuan received good news from Wei Yang. An auction. A rarely seen disaster appeared at Jufeng Mountain and destroyed Zhu clan. The remnants of Zhu clan had submitted to Shan clan city and are auctioning large amounts of their clan's collections to maintain their livelihood. Thus, there will be an auction held soon. After saying this, Wei Yang intentionally said to Fan Yuan, "Brother Fan, your luck has come. I have investigated and found there is a bitter strength gu being auctioned this time." Wei Yang was clear of Fan Yuan's demand for bitter strength gu. Fan Yuan had even requested him to make inquiries before. The main thing is everyone in Shan Clan City are viewing this auction with importance. It will be difficult for young Master Shang Ye to play tricks. Wei Yang added. The conflict between Shang Ye and Fan Yuan was no secret to Shan Clan's higher-ups. Bitter strength gu. Zhu clan. Fan Yuan's gaze brightened. Zhu clan had centuries of foundation. There was sure to be many useful things up for bidding now that they were selling their properties. Bitter strength gu, which Fan Yuan had not obtained despite searching all over for it, was one of them. I have accumulated close to 1,000,000 primeval stones in the course of this year and a half. I have a huge chance of successfully buying the bitter strength gu. Cases like Zhu clan's destruction aren't rare. In this world, besides human disaster, there are also natural disasters. Strong wind blows throughout the year in Jufeng Mountain. Although it is a spiritual mountain possessing spirit springs, the environment is really bad. There could be many treasures in Zhu clan's storage. I need to participate in the auction. Fan Yuan immediately decided. What, Zhu clan has a bitter strength gu? In a study, Shang Ye slowly furrowed his brows. He was holding a document on one hand. The document contained most of the details of the auction. And his other hand was on the table, his index finger knocking on the surface. To think Fang Xing's luck is so good, I did everything to obstruct him, and it seems he is still going to obtain the bitter strength gu. Even father is paying attention to the auction this time. It won't be easy for me to interfere. But, Fang Xing, I won't let you get the bitter strength gu so easily. I will also participate in the auction and make sure you suffer a huge loss. Shang Ye could not help but let out a cold snort at the thought. He had always kept a grudge due to Fan Yuan's extortion. He was a narrow-minded and petty person, refusing to see Fang and Bai gain fame and status. He could only ease the hatred in his heart by seeing Fang and Bai's pain and suffering. Chapter 305. Auction 1. Strong winds blow continuously throughout the year on Jufeng Mountain. Since its creation, Zhu Clan Village had been facing the threat of hurricanes. Zhu Clan Village is situated at the top of Jufeng Mountain, having hundreds of years of history. Contesting the natural disaster as mere humans, the clan often faced the threat of extermination, but they pulled through every time. But this time, they faced a giant hurricane that is rarely seen in 100 years. Zhu Clan Village could not longer defend themselves, and was destroyed by the disaster. The terrifying hurricane destroyed the spirit spring, and many people in Zhu Clan died. After losing their village, they could only leave and come to Shan Clan City, seeking refuge in hopes of rebuilding their home in the future. Commodity prices are high in Shan Clan City. To live, they had to sell their assets. To Zhu Clan, this was a disaster, but to others, this was a rare opportunity. Although Zhu Clan was a small-sized clan, they had their secrets for being able to live on Jufeng Mountain and fighting the natural disaster for hundreds of years without falling. Zhu Clan selling off their assets made this auction very attractive to people. Once news got out, it attracted most people's attention in Shan Clan City. 7 days later, the auction was held. At the auction, it was overcrowding with people and there were 0 empty seats in the large hall. The private rooms on higher floors were all sold out as well. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningding, using their purple thorn tokens, snatched a private room for themselves. Fan Yuan opened a slit in the curtain of the room, standing at one side feeling the rowdy atmosphere of the hall. At this time, the auction had not started yet, and nearly 1,000 people in the hall were talking among themselves, making a great commotion. Sigh, what a pity for Zhu Clan. After hundreds of years, they finally lost to the hurricane. Man really cannot contest the strength of the natural elements. Someone exclaimed. This is nothing much, new clans rise up and old clans get eliminated. Just like a few years ago, the 3 clans on Qingmao Mountain were wiped out together. Zhu Clan's demise was nothing extraordinary. Someone felt indifferent. Zhu Clan's tragedy is our happiness. I hear there are lots of good stuff in this auction. Someone was gloating at the clan's disaster. So many Zhu clansmen entered Shan Clan City, This will cause great disturbance to Shang Clan City's economy. Someone predicted the future. At this moment, there was a huge commotion. Look, that is Shang Clan young master Chionio. Fan Yuan followed the voice and looked, seeing Shang Chionio walk in from the entrance, taking large strides in. He had a muscular build and his steps were stable. He was 30 years old now, as Shang Yanfei's eldest son. Greetings to eldest young master Chionio. My respects to eldest young master. It is our honor to be able to see eldest young master in person. At once, many people rushed up and paid respects to Chionio. Hello everyone. Chionio did not speak much, smiling lightly as he calmly faced the situation. Finally, he walked into a private room under everyone's gaze. The auction house became quiet again. But soon after, a commotion rose again. Young Master Chao Feng and Fu Xi are here too. They had a great relationship since young. As expected, they came here today together. The fourth son Shang Chao Feng still had a messy hair and a wild aura. The 13th son Shang Fu Xi was refined and delicate, looking like a scholar. The two talked as they entered the private room together. Their servants opened a path for them along the way, and they did not care about the surrounding people. Fan Yuan looked with a cold expression, squinting. In his memory, Shang Chao Feng almost managed to get the Shang clan leader position. He was Shang Xian's greatest competitor. He was wicked and devious, and had decisive courage. This was somewhat like Shang Yanfei. Shang Fu Xi was his greatest supporter, willingly going under him and had wits, being good at planning. In the future, when the righteous demonic battle at Etian Mountain occurred, he schemed and employed strategies that caused great damage to the demonic Gu masters, gaining fame instantly. The two, one was capable and the other was good at scheming, complementing each other. The former controlled the Gu battle zone while the latter controlled the auction zone. They were both important domains in Shang Clan City, being fully developed. Right now, these two were the third largest faction among the 10 contesting young masters. Before Shang Chao Feng and Shang Fu Xi entered their room, another group of people came. Shan Pu Lao, Shang Xuan and Shang Baishi walked in full of smiles as they spoke. These three were the 8th, 9th, and 10th children of Shang Yanfei. Because of benefits, they formed into a small alliance. They were the second largest faction among the contesting young masters as they had a strong collective force, and were temporarily suppressing Shang Chao Feng and Shang Fu Xi. Shan Pu Lao controlled the brothels in Shang Clan City. He was a Casanova and womanizer. Shang Xuan was in charge of restaurants and silk stores, having a large mouth and wide nose. 2 traces of yellow smoke came out of his nose when he breathed. Shang Baishi was short and fat, but was also a strength path Gu master. His core Gu was the turtle tire Gu, having the strength of 10 turtles. Shang Xuan and Shang Baishi were strong experts in cultivation, while Shang Pu Lao had literary talent and fate with women. With the 3 as the head, 2 fighters and 1 scholar, they had great coordination. The 3 young masters did not choose a room, but sat in the hall. Shang Pu Lao had great interpersonal communication skills. Everywhere he went, people followed. He spoke casually among the people, blending in perfectly, causing the scene to be even more liven. On his left and right, Shang Xuan and Shang Baishi stood like 2 guardians. Shang Yanfei's children are all dragons and phoenixes among men. Fan Yuan sighed internally. He had a clear understanding of Shang Clan's 10 young master situation now. Right now, there were 3 factions among the young masters. The first was Shang Chionio. He was Shang Yanfei's eldest son. With just this identity, he had many Shang clan elders and clansmen supporting him. The second was Shang Pu Lao, Shang Xuan and Shang Baishi. The 3 gathered into a strong force and were currently the center of attention. The third was Shang Chao Feng and Shang Fu Xi, hiding their strength and awaiting a chance to rise up. As for the others, Shang Yazi was a loner, having little influence. Shang Chiwen was bubbly and vibrant, but had no ambition. Shang Pai Xiu had great talent, but was too scheming. I want to help Shang Xianci ascend to the throne. We cannot compete with the 3 factions. Although Shang Xianci can cultivate, a forcefully awakened aperture only has great aptitude. This is not a weak foundation, but 0 foundation. Shang Xianci was Shang Yanfei's illegitimate daughter, and her mother was from Zhang clan. Zhang clan and Wu clan were very close, having much grudges with Shang clan. This was Shang Xianci's political weakness. Every year, during the young master assessment, There is a great opportunity for Shang Yanfei's other children to rise up. In my memory, Shang Xianci only became Shang Clan Young Master after 6 years. But this is too long. If I want to make use of her, I have to get her up there as soon as possible. This year's assessment is a chance. Fan Yuan evaluated in his heart. To get Shang Xianci into power, he had to deal with Shang Yanfei's other children. Since he could not deal with the 3 large factions, he will have to deal with the others. On this aspect, Fan Yuan had a plan ever since he entered Shang Clan City. Just as he thought about Shang Xianci, she arrived. Numerous eyeballs were attracted to the entrance of the auction house. Shang Clan's 2 beauties. Really pretty. Young Master Shang Qiwen looks cute and innocent, but coming with Lady Shang Xianci, she loses out in terms of appearance. The people discussed. Shang Xianci and Shang Qiwen held hands and spoke as they entered the auction house. Shang Qiwen wore a colorful dress, her face was like peach, soft and tender. Shang Xianci wore a green skirt, her black hair silky and her eyes shining like the moon. Her skin was white as snow and her lips were pink and tender. She looked elegant and graceful, gentle like water. When she smiled, it was pure and flawless, a perfect beauty. It caused people's gaze to become dazed. Beside the 2 of them, there were 4 servants. 2 of them were Tianlan and Xiao Dai, Shang Xianci's personal servants. The servants blocked the excited young men in the hall, as Shang Xianci and Shang Qiwen walked towards Fan Yuan's private room. Brother He too, Sister Bai Yun. Shang Xianci greeted, unable to hide the joy and excitement in her voice. Shang Yanfei used the man triumphing heaven goo to forcefully awaken her aperture. These 2 years he used a lot of precious goo worms to raise her aptitude. From the lowest 20% D grade aptitude, it slowly rose to C grade 59%, a step away from B grade. Shang Yanfei paid such a huge price to nurture her, and taught her personally. Shang Xianci felt his fatherly love, and her hatred vanished into thin air, enjoying the love and bliss. Shang Yanfei chose many goo masters to teach her. Shang Xianci stayed home for most of the time, studying more about goo master cultivation of her own accord. She was smart and mature. Having faced some difficulties, she desired strength but was not arrogant, had strict goals for herself and improved by leaps and bounds, causing Shang Yanfei to be extremely pleased. This auction was a rare chance to relax. She had accepted Fan Yuan's invitation and wanted to come alone, but met Shang Qiwen along the way. Fan Zhen, I came uninvited, are you going to chase me out? Shang Qiwen laughed as she followed Shang Xianci into the room. How would I dare to? Please take a seat. Fan Yuan invited her with a smile. Bai Ningbing sat at one side. Hearing this, she did not turn around, but remained expressionless. Shang Qiwen gave this ice beauty a curious look, thinking. Outsiders say Bai Ningbing is cold and arrogant, it seems they were right. Next, she looked at Fan Yuan. Actually, this Fan Jing is also extremely arrogant. After reaching 3rd inner city, and winning all his battles, never having a single loss, many forces started recruiting him. Shang Chao Feng, Shang Qiu Niu, Shang Pu Lao and others, they even held a banquet and invited him personally, but were rejected. These 2 being together. Truly birds of a feather flock together. Shang Qiwen controlled Shang Clan City's battle stage. She was extremely clear of Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing's situation. Fan and Bai had never lost a battle since they joined the battle stage. They had overwhelming talent, and were the most famous people in the battle zone. Their fame even rivaled the 2 great rank 4 goo masters, Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu. Anyone could tell that their future was promising. If any of the Shang Clan young masters get their assistance, it would be a huge boost to their force. But she, Shang Qiwen, had no ambition, thus she did not send any invitations to them. Brother He too, it has been a while, are you doing fine? I heard you fought with a goo master called Ting Jiolong. Shang Xianci sat beside Fan Yuan, her gaze fixed on him as she asked in concern. Fan Yuan laughed lightly. It has only been 10 days since we met, why has it been a while? As for Ting Jiolong, he could not even stop my advancement before losing. In this battle stage, only Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu are a threat, the rest are nothing to be worried about. Fan Yuan's calm words displayed his extraordinary pride and self-confidence, as Shang Qiwen listened with shining eyes, and Shang Xianci's heart was moved once again. Chapter 306. Auction 2. As time passed, more and more people entered the auction house. Look, that is one of the 5 generals of Shang Clan, White Light Swordsman. Someone shouted. Wei Yang's title was the White Light Swordsman, he came as well. I have already checked, the bitter strength gu you want is the 13th item. But Shangye Zi is already in the 5th private room. I heard he purposely withdrew all of his assets, you have to be careful, brother Fang Jing. Wei Yan walked into the private room, giving Fan Yuan important information. According to logic, the sequence of the auction items should not be revealed, and the identities of the guests should be kept secret as well. But as one of the 5 great generals of Shang clan, Wei Yang controlled the intelligence agency Fengyu Manor, thus it was easy for him to get all the information he wanted. Wei Yang patted Fan Yuan's shoulders, still feeling worried. Shangye Zi is not here for fun, he has at least 1,200,000 primeval stones on hand. The bitter strength gu is a treasure for strength path gu masters. Other than Shangye Zi, there are 2 more people who are your greatest competitors. One is Shang Baishi, the other is Zhu Kai Bei, you have to watch out. 10th son Shang Baishi had the turtle tire gu, having the strength of 10 turtles. He was a strength path gu master not inferior to Fan Yuan. He controlled the Shang clan city's substitute refinement zone, although there was not much profits there. His 8th brother Shang Pu Lao controlled the brothels and 9th brother Shang Xuan and I controlled the restaurants and silk stores. They earned buckets of primeval stones every day. If Shang Baishi wants the bitter strength gu, as an alliance mate, the 2 of them would surely help. Other than them, there was still Zhu Kai Bei. He had rank 4 cultivation, dominating 3rd inner city battle stage. What did rank 4 cultivation mean? In an ordinary clan, he would be a clan leader. Zhu Kai Bei was a rank 4 gu master, but remaining in the battle stage and rejected all of the invitations sent to him by all sorts of forces. I will not leave the battle stage unless I defeat Yen Tu, he declared. Yen Tu was also a rank 4 gu master, and was the same as Zhu Kai Bei as half the sky of battle stage. Both of them vowed to defeat each other, and only after they became a true number 1 would they leave the battle stage gloriously. Yen Tu is a fire path gu master, he would not have any desire for the bitter strength gu. But Zhu Kai Bei was a genuine strength path gu master, he had won numerous battles. Only losing occasionally to Yen Tu, he had to have a lot of primeval stones on him. Thus, be it Shang Baishi or Zhu Kai Bei, they were Fan Yuan's competitors. I have some spare money here, use them for now. Next, Wei Yang passed Fan Yuan a primeval elder gu. Shang Qiwen gasped, slightly surprised. She knew Wei Yang and Fan Yuan were close, but did not think their relationship was so deep. She had investigated earlier, this auction had a light type gu that would be useful to Wei Yang. To think he would hand his primeval stones over to Fan Yuan just for his sake. Looking at the elderly's cheerful expression, this primeval elder gu had nearly 1,000,000 primeval stones. This means that Wei Yang gave up on his own gu. Brother Wei, this. Fan Yuan showed hesitance, as he also revealed a look of gratitude. Say no more, accept them. I am only lending them to you, not giving them. From now on, I am your creditor. Wei Yang laughed loudly, not giving Fan Yuan a chance to reject, forcing the primeval elder gu onto him. Shang Xinci at the other side also took out a primeval elder gu. Brother He Tu, this is mine. In her primeval elder gu, the Cloud Elder was frowning and upset. From that, one can deduce that there was around 100 to 300,000 primeval stones in it. This was the pocket money Shang Yanfei gave to her every month. She scrimped and saved, accumulating them and handed them all to Fan Yuan now. If I speak any more, it will be hypocritical. I accept it all, I will definitely repay you later. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, cupping his fists and keeping the primeval stones. Shang Xinci smiled lightly, not thinking about Fan Yuan's repayment. Even if she had to give these to him, she would not feel upset. But she knew, with his temper, he will not accept such a gift, thus she could only lend him. That's the way. Wei Yang nodded. He had high hopes for Fan Yuan, and liked his clear definition of kindness and grudges. At one side, Shang Qiwen hesitated, but eventually did not take out her primeval elder gu. Her gaze was flickering with light, as she changed the topic. Look, Zhu Kai Bei is here. At the entrance of the auction house, a strong and muscular man appeared. He was at the prime of his life, 8 feet tall. His skin was tightly wrapped around his muscles, layers after layers. When he walked, every step was the exact same distance, showing his strict and disciplined nature. He was like a tower, tall and straight, giving off a sense of pressure to his surroundings. It caused people to move away from him, but also look at him with respect and reverence. He was Zhu Kai Bei. Rank 4 gu master, the peak of experts in 3rd Inner City Battle Stage. Senior Ju, my clan's young master Shangye Zi invites you to the 5th private room. Lord Ju, my clan's young master Pu Lao is already in 4th private room, and has prepared a banquet. Sir Ju Kai Bei, this is the invitation from my clan's young master Chao Feng, please accept it. At once, many servants crowded over, representing their young masters, and sent out invitations to Ju Kai Bei. But Ju Kai Bei snorted coldly, not looking at them, walking to the first row of the hall and sitting down. The servants looked at each other before helplessly leaving. Time passed, and after Ju Kai Bei, another important person arrived. This person was neither fat nor thin, not tall or short, had a common face, but his features were strange. The left of his face was bright red, and the right was pale blue. The 2 colors split his face into 2 portions. From the center of his nose, 2 colors split on both sides. He is Shangbuli, to think he came. Wei Yang told Fan Yuan immediately. It is him indeed. Fan Yuan nodded slightly, having a clear picture in his mind. Shangbuli, titled Two-Faced Man, was the #1 general under Shan Yanfei. He had rank 4 cultivation, controlling goo worms of fire and ice. He was Shan clan's most important subject, and was a clan elder in Shan clan, in charge of the trading of servants in Shan clan. His authority was higher than that of Wei Yang. When Shangbuli appeared, it attracted many greetings and bootlicking. He had a proud expression, squinting as he walked slowly between the people, enjoying the feeling of being praised to the heaven. His authority was greater than the 10 young masters. The young masters can only control some of Shan clan's businesses, but as the #1 subject of Shan clan, Shangbuli controlled the entire slave trade market in Shan clan. Shangbuli, can you walk faster, dragging your steps like this? Are you a man? At this time, an unhappy tone complained. With Shangbuli's position, in Shan clan city, he was second only to the clan leader, who dared to be so rude to him. Shangbuli heard this, and his heart shuddered, shrinking his head as he turned around, bowing to the person speaking. Lord Dr. Su Shou, Buli pays respect to you. The person who came was Dr. Su Shou. She was one of the 4 great doctors of southern border, and had rank 5 cultivation. She had once treated Fan Yuan's injuries. She still wore a white shirt, and her face was covered in a white veil, preventing others from seeing her appearance, but her body curves could not be hidden. Shangbuli did not dare to look at her body, shifting his gaze to the floor beside her feet. Dr. Su Shou and clan leader Shan Yanfei had a complicated relationship. She had a high position in Shan clan. As Shan Yanfei's rumored lover, even if Shangbuli had 1,000,000 guts, he would not dare to disrespect her. Just don't block my path. Dr. Su Shou snorted coldly, bringing her 8 white-shirt servants and walking past Shangbuli, entering a private room and vanishing from everyone's sight. Shangbuli rubbed his nose, laughing bitterly. There was nothing he could do in front of Dr. Su Shou. Not long after, many people appeared again. Yan Tu, who shared the same fame as Ju Kai Bei, Shan Yanfei's 5th General Yihua, Yi Buvri elder from Yi clan, Fei Luan Feng elder from Fei clan, and others. This auction is a gathering of experts. There are established Gu masters, new generation rising stars, lone warriors, and leaders of large clans. Among them, I wonder how many will become my obstacle. Fan Yuan thought. Sorry for the long wait, everyone. The auction officially starts now. The hosting female Gu master had a young, beautiful appearance as she stood on the stage using the sound amplify Gu. She knew everyone was impatient, thus she spoke quickly and started introducing the first item. Frost Arrow Gu. Rank 4 Gu, shaped like a drain fly. Its body was blue like ice, and its mouth was long and needle-like. This kind of ice-type Gu was a treasure in Ju clan village. It was like Gu Yu clan, who collected many types of moon-type Gu. Once the Frost Arrow Gu is activated, frost energy gathers and it shoots out an arrow of ice to quickly assault the enemy. As everyone knows, its greatest advantage is low primeval essence consumption. Even a rank 3 Gu master can use it. The base price is 70,000 primeval stones. The female Gu master quickly introduced 75,000, 80,000, 85,000. The bids continued to rise until 90,000, and the speed decreased drastically. Gu master's bids increased by 3,000, compared to 5,000 at the start. After the 100,000 benchmark, the 3,000 increment shrunk to 1,000. 810,000. Bai Ningbing said. The esteemed guest from 9th private room bid 110,000. The hosting Gu master raised her pitch. This was the first time a guest from a private room had bid 120,000. Shang Yizi's voice came out of fifth private room. Bai Ningbing squinted, calling 130,000. Shang Yizi quickly followed 140,000. Bai Ningbing gave Fan Yuan a glance, saying 150,000. Fan Yuan shrugged. This bid was obviously Shang Yizi finding problems with them. Bai Ningbing was in the same room as Fan Yuan, thus she was targeted by Shang Yizi. She was really under fire for no reason. 150,000 for a frost arrow gu. Humph, I want you guys to suffer. In fifth private room, Shang Yizi laughed sinisterly, not bidding anymore. Although Bai Ningbing bought the frost arrow gu, she paid 40,000 extra. It seems Shang Yizi is here with a vengeance. Wei Yang sighed. Shang Xianci also frowned, feeling worried for Fan Yuan. Chapter 307. Auction 3. Take a look, everyone, this is a 1,000-year wind willow. The female gu master pointed at the item on the stage and introduced. Wind willow is a rare type of plant that is used in refinement as material. It only grows in a location where there is sufficient wind energy to sustain its growth. Because Jufeng Mountain has winds all year round, they can produce large amounts of wind willows. An ordinary wind willow is only a few decades old, or a few centuries. But the current auction item, it is 1,000 years old, able to be used in rank 5 gu refinement. The base bid is 50,000 primeval stones. The auction starts now. Once she said so, people started bidding. 55,000. 58,000. 65,000. 70,000. The bids went up, as many people participated. Most of them were professional refinement gu masters. A 1,000-year wind willow is rarely seen. Even Zhu clan, who had lived on Jufeng Mountain for hundreds of years, had only 18 remaining. Wind willow did not have tree branches, there is only the roots underground, and one stem. When the winds blow, this sole stem would sway with the winds, like seaweed underwater. The 1,000-year wind willow on the stage had been coiled up, but its length definitely exceeded 100 meters. Fan Yuan tried to intervene and bid, but that Shang Yizi immediately raised the bid by 5,000. Eventually, a refinement master obtained the wind willow, spending almost 100,000. The 1,000-year wind willow is the 8th item. During this period, whenever I bid for something, Shang Yizi would interfere. If I do nothing, he would remain silent too. It seems his sole purpose here today is to oppose me. Fan Yuan's gaze shone, gaining a deeper understanding of Shang Yizi's narrow-mindedness. Time continued to pass. 9th item, 10th item. What is displayed next is the 12th item. This is a chasing wind gu, rank for movement gu. It allows the gu master to have the speed to chase after winds. Base bid is 180,000. The female gu master's delicate voice reverberated in the entire auction house. 190,000. 200,000. 220,000. 250,000. Chasing wind gu was a popular auction item. Once it appeared, the first climax of the auction house appeared. Many people participated and bid. Even the quiet private rooms started to bid for the item. Wind, light, lightning, cloud, these 4 types of gu were outstanding movement gu worms. Chasing wind gu was a rank 4 gu. It gave a great boost to the gu master's speed. Fan Yuan tried to bid, but Shang Yizi immediately followed after. Fan Yuan no longer said anything, as their bids were buried under the other people's voices. At times, new competitors entered the bidding, but more people gave up after seeing the absurd prices. When the chasing wind gu's price rose to 350,000, only 2 gu masters were left competing. One was Yi clan elder Yi Buhui, the other was Fei clan elder Fei Luan Feng. Yi clan and Fei clan did not have a good relationship. The two competed as sparks arose. Eventually, the chasing wind gu was bought by elder Yi Buhui using 440,000. Although Fan Yuan had over 2 million primeval stones, he did not participate. Chasing wind gu contained the Tao mark of wind. If he used it, his beast phantoms would cause a huge disturbance to the gu, causing the effect to weaken. Thus, chasing wind gu was not a good choice for Fan Yuan. If this was the rank for fairy wind gu, I would buy it. Too bad this was merely a chasing wind gu. Fan Yuan had a recipe. He could use fairy wind gu, 7 shining stars gu and a few other materials to refine the fixed star gu, which was the main ingredient in refining fixed immortal travel gu. Dream travel, carefree travel, fixed immortal travel, liquor god travel, these were the 4 great movement gu. All of them were rank 6 gu. Dream travel could allow Gu masters to enter other people's dreams. Carefree travel was best at dodging attacks. Fixed immortal travel could allow a Gu master to teleport themselves to anywhere they want to go. Liquor god travel was the most special, and first appeared in Renzu, but that story is for later. Fan Yuan had his previous life's memories, thus he had the carefree travel Gu and fixed immortal travel Gu's recipes. Among them, the fixed immortal travel Gu was most needed by Fan Yuan, but the success rate of refinement was extremely low, and he did not have enough materials for it either, thus he could only set it aside for now. Alright, for our 13th item, it is a bitter strength Gu. The female Gu master introduced on the stage, but even without her explanation, many Gu masters' eyes were shining brightly. I have to obtain this bitter strength Gu no matter what, no one can stop me, 200,000 primeval stones. Before the female Gu master gave the base bid, Fan Yuan quickly shouted. Fan Yuan's words made Zhu Kaibei unhappy. Youngsters are so anxious, I bid 250,000. 300,000. Shang Baishi also bid quickly. 500,000. Fan Yuan reported a frightening price. The entire auction house went wild. That voice, I think it is Gu Yufang Jing. He sure is rich, bidding 500,000 just for a bitter strength Gu. He had won so many times on the battle stage, he is affluent and loaded. People sighed, while some strength path Gu masters had a bitter expression. They held some expectations towards the bitter strength Gu, and wanted to try bidding, but with Fan Yuan's bid, they were kicked out of the race before even beginning. Even the female Gu master on the stage was shocked. Bitter strength Gu was rank 4, but strength path Gu worms had little requirements towards the Gu master in terms of primeval essence. Rank 3 could barely activate them. Its market price was around 380,000, lower than the chasing wind Gu. To think that Fan Yuan bid 500,000 immediately, 120,000 above the market value. Youngsters these days sure have vigor. Zhu Kaibei sighed, no longer competing. 500,000 primeval stones was enough for him to buy a few other useful Gu worms. 8th brother, 9th brother. Shang Baishi looked at the two young masters hesitantly. 9th brother Shang Xuan and I did not say anything, only looking at Shang Pu Lao. 10th brother, this depends on you. If you want to compete for it, we as brothers will support you all the way. Shang Pu Lao smiled and encouraged. Shang Baishi gritted his teeth. 500,000. It's too much of a loss. Never mind, let Fan Jing take it. He also gave up. Fan Yuan's determined display removed two competitors for him. 500,000 going once. 500,000 going twice. 500,000 going thrick. Hold on, I bid 510,000. Right before the female Gu master slammed the hammer, Shang Yazi said slowly in his private room. Humph, Shang Yazi, you think you can stop me? 600,000. Fan Yuan immediately followed, speaking with strong disdain. Shang Yazi laughed coldly. I'll play with you if you want to, Fan Jing. 610. The people in the auction house started chattering. Fan Jing and Shang Clan young master are at odds. How can this be? Fan Jing has the purple thorn token, and is an esteemed guest in Shang Clan. He has no fear towards Shang Yazi's young master identity. But Shang Yazi is in charge of all the shops in Shang Clan, and has great wealth. This will be a battle among tigers and dragons. 700,000. Fan Yuan shouted. Shang Yazi, you lost to me previously, you are a loser. It seems you have not been punished enough. Shang Yazi retorted. Complete bullshit, we'll see who teaches who a lesson. 710. Once he said that, the crowd went wild. Shang Yazi and Fan Yuan's dispute was no secret to Shang Clan City's higher-ups. But to ordinary Gu masters, it was news to them. At once, people started guessing why Shang Yazi has a grudge against Fan Yuan. Evidently, Shang Yazi lost in a fight to Fan Jing before, and wants to take revenge. Why bother with the reasoning? Young Master Yazi is well known for his pettiness. Even if a bystander knocks into him, he will take revenge. Fan Jing is a lawless brute. It is no wonder that they would have conflicts. You are both wrong, I heard already. Shang Yazi and Fan Jing went to Qin Yan brothel before, and were interested in the number 1 lady there. But eventually Fan Jing got her, and that led to Shang Yazi's animosity. Real or fake? Someone expressed doubt. The person who spoke earlier showed a fearless expression, pointing at a seat. Look there, that is Lady in you don't have to doubt me, just ask her. Thus, everyone sent a curious gaze towards her. Lady Yu was stunned too, not expecting herself to get involved, but she suddenly saw among the people, her pimp was winking at her. She immediately understood, this was a way to get famous. For a brothel prostitute like her, only such news would be able to raise her worth. She did not answer, but lowered her head, blushing. Once she did that, most of the suspicious people believed it. So that's what happened. Looking at Lady Yu's expression, the answer is clear. You guys do not know the true story, but I do. In history, beauties are always paired with heroes. Why do you think Lady Yu likes Fang Jing? Why? Hee. Because Shang Yazi is thin and weak, he has a weak lower body. But Fang Jing is strong and energetic. Every one of his strikes carries the all-out effort Gu's vigor. The impact of the wild boar, the slamming of the brown bear, the twisting of the crocodile tail, the force of the horse, the stamina of the green bull, and the endurance of the stone turtle. Hee, such a man, which lady would not like him? Oh! Immediately, many men understood. Some girls squeezed their thighs together, their faces blushing as they were deep in their imaginations. Lady Yu's head was lowered even further, thinking happily in her heart. I'm on fire, I'm going to be famous. Just as the auction house was filled with rumors and guesses, Fang Yuan and Shang Yazi's competition had reached 810,000. Fang Jing, with me here today, you are bound to lose. Give up, you are not my match. Shang Yazi laughed happily. He added 10,000 every single time to piss off Fang Yuan. You think I am afraid of you? It is merely 810,000, so what? Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Young master, this is enough, we should stop now. A servant carefully observed and advised. Shang Yazi hesitated. I know. Fang Jing is adamant on getting the bitter strength Gu. After he bids, I am going to bid once more, and stop. This idiot, spending more than 800,000 to buy a bitter strength Gu, it is almost twice the market price. I can finally vent this anger, it feels so good. Ha! At this time, Fang Yuan continued. But this time, I shall let you off. You can have the bitter strength Gu. Servant. Shang Yazi. Chapter 308. Auction 4. Haha, I'm afraid Shang Yazi's face is green now. In the 9th private room, Wei Yang laughed uncontrollably. But brother Fang Jing, is it really okay for you to not get the bitter strength Gu? Beside him, Shang Xianci gave Fang Yuan a look of concern. Fang Yuan laughed. I must get the bitter strength Gu no matter what, but I am not idiot, spending 810,000 primeval stones on a Gu. I would rather refine it myself, 810,000. It is enough for many tries. The chances of failure is very high, it will harm your body brother Hey Tuesday. Shang Xianci expressed her worry. Fang Yuan shook his head slowly, he had others' plans for this, but he could not tell them. Heh! This Fang Jing played Shang Yazi like a fool. He spent 810,000 on a bitter strength Gu. The spectators watched with shining eyes. Shang Yazi, that idiot, this is a disgrace to all of us young masters. The Shang clan young masters were furious. To say the truth, Fang Jing's acting was superb, even I was fooled by him. Someone sighed. The person on the spot is baffled, the onlooker sees clearly. I knew something was amiss long ago. Someone claimed that he knew. Shang Yazi is so petty and enjoys revenge, thus he kept raising his bid. But Fang Jing also failed to get the Gu he wanted, thus they were both losers. This is why you cannot bring feuds into the auction house. Zhu Kaibei thought in his heart. The real winner is the auction house. Zhu clan must be overjoyed, one bitter strength Gu for 810,000. Everyone discussed among each other. But the truth is, they forgot one big winner. That is, Lady Yu who shot to fame. Clink. Shang Yazi smashed his cup on the ground, breaking it. In 5th private room, the servants knelt on the ground, breathing as silently as they could. Shang Yazi sat on his seat, breathing roughly as veins popped up on his forehead, his face flushing with rage. He was tricked. 810,000, spent on a bitter strength Gu he could not even use. Shang Yazi felt his own heart bleeding. The truth is, he was smart. After that setback, he learned his lesson and became wiser. For the last 2 years he worked hard and managed the shops very well. But character decides your fate. He was petty and spiteful, hatred made him lose his rationality, thus falling for Fang Yuan's trap. Fang Jing, if not for the poison Vao Gu, I will definitely kill you. I will chop you into 1,000,000 pieces. Shang Yazi screamed in his heart. The auction continued. 14th item, 15th, 16th, 18th, 28th. Another climax occurred, as the atmosphere livened up, and people quickly forgot Fan Yuan and Shan Yezi's conflict. The 32nd item, rank 4 atmosphere goo. The female goo master said. Atmosphere goo was shaped like a butterfly, having a pair of blue wings. Each time it fluttered, there would be sparkling dust created in the air. It was a very attractive sight. Atmosphere goo was a unique goo. It absorbed life energy and was born from the wind. It was a natural goo. Up till now, no recipe master had been able to develop their recipe. There were 3 types of recipe masters. Those that looked at the past, studying the ancient strength path, chi path and other goo worms recipes, attempting to restore them. Some looked at the present, studying naturally formed goo, attempting to produce their refinement recipe. And those who looked at the future, creating new and innovative refinement recipes from afresh. Atmosphere goo was not only created in a unique way, its use was also unique. It could be used on a race or group, using an invisible force to create a habit or hobby that affected the entire group. In ancient times, goo masters used it to deal with beast groups. If they were dealing with a group of steel needle boars, the goo master would use the atmosphere goo and target them, giving them the habit of rubbing their skin on rocks. The steel needle boars' fur were like steel needles. It was offense and defense in one. After rubbing on the rocks, they would get damaged, and the goo masters would be able to deal with them easily. But later, goo masters eventually realized that the atmosphere goo was the perfect weapon in ruling tribes or clans. Some clans lacked food, but loved to brew wine. After using the atmosphere goo, they removed the habit of brewing wine, and they had more food to eat, allowing the clan to develop better. The atmosphere goo could not only be used to deal with internal habits, but also external. In history, there was a very famous example. 2 clans were in conflict. The weaker one used the atmosphere goo and caused the stronger clan's women to have the interest to bind their foot. That caused the women in this clan to become unable to carry out laborious tasks. The female goo masters also experienced a fall in strength. Eventually the weaker clan overthrew and wiped them out. At the end of the day, this was a goo world, and there were all sorts of unimaginable goo worms. The female goo master introduced the goo before saying, Atmosphere goo, base bid is 260,000 primeval stones. 300,000. E-clan elder Ibuhui bid first. 350,000. Fei clan elder Yan Wanfeng was equally tough. 370,000. A recipe master shouted. 380,000. Wei Yang spoke. He was in charge of Feng Yu Manor. He wanted to use this atmosphere goo to make his subordinates work better. 500,000. Fan Yuan shouted. The crowd was silent. Fan Yuan was silent for a while, but this voice made everyone recall. It was the person who tricked Shan Yezi previously. 500,000 for an atmosphere goo? Fanjing, you still want to con me? Do I look like an idiot? Shan Yezi gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with rage. He had just spent 810,000 primeval stones. If he spends another 500,000, he would go bankrupt. 500,000 going once. Twice. Thrice. Sold. The female goo master announced. 500,000 was slightly above everyone's budget. No one bid anymore. The atmosphere goo was effective on a clan or force, but had little use towards individuals. It made many people feel indifferent towards it. Brother Fangjing, you could have gotten this goo for 460,000. Wei Yang sighed. Shang Xinci had a different interpretation. No, considering E-clan and Fei clan, those 2 elders might compete and raise the prices above this. Bidding 500,000 made both of them reluctant to bid. It was a good call. 460,000. 500,000. It is only 40,000 more. Brother Wei, I will keep this goo then. Fan Yuan waved his hand, not bothered by it. Why, don't tell me you want to rebuild Giyu village? Wei Yang was shocked, not expecting Fan Yuan to be interested in the goo. Earlier, he thought Fan Yuan was bidding for his sake. Of course I need this goo, but the reason will have to kept secret for a while longer. Fan Yuan smiled, but did not elaborate. Humph, acting secretive. Bai Ningbing hated this side of Fan Yuan. She knew he was scheming again and kept her guard up. After the atmosphere goo, it was a set of eating wind goo. 38 eating wind goo grouped into one set and auctioned together. Eating wind goo was only rank 2, but had a great use. It allowed the goo master to consume wind and fill their stomachs. Ju clan was situated on top of Ju Feng Mountain. They specialized in wind-tight goo. The eating wind goo was one of their specialties. Time continued to pass. 34. 35. 38. 44. Fan Yuan did not bid anymore, but Wei Yang tried once and successfully bought a light-type goo, getting what he wanted. Bai Ningbing also bid 3 times, eventually getting a rank 3 tornado goo. Just as Fan Yuan lost all his interest, the final 49th item was displayed. This is the greatest treasure we have for this auction. It is not a goo worm, and is not a precious refinement material, but it is a recipe. The female goo master introduced. Next she added, "This recipe, because it is extremely precious, it has not been appraised yet." This sentence made everyone curious. Normally, precious refinement recipes would have to be appraised carefully. Because once the recipe is handed to a recipe master to appraise, there is a danger of it leaking. Recipe, it is best if less people know about it. A recipe that is known by everyone is worth less than a blank piece of paper. The female goo master was experienced, thus she did not speak but let everyone digest the information. Seeing everyone deep in thought, but gathered their gaze on her once again, the female goo master smiled, throwing a bomb at them. This recipe is regarding the Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus? Did I hear wrongly? Rank 3 Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Rank 5 Heavenly Essence Treasure King Lotus. This series of goo worms are too famous, I can easily recite them. This is the Immortal Venerable Genesis Lotus Core Goo. I heard whoever is able to refine the rank 6 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus would be able to receive the Immortal Venerable Genesis Lotus Inheritance Crown. To think Chu clan had such a treasure. The people in the auction house were bursting with excitement. The female goo master continued. Since everyone has an understanding of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, I shall not explain further. This is a recipe involving the refinement of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. The starting bid is 500,000. The price of the recipe was much higher than goo worms. The recipe of the rank 4 Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus was even more expensive than the Monarch Lotus itself. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. In theory, with the recipe, you will be able to create many Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. Hold on, I have a question. Does this recipe require the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus as the refinement material? Fan Yuan suddenly asked, shouting at the top of his lungs. The female goo master's expression changed. She did not want to answer, but Fan Yuan was the owner of a purple thorn token. She had been avoiding this question, but did not expect Fan Yuan's mind to be so astute, asking the most crucial question. She had no choice but to confess. Although in principle, we do not reveal the details of the recipe, but with Shang clan's integrity, this recipe does indeed need the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus as the main ingredient. Everyone gasped. The Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus is needed as the main ingredient. Where are we going to find one? No wonder Ju clan did not refine the Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus despite having this recipe. What use does this have? We can't do anything with it, this is too awkward. That was close. Thankfully Fang Jing asked that question. Mostly importantly, this recipe's authenticity has not been appraised yet. This recipe was kept as a treasure by Ju clan, it definitely is something good. I will bid 520,000. A recipe master bid. Even so, the recipe regarding the Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus still had great attraction to some goo masters. 550,000. 580,000. The bids went up, slower and slower, until it stopped at 660,000. 670,000. Wei Yang was the last to bid, as he obtained this recipe eventually. Chapter 309. Xian sees aspiration. With Wei Yang's successful bid of Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus's recipe, the auction ended. Ju clan was after all a clan which had stood for centuries. It possessed deep foundations. Many auction participants obtained something from their collection, while others were able to experience new perspectives. It is rare for everyone to gather together. Do not leave now, let me host a feast. Fan Yuan urged everyone to stay. In a restaurant, there were all kinds of delicacies, fine food and liquor, placed on jade plates. Brother Fang Jing, this is the recipe you wanted. After 3 cups of wine, Wei Yang took out a heart-engraved goo and gave to Fan Yuan. Heart-engraved goo was like a ladybug and was finger-sized. Its whole body was scarlet red, and on its round carapace were 4 white heart-shaped spots. Heart-engraved goo was a storage-type goo. It was almost the same as bookworm. They were used to store information. Heart-engraved goo was a series of goo that could range from rank 1 to rank 5. A rank 1 heart-engraved goo only had 1 white heart-shaped spot on its carapace, while rank 2 had 2 and so on. This heart-engraved goo Wei Yang took out had 4 spots, which meant it was rank 4. But using a rank 4 heart-engraved goo to store the recipe of Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus was also normal. Fan Yuan had spent 670,000 primeval stones for this recipe. He had made Wei Yang bid to avoid suspicions. Seeing this heart-engraved goo, Fan Yuan did not accept it but said, "Since Brother Wei Yang had already refined it, it will be better for you to use it now so that I do not have to refine it again." "That works too." Wei Yang nodded his head and poured his primeval essence. The heart-engraved goo turned into a thin flow of pink light with a soft crackling sound. Under Wei Yang's control, the light flow entered Fan Yuan's heart and disappeared instantly. Immediately, a recipe appeared in Fan Yuan's mind containing the method to refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus. The main goo worm for the fusion, all the supplementary materials, every step and every matter that needed attention was mentioned in it. The contents could not be forgotten even if Fan Yuan wanted to forget them, as if they were deeply imprinted into his heart. This was the ability of heart-engraved goo, granting a deep memory like it was etched into one's bones and heart. A feeling of happiness emerged in Fan Yuan's heart. "I have Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, but it is only rank 3. It is still worth using now, but when I reach rank 4, its use will immediately dwindle. Now that I have this recipe, if I can refine Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus in the future, it will no doubt be a great help to me." Fan Yuan did not know Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus recipe. Obtaining this recipe was an unexpected joy. Although this recipe had yet to be appraised, with Fan Yuan's plentiful experiences, he was able to give an initial judgment that the probability of this recipe being fake was very small. Otherwise, Shang Clan would not have put it in the auction. "But I still need some goo to deduce it further and prevent any traps or errors. Now that I have bought this recipe, I am afraid some people have some thoughts about it. There will definitely be many people guessing if I have a Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. However, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus might be rare and precious, but it is not one of a kind and troublesome like the Blood Skull goo. Otherwise, I would not be able to brazenly buy this recipe. Now my goo set assembly is nearing completion, and with my cultivation breakthrough, I have fewer worries and there are not many problems in buying this recipe." If it was before, Fan Yuan would not have bought this recipe so openly. But now, he was only half a step away from rank 3 upper stage, which he could reach in a few days. After that, he would use white silver relic goo and reach rank 3 peak stage. His strength was completely different from when he first came, with the purple thorn token protecting him, plus most people were only guessing. The consequences were something he could accept. Calculating the time, Fang Jing had already been in Shang Clan City for over 2 years. His rapid development was really shocking. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Wei Yang thought while drinking wine, but did not speak out. Could it be Big Brother He too has Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus? Shang Xinci also inwardly guessed but did not ask. On her first day of cultivation, Shang Yanfei told her about the many taboos of goo masters. One of the taboos was to not casually inquire about the goo worms other goo masters possessed. To goo masters, their goo were their butter and bread. It was their private matter, their secret, and their trump card. Once their goo worms were exposed, it was very easy for others to target them. Thus, among goo masters, it was a great taboo to ask what goo worms the other held. Fan Yuan has Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, so he bought the recipe. This is understandable. But why did he give up Bitter Strength goo to buy Atmosphere goo? Bai Ningbing was sitting without speaking. She thought for a while, but she could not see through Fan Yuan's move. "Sigh, it would have been good if I was able to become a young master. Shan Clan Young Master has an opportunity to apply for 3 goo worms every year from the clan, and the clan will search for the goo without any charge," Shang Xinci said with a sigh. This was a great policy by Shang Clan to nurture their young masters. As long as the requests were not absurd, Shang Clan would gather its strength to get the goo the young masters wanted. If Shang Xinci became a young master, it would be as easy as flipping her palm to get a Bitter Strength goo by borrowing the whole clan's strength. Fan Yuan had been searching for Bitter Strength goos since long ago. One finally appeared in the auction, but Shang Yazi prevented him from obtaining it. Shang Xinci wanted to help Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan patted Shang Xinci's shoulder and smiled. It does not matter. Who knows, maybe that Shang Yizi might hand over the bitter strength goo to me. Second brother spent 810,000 to buy that bitter strength goo, he has already become a laughingstock due to it. Wanting him to hand it over of his own accord, I am afraid it would not be possible. Shang Qiwen shook her head from the side, thinking Fang Yuan was indulging in fantasy. Could it be Big Brother He too has already thought of a plan? Shang Xinci's eyes flashed with brilliance. Wei Yang and others also looked over curiously. Fang Yuan pointed at Bai Ningbing, looking confident. Everything is thanks to Ningbing. Me? Bai Ningbing was stupefied. Speak quickly, what clever idea do you have? Everyone could not help becoming more curious. You will find out in 2 to 3 days. Please wait till then. Fang Yuan laughed. He then looked at Shang Xinci with a solemn expression. Xinci, do you really want to become a young master? Becoming a young master means entering the political whirlpool and you will no longer have the freedom to act independently. You are now clearer of Shang clan's situation than me. The competition between Shang clan young masters is very intense, the struggle is even more bloody. If you want to become a young master, you will fall into this dangerous conflict. This was the most crucial of matters. Fang Yuan needed a clear answer. If Shang Xinci did not have such an aspiration, there was no point in helping her. Under Fang Yuan's shining gaze, Shang Xinci smiled. Big Brother He too, even now, do I really have freedom? I am also completely helpless in this. The whole journey to Shang Clan City after joining the caravan was filled with untold dangers. I narrowly escaped death many times. I have reflected upon it. The world is an ocean and we are small boats on it. The small boats seem to be drifting freely with the flow, but most of them are helpless. Only with high cultivation and influence can the small boat turn into a big boat and be able to resist the trials and hardships, to provide a safe area for the ones we care about. Shang Xinci's words were ordinary and did not seem to contain any passion, but everyone could feel a heroic emotion from her. Great. You have aspiration. Wei Yan laughed. Shang Qiwen also threw an amazed look. She had interacted with Shang Xinci for a fairly long time now but had never expected the latter to conceal such grand aspirations under her gentle appearance. My Missy is a genius in business, she is more than capable of being a Shang clan young master. Xiao Dai stood behind Shang Xinci and interjected proudly. Xiao Dai. Shang Xinci was embarrassed as she gave Xiao Dai a stare. Xiao Dai simply stuck out her tongue. Haha, she is right. In that case, both of us will lend you a hand and help you become Shang clan young master. Fang Yuan laughed loudly as he felt a relief. It was not strange for Shang Xinci to have such an aspiration. Per children matured early, Shang Xinci's childhood was not blessed as she was frequently bullied by her clansmen. She became clear of the cruelty of the world even more in the caravan due to her own negligible weak self. No matter how gentle the person was, they would still be greatly affected by such experiences. However, Shang Xinci's nature was kind, different from Fang and Bai. She wanted to become strong, not only for herself, but more for the happiness of the people around her. This year's young master examination has already passed. Sister Xinci will have a chance in the coming year. But the competition for the young master's position is very intense. Lord Father has a lot of children. While there is only one young master position available every year, the number of competitors can amount to hundreds. Shang Qiwen chuckled and gave advice to Shang Xinci. However, she disapproved of this in her heart. Shang Xinci's cultivation was very low, only at rank 1 upper stage now. Her aptitude also was not enough, not even having AB grade aptitude, so she did not have potential for development. Her mother was from Zhang clan, which had deep hatred against Shang clan. This was her greatest political disadvantage. She was alone with no supporters who would help her. Her only advantage was that Shang Yanfei doted on her. For her, Shang Yanfei paid an enormous price, almost defying heaven, changing her hopeless aptitude into one which could cultivate. This was a treatment that none of his other children received. However, this advantage was also a disadvantage in some aspect. Shang Xinci was isolated. And even Shang Qiwen was envious of her inwardly. All these reasons made Shang Xinci unlikely to get the young master position. The chances were extremely slim. Fang Yuan naturally was clear of these disadvantages. In his previous life, Shang Xinci became a young master only after 6 years. But things have changed. Shang Xinci was a lone force in his previous life, but in this life she has Fang Yuan's help. Xinci, do not worry. With me helping you, there is no need for next year. I will help you become a young master this year. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Then I will wait and see. Shang Qiwen had a smile on her face while inwardly curling her lips in disdain, feeling that the more Fang Yuan spoke, the more unreasonable he became, boasting so wildly. Wei Yang put down his wine cup. Brother Fangjing, the competition for Shang clan's young master position is not a small matter. As an elder of the clan, I cannot interfere in this. There is no need for Brother Wei Yang's help. The plan had already been made 2 years ago, and it is all thanks to Ning Bing. Fang Yuan smiled. Eh? Instantly, the gazes of everyone concentrated on Bai Ningbing. Becoming the center of attention, Bai Ningbing still maintained her indifferent expression, but doubts started rising in her mind and she could not help but curse secretly. What does this have to do with me? Ningbing, calling my name so affectionately, does he really think our relation is that great? Chapter 310. You shameless scoundrel! In the blink of an eye, 3 to 4 days passed. Bitter strength goo. In the study room, Shang Yi held the goo in his hand, his eyebrows folding into a crease, as he had an overwhelming urge to crush this goo worm to death. But he had to control himself. This bitter strength goo cost him 810,000 primeval stones. If he crushed it, his heart will ache. Every time he looked at this goo, Shang Yi felt extremely gloomy. He had an illusion that the bitter strength goo was soundlessly mocking him, reminding him of his stupidity every single second. At the auction a few days ago, he was tricked by Fang Yuan in front of everybody. Right now, he was a laughingstock. Even his surrounding clansmen refused to meet him. Never mind if he was an idiot, but he was a Shang clan young master. Such a deed brought shame to the entire Shang clan. As a Shang clan young master, Shang Yi's every action represented Shang clan and carried its image. His performance at the auction was not only a humiliation to himself, but also dragged the pride and glory of his Shang clansmen through the mud. As for Shang Yanfei, he did not say a word regarding this matter. But this made Shang Yi feel even more uneasy. No, I must salvage my reputation. I have to make sure father looks at me in a different light. I must change my clansmen's impression of me. Shang Yi gritted his teeth, deciding in his heart. Fangjing, you dared to oppose me, and played me like a fool. I will make sure you pay a terrible price. His eyes shone with a dark sinister glow, flickering as he thought of ways to deal with Fang Yuan. After this matter, his hatred towards Fang Yuan had reached a tipping point. It was hatred that seeped into his soul. Young master, there is trouble! At this moment, a loyal servant came over, shouting in front of the study room. Why are you so frantic? Is this the proper decorum? Get in here! Shang Yi scolded unhappily. The room door was pushed open, as the servant kneeled on the floor, his face flushed with terror. Young master, there is trouble. There's a rumor going around, it has spread all over Shang Clan City. It says that you and Fang Jing had once competed for Lady and you, but you lost to him. That resulted in a grudge between you two, thus you went to find trouble with Fang Jing. Lady and you? That Qin Yen brothel's prostitute? What rubbish is that? Shang Yi curled his lips, laughing in disdain. But the servant continued. They are also saying, you had a secret deal with Fang Jing in order to pass the yearly assessment, and faked the accounts. What? Shang Yi heard this and howled, his expression changing. He jumped out of his seat, causing the brush and ink on his table to vibrate and fall. The servant continued carefully but anxiously. Young master, the rumor is so elaborate, they even have the transaction time, and the exact amount of the account is circulated. It seems the clan's internal affairs hall has been alerted, and they are sending Gu masters here to investigate the matter. Huh! Shang Yi was dumbfounded, as if lightning struck his brain. At that instant, his face went pale, like blood drained out of his body. His heart palpitated, his body went soft as he almost fell onto the ground. Holding on to the study table weakly, he propped himself up. This impact was too quick, too heavy, too sudden. I'm finished, completely finished. Once the matter of the fake accounting is exposed, I will lose the position of young master. This violates the clan rules, even mother cannot protect me. There is no point in begging father either. Once I lose this position, there are countless people waiting to devour me. As the crisis struck, Shang Yi was extremely frightened, falling into a state of panic. How can such news circulate? I was completely careful during the deal. Other than Fang Jing, no other person knew. Impossible, it's impossible. Shang Yi muttered to himself as his expression was in a daze. He was still too young, without any life-threatening dangers to train him. Although he managed the shops for 2 years, and had good management skills, he only scratched the surface. Once a problem occurs, he becomes shocked and helpless. Nanqiu Garden, the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Light winds blew, causing small waves to form on the surface of the lake. The lake was not big, the edges were made of stacked-up rockery stones. On the surface of the lake, there were large lotus leaves, connected together like a chain. The pink-white flower bud had not opened yet. Gold and orange carp swam in the water, surfacing at times. The pavilion was made of bricks and had a colorful roof and red pillars. It was obviously meticulously designed. In the pavilion there was a chessboard, and 2 youngsters were playing. One young man wore black clothing, his eyes dark like the abyss. The other was a female wearing white clothing, having silver hair and blue eyes, showing a cold expression. It was Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing played for a bit, before looking outside at the lake. This Shang Yi is really stupid, his reaction speed is so slow. I sent out the rumor long ago, why hasn't he come here yet? No worries, I have instructed the guards to let him in, he will come. Fang Yuan smiled, showing his confidence of being in control of the situation. After panicking, Shang Yi would definitely suspect Fang Yuan. Thus, he would come over and investigate the situation. Even if he had no suspicions, he would come to convince Fang Yuan to cover up for him, to survive this investigation by Shang clan. Bai Ningbing squinted her eyes, sighing. Fang Yuan, I am really impressed. You actually managed to exploit this loophole in the poison Val Gu. You planned this from 2 years ago, didn't you? Just waiting and enduring, until the time was ripe to activate this trap. Fang Yuan smiled, playing his chess piece as he answered. Shang Yi is a petty man, he will definitely take revenge. Why would I leave such a threat around? I did not use this earlier because Shang Xinci just had arrived in Shang clan and did not have a foundation. Gone was Shang Yi, and in comes Shang Xinci, that is beneficial to both of us. Bai Ningbing did not speak anymore, but her eyes were shining with blue light. In her heart, she felt a chill. Fang Yuan's schemes came one after another, closely connected. Once a person steps into it, it is like being in quicksand, trapped and helpless. The most shocking part was, he planned this 2 years ago after predicting this situation. Such foresight, it gave people chills. Shang Yi was courting death by being enemies with him. Fan Zheng, where are you? Get out here now. Shang Yi's furious screams finally came. The pavilion on the lake was not concealed at all. After Shang Yi was informed by the door boy, he quickly found Fang and Bai. Fang Jing, you still have the mood to play chess? Do you know how far the rumors have spread? Tell me, was this all done by you? Shang Yi came to the pavilion, pointing at Fang Yuan as he shouted furiously. Fang Yuan turned his body around, speaking plainly. If this was done by me, would I be alive? Shang Yi, I can't believe you are getting dumber and dumber. Did you forget that we used the poison Val Gu together? Shang Yi snorted, his anger subsiding slightly. Fang Yuan was right. If he was the culprit, he would have been dead already. Now that he was sitting there safe and sound, it meant the rumors were not due to him. But Fang Yuan's next sentence sent him into pure rage. Although I did not create the rumor, my companion Bai Ningbing did. Shang Yi was stunned, his relaxed face turned bright red, like a meteor entering the atmosphere. An intense rage grew in his heart. It was you, it was done by you. You bitch, I am going to kill you. He screamed, his eyes red with anger, as he stared at Bai Ningbing like he was going to devour her. His aura was insane, like a leopard or wolf trying to attack its prey. Oh? You want to strike here? Attack me? Bai Ningbing slowly stood up. Her absolutely stunning face was cold as ice, as her icy tone contained strong disdain. I am rank 3 peak stage, I have never lost a single battle in the battle stage, and I possess the purple thorn token. Do you really want to fight to the death with me? Shang Yi's facial muscles twitched, as he gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fire, as he stared fiercely at Bai Ningbing. He did not attack in the end. He was rank 3 upper stage, and lived in an ivory tower all his life. He was not Bai Ningbing's match. At the same time, Bai Ningbing had the purple thorn token, something Shang Yanfei gave her personally. Fanjing, you went back on your word, you will die a painful death. How did she know our deal? No wait, you went back on your word, why are you still alive? Did you find some way to disable the poison vow goo? Shanya Zi turned to look at Fan Yuan, feeling uncertain. No. Fan Yuan shook his head. The poison vow was, you and I will keep it a secret, and we cannot divulge the information to an unknowing third party. But before the poison vow goo was used, I already told Bai Ningbing this matter. Thus, she was a knowing third party. The rumor was also not let out by me. It was all Bai Ningbing's effort. Thus, I did not violate the poison vow at all. Shan Yezi opened his mouth wide, showing a dumbstruck expression. Now that Fan Yuan mentioned it, the vow was indeed like this. Then why did he not find out this loophole back then? 1. Because of his mindset, he did not think Fan Yuan would tell Bai Ningbing before they even discussed the issue. Cannot divulge the information to an unknowing third party. Just looking at this sentence, there was no problems. Second was because he was the one who initiated the use of the poison vow goo. Fan Yuan looked unprepared and caught off guard, but he had actually predicted it long ago and was just trying to numb Shang Yezi's senses. Third, Shang Yezi wanted to remain as a young master, and had no other ways. He was anxious, and because the vow reciting was extremely painful, he could not think properly. But now that he knew, it was already too late. Fan Jing, you shameless scoundrel! You dare to trick me and deceive me like this! You are a despicable scum, so extremely despicable and shameless. Chapter 311. Actually, I am a kind person. Shang Yezi breathed raggedly. The more he scolded Fan Yuan, the angrier he got. Ah! He howled, no longer able to suppress his anger, and flipped the stone table. The chess pieces were sent flying, and the table almost hit Fan Yuan's leg, but he dodged in time. Shang Yezi took 3 steps backwards, his head dizzy, and 2 traces of blood flowed down his nose. Shang Yezi, I'd advise you to calm down. The poison vow states you cannot harm me. Thank me for dodging. If the stone table hit my leg, your injuries would be more severe. Fan Yuan laughed lightly. Ah! Fan Jing, I will tear you to shred. I want to pull out your tendons, skin you alive, and devour every drop of blood and piece of flesh you have. Fan Yuan's smile became wider. Bai Ningbing frowned. Shan Yezi, you had better shut up. If not, I'll throw you out by force. You are a Shan clan young master now, but that does not mean you'll stay one for long. You are finished now. The Internal Affairs Hall has started investigating. You do not have many days left here. Her words were like a bucket of cold water pouring on Shang Yezi. That's right, he was going to lose his young master position. Saving his position was the crucial thing. But how could he save it? Whoever started the trouble should end it. He had to look at the source. He could only ally with Fan Yuan, to announce his innocence, and deny any acts of fake accounting. In fact, his original intent in coming to Nanqiu Garden was to find Fan Yuan to collude with him. Shang Yezi felt a disgusting sickness in his heart as he thought about it. These 2 scoundrels, they are the culprits in causing my situation. I want to eat their flesh and drink their blood, but now I have to beg them to cooperate with me? Shang Yezi could not accept such an ending, his heart could not take it. Fan Yuan observed his expression, and saw Shang Yezi in turmoil, thus he said, Shang Yezi, I am actually a kind person. I always repay kindness with gratitude and hatred with revenge. If you did not find trouble with me multiple times, cause trouble for me secretly, even going to the extent of snatching the bitter strength goo from me at the auction, why would I find trouble with you? I admit, the poison vow did contain a loophole. But it has been 2 years since I came to Shan Clan City. Have you seen me use it? If it was not you who went overboard, why would we reach such a state? All of these problems were single-handedly caused by you. I told the guards to let you in because I want you to know, your Shan clan is strong and I cannot afford to offend it, but you are just a young master. I am not afraid of going against you. Leave, I do not wish to make your life harder. Loosening the reins to grasp them better. What beautiful words. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fan Yuan, a cold ridicule showing in her eyes. But Shang Yezi did not leave. He stood on the spot, motionless like a wooden pole. His expression was constantly changing, turning pale and green alternatively. Sometimes he looked ruthless while at times he frowned in deep thought. In no time his forehead was full of sweat, as he had evidently fallen into great conflict with himself. Fan Yuan's words made Shang Yezi realize that their relationship had not reached the worst stage yet. There was a chance to salvage the situation. It also reminded him that the bitter strength goo was the reason for this. To protect my young master position, I have to make sure Fang Jing cooperates with me. Cooperate. Shang Yi gritted his teeth, thinking of the bitter strength goo. Do I really give it to him? I spent 810,000 on this. What would others think of me if I give it to him? They might laugh their socks off. But if I don't, how can I show my sincerity? How could I salvage our relationship? I am indignant. In the end, I bought the goo just for his sake. This is the biggest humiliation of my life. Because of Fang Jing, I spent 810,000 to buy a bitter strength goo, causing everyone to mock me. Now I have to hand the goo over to him. Isn't this just pathetic? No, the bitter strength goo is not the point. What's important is protecting my young master position. Without it, I am nothing, I will have nothing. In a short period of time, Shang Yi considered his options, thinking until his ears were buzzing. Fan Yuan knew it was time when he saw that pale face, dazed look, and swaying body. Shang Yi, we told you to leave, why are you still here? Forget it, you pitiful soul, I do not want to bully you. Let's go by Ningbing. I heard Yu Kai Bei and Yan Tu are fighting in the battle stage today. If we want to dominate the battle stage, we need to battle them. This is a good opportunity to learn about them. Fan Yuan sent a signal towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing stood up and pretended to leave. Just as she took 2 steps, Shang Yi spoke. Please stay here. His voice was coarse. As he spoke, he called out the bitter strength goo, and held it out with shaking arms. Fang Jing, it was my fault earlier. This is the bitter strength goo as an apology. As he said this, Shang Yi felt extremely reluctant, but he got used to it as he spoke, and towards the end, Shang Yi felt the huge burden lifted off his shoulders. This is the bitter strength goo? Bai Ningbing stopped her steps, taking a glance. This bitter strength goo was like a beetle. A small body and large body, its body was oval and palm size. Its body was yellow-brown, and had an uneven surface, as lumps grew on its back. He handed over the bitter strength goo as expected. Fan Yuan must be overjoyed now, huh? Bai Ningbing sighed in her heart. Fan Yuan's grasp at human behavior was way beyond her level. Fan Yuan laughed loudly but said, Shang Yi, I know what you mean, but do you think I can't survive without the bitter strength goo? Although it is hard to refine, if I persevere, I will eventually obtain it. Do you think you can create problems for me when you feel like it, then reconcile when you need to? Fighting when you want to, making peace when you feel like it, is this world such an easy place? I, Gu Yu Fang Jing, have my own dignity. Are you trying to humiliate me? You are mistaken. Shang Yi quickly explained. Fan Yuan snorted. Shang Yi elaborated anxiously. I, Shang Yi, swear, from today onwards, I will not create problems for you. The two of us can become good alliance mates. Fighting among ourselves will only entertain outsiders. Other than the bitter strength goo, I can make other compensations. Primeval stones, goo worms, goo refinement material, I am in charge of the shops, I can give them to you. Is that so? Fan Yuan's expression relaxed. Shang Yi continued urging. Bai Ningbing became an outsider, watching this speechlessly. Shang Yi not only took out the bitter strength goo, begging Fan Yuan to take it, but also had to compensate other materials. But she knew that he was just trying to get over this crisis. Shang Yi was a petty man, he would definitely take revenge in the future. I'll keep the bitter strength goo, I need time to think about it. Eventually, Fan Yuan did not make a decision. But this was enough for Shang Yi to rejoice. He thought that Fan Yuan was too proud and was trying to make use of the situation to ask for more compensation. I'll agree to all of them, in the future, I'll make sure you die horribly. Vicious thoughts appeared in Shang Yi's mind, as he smiled even more sincerely. Brother Fang Jing, I am very sincere. Please do not take too long to consider, the Internal Affairs Hall's investigation will be held these few days. Without the young master position, I would not be able to compensate you. Fan Yuan nodded, no longer talking. Shang Yi left in a better mood. As Fan Yuan looked at him from behind, he said to Bai Ningbing. Okay, you can go report the case at the Internal Affairs Hall already. Bai Ningbing nodded, thinking, tonight, I must go back and reread the vow I made with Fan Yuan, word by word. A few days later. In the study room, a sigh was echoing. Shan Yunfei placed his paperwork down expressionlessly. The content was sent from Internal Affairs Hall, involving Shang Yi's fake accounting case. Such a thing, it was okay to do it secretly. But once exposed, how could the clan tolerate it? Shang Yizi was Shang Yanfei's second son. The Sai earlier was a father's disappointment in his son. Revoke his young master status and punish him to join the slave-capturing group. He is not to return here for 3 years. Shang Yanfei raised his brush and wrote the punishment for Shang Yizi. He is the Shang clan leader. Because of this identity, he had to represent the entire clan. His every action and word had considerable consequence. Fan Zhen by Ningbing. Shang Yanfei's eyes were glowing with a bright light. After settling Shang Yizi's case, this matter was not over. Shang Yizi was a young master of Shang clan, but was schemed by 2 young outsiders. This was not respecting Shang clan, and him Shang Yanfei. Shang Yizi is after all my second son. Is my son someone you guys can just toy with? Although Fang and Bai had once saved Shang Xinci, family was still family. In Shang Yanfei's heart, his bloodline was closer. Thus he willed. A bright red paper crane goo flew out. Scheming against my son, as his father, I will have to take revenge for him. This is the punishment for you too, but it is also a test. Shang Yanfei muttered. The paper crane goo's speed was extremely fast, entering a secret room. The clan leader has sent a letter. Clan leader wants us to forcefully challenge Fang Jing and Bai Ningbing? In the secret room, there were 2 people. One was tall as a tower, the other was thin like a matchstick. Both of them looked at this letter and each other wordlessly. It was the rank 4 Gu masters Jukai Bei and Yen Tu. Weren't they at odds? If outsiders saw them sitting peacefully together, discussing matters, their jaws might drop. Both of them were rank 4 initial stage, dominating the battle stage as they competed against each other. They both swore that they will not leave the battle stage unless they defeat the other. But the truth is, they were Shang Yanfei's secret pawn pieces. Shang clan had rules. Any Gu master who dominates the battle stage, and reach Wei Yang's level, would be promoted to an external clan elder in Shang clan. Jukai Bei and Yen Tu were Shang Yanfei's way of controlling the battle stage. Chapter 312. Rank 3 Peak Stage once again. Nanqiu Garden, Secret Room. The room was covered with darkness. The only source of light was a thin ray of starlight that was flowing like water towards the center of the room. At the center, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing were sitting cross-legged on mats. Bai Ningbing's palms were placed on Fan Yuan's back. She was transferring rank 3 Peak Stage Snow's silver primeval essence to Fan Yuan. It was completely silent in the secret room. However, in Fan Yuan's heart, waves continued to surge. Rumble! A Snow's silver waterfall, chilly and majestic, came crashing down into Fan Yuan's primeval sea from his aperture. It was the rank 3 Peak Stage Snow's silver primeval essence that had gone through Bone-Flesh Unity Gu. Rank 3 Gu Master's primeval essence was silver. Initial stage primeval essence only had a thin layer of silver color, thus was called light silver primeval essence. Middle stage had varying amounts of silver color, some a lot and some little, thus was called blossom silver primeval essence. Upper stage primeval essence was shining silver, thus was called bright silver primeval essence. Peak stage primeval essence was snow white silver, a magnificent sight, and was called Snow's silver primeval essence. Right now, Fan Yuan was using Snow's silver primeval essence as the primary force and Blossom's silver primeval essence as supplementary. Under his control, they formed surging waves and continually cleansed the aperture walls. The aperture that was originally a water membrane, with light flowing as water, was shaking. After the cleansing process went for a while, the quantitative change accumulated to become a qualitative change. Light poured out of the water membrane, and just like water freezing into ice, it no longer moved, settling down to form stone membrane. The stone membrane was radiant and glorious, and was even thicker and more stable than the water membrane. With the formation of stone membrane, Fan Yuan advanced from rank 3 middle stage to rank 3 upper stage. Building a stable foundation, success will come naturally. Since the cultivation was finished, Bai Ningbing slowly withdrew her hands, her blue pupils fluctuating with emotions. With her help, Fan Yuan's cultivation had advanced rapidly, and was finally catching up with her step by step. She knew Fan Yuan still had a white silver relic Gu on him. He had not used it, and was saving it for this moment. That is to say, after tonight, Fan Yuan's cultivation would advance to rank 3 peak stage, at the same level as her. This guy is a cunning fox and is extremely treacherous. Although I haven't found any flaws in the poison vow, that doesn't mean there are no flaws within the poison vow. Bai Ningbing was silent, but her thoughts kept on moving rapidly. Shang Yizi's downfall was a grim reminder. The mental pressure Fan Yuan was giving her was becoming bigger and bigger, and now she was starting to have some doubts. Don't worry, I am sincere in cooperating with you. There are no problems with the poison vow. As if he knew what Bai Ningbing was thinking, Fan Yuan suddenly opened his mouth. Humph. Having her thoughts exposed, Bai Ningbing's eyes revealed a trace of chill and said with cold irony, I hope so. Fan Yuan heaved a sigh. He had already expected Bai Ningbing's reaction when he planned against Shang Yizi. Everything had its merits and demerits. Now, Shang Yizi was removed from his position, leaving a young master's seat vacant, and gave an opportunity for Shang Xinci to advance. However, this created a crack in Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing's collaboration. At the same time, it also forced Shang Yanfei to make his move. Just yesterday, Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu had issued forced challenge towards Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing at the same time. Once the news spread, it immediately caused a huge commotion in the battle stage and attracted countless people's attention. Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu were both rank 4 initial stage Gu masters and were also called half the sky of the battle stage. With 2 half skies cooperating, they became the entire sky. These nicknames gave a clear description of their status and strength. Fan and Bai were the 2 rising stars of the battle stage. They were dazzling, winning all their matches without a single loss. Such strength was rarely seen in the battle stage even in the past. Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu were the 2 heroes of battle stage, standing proudly at the summit. These few years, there were many Gu masters who wanted to stand out and become an external elder of the Shang clan, but they were stopped by these 2 and lost their hopes of advancing. But now, these 2 jointly challenged Fang and Bai, naturally making everyone curious and also doubtful. Someone said Fang and Bai were advancing too strongly, causing the seniors Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu to feel uneasy, and thus they were going to eliminate this problem early. Another said Zhu and Yan made a bet, and were using Fang and Bai to determine victory or defeat. Almost no one thought Fang and Bai had the chance of winning against these 2. The formidable strength of Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu was already deeply engraved in people's hearts. Even more importantly, one side was rank 4 Gu masters, while the other side was rank 3 Gu masters. There was a huge difference between their levels. As Gu master advanced to higher ranks, the difference between each realm gets bigger and fighting across ranks become extremely difficult. From behind, there was the sound of Bai Ningbing standing up. Tomorrow is the match between you and Yan Tu. How are your preparations going? Do you need my heavenly essence treasure lotus? According to our vow, I will do my best to help you. Fan Yuan slowly spoke from the darkness. No need. Bai Ningbing coldly replied. Fan Yuan was sitting cross-legged, he said without turning around. You are really confident. So what if he is rank 4? In these 2 years, you are not the only one who improved. Bai Ningbing turned around and left. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was Fan Yuan's. It would not represent Bai Ningbing's true strength. She wanted to check her progress using the match with Yan Tuesday. The door to the secret room opened and closed. After Bai Ningbing left, the corner of Fan Yuan's lips slightly raised into a smile. Rejecting Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. It seems a trace of self-doubt has grown in her heart. This insecurity is very small, maybe she herself might not be aware of it. Bai Ningbing, you are still too inexperienced. Fan Yuan muttered before organizing his cluttered thoughts. He took out white silver relic goo. This goo was like a round pearl and was white-silver in color, with the size of a finger. Since rebirth, Fan Yuan had seen it once on Qingmao Mountain. It was during the Jia clan's caravan. The white-silver relic goo was priced at 50,000 primeval stones. It was an unattainable dream for Fan Yuan at that time. This series of relic goo were extremely expensive. After all, with one use, they could raise a goo master's cultivation by a small realm, saving a lot of time and energy. At the same time, they provided a stable foundation and did not have any side effects. Goo worms were bought to be used. Fan Yuan did not have any hesitation in activating white-silver relic goo. Immediately, dazzling and magnificent lights shone upon the aperture walls. About 4 hours later, Fan Yuan had leaped from rank 3 upper stage to rank 3 peak stage. Since rebirth, I have once again reached rank 3 peak stage. Fan Yuan's eyes shone brilliantly, and he could not help but clench his fists. His heart surged with emotions and joy. It was different from the time on Qingmao Mountain. Fan Yuan had used stone aperture goo at that time and paid a disastrous price of losing his future prospects to advance to rank 3 peak stage. This time, Fan Yuan advanced to rank 3 peak stage while retaining his enormous potential for development. After all, he has a great aptitude now. looking at the spring-autumn cicada. After recuperating for over 2 years, its condition was recovering at a rapid speed. Its withered body was gradually becoming glossy. The wings that were dried up like dead leaves now had a layer of green that was full of life energy. Its recovery naturally caused great pressure on Fan Yuan's aperture. However, compared to the previous time, Fan Yuan's cultivation was rising rapidly because of Bai Ningbing and Bone Flesh Unity Gu. His rank 3 peak stage aperture was still enough to bear this pressure. The situation had been truly pressing back at Qingmao Mountain, but now Fan Yuan was handling this with ease. But I cannot relax yet. Spring-autumn cicada's recovery gets faster and faster. My cultivation speeds needs to surpass it, otherwise the same situation will happen again. Time quietly passed, and soon it was the next day. The audiences were all waiting for the battle between Bai Ningbing and Yan Tuesday. There were green grass all over this supersized battle stage. This was a grass terrain, and was very commonly seen at northern plains. A crowd of spectating Gu masters had formed a circle around the battle stage, all of their gazes landing on the two protagonists on the battle stage. The match had not started, but the people were already commenting. Everything is against Bai Ningbing this time. Facing Lord Yen Tu, she is certain to lose. She is as beautiful as a fairy, it really makes people sympathize with her. Just thinking about her suffering a defeat breaks my heart into pieces. In the course of over a year, Bai Ningbing had earned an impressive reputation, receiving strong publicity. Her appearance and temperament that was like a snow fairy got her a huge amount of attention. On the stage, Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu stood opposite each other. Yen Tu was an old man, and had a head full of unkempt and long hair. He was thin like a stick, and his legs were bare. Whether it was his fingernails or toenails, they had not been cut for a long time and were long and crooked. He was wearing rags and had a hunched back, like an old beggar on the roadside. He, little girl, you have such smooth skin, you are really beautiful. Yen Tu sized up Bai Ningbing and said with a hoarse voice. Wearing a white robe, the blue pupils and silver hair, Bai Ningbing immediately frowned, killing intent filling her heart. Old geezer, stop your shamelessness. Little girl, you have no manners. Yen Tu laughed dryly, his 10 fingers rubbing each other. It seems I have to teach you how important it is to respect your seniors. Pointless banter. Bai Ningbing had a cool expression, her gaze cold as ice as she stared at Yen Tu, her every movement containing vigorous fighting spirit. Ding! The sound of the bell signaled the start of the match. Icicle Gu! Fire Pellet Gu! Almost at the same time, Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu made their moves. 4 white icicles and 3 balls of fire pellets shot towards one another. Bang! An icicle and a fire pellet collided in midair. The icicle melted, but the fire pellet still flew towards Bai Ningbing, just that its power had greatly fallen. Bai Ningbing's icicle Gu was only rank 2, while Yen Tu's fire pellet Gu was rank 3. Naturally, fire pellet was a notch above the icicle. I can only suppress the fire pellet if I use ice explosion Gu to detonate the icicles. However, my primeval essence will be greatly expended if I do that. This battle had just started. Bai Ningbing's blue pupils flashed with an eerie light. She jumped agilely and dodged the fire pellets, causing them to miss their target. At the same time, she waved her hand. Whoosh! 3 icicles flew towards Yen Tuesday. Yen Tu gave a dry laugh. He took a step forward and twisted his body, dodging the icicles with a weird body posture, as he began running at the same time. His index finger repeatedly pointed and balls of fire pellets formed into a dense attack as they engulfed Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted. Not to be outdone, she also repeatedly stomped and struck back with icicles. For a moment, the two kept on contesting against each other while running around the big grassland. Icicles and fire pellets flew, the two dodged and attacked without stopping. The match had just begun, but its intensity had already surpassed everyone's expectations. Chapter 313. Bai Ningbing vs. Yen Tu. Time slowly passed, the spectators were gradually moved by the match. To think Bai Ningbing is actually so strong, being able to fight so evenly against Lord Yen Tuesday. She is using rank 2 icicle Gu against Yen Tu, but isn't at a disadvantage. Being able to use Gu worms to attack properly while moving is basic in Gu master battles, but Bai Ningbing is executing it perfectly. No doubt, Bai Ningbing is a genius and her foundation is also extremely sturdy. No wonder she has not been defeated till now. Fan Yuan was among the crowd and was watching the match calmly. Wei Yang and Shang Xinci had also come, and were standing beside him. The three were in disguise, hiding among the crowd. Bai Ningbing is fighting very forcefully. Even though she is using icicle goo, once the numbers of icicles go up, her primeval essence consumption will also go up. Wei Yang was worried. There is a difference between the primeval essence of rank 3 and rank 4. But Yen Tu is similarly using fire pellet goo and his primeval essence is also continuously depleting. He might be rank 4 but he only has B grade aptitude. Bai Ningbing is using the primeval essence recovery speed of her A grade aptitude to contend Yen Tu's rank 4 cultivation. Fan Yuan understood Bai Ningbing's battle tactic with one glance. If that is so, then this will be an uphill battle for Bai Ningbing. Shang Xinci exclaimed. Now, she was also a goo master. With Shan Yen Fei's careful teachings, her vision was expanded and she could see through a lot of things. As the three conversed, the situation on the battle stage suddenly took a turn. Little girl, you really like jumping around. Yen Tu's lips curled into a smile that did not resemble a smile. He suddenly raised his right hand and grabbed towards Bai Ningbing from dozens of steps away. As his right hand made a clawing motion, the imprint of a goo worm on his palm flashed. Whoosh! There was the sound of flames blazing and in a blink of an eye, a giant fiery claw formed and flew towards Bai Ningbing. The giant claw only had 3 fingers, looking like an eagle's claw, except it was orange-red. Flames were scorching and even before the claw reached her, Bai Ningbing could already feel the intense heat. This was a rank 3 fiery claw goo. Bai Ningbing immediately used her movement goo to increase her speed and pull apart some distance between them. She had already inquired about the information on Yen Tu and made preparations. She knew this fiery claw's attack range was smaller than fire pellets. It could only move several meters away from Yen Tu's day. However, Yen Tu cackled and used his movement goo as well, quickly closing in on Bai Ningbing. His movement goo was rank 4 and had superior effects compared to Bai Ningbing's. Thus, not only was Bai Ningbing not able to widen their distance, Yen Tu was getting closer instead. The fiery claw continuously descended on her, and made grabbing motions. It was difficult for Bai Ningbing to evade the fiery claw as it was quick and stable under Yen Tu's skilled manipulation. Bai Ningbing's situation was becoming more miserable as she repeatedly rolled on the grassland. Boom! The fiery claw brushed past Bai Ningbing's shoulder and fell on the grassland, immediately setting that part of the grassland on fire. The flames blazed furiously and started spreading. Yen Tu willed it, and the fiery claw once again rose from within the flames. It was just that it looked less threatening than when it had just been summoned. However, with a slight decrease in Yen Tu's primeval sea level, the fiery claw instantly regained its splendor, wiping away all sluggishness. Frost Arrow Goo. Bai Ningbing regained her footing and stretched out her little finger. Frost Arrow Goo was residing in it and had formed a blue tattoo. A ball of icy blue vapor condensed. In a blink of an eye, the frost vapor formed into an arrow. The arrow struck the fiery claw and suppressed its imposing flames. Frost Arrow Goo was a rank 4 goo bought by Bai Ningbing during the auction. It immediately established its dominance once used. The fiery claw looked like it was about to be extinguished. Yen Tu slightly furrowed his brows, then without considering the expenditure, he poured in primeval essence and the fiery claw showed signs of recovering. However, how could Bai Ningbing let him do as he wanted? Whoosh whoosh whoosh, she activated Icicle Goo and at the same time, secretly activated Ice Explosion Goo. Bang! The icicles exploded as they struck the fiery claw. The violent explosion completely extinguished the fiery claw. Fiery claw goo flew back. Yen Tu did not want to lose it, so he immediately took several steps and used his hand to catch the fiery claw goo as it turned back into an imprint. Bai Ningbing did not miss this chance. She formed 2 long ice blades, dual-wielding them as she slashed towards Yen Tu's day. Before the blades reached his body, Yen Tu felt the intense killing intent blowing at his face like an icy wind. "That's a good blade." Yen Tu gave a weird smile and then suddenly snorted. 2 fiery snakes flew out of his nose. The fiery snakes were initially only the size of a necklace but rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, changed into 2 large pythons that were several meters long and had the width of a bucket. A fiery snake moved ahead in front of Bai Ningbing and blocked Bai Ningbing's 2 blades, while the other fiery snake wriggled around from the side to the back of Bai Ningbing and started its attacks. They appeared, Lord Yen Tu's twin snake attack. Sigh, I was defeated by this move. Yen Tu's control over the 2 snakes is really exquisite. The opponent is left unable to defend against both. They are really difficult to deal with. The blazing snakes caused an uproar in the audience. Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn, the fighting intent in her blue pupils gathered into ice. The fiery snakes gave her a tremendous pressure, but this instead stimulated her fighting spirit even further. Bai Ningbing wielded her two blades and fought the two fiery snakes while Yen Tu stood outside the range of the battle and manipulated the snakes. Yen Tu was able to use his mind to do 3 tasks at once. Although he was only controlling 2 fiery snakes now, the movement was exquisite and the control was precise. This instead caused him to expend more of his mental energy. Fiery Snake Gu was a rank 4 Gu, and under the pincer attack from 2 rank 4 Gu, Bai Ningbing was slowly falling into a disadvantage. She was finding it more and more difficult to defend against the attacks. After all, her movement Gu and defensive Gu were not outstanding. Bai Ningbing was an offense-type Gu master, and her Gu set placed attack as the main priority, while movement and defense were on the weaker side. There was nothing she could do about this. Gu master's primeval essence had a limit and was not infinite. Thus, one needed to allocate the use of their primeval essence properly. Bai Ningbing proportioned most of her primeval essence into the attack aspect, while the primeval essence left for movement and defense were relatively lower. Because of this, the movement Gu and defensive Gu she assembled were the Gu which consumed less primeval essence. The Gu worms that consumed less primeval essence were naturally slightly less effective. After all, you get what you pay for. These 2 fiery snakes are restricting Bai Ningbing's options. Just look, if the fiery snakes gets damaged from Bai Ningbing's attacks, Yen Tu will just expend his primeval essence and heal them. It won't be good if this continues. Wei Yang stood beside the stage, his brows furrowed. Fan Yuan's gaze flashed. He didn't speak but was looking forward to Bai Ningbing's response. Bai Ningbing suddenly burst out with attacks. She used Frost Breath Gu and Frost Arrow Gu one after another. The continuous Frost Aura slowed and restrained the fiery snake's offense. However, this barrage of attacks sharply increased her primeval essence expenditure. Little girl, stop struggling. Yen Tu laughed and shot out balls of fire pellets. Some of these fire pellets shot towards Bai Ningbing, forcing her to dodge and waste her energy. The other pellets shot towards the fiery snakes and fused into them, causing the weakened fiery snakes to become even more vigorous. This was the combination battle. Tactic of Fire Pellet Gu and Fiery Snake Gu. Yen Tu had refined and perfected this tactic after having gone through hundreds of battles at the battle stage. Compared to him, although Bai Ningbing had the talent, was smart, and had high comprehension, the time she had spent was too short and did not have as much accumulated experience as Yen Tu's. Bai Ningbing wanted to make explosive attacks and defeat the 2 fiery snakes. But this was seen through by Yen Tu and he immediately struck back, thwarting Bai Ningbing's attempt and displaying his shrewdness as well as his experience. How is she going to deal with this? Wei Yang's brows were tightly knitted. The situation is not looking good. Shang Xinci also slowly analyzed the match. Bai Ningbing's dark blue pupils flashed with a decisive light. Ice Crystal Gu. She used her Vital Gu, her true trump card. She had not intended to use it this early, but she could do nothing about it. Since the match started, besides the deadlock at the start, Yen Tu was gradually gaining the initiative and suppressing her. Bai Ningbing was an attack-type Gu master. If she wanted to take back the initiative, she had to increase her offense even more. Creak. Bai Ningbing's whole body emitted creaking sounds like water freezing into ice. In a blink of an eye, she changed into a humanoid ice crystal. Her body slightly expanded and her silver hair was covered with frost, becoming rigid. Ice crystals spread towards the 2 ice blades, making them sharper, colder, and even more firm. Oh, little girl, you're going all out now? Yen Tu spoke, but soon his smile froze on his face. Bai Ningbing's whole body turned into ice crystals and had no more hesitation as her attack and defense had integrated into one. She directly charged through the fiery snake's attacks, heading towards Yen Tu's. To shoot a horseman, first shoot his horse. To catch bandits, first catch their ringleader. Yen Tu immediately mobilized another fiery snake and blocked Bai Ningbing. Frost Breath Gu. Bai Ningbing breathed out blue frost. In her ice form, the frost aura that she breathed out was of a higher level. The fiery snake immediately shrunk from this frost breath aura. Bai Ningbing continued to charge towards Yen Tu. Old man Yen Tu, come fight with me if you have guts. Yen Tu turned grave. He did not specialize in close combat. Bai Ningbing's might was awe-inspiring. He would definitely be in trouble if he fought with her in close combat. He might be at rank 4 and walk the powerful fire path, but Yan Tu's fighting style was hit and run, and because of his shrewd nature, he was not incited by Bai Ningbing's remarks and started retreating with his movement gu. Bai Ningbing's heart sank. Her body had turned into that of ice crystals, so her movement gu was less effective than before. She would have to slow down Yan Tu if she wanted to catch up to him. Thereupon, Bai Ningbing repeatedly shot out frost arrows. The cold, frosty aura of the frost arrows had the effect of freezing muscles and blood, thus slowing down the target's movement. However, Yan Tu easily dodged with his superb technique. None of the frost arrows landed on him. The frost arrows could not hit Yan Tu, causing the distance between Bai Ningbing and him to become larger. Yan Tu laughed coldly. He felt no embarrassment while being chased by a junior. He made the best judgment. Ice crystal gu could not be used frequently. If it was used for longer periods of time, it could cause the user to completely change into ice crystal and become an ice sculpture. Thus, Bai Ningbing used vitality gu at the same time as ice crystal gu to maintain her life force. However, even vitality gu could only prolong the time the ice crystal gu could be used. Yan Tu knew this clearly. Bai Ningbing had investigated him. He had also investigated Bai Ningbing. As long as he prolonged this match, victory would be his for certain. Although such a method did not display even a little of the dominance of Fire Path Gu masters, this was no doubt the most optimal tactic. Bai Ningbing stopped. I am not able to strike this old guy. Only that move can change the situation now. Her eyes flashed with a trace of hesitation. Should I use this move or not? Chapter 314. Victory and Loss. Bai Ningbing hesitated for only a second before her blue eyes shone with decisive light. Ice Blade Storm, reappear once more. Bai Ningbing sighed softly. She raised her arms, sharp ice blades acting as an extension of her arms. Her ice crystal form gave a grim domineering aura. Vitality gu gave out a warm current and flowed through her heart, liver and other organs, maintaining a part of her life force and preventing Bai Ningbing from completely turning into ice crystal. Vitality gu had another advantage, that is, once activated, it turned into a warm current filled with vitality and moved by itself. There was no need consciously control it. Swirl gu! Tornado gu! Bai Ningbing successively used these two gu. Swirl gu was a movement gu that increased the gu master's turning speed. Now that it was activated, Bai Ningbing's whole body started rotating rapidly. And the activation of tornado gu immediately created a whirlwind. The whirlwind covered Bai Ningbing and in a few seconds, enlarged into a tornado. The dark blue tornado was like a young blue dragon rising into the air. Ice Edge gu, Ice Crystal gu, Swirl gu and Tornado gu. Bai Ningbing was using her mind to do 4 tasks at once. No, it was still not over. Frost Breath gu. Bai Ningbing exhaled and frost aura instantly pervaded her surroundings. With her mortal flesh body, she could only activate Frost Breath gu in intervals to prevent her mouth and tongue from freezing. However, after turning into ice crystal, she could continuously breathe out the frost breath. The frost aura mixed into the tornado, changing it into an icy tornado. The wind blew everywhere, grass was sent flying, a light blue icy frost formed on the grassland. At this moment, Bai Ningbing was doing 5 tasks at once. This was the talent of the 10 extreme physique that could look down upon the world. On this aspect, Bai Ningbing had already surpassed Fang Yuan. The killer move appeared again, Ice Blade Storm. Cold wind rose, and the temperature in the surroundings drastically fell. The sharp ice blades gave the tornado even more power. The 2 fiery snakes ignorantly charged towards the tornado and suffered severe injuries. The snake heads as well as most of their bodies were cut down by the icy storm. The fiery snakes hurriedly retreated. Flames merged into them, as the snake heads and their bodies reformed again. But their bodies were not even half the size of before. The icy storm was increasing in power, large amounts of frost spread over the grassland. The parts of the grassland that were burning were already showing signs of extinguishing because of the frost. Yan Tu's eyes shrunk at this sight, and he recalled the fiery snakes back into his nose. What move is this? I have never seen Bai Ningbing use this move. Killer move, this is absolutely a killer move. The audiences were thrown into a commotion as they started discussing loudly. Even Wei Yang showed an amazed look. Such an extremely powerful killer move. How many gu did Bai Ningbing use for this attack? Shang Xianxi's gaze were nervous and expectant. This move is so strong, she might be able to win against Yan Tuesday. Fang Yuan was silent as he concentrated on the match. He had already seen Bai Ningbing use Ice Blade Storm before, but the power of the Ice Blade Storm now had jumped to a whole new level. Bai Ningbing's growth was astonishing. She had exceptional aptitude and talent. Combined with her Gu set, she was a unique Gu master. Looking at it now, she had not discarded her meticulously designed killer move, Ice Blade Storm, but instead improved it. You still had such a trump card left. Yen Tu was no longer calm. The moment the Ice Blade Storm appeared, he lost a bit of his confidence. His heart started to palpitate rapidly. He was actually getting such a feeling from a junior, a rank 3 Gu master. Bai Ningbing's strength surpassed Yen Tu's expectations and caused him to feel an intense threat. Killer move. Often formed by using several Gu worms at once, through meticulous pairing, an extremely strong move is born. A killer move was not something all Gu masters possessed. Only those with plentiful experiences or great talent could develop their killer moves. Killer's moves often consumed a lot of primeval essence and was very taxing on the mind, but their might were no doubt formidable beyond imagination. This is not good. This move is getting stronger. I have to suppress it early. If I let it grow and accumulate momentum, it will truly be unstoppable. Yen Tu was a veteran with great experience, and soon saw a weakness. If it were other Gu masters, most of them would be scared witless, and choose to watch the change quietly. However, Yen Tu was extremely shrewd and saw through this killer move's weakness. It will be difficult to restrain her with ordinary moves. I will just be wasting primeval essence. Since it is so, I shall use my killer move against her killer move. Yen Tu resolved himself. Fuel oil Gu. He opened his mouth wide and spurted out large amounts of fuel oil. The amber-colored fuel oil gave a pungent odor. Yen Tu used all his strength in activating the fuel oil Gu, not daring to have the slightest of reservation. The fuel oil poured out like a small waterfall onto the grassland and became waves. The fuel oil waves submerged the whole battlefield within seconds. Ice Blade Storm was getting bigger and bigger, the cold aura spreading further. The fuel oil's momentum immediately slowed down as it approached the storm, as large amounts of oil was sent flying. Ice Blade Storm had explosive power, but the coldness was not enough to freeze the fuel oil. At once, fuel oil rained down on the whole battlefield. Besides the vicinity of the Ice Blade Storm, a thick layer of fuel oil covered all the other areas of the grassland, almost forming a swamp. Fiery Snake Gu. Yen Tu snorted and the earlier 2 fiery snakes appeared again. 20% of yellow gold primeval essence was spent to let the fiery snakes get back to their peak size and power once more. The fiery snakes landed on the ground and immediately created blazing flames. The red flames quickly spread, as the whole battle stage instantly changed into a sea of fire. The flames blazed intensely on the grassland, the green grass wilted and turned into ashes, which then further fueled the growth of the blazing fire. Only one place remained safe from the fire in the super-sized battle stage, and was instead frozen in ice. That was where Bai Ningbing's Ice Blade Storm was at. She and Yen Tu had changed the grassy terrain into one of ice and fire, the clash of 2 extremes. The 2 fire snakes moved in the sea of fire with joy, circling the rotating Ice Blade Storm, and were not in a hurry to attack. Bai Ningbing's Ice Blade Storm was also continuously enlarging and accumulating in power. The top of the tornado had already changed into a dome-shaped form due to the constant movement. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The icy tornado created violent sounds and gave a majestic aura, causing the audience to smack their lips in anticipation. I'm not done yet, Fiery Claw Gu! Yen Tu suddenly shouted. He had 4 Fiery Claws Gu on him, and right now he sent them all out. His primeval essence took a severe hit. The primeval sea in his aperture rapidly fluctuated as the brilliant golden sea level fell sharply. The 4 fiercely Claw Gu did not charge towards the Ice Blade Storm, instead they flew towards the fiery snakes and merged. In an instant, the 2 fiery snakes grew a pair of claws. Snakes with claws were no longer snakes but dragons. The 2 fiery dragons flew with their heads high in the sea of fire, brandishing their claws and revealing a defiant aggressiveness. Lord Yen Tu has combined Fiery Snake Gu and Fiery Claw Gu to display a portion of the might of the rank 5 Fiery Dragon Gu. To think that in this match, we would get to see Lord Yen Tu's killer move, Fire Sea Twin Dragon Kill. Bai Ningbing is just a newbie. She can be proud of herself, being able to force Yen Tu into using his killer move. The audiences were all excited at this scene. Both sides brought out their killer moves. The battle had suddenly reached the climax. Killer move versus killer move. Would the winner be Yan Tu's Fire Sea Twin Dragon kill with its huge and majestic power? Or would it be Bai Ningbing's world-engulfing ice blade storm that will beat half the sky of the battle stage? Everyone fixed their gaze on the battle stage, waiting in anticipation. The fiery dragons raised their heads and let out a soundless hiss before pouncing forward from two sides. The fiery dragons struck the icy storm, tearing at it with their fiery claws. Their entire body coiled around the icy storm. The white and blue ice storm was like a huge pillar, standing straight against the attacks. The sharp ice blades clashed against the fiery claws and continuously slashed the fiery dragons' bodies. After some time, the two fiery dragons could no longer endure it and retreated. They submerged into the sea of fire and absorbed the flames, immediately recovering their power. The grassland was burning. This overflowing inferno provided enough replenishment for the fiery dragons. Yan Tu had fully used this grassland. The two fiery dragons attacked again and again, and were defeated each time. After the defeat, they would attack again relentlessly. Fire Sea Twin Dragon kill can't push down Bai Ningbing? Is the sky collapsing? If this goes on, Bai Ningbing has hope of winning against Yan Tu. The audience were amazed again and again. No, Ice Blade Storm has been restrained. The wind flow has been forcefully cut and can't accumulate more power. Bai Ningbing should start moving and start kiting her opponent. Wei Yang's expression was grave. His specialty in battle was kiting. Fan Yuan's brows slightly furrowed, an obscure light flashed in his eyes. He could tell something was wrong. With Bai Ningbing's wisdom, she definitely knew that she could not resist it head-on and should fight while moving. However, she did not do that. It seems this killer move is still imperfect. Fan Yuan inwardly speculated. Right now, Bai Ningbing was powerless to dictate her movement. This was the first time she's used the revised Ice Blade Storm in battle. She had planned it well, but now she discovered a serious problem. The Ice Blade Storm lacked a forward momentum. It could only rotate on the spot. This was truly an unspeakable embarrassment. I changed into ice crystal form and continuously used Frost Breath. Now the tornado has become too dense and there is no way I can move forward. Bai Ningbing used all her effort to activate her movement goo to change this situation. However, she was already doing 5 tasks at once and this was her limit. Her mind was already stretched to its limit and did not have any spare energy left. Fortunately, Yan Tu had still not discovered this. He took the initiative to attack to block Bai Ningbing from accumulating more power, but this instead helped her to cover this fault. There is only one method left now, to continue walking down this desperate path. Continue to expand the Ice Blade Storm, maybe the wind flow will become strong enough to move it. Bai Ningbing's fighting spirit had not disappeared, this predicament instead bolstered it. However, whether it was her or Yan Tu, both of their primeval essence were sharply decreasing. The audience had also fallen into silence. The majestic Ice Blade Storm and the terrifying orange sea of fire divided the battle stage into completely different terrains. The barrier around the battle stage isolated most of the power, but wind still blew out. This wind was sometimes hot and sometimes cold, giving the audience a personal experience of the intensity of the battle. The sea of fire blazed, the 2 orange fiery dragons shook the Ice Blade Storm. They were defeated again and again, but charged forward each time, advancing without losing their spirits. This is the strength of Lord Yan Tu, the power of a rank 4 Gu Master. Someone sighed. Being able to fight Lord Yan Tu to this extent, Bai Ningbing can be said to be the 3rd strongest in the battle stage. Someone commented with a visible shock on his face. In the battle stage, Yan Tu and Zhu Kaibei had fought dozens of battles, but a clear winner had not been determined. They were the strongest 2 in the battle stage. Through this battle, Bai Ningbing's battle strength was also recognized by the people and was regarded as 3rd strongest. Time passed by minutes and seconds. The Ice Blade Storm gradually slowed down, as the wind flow decreased. Meanwhile, the blazing inferno was also mostly extinguished. The fuel oil was expended and the green grass had all turned into ashes. However, the fiery dragons were mighty as before. They not only had the replenishment from the sea of fire, but also the support of Yan Tu's yellow-gold primeval essence. Bai Ningbing's primeval essence gradually became insufficient in supporting her expenditure. At this stage, the gap between the cultivation levels was clearly shown. If she had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, she could still have the strength to fight on. Unfortunately, she refused Fan Yuan's good intent. It is over. Yan Tu laughed, and with a shift of his mind, the 2 fiery dragons suddenly merged into one, forming an even larger fiery dragon. This change made many people involuntarily gasp in surprise. This move was Yen Tu's secret move and had never been revealed, but now he no longer cared about secrecy in order to pierce Bai Ningbing's ice blade storm. The fiery dragon opened its mouth, the 4 fiery claws waved together and ruthlessly clawed at the ice blade storm. But suddenly, the storm exploded. Bai Ningbing furiously activated Frost Breath Goo and froze all of the fiery claws. Ice blade storm suddenly inflated and engulfed most of the fiery dragon's body like a monster. What? Yen Tu turned pale with fright. He suddenly realized that the weakening earlier was only Bai Ningbing's pretense. He immediately willed the fiery dragon to retreat. The fiery dragon suffered serious injuries, its might had diminished, it lost 2 fiery claws and its size also decreased to less than half. The audiences immediately rose in uproar at this. Is Bai Ningbing going to win? They had been fighting intensely for so long, but she actually has energy left? Yen Tu's expression was grave. Bai Ningbing's sudden attack inflicted a disastrous damage to him. In an instant, he had lost a fiery snake goo and 2 fiery claw goo. The ice blade storm suddenly dispersed completely. Bai Ningbing revoked the ice crystal goo and returned to her original mortal body. She had used up her primeval essence, her aperture was completely dry. I admit defeat, she coldly announced. There was a temporary silence, but the whole battle stage erupted in an uproar next. Bai Ningbing was admitting defeat? The audience had not expected this. She should have exhausted all her primeval essence when she used that final explosion to inflict heavy losses to Yen Tuesday. Fan Yuan realized. Even if I cannot win, I will make you feel worse. Bai Ningbing's choice was sensible, and she did it decisively and ruthlessly. After realizing this, Yen Tu was furious, but a formless force pressed down from above and suppressed him. He could not move. This was the ability of the battle stage. The hosting Goo Master walked into the battle stage that had changed beyond recognition and announced the result. According to the rules, the winner has the right to demand the loser to hand over a Goo. I want your ice crystal Goo, Yen Tu said with hatred. Take it. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted and handed over the ice crystal Goo. The two completed the transfer on the spot. Ice crystal Goo was Bai Ningbing's vital Goo. The moment she lost it, blood flowed out from her 7 orifices. Yen Tu's expression was still unsightly. He had chosen ice crystal Goo to teach Bai Ningbing a lesson. But even so, his losses were much greater. A rank 3 ice crystal Goo could not cover his losses. After this battle, Bai Ningbing might have lost, but it established her fame. One could say, she had gone down in flying colors. Shang Xianci let out a breath of turbid air and calmed down her mind. It is a pity. If Bai Ningbing had listened to my advice and chose Frost Demon Goo at that time, the situation would have been much better, Wei Yan lamented. Ice Crystal Goo was suitable for men while Frost Demon Goo was suitable for women. Bai Ningbing lost Ice Crystal Goo, maybe this is a chance for her to choose Frost Demon Goo, Wei Yan said with an expectant tone. Chapter 315. Hard Chi Goo. Did you see that battle? It was really splendid. Bai Ningbing suffered her first defeat, and Yen Tu's victory was also not easy. My heart ached when I spent 20 primeval stones to watch the battle, but after the match, I feel that it was truly worth it. Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu's battle was like a boulder falling into the lake, the ripples spreading all over Shang Clan City. In every street, people were discussing the match. Old Ginger is hotter than young Ginger, Lord Yen Tu won in the end. But Bai Ningbing lost gloriously. Fighting to that level, it shows that her future is limitless. It is so unfortunately that I couldn't see that match. Bai Ningbing might have lost her vital Goo and suffered a backlash, but Ice Crystal Goo is easy find, this will not have too big of an influence on her. I am now really looking forward to the match between Fang Jing and Zhu Kai Bei. Right, that is sure to be a battle between Dragon and Tiger. The match between Fang Yuan and Zhu Kai Bei was scheduled 7 days later. And because of Bai Ningbing's outstanding performance, their match received countless attention. Bai Ningbing, however, went missing. After that match, she did not return to Nanqiu Garden. Did something happen to her? Shang Xianci was worried. Don't worry, I understand her. She has a very prideful nature. After suffering such a defeat, she needs some time alone. Fan Yuan comforted Shang Xianci. Bai Ningbing might have a female body, but her heart was that of a man. All men were like lions and wolves. When they received injuries, they would look for a secluded place and silently lick their wounds. Women were different. When they felt wronged, they would want to pour out their grievances. They thirst for protection and comfort. Shang Xianci nodded. Her beautiful and gentle eyes looked at Fan Yuan with concern. Is it possible to not fight? That Jukai Bei is as famous as Yen Tuesday. Big Sister Bai Yun lost and had to give up her ice crystal goo. Jukai Bei is a strength path goo master. If Big Brother Hei Tu loses all-out effort goo. Bai Ningbing lost ice crystal goo, but it could be replenished. However, if Fan Yuan lost all-out effort goo, he had no way to get another. Fan Yuan smiled. Precisely because of that, I cannot lose. All right, I will be secluded cultivation for a few days to refine a goo. You should go back first. Fan Yuan had already made inquiries on Jukai Bei's strength. After the match of Bai Ningbing and Yen Tu, he was able to make even more conjectures. Jukai Bei was a rank 4 initial stage goo master, and was equally matched with Yen Tuesday. Fan Yuan estimated he only had 30% chance of winning against Jukai Bei with his current strength. 30% chance of victory did not look high. But in actuality, if you consider the gap between the two large realms, 30% was rather outstanding already. If I am successful in refining that goo, I will have 60% chance with its help. I can only hope that the refinement succeeds. Fan Yuan entered the secret room and began refining. First, inner city. In a study room, bright and gentle lights were on. Shan Yanfei quietly looked at a ball of colorful smoke floating in the air. The colorful smoke churned and unfolded the scene of the match between Bai Ningbing and Yen Tuesday. Shan Yanfei watched this battle from start to finish, and then put away the colorful smoke. Bai Ningbing had lost. She lost her vital goo and also suffered from backlash. According to intel from Fengyu Manor, Bai Ningbing was recuperating at Dr. Su Shou's place. With this, she had received the punishment, and a lesson for scheming against his second son. Shan Yanfei closed his eyes and leaned against the back of the chair. Bai Ningbing lost. She did not pass the test, but her innate gifts and talent were already recognized by the public. Given some time, she was certain to surpass Yen Tu and have great accomplishment. This was a true genius. Shan Yanfei cherished and was fond of talented people. Seeing Bai Ningbing's performance, he had an even greater desire to recruit her for Shang Xianci. Next, it is Fang Deng's turn. I wonder what surprise he will give me. I heard he might have a Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, there were 2 of these in Shang Clan City's living treasure door. There was also a Heavenly Essence Treasure Monarch Lotus as well. However, they would have to pay an even greater price to take out these treasure lotuses. Living Treasure Door guarded the treasures, and even Shan Yanfei, the clan leader, had to comply with the rules set by his ancestors. Fang Jing is a strength path goo master. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus will not be able to show its true worth in his hands. It is better for Xianci to have it. Shan Yanfei pondered for a while sitting upright. After thinking through, he sent out a paper crane's secret letter. The paper crane followed the dark path and flew inside a secret room. Jukai Bei and Yen Tu soon felt a reaction and gathered in the secret room. Master has sent a secret letter again. Yen Tu unfolded the secret letter, and after glancing at it, he gave it to Jukai Bei. It is for you. Jukai Bei skimmed through the secret letter and muttered, Master thinks Fan Yuan might have a Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. If I win this battle, he wants me to try and request for this grass goo. Furthermore, even if he doesn't have it, I am not allowed to choose all-out effort goo. Jukai Bei's brows furrowed after he read this. He had planned to demand Fan Yuan's all-out effort goo. This legendary goo was extremely attractive to a strength path goo master like him. Unfortunately, Shan Yanfei sent such a command. Master loves talents, and wants to protect that Fang Zheng's growth. Yen Tu analyzed. He raised his head and looked at Jukai Bei's frown, and mediated. Brother Ju, take note of your mental state. We are the hidden elders of Shang Clan and must follow clan leaders' commands. Times are different from when we freely roamed the world and did whatever we wanted. Jukai Bei nodded his head solemnly and said with remembrance. Those were memorable times. Walking in the world alone, free and unrestrained. Could it be Brother Ju is thinking of becoming a demonic goo master again? Yen Tu's tone was solemn. Jukai Bei scoffed. Brother Yen Tu, do you still not know me? It was just a casual remark. Demonic goo masters might be free and unrestrained, but the pressure and risks are huge. Their corpse might be found in the wild one day and there wouldn't even be people to retrieve the corpse. Yen Tu's expression relaxed at this. Jukai Bei and Yen Tu were once solitary demonic goo masters. They had even made a name for themselves while roaming around southern border, and had endured for 10 years. However, they were becoming tired as the time passed. Demonic goo masters lived extremely free lives, but there was a huge pressure on them. They would have to keep on worrying about the food for their goo, primeval stones, their own safety, and other things. The two were slowly fed up with such a life, but they did not have the courage to change their ways. Until one day, when these two encountered each other in the wild. There was an extreme lack of trust between demonic goo masters. The moment these two noticed the other, they immediately attacked to ensure they held the initiative. Who would have imagined these two were evenly matched and fought from day to night? They used their intelligence, traps, and every kind of trick they knew with all their strength. When dawn arrived, the two did not have strength to continue their battle. Their primeval essence were fully expended, and their bodies were covered with wounds. They were both within each other's reach, but they did not have strength to make the final strike and kill the other. When the morning light shone on their faces, these two both made an identical decision. I am tired of this life. Sai, if I can survive this battle, I will go to Shang Clan City and join the righteous path. Yen Tu softly mumbled. I am so sick of it. After this battle, I will go to Shang Clan City and fight for that external elder's position. Jukai Bei fiercely cursed. They did not know why, but the two spoke at the same time. After they finished speaking, the two looked at each other. After a moment of silence, the two laughed heartily at the same time. This was fate, it was like heaven's will. On this day, two veteran demonic goo masters with not the least bit of trust gained a best friend for life. As if they wanted to completely discard their past, they began changing and chose to trust each other. This trust was a trust without any reservations. The two went from one extremity to another extreme. Returning to the topic, Brother Yen Tu, you suffered great losses this time, you ended up in a pathetic state. Jukai Bei mocked while winking. No outsider would imagine he could make such an expression. Normally, Jukai Bei was solemn as iron and was very meticulous. But in reality, this was only a mask he had worn when he was walking the demonic path. Only in front of Yen Tu, his best friend, did he display his true nature. Yen Tu coldly snorted. He sighed as his brows relaxed. This Bai Ningbing is not simple. One day she will surpass us. I only won by a small margin. If she was rank 4, the battle could go either way. Jukai Bei nodded. I disguised myself to watch your match. It is indeed the rise of a younger generation. Yen Tu patted Jukai Bei's shoulder. That Fangjing is as famous as Bai Ningbing. They came to Shang Clan City together, and also lives together. Their relation is definitely not normal. They are called the twin stars of the battle stage, and some people even call them the black and white demons. Bai Ningbing already has such strength, Fangjing definitely won't be any weaker. Brother Ju, your strongest moment is also your weakest, you need to be careful. Jukai Bei proudly smiled. Brother, guess what this is? He took out a goo from his aperture. This goo was like a beetle, it was black as iron and was fist-sized. Hard chi goo. Yen Tu was astonished before joy filled his face. This is great, Brother Ju. Your defense falls when you use your killer move. This goo will make up for your weakness. This goo is precious and rare, you need to raise it carefully. Jukai Bei nodded and put back the hard chi goo. He then let out a sigh. It is such a pity that it is only a hard chi goo and not strength chi goo. If it was strength chi goo, my battle strength would undergo a qualitative transformation and surge by 2 or 3 times. Yen Tu laughed loudly. This is just your greed, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The ancient chi path has already disappeared, strength chi goo is extinct. It is your great luck that you could obtain a hard chi goo, don't be greedy. Jukai Bei also laughed. Yeah, but endless greed is also human nature, ha ha ha. Ancient chi path had appeared earlier than strength path. Chi path goo worms could alternate between form and formless, their ability were extremely wondrous. In ancient times, when chi path flourished, 8 out of 10 goo masters would walk the chi path. However, flowers bloom and wilt, powers rise and fall, this is the natural law and chi path was not exempted from it. After its peak, chi path gradually declined and was replaced by strength path. Bai Ningbing's vitality goo, Jukai Bei's hard chi goo and Fan Yuan's atmosphere goo were all related to chi path. Chapter 316. Absolute Victory, Demonic Heart. 7 days passed, and the battle stage held the largest battle scene in a long time. Jukai Bei forcefully challenged Fan Yuan, The former was an experienced senior expert, his fame deeply entrenched in the city. The latter was a rising star in the last 2 years, shining like the night sky, a young expert of the newer generation. Other than the excitement of this battle, right before this, Bai Ningbing and Yan Tu had a battle, it perfectly led up to this climax. After 7 days of circulation, the entire Shang clan city was hyping over this match. Thus, at the battle stage today, it was packed with people. The battle stage had also purposely promoted this battle, making it turn into a grand event. The person in charge of the battle stage, Shang Qiwen, gained a huge boost to her business revenue, and was extremely happy the last few days. Before the battle started, people already started chatting among themselves. Will the more experienced expert Zhu Kaibei win, or will Fang Jing overcome the odds? Some people were discussing this. The fight between a veteran and rising star was a popular topic to explore. The two of them are Strength Path Gu Masters. This is the resurrection battle of the Strength Path. Many Strength Path Gu Masters were proud, having strong anticipation towards this battle. In their eyes, this had great meaning for them. No matter what, Fang Jing has to fight with all his strength. Otherwise, his all-out effort Gu will be taken by Zhu Kaibei. Fang Jing is only rank 3 middle stage, although he is very adept at fighting. His cultivation is even lower than Bai Ningbing, not to mention in contrast to Zhu Kaibei. After tens of battles, Fan Yuan's strength could not be concealed anymore. Most people did not think he could win, because the difference in cultivation was too great. Fang Jing is here. Someone shouted. Fan Yuan walked slowly, entering the battle stage with a peaceful look. This was a super-sized battle stage, black stone forest terrain. Fan Jing stood at the center of the stage, folding his arms and taking a look at his surroundings. The black stone pillars, thick and tough, were placed all over the forest terrain. Outside, people were crowding and completely surrounded the stage. This was the most people Fan Yuan had seen at one battle in his 2 years of battling. Fan Yuan knew clearly, Shang Xinci and Wei Yang were among the crowd, even Bai Ningbing was here, but disguised. He even heard Shang Xinci say that some Shang clan young masters were here. This reminded him of his first battle. Back then, there was barely any spectators. Fan Yuan was still a nobody. But now, he was already famous, had become someone who gathered attention. This is the final battle. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. 3 Kings' inheritance was starting. Considering the time taken to travel, there was no time left. After winning this, he still had to assist Shang Xinci and make her a young master. It was crucial for his future plans. The day Shang Xinci becomes a young master would be the day Fang Yuan leaves Shang Clan City. Regarding Zhu Kaibei and Yan Tu's secret identity, others did not know it, but Fang Yuan knew clearly. As long as one dominates the battle stage, they will become Shang Clan External Elder. Fan Yuan had never thought of dominating the battle stage. The identity of Shang Clan External Elder, it might be the dream of many people. The sparrow makes a nest in the house, only an eagle can build their nest beside a cliff. Not just the external clan elder of Shang Clan, Fan Yuan does not have any interest even in the Shang Clan leader position. All these roles, although glorious, were chains of fame and wealth. Pitiful. Among those that live in the mortal realm, who knows how many people these chains have binded? Zhu Kaibei arrived on the stage too. A tower-like body, a steel-like expression. He had a large body frame and even denser muscles. It gave people a strong oppressing feeling. In Fan Yuan's previous life's memories, at the great righteous demonic battle of Yitian Mountain, Zhu Kaibei had a great performance too. He killed many established demonic Gu masters, and was one of the capable generals of Shang Yanfei. In him, the aura of rank 4 flowed. Before the battle even began, he already exerted mental pressure on Fang Yuan. In terms of cultivation, Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. He was rank 3 peak stage, but used the breath concealment Gu, thus on the surface, he was rank 3 middle stage. But even if he has lower cultivation, so what? Fang Yuan squinted, his eyes glowing with brilliance. A few days ago, he had successfully refined that Gu, and his chances of winning rose to 60% even though his opponent was strong. Fan Yuan was confident of winning. This was not overconfidence nor pride, and certainly not arrogance, but an attitude. Demonic heart. Cannot lose, cannot fall, must win at all cost. Even with less than 10% chance of winning, even without any chance of winning, he had to have an attitude of absolute victory. For a demonic Gu master, once they fail, it leads to disaster. Thus, he has to succeed, winning every time. There is no if, there is no what if. His 500 years of experience allowed Fan Yuan to develop such a mindset. Winner takes all, stepping on others' corpses and climb higher, rising to the apex. Only I can let the world down, whatever justice and integrity, fame, fortune and beauty, hatred and kindness, they will not be an obstacle but merely tools to use. This was where Fan Yuan differed from Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing had a heart to pursue victory, but Fan Yuan had a heart of absolute victory. Nothing can stop me, not even demise will subdue my demonic heart. Zhu Kai Bei walked towards Fan Yuan, standing still and maintaining silent. He did not like to talk. Similarly, Fan Yuan hated trash talking. The two look at each other, ignoring the outside noises, one with a firm iron gaze, while the other had dark abyss-like pupils. Ding! As the bell rang, the battle began. All-out effort Gu! In an instant, light burst from Fan Yuan's eyes, and he injected his primeval essence, causing a horse phantom to appear behind him. The horse raised its head as it charged. With the strength of a horse in him, Fan Yuan activated the vertical crash Gu. Swoosh! He charged towards Zhu Kai Bei, his speed as fast as a galloping horse. But when he got to Zhu Kai Bei, the horse phantom vanished, and turned into a boar phantom. The boar had scarlet-red eyes, as its tusks stabbed forwards, giving off a fierce aura. Horse strength made charging faster, while boar strength made the impact of hitting stronger. Fan Yuan was already able to swap his beast phantoms at will now. Seeing Fan Yuan coming at him, Zhu Kai Bei opened his mouth emotionlessly. His mouth was full of clean white teeth. At this moment, two fangs grew quickly, coming out of his mouth as two elephant tusks appeared. The tusks bent inwards, its sharp and curved tips stabbing into Zhu Kai Bei's chest. But there was no blood at his wound. Instead, a pure white armor formed at the area of contact. Like a milky layer of ice, the armor quickly formed on his upper body. Fan Yuan came over imposingly. Good timing. Zhu Kai Bei did not dodge but instead took a step forward, bending his waist a little and taking Fan Yuan's charge head-on. Bam! A loud crashing sound, and the two's shoulders collided. Fan Yuan took 5 steps back, while Zhu Kai Bei was sent flying. This caused many to scream out in shock. How can this be? Zhu Kai Bei is not Fan Ning's match? The all-out effort Gu is really too powerful. Weird, why does Fan Zheng have rank 3 peak stage cultivation? Once Fan Yuan attacked, the breath concealment Gu's effect was overwritten, and his rank 3 peak stage aura was exposed, as many people noticed quickly. Zhu Kai Bei showed a little surprise in his eyes, but it quickly vanished. He got up from the ground, not having taken much damage. Only his shoulder armor was cracked and broken. But quickly these cracks vanished. The armor continued to extend. After a while, his arm and waist was covered. This was the Ivory Armor Gu's effect that Zhu Kai Bei had been using. Ivory Armor Gu, a rank 4 Gu with strong defense. But the weakness was, it needed some time to grow, and had no malleability. After the battle ends, the Gu Master has to break it themselves. Fan Yuan moved his shoulder, feeling a little ache. Earlier, he did not use the Golden Shield Gu, just the combination of bronze skin, iron bones and steel tendons, made his defense extraordinary. Strength affects both oneself and foe. There were great requirements in terms of defense for a strength Gu Master. The attack earlier was just a small test. This Zhu Kai Bei has great physical strength. Since my rebirth, he is the strongest opponent I've faced. He is an enemy with great physical strength and defense. Fan Yuan's gaze was dark and eerie as he pounced again. Bam bam bam. The two exchanged blows, landing their punches every time, as Zhu Kai Bei was at a disadvantage. Fan Yuan naturally did not give him any opportunity to continue growing, as the ivory armor broke many times from Fan Yuan's iron fist, unable to reach its complete form. But Zhu Kai Bei's strength was getting stronger. He was suppressed initially, but started being tied with Fan Yuan. That was not surprising. Fan Yuan knew from Zhu Kai Bei's information that he had a rank 4 habitual strength Gu. The all-out effort Gu was extinct long ago, thus to replace it, current strength path Gu masters created the habitual strength Gu. The lower rank of the habitual strength Gu is the rank 3 store strength Gu. The store strength Gu can store energy, and release it slowly attack after attack. But it needed time to do so, and during that period, the Gu master cannot move at all, thus it is not commonly used. But at rank 4, after the store strength Gu refines into the habitual strength Gu, this weakness is eliminated. The habitual strength goo after activation would cause Ju Kai Bei's strength to accumulate over time. At the same time, he is allowed to move freely. Bam! Fan Yuan's fist landed on Ju Kai Bei's chest, while Ju Kai Bei's palm chopped on Fan Yuan's shoulder. Both of them took 6 steps back. This time it was a draw. But Fan Yuan's fist was numb. In contrast, Ju Kai Bei's chest was covered by the ivory armor, and there was only some cracks on it. As time passed, Ju Kai Bei continued to move about, and the ivory armor became thicker, causing Ju Kai Bei's skin to become monstrously thick. Ju Kai Bei's strength was starting to show. Not only does he have rank 4 yellow gold primeval essence, he also had rank 4 goo worms. Just the ivory armor could compete with Fan Yuan's steel tendons, iron bones, and bronze skin combination. Chapter 317. Fan Yuan vs. Ju Kai Bei 1. Hook, palm strike, elbow jab, kick. Fan Yuan and Ju Kai Bei fought head-on, exchanging moves after moves. Punches and kicks collided, producing intense tremors. The two moved while striking each other. Any stone or tree they struck would collapse with a loud sound. Fan Jing is falling into a disadvantage. Gradually, the spectators understood the situation. To deal with Ju Kai Bei, one needs to take him down as soon as possible and not give him any time. Someone sighed. Ju Kai Bei had habitual strength goo. His strength grew the longer it stayed active. Easy for you to say, who can knock him down at the start? He has rank 4 cultivation, the ivory armor goo and plentiful battle experience. Being able to fight him to this extent, Fan Jing could be said to be pretty good. Bai Ningbing watched the match quietly from within the crowd. She had experienced the pressure Fan Yuan was on right now. Only those who had personally fought against rank 4 goo masters would know the huge gap between rank 3 and rank 4. Brother Hey Tuesday. Shang Xianci clenched her fists tightly. Her beautiful eyes followed Fan Yuan. Wei Yang's brows gradually furrowed. Howl! Suddenly, the roar of a wild beast burst out. A dragon elephant phantom suddenly rose up behind Ju Kai Bei, showing a tremendous might. Dragon elephant refers to a huge elephant who possesses dragon's blood. Its physique was larger than a mammoth. It was a humongous beast. If lions and tigers came across it, they would detour around it, and not dare to attack. There was a great possibility of obtaining dragon elephant huge strength goo by killing this type of ferocious beast. Dragon elephant huge strength goo was a rank 4 goo, while the galloping horse strength goo, green bull labor goo and other goo used by Fan Yuan were only rank 3. Since Ju Kai Bei became rank 4 goo master, he had used 3 dragon elephant huge strength goo and created 3 beast phantoms for himself. Right now, he was punching with the strength of a dragon elephant. Fan Yuan's pupils rapidly shrunk. At this moment of crisis, he quickly put up his 2 arms. All-out effort goo, stone turtle strength. A huge turtle phantom appeared behind him. Boom! Ju Kai Bei's bull-sized fist ruthlessly struck Fan Yuan's arms. A huge force emerged from the collision. Ju Kai Bei only took a step back while Fan Yuan was sent flying. Stone turtle phantom collapsed with a loud bang, while dragon elephant phantom flew higher into the sky. Stone turtle strength was clearly not dragon elephant strength's match. Fan Yuan was sent flying for almost 30 steps and crashed through 2 stone pillars before finally stopping. Fan Yuan got back to his stance again, and shook his aching and numb arms. He might look pitiful but was not the least bit harmed. The combination of iron bone, steel tendons and bronze skin gave him a very strong defense. Ju Kai Bei punched with the strength of a dragon elephant. Outside the stage, many spectators cried out in surprise. He has been using habitual strength goo since the start, and now his strength has become exceedingly high. This is still only the strength of a dragon elephant. Senior Ju Kai Bei has a total of 3 dragon elephant phantoms in him. I once saw him strike with the strength of 3 dragon elephants. He instantly crushed his opponent's skull. Fan Jing can't hold back Ju Kai Bei. Ju Kai Bei striking with dragon elephant strength is a prelude to his dominance of this match. Fan Yuan was expressionless as he charged towards Ju Kai Bei once again. The two exchanged moves again. Snow's silver primeval essence continually poured into all-out effort goo. Boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone turtle, white elephant and black python, 8 beast phantoms flashed by one after another. After the stone turtle strength goo, Fan Yuan had used white elephant primeval strength goo and black python coiling strength goo to gain white elephant phantom and black python phantom. 8 beast phantoms were Fan Yuan's body's limit. Thus after using black python coiling strength goo, he no longer used other strength goo. On the stage, Fan Yuan unleashed a flurry of attacks. His punches broke through the wind and were extremely violent. Such terrifying offensive power birthed fear in the spectators. Zhu Kaibei had just burst out the strength of a dragon phantom, and his strength was now back to before. Habitual strength goo started to accumulate power once again. Seizing the opportunity, Fan Yuan started going all out, immediately taking back the initiative. His 8 beast phantoms flashed continuously in the air, while the dragon elephant phantoms appeared only occasionally. However, every time dragon elephant phantom appeared, it would send Fan Yuan flying. As time passed, Fan Yuan's injuries accumulated. Bronze skin could not resist Zhu Kaibei's enormous strength and was lacerated. Zhu Kaibei's whole body was covered with a layer of ivory armor, so although there were many scars and cracks on it, he stood straight from the start, like an iron tower standing tall on the earth. After some time, there was a chance. Zhu Kaibei made a very tiny mistake which might only appear once in a blue moon. Fan Yuan grabbed this transient opportunity, and suddenly moved to Zhu Kaibei's back and smacked. Brown Bear Phantom. If this enormous and heavy force struck, Zhu Kaibei would definitely be spurred out large amounts of blood. Zhu Kaibei had no time to stop it, so he could turn around and sweep his arms. Howl! Suddenly, there was the trumpet of an elephant. Dragon elephant phantom appeared and completely suppressed the brown bear phantom. Fan Yuan was instead sent flying. This was the 8th time. The frequency of dragon elephant phantom's appearance became more frequent. When it did not appear, Fan Yuan held a slight initiative. But once it appeared, none of Fan Yuan's phantoms were its match. Fan Yuan's beast phantoms were all ordinary wild beasts, but dragon elephant had a trace of dragon bloodline in it, and was considered a mutated beast. After 1 hour since the match started. Howl! Howl! 2 dragon elephant phantoms appeared at the same time behind Zhu Kaibei. His 2 fists ruthless struck Fan Yuan's chest and sent the latter flying far away. Fan Yuan spurted out a mouthful of blood in the air and his vision shook. Thump 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 thump. He smashed through 5 stone pillars before falling down on the ground. Dust rose and covered his figure. So miserable! Many Gu Masters' eyes twitched at this scene. Fan Yuan's current state was too appalling. Rank 3 Beast Phantom are not the rank 4 Dragon Elephant Phantoms match. Fan Jing might have all-out effort Gu, but he can only use 1 Beast Phantom at a time. On the contrary, Zhu Kaibei's habitual strength Gu is much better. How could this be? All-out effort Gu is a legendary Gu but is actually inferior to the ordinary habitual strength Gu? Someone shouted in surprise. Soon someone explained. This is not the problem of all-out effort Gu, but rather the problem lies in Fan Jing. Fan Jing has the strength of 8 beasts in him. They are like a huge water jar, but the outlet is only a small bamboo pipe. All-out effort Gu can let this small bamboo pipe discharge water in top speed, while habitual strength Gu is like a bucket that needs to draw water from the water jar. All-out effort Gu allows the continuous flow of a thin stream, while habitual strength Gu accumulates before erupting. Brother Hey Tuesday. Shang Xianxi's heart jumped, and she felt suffocated as she saw Fan Yuan's figure covered with dust. However, soon, the spectators saw a black figure slowly standing up from within the smoke. 3 ribs have fractured, and there seems to be internal bleeding. Such a powerful attack. Intense pain attacked Fan Yuan, but the corner of his lips instead rose into a smile. He had a steel willpower. What was this little bit of pain? What was this little bit of injuries? His battle intent rose with the pain like burning fire. His blood boiled like boiling water. This type of battle is the most satisfying. It is only interesting when defeating such a strong enemy. Ha! Fan Yuan stood from within the dust with his head high, and started laughing without restraint. What is Fan Jing saying? He seems to be laughing? Was his brain damaged by Zhu Kaibei? Because of the barrier around the stage, the spectators could not hear clearly. Zhu Kaibei, who had an indifferent look since the start of the battle, had a change in his expression for the first time after he heard Fan Yuan's crazed laughter. This kid! His expression turned grim as he got a familiar as well as strange feeling from that laughter. With a little bit of thinking, he immediately realized. This was the aura of the demonic path. A killing intent as sharp as a knife, a crazed will to destroy the world, an arrogance that looked down on the world, a ruthlessness that trampled on all living things. This laughter seemed to have made Zhu Kaibei return to the past. That painful and unbearable past. He had to engage in slaughter almost every day, as if walking alone in an endless darkness, with no one to talk to, an endless loneliness repressed into fear, the life of the demonic path that was worse than death. You must keep going forward and you must keep on winning. It was like walking on a steel rope between cliffs, your nerves stretched to the limits, and you had no moment to relax. With just one loss, you could fall into the abyss, consigned to eternal damnation. Jukai Bey was fed up with such a life, so he threw in his lot with Shang clan and became a hidden elder. These years, he felt like he was a person who had climbed ashore after struggling and almost drowning in the sea of bitterness. He was already standing on the shore, but Fan Yuan's laughter was like a tide, making him look back at the sea of bitterness. This laughter evoked a trace of fear in Jukai Bey. I cannot go back to my past. I don't want to think about the past. I have turned over a new leaf. I have already begun a new life. I am already a member of the righteous path. Righteous could not coexist with demonic. Jukai Bey's face shook to reveal a sinister expression. He felt an extreme hatred towards Fan Yuan from the depths of his heart. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu. Jukai Bey took the initiative to attack. He took large strides like a tiger or dragon and charged into the dust. His every step was accompanied by the dragon's cry and tiger's roar. This was the rank for Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu, and it allowed Jukai Bey to move rapidly. It was also similar to Charging Crash Gu and used the charging and crashing force to bring out Jukai Bey's stored strength. Jukai Bey charged fiercely into the dust, straight towards Fan Yuan. Howl! Dragon Elephant Phantom appeared again. It was only one phantom and not two phantoms. However, this was enough to suppress Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan did not avoid it and took it head on. Stone Turtle Phantom soared behind him. The two fiercely collided. The collision created a fierce wind wave, blowing away the dust. Jukai Bey had a flabbergasted look as he retreated 5 steps, while Fan Yuan did not budge even a bit. There were only bewilderment outside the stage. What in the world is going on? This scene was beyond almost everyone's expectations. It was the same Stone Turtle strength against Dragon Elephant strength, but why was the result completely different? Jukai Bey gritted his teeth as he pounced forward again. Bang! A loud sound. He was sent flying by Fan Yuan like a sandbag before crashing onto the ground. He got up with difficulty, and stared deadly at the space above Fan Yuan. In the air, Brown Bear Phantom and Boar Phantom slowly disappeared. Using 2 Beast Phantom at once. How is this possible? This goes against common sense. There were cries of surprise and alarm from the spectators. Chapter 318. Fan Yuan vs. Jukai Bey 2. 2 Beast Phantoms. My eyes did not deceive me, right? Yen Tu's eyes were wide open. What goo is he using to bring out 2 Beast Phantoms at the same time? Jukai Bey's expression turned grave as he looked fixed at Fan Yuan. His pupils suddenly shrunk. Come! Vertical Crash Goo! Fan Yuan's expression was emotionless, and his eyes as died in a deep miasma. He charged towards Jukai Bey. At the same time, a horse and boar phantom appeared above his head. Boar's strength increased the force of his charge, while horse strength increased his speed instantaneously, making his charging speed even quicker. With the empowerment of 2 strengths, Fan Yuan seemed to have turned into a fierce boar charging with the speed of a raging horse. His figure quickly enlarged in Jukai Bey's eyes. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Goo! Facing Fan Yuan's powerful attack, Jukai Bey jumped along with the cry of a dragon and the roar of a tiger. This time, he dodged of his own accord and brushed past Fan Yuan. Vertical Crash Goo's weakness was exposed. It could only charge in a straight line. The opponent could easily determine the direction and dodge, causing the attack to fail. Jukai Bey has taken the initiative to dodge. He had always been attacking head-on and rarely dodged. Since the battle started, this is the first time he has dodged without tanking the hit. Fan Jing is able to bring out 2 Beast Phantoms at the same time, while Jukai Bey's habitual strength Gu has to accumulate strength again. Dodging is a sensible move. Fan Jing is still too inexperienced. Although he has high-quality Gu worms, his battle experience is far inferior to Jukai Bey. This attack was a wasted attempt. Ugh! This spectator were still commenting when there was a sudden change in the stage. After Fan Yuan brushed past Jukai Bey, he suddenly stopped using all-out effort Gu. The 2 Beast Phantoms disappeared. His charging force immediately diminished as he smashed into a black stone pillar. As the black stone pillar collapsed, Fan Yuan's momentum stopped. Horizontal Charge Gu. Fan Yuan turned his body and charged horizontally, his two arms attacking straight. Two large phantoms of brown bear and white elephant suddenly rose up. The distance was too close and Zhu Kai-bei was caught unprepared. The attack hit him violently and sent his tall body flying. The person who had just evaluated Fan Yuan as too inexperienced was tongue-tied. Many spectators' eyes brightened. Fan Yuan's attack seemed ordinary, but it involved many factors and was an exceptionally brilliant move. All-out effort Gu could unleash formidable offensive power when activated. It could also be revoked. The constant switch between activation and revoking let Fan Yuan move smoothly with great flexibility. At the same time, he used the terrain to stop his momentum. Zhu Kai-bei was struck by Fan Yuan, not because he was not intelligent but because he was used to habitual strength Gu and his plentiful experiences instead created a blind spot in his thoughts. Fan Yuan charged again. Zhu Kai-bei rose to resist, but Fan Yuan's two beast phantoms burst out like a crazed lion. The ferocious roar even caused the spectators' hearts to palpitate. Zhu Kai-bei became a sandbag, left with no way to retaliate. He held his breath as he defended desperately. Heavens, Fan Jing is merely rank 3 peak stage but is actually suppressing Zhu Kai-bei. Such an unimaginable scene is actually happening in front of my eyes. All-out effort Gu is after all a legendary Gu. It is powerful and has marvelous uses. Even rank 4 habitual strength Gu cannot compare to it. Fan Jing has already perfected the use of all-out effort Gu. He might not have plentiful experience, but his innate battle talent is enough to make up for everything else. The spectators were clamoring. Bam! Dust rose up. Zhu Kai-bei's tower-like body was like a sack as he smashed through several thick black stone pillars. Cough! He again spurted out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up but Fan Yuan was already upon him and did not give him any chance to take a breather. He stomped on the ground. Horse and green bull beast phantoms appeared at the same time. Zhu Kai-bei rolled on the ground, dodging the attack in a sorry state. Fan Yuan's right leg stamped on the ground fiercely. A dull sound echoed, soil and stone split and flew, the whole battle stage seemed to be slightly shaking. A clear concave depression appeared immediately below his legs. Vertical crash Gu. Fan Yuan charged, brown bear and white elephant phantoms simultaneously appeared. Damn it! This time, Zhu Kai-bei did not have enough time to dodge, he could only grit his teeth and raise his huge arms to resist. Howl! Howl! Behind him, 2 dragon elephant phantoms suddenly appeared and rose to the air. Fan Yuan's brown bear and white elephant phantoms immediately paled in comparison. Fan Yuan strongly collided into Zhu Kai-bei. Zhu Kai-bei was only pushed back a little, while Fan Yuan himself was sent flying away. 2 beast phantoms could suppress 1 dragon elephant's strength. However, Fan Yuan would lose against 2 dragon elephant strength. Finally, 2 dragon elephant strength came out. Zhu Kai-bei let out a breath of turbid air. He was shocked by Fan Yuan's violent strength. Only when 2 dragon elephant strength burst out did he reclaim his footing. Habitual strength Gu might be rank 4 but it was indeed inferior to all-out effort Gu. Zhu Kai-bei had to continuously accumulate and increase his strength by activating habitual strength Gu, then summon the beast phantom. However, even he did not know when it would appear. If he attacked, and 1 dragon elephant strength appeared, he would have to accumulate strength all over again, which caused his battle strength to temporarily fall. Zhu Kai-bei's strength was like a water jar and his habitual strength Gu was like a bucket. He needed to draw the water from it every time. In contrast, all-out effort Gu was a stream and could be used any time, able to be unleashed whenever Fan Yuan willed. In fact, if Fan Yuan did not want to use it, he could even turn it off. With such a flexible use, Fan Yuan could advance or retreat. He could use to attack or move away quickly. If I was the one with all-out effort Gu. Sigh. Unfortunately, even if I win, Shan Yanfei would not allow me to claim it. Zhu Kai-bei felt regret. He had complete freedom when he was a demonic Gu master and could do whatever he wanted. By submitting to the righteous path, he gained safety and stability, had enough resources, but he felt his hands and legs bound when doing things. If I choose the all-out effort Gu disregarding his orders, what would happen? This thought was immediately dispelled the moment it appeared. If he really did that, it was no doubt offending Shan Yanfei. Shan Yanfei was not only a rank 5 expert, he also controlled Shan clan. If Zhu Kai-bei disobeyed him, even if he escaped, his future would never be peaceful. Wait a moment. What am I thinking about? The crucial thing now is to defeat Fan Jing. Zhu Kai-bei's gaze concentrated. activating Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Goo and attacking Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan spurted a mouthful of blood from the attack, his iron-like arm bones were fractured. The intense pain struck him, but Fan Yuan instead grinned and laughed. All-out effort Goo. Brown bear, white elephant and green bull, 3 phantoms burst out together. Even Zhu Kaibei could not help but stare with wide eyes, revealing a stupefied expression. What had just happened to Fan Yuan happened to himself immediately after. Zhu Kaibei had thought of taking the chance to attack quickly and had taken the initiative to attack, but he was instead sent flying. There was a huge hole in the thick and solid ivory armor on his chest. He spurted out a huge amount of blood and smashed through the black stone pillars before collapsing on the ground, as a dust cloud appeared. Zhu Kaibei clenched his teeth as he hurriedly got up. 3 beast phantoms! The spectators were stupefied. The scene was extremely clear. Fan Yuan struck with 3 beast phantoms. How did he do it? Many spectators looked at each other. He had just attacked with 2 beast phantoms, but now there's 3. Many were speechless. But even more people already had guesses. Could it be? Zhu Kaibei stared at Fan Yuan fixedly as he squeezed out a name from his teeth. Bitter Strength Goo. That's right, it was Bitter Strength Goo. Bitter Strength Goo was a rank 4 Goo and was the perfect companion for Strength Path Goo Masters. The more injuries the Goo Master suffered, the greater the pain he felt, the more strength they could bring out. Naturally, there was a limit to the strength the Goo Master could display, and it depended on the Goo Master's foundation. Fan Yuan possessed 8 beast strength phantoms. The strength he contained was like a large water vat. All-out effort Goo was like a bamboo pipe that could be opened and closed at will and could continually draw water from the vat. Right now, as Fan Yuan suffered injuries and used bitter strength Goo, it was as if many holes appeared on the water vat. All-out effort Goo added in bamboo pipes to all these holes and allowed Fan Yuan to use them as he wished. Just with all-out effort Goo, Fan Yuan only had a single bamboo pipe to draw the water and thus could only use 1 beast phantom. But now, under the effects of his injuries and the bitter strength Goo, it was like adding 2 new outlets to the water vat. Thus, when Fan Yuan used all-out effort Goo now, he could simultaneously use 3 beast phantoms. To think he has a bitter strength Goo! Didn't Shang Yazi buy this Goo in the auction? Is this bitter strength Goo the one Shang Yazi owned? Yan Tu guessed the answer. His eyes narrowed and his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. If the bitter strength in Fang Zheng's hand is not Shang Yazi's, then he no doubt toyed with Shang Yazi in the auction. But if this bitter strength Goo was the one Shang Yazi bought, then the situation is terrifying. Shang Yazi had been ousted from his young master position not long ago because of false accounting with Fang Jing. Maybe this bitter strength Goo is the fruit of Fang Zheng's victory. This kid is not simple. Brother Zhu, you have to be careful. Yan Tu could not help but worry about Zhu Kaibei's situation. Zhu Kaibei only felt bitterness in his mouth. First, the all-out effort Goo, now the bitter strength Goo. These 2 Goo were both what he, Zhu Kaibei, yearned for every day and had bitterly searched for them fruitlessly. However, Fan Yuan, who was so young, was holding both Goo. Such luck caused this senior to become green with envy. With bitter strength Goo, the heavier the injuries Fan Yuan suffered, the more holes there would be on his water vat, and he would also become stronger. In other words, every time Zhu Kaibei inflicted damage, he would instead be increasing Fan Yuan's battle strength. It was an unpleasant feeling. His mental endurance also took a hit, not wanting to fight with Fan Yuan anymore. The more Fan Yuan fought, the stronger he got. The heavier the injuries he suffered, the higher his strength. The most important thing was he possessed 8 beast phantoms. If they all burst out together, even if Zhu Kaibei's 3 dragon elephant appeared together, it would be useless. What lowered Zhu Kaibei's morale even more was that he knew Fan Yuan possessed a self-reliance Goo. Self-reliance Goo's healing effects was extremely potent towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was being healed while suffering injuries, maintaining his strength at a terrifying level. All-out effort Goo, bitter strength Goo and self-reliance Goo, these 3 formed a tight combination, creating a secure and solid foundation. Reaching this step, the Goo set that Fan Yuan planned earlier had already reached initial success, forming the skeleton. Their effects were outstanding, and even the rank 4 Zhu Kaibei was suffering from this combination. Fan Yuan had been in Shangclan City for over 2 years now, already accomplishing something most Goo masters would not be able to accumulate even after spending most of their lives. Even a veteran like Zhu Kaibei was jealous and green-eyed. Chapter 319. Fan Yuan vs. Zhu Kaibei 3. Even if Fang Jing has bitter strength Goo, the strength he can release is at most 8 beast phantoms. Bitter strength Gu cannot raise his strength limitlessly. Shan clan leader ordered me to not take all-out effort Gu. I can only choose this bitter strength Gu. Jukai Bei's eyes brightened as he thought of this. Whether it was all-out effort Gu or bitter strength Gu, they were both extremely attractive to strength path Gu masters. I still haven't lost. I am at rank 4 initial stage, I am superior in terms of primeval essence, and I also have my killer move. Jukai Bei possessed plentiful experience, and was able to put his disorganized mind in order after pondering for a short period. He was invigorated and his low morale rose up. The two began exchanging moves again. The battle could not longer be described as intense, desperate was more suitable. The two punched and kicked one after another, attacking and defending. Jukai Bei's ivory armor was being broken continuously, and while repairing itself. From time to time, he would spurt out mouthfuls of blood. Fan Yuan was also not much better. He was restraining self-reliance Gu, which caused his whole body to be full of injuries and blood seeped out continuously. His bones fractured and endless pain continued to assault his mind like tides. The heavier the injuries he suffered, the stronger he got. Not long later, he could bring out 5 beast phantoms. Jukai Bei fell into a much more dangerous situation and was almost suppressed to the state where he could not even lift his head. This was something he had never experienced at the battle stage. Even Yen Tu was only his equal. Junior, you are too arrogant! Jukai Bei furiously swept his arms. 3 dragon elephants. He suddenly erupted, as the enormous dragon elephant phantom appeared behind him. Fan Yuan was sent flying. 3 dragon elephants could suppress 5 beast phantoms. Fan Yuan's arms were twisted due to the attack, they were completely fractured. His left arm was even folded into a right angle and the fractured bones were exposed with fresh blood flowing down. Fan Yuan clenched his teeth and endured the pain as he activated self-reliance Gu. Such injuries already affected his combat capability, and he had to heal it. He first healed his right arm before twisting his left arm back to its proper state, forcefully joining the broken parts as he activated the self-reliance Gu. The broken bones began to grow again and join together. Then it was the pieces of flesh and finally the skin. During the healing process, Fan Yuan constantly evaded Jukai Bei's attacks using horizontal charge Gu and vertical crash Gu, contending with Jukai Bei by doing 3 tasks at once. When he attacked fiercely with a domineering might. But when he dodged, it was a completely different style. He was calm and not flustered in the face of danger, like a slippery loach. He used the Blackstone Forest terrain to his maximum advantage, so although Jukai Bei's Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu was faster than Fan Yuan, he could not catch Fan Yuan. After the healing was finished, Fan Yuan turned around and started attacking again. Time passed by, the battle situation became more desperate. Fan Yuan's phantoms gradually rose from 5 to 6 then 7 until there were 8 phantoms. At the start of the battle, there were spectators who commented and shouted from time to time, but as the match progressed, the audience had gotten silent. Fan Yuan and Jukai Bei's terrifying strength caused their hearts to feel cold and astonished. Too terrifying! Such power, one can only imagine how flourishing the ancient strength path must have been. If it was me, I would have already turned into meat paste no matter which one I fought among them. The spectators were speechless but even more secretly felt admiration towards the unyielding spirit of Fan Yuan and Jukai Bei. These two were true warriors of steel. No one had predicted such a result. Fan Yuan was strong and after he brought out 8 phantoms, he was suppressing Jukai Bei most of the time. However, Jukai Bei was not weak, his healing Gu was also quite outstanding. The combination of Dragon Guts Gu, Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu, and Dragon Elephant Gu formed a resonance of Dao marks due to their similar law fragments. This greatly raised the probability of bringing out his Dragon Elephant Phantom. Sweat formed in Shang Xin's clenched hands. Wei Yang's frown became deeper and was turning into a knot. He could see Fan Yuan was getting exhausted. Even Fan Yuan's iron body could not endure unleashing the strength of 8 beast phantoms. Sweat fell down his body like rain and his muscles were already aching and turning numb. There was another even greater danger. Being able to simultaneously summon 8 phantoms signified his injuries were extremely severe and he was in danger. Fan Yuan was walking on a steel wire. If he was struck by Jukai Bei's 3 Dragon Elephant Phantoms, he might die from the attack. He was risking his life in battle. This was a battle of extremes. From start till now, it had already been over 2 hours. The match gradually reached the climax. The two had reached their limits. Their attacks were clearly starting to slow down. However, the match was instead becoming more thrilling, and even Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn. The whole scene was silent. All the spectators were concentrating on the match. Zhu Kai-bei finally lost his patience. He might be able to strike with 3 dragon elephant strength, but it all depended on luck and there was no assurance. Sometimes, the phantoms came out at the wrong timing and Fan Yuan would easily dodge or resist it. Why has his primeval essence not been exhausted? Even the rank 4 strength path Gu Master Zhu Kai-bei did not have much primeval essence left at this stage. However, Fan Yuan, a rank 3 Gu Master, actually appeared to have abundant primeval essence and was very energetic. Could it be, he really has a heavenly essence treasure lotus? Zhu Kai-bei could not help but recall that secret letter sent by Shang Yanfei. If Fang Jing really has it, his luck is simply too heaven-defying. Zhu Kai-bei gritted his teeth. The expected superiority in primeval essence did not exist, causing his fighting spirit to dampen. But the truth was, Fan Yuan not only had heavenly essence treasure lotus, but also blood skull goo and 4-flavor liquor worm. If Zhu Kai-bei knew this, his expression would definitely be spectacular. I can't lose. It seems I can only use my killer move. Zhu Kai-bei made his decision. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Goo. He suddenly retreated and this unusual movement immediately attracted Fan Yuan's attention. However, Fan Yuan could not catch him. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps was really fast, far surpassing horizontal charge goo and vertical crash goo. Even considering this terrain, it was disadvantageous to pursue him. Almost instantly, all the spectators gazed at Zhu Kai-bei, many realizing something. This is bad. Wei Yang's expression suddenly changed at this scene and he could not help but cry out in surprise. What is it? Shan Xianci immediately looked at him. Zhu Kai-bei is about to use his killer move. This match has finally reached the climax. Wei Yang's voice was deep and sweat seeped out of his forehead. He was extremely nervous as he explained hurriedly. Zhu Kai-bei's killer move has a flaw. If Fang Jing can grasp this flaw, he could clinch victory. If not, I am afraid Zhu Kai-bei will be the winner. Wei Yan had just finished speaking, when there was a change in the stage. Jin Heart Goo, Jin Body Goo, Jin Mind Goo. 3 rank 4 Goo were simultaneously activated. Body, heart, and mind combined, essence, chi, and spirit merged. Zhu Kai-bei's physique suddenly enlarged by 3 times. A white aura appeared around his body as if signifying the descent of a deity. Along with it, his domineering presence increased greatly. This was his killer move, Jin Transformation. It increased the Gu Master's strength by 3 times and even his mental energy was raised by 3 times. Gu Master consumed their mental energy to control Gu worms. If they overused it, their mind would feel sluggishness. But Zhu Kai-bei's mental energy was raised now and he became energetic again. At the same time, his strength was increased by 3 times. 3 dragon elephant strength became 9 dragon elephant strength. Once the 9 dragon elephant phantoms burst out, the 8 beast phantoms would be crushed and Fan Yuan would certainly lose. Zhu Kai-bei reached his strongest state. However, right at this moment, the ivory armor covering his whole body broke due to his size. Many defensive Gu could not be stretched with the user and ivory armor was one of them. At this moment, he is completely defenseless. His strongest moment is also his weakest. Quick, grab this single opportunity for victory. Wei Yang's eyes widened as he mumbled with clenched fists. At another corner of the room, Bai Ningbing's eyes also suddenly brightened. As if he heard Wei Yang's suggestion, Fan Yuan adopted a posture of attacking, but suddenly his movement stopped. The excited and happy look that had just appeared on Wei Yang's face froze. Strike! He could not help but shout, his heart pulsed rapidly. Unfortunately, the barrier around the stage isolated sound. The spectators nearby casted strange glances at him. Fan Yuan did not move but calmly observed. The broken ivory armor was starting to grow, the new armor covered tightly around Zhu Kai-bei's whole body. Fan Yuan's chance at victory was slipping and becoming indistinct. Wei Yan stomped his feet with anxiety but it was no use. He raised his head and heaved a long sigh. Sigh, Fang Jing lost, he lost his only chance. Fan Yuan did not attack and that was quite a surprise to Zhu Kai-bei. He had expected Fan Yuan to attack him, and had already made preparations for that, but Fan Yuan, however, made no such attempt. It was a real pity. Because, just earlier, he had activated Hard Chi Gu. Hard Chi Gu turned into a ball of formless air covering his whole body. At that moment, he looked like he had no defense, but in truth his defense was extremely tight and solid like a boulder. He had covered up his greatest weakness with the Hard Chi Gu. If Fan Yuan had attacked, he was certain to meet with Zhu Kai Bei's frontal assault and was likely going to lose. However, Fan Yuan did not move. Zhu Kai Bei had even slowed down the regeneration speed of the ivory armor to entice Fan Yuan, but he did not move and quietly watched like a spectator. Did he detect it? Impossible. Hard Chi Gu is formless. I got it just recently and have never used it before. Humph, since you are not attacking, then let me make the move. Bright rays exploded and flashed in Zhu Kai Bei's eyes. Jin transformation was a killer move created from using 3 rank 4 Gu. Whether it was his yellow gold primeval essence or mental energy, they were both decreasing rapidly. Physical strength and mental energy were both increased by 3 times. But at the same time, the consumption was also increased by 3 times. Zhu Kai Bei's Jin transformation could not be maintained for long. Dragon Travel Tiger Steps. Zhu Kai Bei charged at Fan Yuan. Horizontal charge, vertical crash. Fan Yuan retreated and avoided the attack. Zhu Kai Bei was bewildered. Fan Yuan changed his style and suddenly retreated. Was it to stall for time? Pointless. My body is 3 times larger now and every step I take is 3 times as far. With Dragon Travel Tiger Steps Gu, my speed is even faster. Zhu Kai Bei scoffed inwardly. It was pointless even if Fan Yuan used the black stone forest terrain. By now, almost all of the black stone pillars were destroyed. Moreover, Jin transformation could completely crush everything in its path. To the current Zhu Kai Bei, the terrain was as flat as a pancake. Chapter 320. Tear through the sky. Seeing that Fan Yuan about to be caught, Shang Xianxi's heart tightened. Fan Yuan had severe injuries on him. If he was hit by Zhu Kai Bei's 9 dragon elephant strength, it meant death. Right now, Zhu Kai Bei was the oppressing one. If Fan Yuan was caught up in close combat, his situation would be dire. But unfortunately, Fan Yuan's movement speed was inferior to Zhu Kai Bei. The only way out was if he had a strong long-range attack to restrict Zhu Kai Bei. Fan Jing, you lost. Zhu Kai Bei took big strides and approached. He knew Fan Yuan had a Blood Moon Gu, but such a weak attack could not stop him. An ordinary long-range attack could not stop him at all. Even in the entire battle stage, only Yen Tu's Fire Sea Twin Dragon Kill could stop the assault of his Jin transformation. Fan Jing is about to lose. In the end, Zhu Kai Bei is the victor of this battle. Experience is still the deciding factor. The people discussed outside the stage. The situation was extremely clear now. Sigh. Wei Yang sighed deeply. Shang Xianxi shut her eyes in pain. Even Bai Ningbing's gaze dimmed. Yen Tu laughed lightly. Once Fan Yuan lost, Shang Yanfei's mission would be completed. Unless Fan Yuan had a strong long-range attack that could stop Zhu Kai Bei's advancement. But Strength Path Gu masters are mostly close-range fighters. They had little to no long-range methods. It was mostly situational techniques. This was a common weakness of Strength Path Gu masters these days, a weakness easily exploited. Yen Tu and Zhu Kai Bei had many intense battles. A portion of their battles relied on Yen Tu using long-range attacks to restrict Zhu Kai Bei, then winning by an extremely small margin. All other situations where Yen Tu failed to restrict Zhu Kai Bei resulted in a loss after he got close. Close range, long range, it was the crux of battling a Strength Path Gu master. In fact, it was the deciding factor in a battle. It's over. Zhu Kai Bei was already extremely close to Fan Yuan, as many people sighed. But at this moment, Fan Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile. His dark eerie eyes burst forth with a cold glare. It was time. 8 phantoms instantly appeared behind him. Next, he activated his Gu worm, and pointed with his finger. The snow-silver primeval essence in his aperture fell drastically. Over 40% was expended in an instant. Some mystical change had occurred. The beast phantoms originally manifested from the down marks had become more solid, turning from hollow to real. From a hollow phantom, they became solid phantoms. Boar, brown bear, crocodile, green bull, horse, stone turtle, white elephant, black python. With a loud roar, they descended from the sky, charging towards Zhu Kai Bei. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Change had occurred so quickly, Zhu Kai Bei could almost see Fan Yuan losing under the might of his fist. Yet at the next moment, the 8 phantoms charged towards him, from all directions, encircling him. Wild boar charged, brown bear smacked, crocodile bit, green bull attacked with its horn, horse stomped, stone turtle suppressed, white elephant attacked with its tusks, and black python coiled. Bam, bam, bam. Howl, howl, howl. Boom, boom, boom. The 8 beast phantoms went into a frenzy, assaulting Ju Kai-bei ferociously. Smoke rose and rocks flew. Ju Kai-bei was pummeled by the 8 great phantoms while being surrounded in the middle. Being attacked from all directions, Ju Kai-bei's giant body that was 3 times the original size became a giant punching bag. His ivory armor could not take it anymore, breaking as the white fragments flew. At areas where it did not break, cracks appeared. Many people stared at this scene in shock, opening their eyes and mouths wide, speechless. There was almost 1,000 Gu masters watching this, yet no one said a word, as they observed the 8 ferocious phantoms engulfing Ju Kai-bei. A moment later, the 8 phantoms turned hollow again, as they vanished without a trace. The smoke dispersed, and Ju Kai-bei half kneeled on the ground, hugging his head as he breathed roughly. "It's finally over?" He slowly lowered his arms, staring at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was holding 2 primeval stones, recovering his primeval essence as much as he could. He had a great aptitude, and the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Now he multitasked, absorbing the essence from both primeval stones. His primeval essence had already recovered to 70%. Seeing this, Ju Kai-bei's eyes twitched. He loosened his tightly clenched teeth, throwing up blood and broken teeth fragments. Intense pain assaulted him from all parts of his body, causing him to feel dizzy as his ears buzzed. He was thrashed really badly. If I had not activated the ivory armor Gu so desperately, I might have fainted already. Ju Kai-bei felt some after fear, but because he did this, he did not have much yellow gold primeval essence left. He did not expect this change of event. When he thought of using the dragon travel tiger steps Gu to retreat, it was too late. The 8 beast phantoms surrounded him and prevented him from getting away. Ju Kai-bei assessed there was more than 10 areas in his body where bones were broken. With such injuries, he could only choose to heal the important areas, as his primeval essence was running low. He had primeval stones on him as well, but he could not absorb the natural essence during battle. Fan Yuan would not give him the chance. To do so, he needed a good opportunity. Like earlier, when Ju Kai-bei was beaten till he was helpless, Fan Yuan had free time to use his primeval stones. Even so, Fan Yuan was taking a risk. He was doing 2 tasks at once, absorbing the essence from his primeval stones while controlling his beast phantoms. His control of his Gu was lowered during the period. What did I see earlier? Unbelievable, the beast phantoms turned into solid attackers? Since when did Strength Path Gu masters become so strong? They had such a strong attack. After a while, the spectators finally reacted, asking out in shock. Outside the battle stage, chaos ensued again. Shang Xianci stared with her eyes wide open, shocked and overjoyed. Brilliant light shone in her eyes. Good lad. Wei Yang punched his fists, shouting excitedly. Although Bai Ningbing was quiet, her eyes were shining with an eerie blue light, able to turn the hollow beast phantoms into solid figures. Such a Gu worm, could it be? Yen Tu's expression was solemn, as he thought about the Gu that Ju Kai-bei desired for such a long time, and had constantly told him. What you used earlier, is it? Strength Chi Gu? Ju Kai-bei slowly stood up, his voice was hoarse as a hint of bitterness could be heard. He did not attack, and Fan Yuan was happy about that as he absorbed the natural essence, saying, You guess right, it is the Strength Chi Gu. Ju Kai-bei blanked out for a bit before showing a complicated expression, containing envy, jealousy, helplessness, and bitterness. Strength Chi Gu, Strength Chi Gu. He sighed as he raised his head. Ancient Strength Path Gu worms were nearly extinct. Whenever any news of them appeared, it would make Ju Kai-bei extremely interested. He had searched for many years, but to think that he would experience the strength of this Strength Chi Gu from this young Fan Yuan. Beast phantoms were the traces of great Tao, hollow and immaterial, they could not attack directly. But once a Gu master had the Strength Chi Gu, the Gu master can activate it, and create the formless Chi of strength. The beast phantoms leave Fan Yuan's bodies, and attach themselves to the Chi of strength, gaining the ability to attack directly. After that Chi vanishes, the beast phantoms would lose their host, and dissipate, returning to Fan Yuan's body. Fan Yuan's Strength Chi Gu was the product of his closed-door refinement. The main ingredient to create the Strength Chi Gu was the rank 4 Atmosphere Gu. When Fan Yuan saw it at the auction, he got the idea of buying it immediately. Atmosphere Gu, Strength Chi Gu, they were both Chi Path Gu. The laws in them were similar, thus, they could be converted to one another using refinement. This conversion recipe was extremely complex. Using more than 20 ingredients, to carry out reverse refinement, there were more than 30 steps in this. The heat and timing have to be controlled precisely, and there cannot be any errors. The success rate was not low though, it was more than 80%. Strength Chi Gu was only a rank 3 Gu. Fan Yuan spent many days and nights, staying in the secret room without any rest, using his rich experience and calm attitude to successfully refine the Strength Chi Gu. In his previous life, only after 200 years did this recipe become popular among recipe masters and become publicly known. As for now, the recipe master that created this was not even born yet. Of course, nobody knew about it. There is no need to continue. I surrender. Knowing that Fan Yuan had the Strength Chi Gu, Zhu Kaibei lost his will to fight, surrendering. With this Gu, Fan Yuan had a strong long-range attacking method. Close range, long range, being extremely strong at both. This was the way of the true ancient strength path. Zhu Kaibei could no longer get close to Fan Yuan, even if he used Jin transformation. In contrast, Fan Yuan had many ways to finish him. The attack of the 8 phantoms, Zhu Kaibei did not want to experience it again. Of course, Zhu Kaibei knew the weakness of the Strength Chi Gu very clearly. It expended a lot of primeval essence. 5% of Snow's silver primeval essence was needed to contain 1 beast phantom. 8 beast phantoms would amount to 40%. Even in Fan Yuan's peak state, having 90% primeval essence, he could only use this move twice. And this was only in theory. In a real battle, Fan Yuan needed to use his movement Gu, defense Gu, all-out effort Gu, and others. His primeval essence would be expended in more ways, and the number of times he could use the 8 phantoms would only be once. Such a move could not be used easily, because of the great consumption. If it bore no results, the Gu master would be weakening himself. Thus, Fan Yuan left it to the end. After Zhu Kaibei used Jin transformation, he relaxed his mind. Such an attitude was captured by Fan Yuan, thus he managed to injure him heavily. When Gu masters battle, they use Gu worms, but the person himself was still the key. Once a person reveals a flaw, that would be the greatest loophole. At this time, the hosting Gu master came up and announced the result. Zhu Kaibei admitted defeat? Many people could not accept this. Fang Jing really shot through the sky. The world is changing, the world is changing. Zhu Kaibei was called half the sky of the battle stage, but now this sky could not contain Fan Yuan anymore. After this battle, Fan Yuan's reputation tore through the sky. Chapter 321. Shan Clan City Uproar. Despite using rank 3 peak stage cultivation against a rank 4, Fan Jing still won. Not only did he overcome the odds, he even defeated such a strong expert like Zhu Kaibei. He is truly a promising young man. This is no doubt a grand victory. Zhu Kaibei even used his killer move Jin transformation, but was still beaten till he sprawled on the ground by Fan Jing, forced to admit defeat. The attack of the 8 beast phantoms is truly terrifying. To think Fan Jing had the Strength Chi Gu, he is too lucky. I heard this Gu was a prized treasure of his original clan. In the tea houses, restaurants, and streets, people talked in their free time, discussing the battle of Fan Yuan and Zhu Kaibei. At a point where both were at their peak, defeating a rank 4 with rank 3 cultivation was truly spectacular. There was almost 1,000 spectators at the battle stage. Everyone watched the whole process. Fan Yuan won fair and square. There was no trickery or schemes. He completely dominated Zhu Kaibei through pure strength. As for the origin of the Strength Chi Gu, Fan Yuan gave out fake news and caused everyone's guesses to link to Guyu clan. From today onwards, Lord Fan Jing is my role model. After this battle, many people started calling Fan Yuan Lord. His battle strength had gained everyone's recognition. Lord Fan Jing is truly awe-inspiring. Zhu Kaibei's era has ended. A few female Gu masters said with shining eyes. The newer generation replaces the old. As Zhu Kaibei topples, it all contributes to Fan Gang's reputation. Some old Gu masters exclaimed, feeling the rise of a new era. Fan Jing defeated Zhu Kaibei. I wonder if he can defeat Yen Tuesday. If he beats Yen Tu as well, he would be the only person to dominate the battle stage in all these years. As long as he defends his position for 18 battles, he would become an external elder of Shan clan. This battle created trembles in the battle stage. The old structure was torn down, and a new force emerged. People started to look at Fan Yuan's future, feeling excitement and anticipation. Shan clan had not gotten an external elder for over 10 years. If Fan Yuan defeated Zhu Kaibei with a mild advantage, and had a tough time, their expectations might not have been so great. But after Fan Yuan displayed overwhelming strength that crushed Zhu Kaibei, they started to analyze. Fang Jing has the all-out effort Gu, bitter strength Gu, self-reliance Gu, and strength Qi Gu. Even an ancient strength path Gu master could only reach this level. The all-out effort Gu allows his attacks to be ferocious and dominating. The bitter strength Gu allows him to get stronger as he battles. Paired with the self-reliance Gu, it was simply perfection. The strength Qi Gu allows him to have a strong long-range attack, and completely eliminates his weakness. The scene of the 8 beast phantoms attacking together is simply terrifying. This is Fang Geng's killer move. Zhu Kaibei's loss was no fluke. Although he is rank 4 and had the advantage of cultivation, the strength path has little use for primeval essence, limiting that advantage he had. Furthermore, Fang Zheng's Gu worms are simply too good. They form into a powerful set, and are all closely related together. Zhu Kaibei probably admitted defeat after being disheartened. How can a person's luck in encounters be this good? Fang Geng's luck is off the charts. He had only been in Shan Clan City for a few years, yet he is already this developed. His Gu set is so strong, enough for him to spread his name in the southern border and gain his own title. Title? He already has it. Many people are calling him and Bai Ningbing the Black and White Demons. But even more people are calling Fang Jing the Little Beast King. Fan Yuan controlled the 8 beast phantoms, and had a ferocious battle style, charging and crashing. The title of Little Beast King suited him well. As for why he is not called Beast King, that is because Beast King is already an established demonic Gu master. He occupied Baishou Mountain, using the 100 beasts as his army, and was a rank 5 Gu master, unreasonable, ruthless and evil. He was a troublesome person for both the righteous and demonic faction. Fan Yuan was still rank 3 peak stage, although he defeated Zhu Kaibei and gained fame overnight. He was still very far from being at the level of Beast King, who was a rank 5 Gu master. From another aspect, people calling him Little Beast King meant that they are thinking highly of Fan Yuan and his future. I am looking forward to his battle stage defending battles. Every dominating expert's defense battle is a classic. Back then, Lord Wei Yang used rank 3 middle stage cultivation, even weaker than Fang Jing now, to dominate the battle stage. Every one of his battles was a classic. A senior Gu master recalled. Soon, many people started discussing Fan Yuan's future prospects. At this point, how many are Fang Jing's match? Zhu Kaibei, Yen Tu, Oh Right, and Bai Ningbing. But Zhu Kaibei had already lost his Jin mind to Fang Jing. He was really ruthless. Among Jin body, Jin heart, and Jin mind was the hardest to obtain. Without it, Zhu Kaibei's killer move is not complete. To Fang Jing, that is one less threat. Yen Tu is now Fang Geng's greatest competitor. He and Zhu Kaibei were each half the sky of the battle stage. His strength is no joke. But Fang Jing is able to defeat Zhu Kaibei, and has the strength Qi Gu to eliminate his weakness. There is a high chance of defeating Yen Tuesday. Someone mentioned Bai Ningbing as well. Bai Ningbing is not to be underestimated. After she lost to Yen Tu, during her next match, she had already broken through to rank 4 initial stage. A rank 4 at this age, what sort of talent is that? But she and Fang Jing have a deep relationship. She might admit defeat when they meet to help Fang Jing. Bai Ningbing and Fan Yuan staying at Nanqiu Garden together was no secret. Many people guessed that they had already done intimate acts. But then, just as the discussions were at their peak, Fan Yuan suddenly announced he was retiring from the battle stage. Once news got out, everyone was shocked. Why did Fang Jing give up such a good chance? External Elder after dominating the battle stage, it is right before him. Many people sighed in pity. Are there any hidden circumstances? The demonic Gu masters started guessing. Could it be, Shan clan does not want external elders anymore, and forced Fang Jing to give up? Demonic Gu masters often lacked a sense of security. Or is it that Shan clan wants to revise their policy, and remove the external elder position? Suspicion caused many to become uncertain. Shan clan's recruitment of demonic Gu masters as their external elder was the only case in Southern Border. In Southern Border, many clans have battle stages. The largest and most popular battle stage lies in the number 1 clan of the Southern Border, Wu clan. But these battle stages were mostly for their own clansmen, rarely for outsiders. Shang clan's external elder policy became extremely popular as a result, attracting numerous talents. Even when they traded outside, many demonic Gu masters do not rob the Shang clan caravans. That is because of the external elder policy, and these demonic Gu masters needed a backup plan for themselves. Shang Yanfei felt something amiss, and quickly clarified the issue. Although he had secretly used the two pawns Jukai Bei and Yen Tu to control the battle stage, such a thing cannot be exposed. Shang Yanfei's authority quickly caused this matter to close. Soon after, a few days later, Fan Yuan announced in public he was going to assist Shang Xinci and help her ascend to the position of young master. Immediately, everyone's attention shifted from the battle stage to the young master competition. Because Shang Yazi's fake accounting was exposed, his young master position was revoked and there was a spot empty now. Many of Shang Yanfei's children were looking at this position with extreme greed. I heard long ago, this Fang Jing is loyal and righteous. He had his life principles, repaying a drop of water received in need with a spring, and exacting revenge for hatred 100 times over. He truly is responsible. Someone praised him. In order to assist Shang Xinci to attain the position of young master, he even gave up the identity of external clan elder that was in sight. This is truly. Some people could not understand. Maybe he and Shang Xinci has some underground relationship. If it was me, I would make such a sacrifice too. That is possible. Wait. If that's the case, what about Bai Ningbing? People had their gossiping nature, and it spread like wildfire. Fan Yuan, Bai Ningbing and Shang Xinci's triangle relationship become a hot topic. Soon after, in a few days' time, Bai Ningbing also retired from the battle stage. Bai Ningbing also went to assist Shang Xinci. Someone exclaimed. What has this world become? Nobody wants to be an external elder? Some people's worldview were tarnished. Bai Ningbing has great courage, reluctant to let him go. For love, she decided to interfere. Actually, the three of them and their intertwined relationship begun the moment they met. Rumors started to spread again. Countless scenarios were conjured by the people. There were even plays and dramas appearing in Shang Clan City depicting the triangle relationship of Fang, Bai and Shang. And it was selling like hotcakes. Forget these details, but Fang and Bai's change in position did successfully make Shang Xinci the center of attention. Bai Ningbing was now rank 4 initial stage. A rank 4 Gu master was a clan leader in middle or small-sized clans. Although Fan Yuan was rank 3 peak stage, his battle strength was on par with rank 4 Gu masters. Once he becomes rank 4, who can imagine how strong he would become? They were both very young, and had room to grow, thus there were a lot of positive remarks about them. Getting 2 experts' help, Shang Xinci immediately became the second most popular person vying for the young master position. Before her, people thought that the person with the highest hope of becoming a young master was Shang Yifan. After Fang and Bai assisted her, the situation changed, and it became a contest between the two sides. Shang Yifan was not tall, in fact he was slightly short. Eagle nose and tiny eyes, he had a sharp gaze. Shang Xinci. He sat on the wooden chair in his study room, muttering as his gaze shifted uncertainly when thinking about this person. Before him was one person. It was none other than Shang Yazi. Little brother Yifan, I am here to help you. Shang Xinci has Fang and Bai's help. She will be your biggest competitor. Especially that Fang Jing, you have to be careful, he is scheming and devious, he caused my downfall. Shang Yazi gritted his teeth and spoke. Chapter 322. Competitive Pressure. Shang Yazi said, I lost, but I have not failed completely yet. Father sent me to the slave capturing group for 3 years, but after 3 years, I will be back. But before that, I have some things to give you. Saying so, Shang Yazi passed a few documents to Shang Yifan. Shang Yifan took the documents and gave them a look. The documents contained Shang Yazi's secret assets, his spies and some close aides. Brother Yazi, this is... Shang Yifan gave a shocked expression. Brother Yifan, you are the person most likely to become young master among our siblings. I will lend you a hand here and hope you manage to win. As for these resources, feel free to use them. After 3 years I will be back, just return them to me then. Shang Yazi sighed. He was forced to train in the slave capturing group, he could not bring his servants and subordinates along. He was not going there to enjoy, but to be punished. Now that he lost his young master identity, these forces would collapse eventually. He might as well hand them to Shang Yifan while he still had the power and let him take care of them. After 3 years, Shang Yizi will return, and would not have to restart all over again. Shang Yifan quickly stood up, cupping his fists. I will not forget Brother Yizi's help. In the future, if I become young master, I will repay you tenfold. Sai, we are brothers, there is no need to talk about repayment. Although he said so, Shang Yizi's lips curled into a smile. After they conversed, Shang Yifan sent Shang Yizi to the door as he left. Seeing he had left, Shang Yifan's smile turned cold. Shang Yizi, what a great plan you have, wanting me to preserve your forces for you. Then I shall use this opportunity to take over all of your assets and absorb them. This is called borrowing without returning. He knew Shang Yizi's plan from the start. 3 years? Many things can happen in 3 years, do you still think you have a chance? Naive. Such naivety, no wonder Fang and Bai tricked you. You are a disgrace to us Shang clan. Shang Yifan laughed. But thinking of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, his expression turned dark. Shang Xianci. He kept muttering her name. As Shang Yizi fell, he thought this young master position was in the bag. But to think Shang Xianci appeared out of nowhere and became his biggest obstacle. Shang Yifan's eyes squinted, as he analyzed himself with shining eyes. Shang Xianci's greatest advantage is father's affection. Father dotes on her more than his other children combined. But there are clan rules, as everyone competes for the young master position openly. Father would not be able to cheat blatantly. In fact, because of Lord Father's favor, it caused our other siblings to have ill feelings towards Shang Xianci, or even hostility. Shang Xianci's greatest advantage is also her greatest weakness. Shang Xianci's second advantage is her actual strength, that is Fang Jing and Bai Ningbing. These two are truly. Thinking of the two, Shang Yifan's face showed strange, envious, jealous, and unbelievable expressions. These two, I don't know what they are after. They rejected the role of external elder to help Shang Xianci. This feeling is like someone giving up on a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. How did Shang Xianci convince them? Her luck is really good, easily getting these two strong generals. That Bai Ningbing is already rank 4, and Fang Jing can even defeat Zhu Kai Bei. She gained 2 Gu masters with rank 4 battle strength just like this. Even their eldest brother Shang Qiunyou did not have a rank 4 subordinate. Among the 10 current young masters, only the young clan leader Shang Tuahai had 2 rank 4 subordinates. But those 2 subordinates were not Shang Tuahai's private force, but sent by the clan to assist him. As the young clan leader, Shang Tuahai controlled the caravan. When he traded outside, he needed sufficient strength to deal with all sorts of situations. But now, Shang Xianci was not even a young master, yet she already possesses the help of 2 rank 4 experts. This situation caused many of Shang Yanfei's children to feel jealousy and fear. But even with help from those 2, so what? The position of young master belongs to me. Shang Yifan licked his lips. As he thought of something, his spirit was lifted. At the same time, at Nanqiu Garden, Shang clan has a complex and complete system of clan rules. Especially the part on successors, the rules are extremely rigid. Wei Yang stood beside Fang and Bai, in front of Shang Xianci, as he explained. If Lady Xianci wants to ascend to young master, you will have to pass the Shang clan test. This test is a tradition, and there is only one type of test, which is trading. Shang clan use trade to flourish. The development of Shang clan cannot be separated from business. When Shang clan chooses a new young master, they would test their business skills. Do not look down on trading, thinking this is only a method to earn money. Trading can assess a successor's qualities, as many problems often occur when you do trade. The test is on your intelligence and planning, how you adapt to situations, your cultivation strength, and others. The clan will give any competing children a startup fund of 100,000 primeval stones. 3 months later, whoever earns the most would become the new young master. Wei Yang was clear of the clan's rules. Then, how much do we need to earn to win this competition? Fang Yuan asked. The Shang clan young master competition was well known in the city. The entire Shang clan placed great attention on it. Fang Yuan knew that he had to follow the rules here. Normally, as long as Lady Xianci has around 300,000 by the end of the 3 months, she would eliminate most of her competitors. If she has 600,000, there would be a high chance of winning. 700,000 to 800,000 is the first-class result of previous year's assessments. But here Wei Yan paused. This time, among the competitors there's one whose mother is Lord Clan Leader's cousin. In Shang Clan, he has a rather big force. He is called Shang Yifan, the most favored competitor in this young master competition. With his mother helping him secretly, he would at least have 600,000 at the end. If you want to beat him, Lady Xinci would need even better results. Shang Yifan would have at least 600,000, thus to get the young master position, Shang Xinci would need to get first-class results. But Shang Xinci had no authority or force in Shang Clan. Her mother was even a Zhang clansman, causing her political weakness. She would not receive any help unlike Shang Yifan. Her only backer is Shang Yanfei, but as the clan leader, he cannot side with her openly. Thus, the pressure on her was extremely high now. After Wei Yang finished speaking, he looked at Shang Xinci worriedly. He knew that earning 700,000 to 800,000 was usually due to special circumstances. Very few young masters in the previous years could achieve this. This needed talent, help, and more so, luck. Originally, Shang Yanfei did not expect Shang Xinci to vie for the young master position so quickly. It was all due to Fang and by influencing her. After Shang Xinci heard Wei Yang's words, she was quiet for a while before asking, "May I know, what was the best result in Shang Clan City's history?" Wei Yang was stunned. Of course it exceeded 800,000, reaching 900,000. But very little people in history managed this. The total is less than 20. Our current young clan leader Shang Tuahai only got to 890,000, and that caused a huge commotion already. But your father, back then, he reached 920,000. Just this alone, it went into Shang Clan's historical records. As he spoke, Wei Yan paused again. But the best result in Shang Clan history is 1,110,000. He is called Shang Gui Kai, having a monstrous talent, but unfortunately he was a 10 extreme physique. 920,000, 1,110,000. Shang Xinci listened as her eyes glowed brightly, as she clenched her fists tightly. She had great talent in doing business. Although Fan Yuan greatly encouraged her for this competition, she was a willing participant herself, and was not forced to do so. Seeing Shang Xinci's expression, Wei Yang felt assured. "All right, I have to go. But before that, I'll give you some advice. Shang Clan's entire attention is on this competition. Do not try to take shortcuts or loopholes, and violate the rules. Trust your brother Wei. All those who tried cheating in the past had never succeeded. Young masters were the future of Shang Clan. It was extremely important, and no mistakes could be tolerated. Shang Yazi was a young master, but because of one fake accounting, he was exiled. It shows how much importance Shang Clan places on the young masters and their actions. Shang Yifan had his mother's clan's backing, but they could only help him within the boundaries of the rules. They did not dare to cheat." Soon after, Wei Yang gave a few more heartfelt advice before leaving Nanqiu Garden. He was an important elder of the clan, and was Shang Yanfei's aide. According to rules, he should avoid meeting them. But he still entered and left Nanqiu Garden, explaining so much for Shang Xinci. It showed how much of a friend he was. "Brother Wei is taking on a lot of pressure for us. We cannot trouble him any further," Shang Xinci said. Fan Yuan remained silent. Bai Ningbing frowned. "Earning 6 times the initial amount in 3 months of business, it is easier said than done." Although she was a natural genius, she had zero talent towards trading and business, feeling extremely troubled now. But Shang Xinci's eyes shone as she smiled, saying confidently, "Actually, I have a good plan. As long as we succeed, I'm sure we can earn 600,000. "Oh, what plan?" Bai Ningbing asked. Shang Xinci looked deeply at Fan Yuan, stating her plan. "I got my inspiration from Brother Heitu's battles when I went to watch him in the battle stage. We can do business regarding intel." "Selling information?" Bai Ningbing frowned. Chapter 323. Start of Three Kings' Inheritance. That's right, information business. Shang Clan's battle stage has over 100 battles daily. There are so many opportunities hidden in the battle stage that we can use. I've thought about it. We can collect the Gu Master information of the battle stage participants, and sell them. We can hire a few famous people to do predictions before a battle, and critique after the battle, and so on. Shang Xinci smiled as she answered. "Brilliant!" Bai Ningbing cheered. This idea was ingenious. Bai Ningbing had participated in many battles. She knew deeply how brilliant this idea was. Immediately, she knew this idea could bring in huge profits for them. Even Fan Yuan looked at her in surprise. He has thought of this idea in his previous life, even using it in Wu Clan. Wu Clan's battle stage was grander and had an even livelier atmosphere. Fan Yuan's idea created a huge commotion and earned him lots of money every day. But not long after, Wu Clan interfered, and all sorts of competition and suppression came. In just a few months, his profits sank and his business was forced to close after half a year. Fan Yuan reflected, he was able to come up with this idea because of his memories of Earth. But Shang Xianci being able to think of that as a native was extremely impressive. It showed her superior talent in business and trade. Although this idea was good, Fan Yuan shook his head. Shang Xianci gritted her teeth. Does Brother He too think this idea is bad? The idea is good, but it won't work. Xianci, do you trust me? Fan Yuan looked at Shang Xianci deeply. Shang Xianci smiled gently. My life was saved by Brother He too, what is there not to trust? Bai Ningbing snickered in her heart, but remained silent. She was an insider. Along the way, she was extremely clear. Shang Xianci's misery was single-handedly caused by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan nodded. Since you trust me, listen to me. We just need 20 days to triple your primeval stones. Really? Shang Xianci expressed her curiosity. Then I will listen to Brother's instructions. What scheme is he coming up with this time? Who is he planning to harm? Bai Ningbing looked at Fan Yuan with the corner of her eye, guessing in her heart. Sancha Mountain, situated in the middle of Zhou Clan's Lingzhan Mountain, and Che Clan's Fei Lai Mountain. Zhou Clan and Che Clan, the former had 600 years of history, while the latter had 580. The two were enemies, centuries of hatred and grudge causing the two clans to be mortal enemies. For the past 100 years, the two clans were expanding, and in order to occupy Sancha Mountain they fought. On the mountain waste of Sancha Mountain, an intense battle had occurred, and it was nearing the end. Blood flowed on the ground, as tens of Gu master corpses laid on the ground. There were 7 people still standing. 3 from Zhou Clan, 4 from Che Clan. Zhou Clan elder Zhou Wuxing's chest had a deep hole, as blood flowed out. He pressed down on his injury as he stood in front of Zhou Chanyu, with a solemn expression. Big Missy, leave now, we will block them. Zhou Chanyu was Zhou Clan leader's eldest daughter, having a great aptitude and was the future hope of Zhou Clan. She was young and pretty, rank 3 middle stage cultivation before even 20 years old. She could not afford to die here. Elder Wuxing. Zhou Chanyu showed deep hesitation and dismay. Want to leave? Dream on. Che Clan elder Che Yuan sneered as he walked out. Old man Wusheng, to think this day would come. Today, I will make sure all 3 of you die without a proper burial. His killing intent burst out. But after saying so, he instructed a young female Gu master beside him. Xiang Er, you have an injury on you. Later when we fight, stay back and keep a lookout for us. Che Xiao Xiang instantly frowned. Father, I only have a slight injury, it is no matter. I want to fight beside you. She was very worried. Zhou Wuxing was her father's rival for tens of years. They were about the same strength. Although Zhou Wuxing was injured, it would not be easy to kill him. His dying counterattack would be terrifying. Nonsense! Che Yuan chided. Be obedient and listen to father, this is an order. Che Xiao Xiang pouted, about to rebuke, but suddenly heard a laugh. Ha! He! Ho ho ho! This was a weird laugh, making someone feel an evil wind blowing when they heard it. Following this laughter, someone appeared on a mountain rock. This person was extremely handsome, wearing a flowery robe that had pink butterflies. He wore a floral crown on his head, and there was a red flower ball sewn onto the crown. As he laughed, the ball vibrated, causing him to look like an extremely hilarious clown. But be it Zhou Wuxing or Che Yuan, when they saw him, there was no laughter but intense fear instead. Ah, you are the pink butterfly gentleman. Kong Ri Tian! The two spoke out, revealing his identity. This moment, the other people's expressions also changed. Especially Zhou Chanyu and Che Xiao Xiang, their faces went pale and they became extremely nervous. This Kong Ri Tian was a demonic Gu master, having a vile reputation. He loved to wear a flower robe that had pink butterflies, thus he was called Pink Butterfly Gentleman. But the truth is, he was a serial rapist, targeting virgin women. He was extremely hated by everyone, and thus was a loner. Most importantly, he had rank 4 cultivation. Once he appeared, the battle situation changed. Zhou clan and Che clan were at their wits' end. Their main fighter Che Yuyin and Zhou Wuxing were injured, and only had rank 3 cultivation. Ha! He! Ho! That is right, I am Kong Ritian. Although he was exposed, Pink Butterfly Gentleman was extremely happy, laughing in that weird manner again. Suddenly, he waved his sleeve, and injected his primeval essence, causing a flower petals to rain on the battlefield. The pink petals turned into butterflies, flying in the air. At once, fragrance spread throughout the battlefield. Zhou clan and Che clan quickly defended and unleashed their abilities. Kong Ritian used this opportunity to attack, causing the flower rain to intensify as his body moved around quickly. After 8 to 9 rounds, Kong Ritian's body flashed, as he retreated and left the battlefield. He retreated! That was close. Che Yuyin and Zhou Wuxing sighed together, but their expressions changed soon. My dear Chan Yu! Xiao Xiang! Scoundrel, release my daughter! The two elders were burning with anger. Ha! He! Ho! Kong Ritian laughed, as 2 ladies were on his left and right hand respectively. It was Che Xiao Xiang and Zhou Chan Yu, having fallen unconscious as they were captured by him during the chaotic battle. Kong Ritian specialized in dealing with female Gu masters. Great rewards today, to think I'd find 2 beauties here. Ha! He! Ho! Kong Ritian was extremely satisfied, when suddenly a change occurred. The entire Sancha mountain started trembling, as mountain rocks fell due to the tremors. What is going on? What in the world is happening? As everyone shouted in shock, 3 light pillars burst out from the 3 mountain peaks of Sanchan Mountain. 3 giant light pillars, yellow, blue, and red, extended all the way into the sky, above the clouds. At this point, a voice was heard among all present on Sancha Mountain. 3 kings' inheritance opens today, regardless of righteous or demonic, only fate matters. Everyone stared at this scene in shock. Even Kong Ritian forgot the 2 beauties in his arms. 3 kings' inheritance. It is actually the 3 kings' inheritance. Everyone reacted and showed an extremely excited expression. 3 kings' inheritance, oh God, all 3 kings were rank 5 Gu masters, this is their inheritance, this is actually their inheritance. 3 days later, in Shang Clan City. Nanqiu Garden, study room. Placing a document lightly on the table, brilliance shone across Fan Yuan's eyes. 3 kings' inheritance has finally opened. Looking at the date, it was the same as his previous life. This shows that in this world, even though rebirth can alter history, significant events cannot be changed easily. Now that the 3 kings' inheritance has opened, I have little time left. Once Shang Xianci becomes the young master, I will have to set off. Fan Yuan felt an urge in his heart, he needed to act faster. The 3 kings' inheritance was different from ordinary inheritances. The flower wine inheritance and white bone inheritance he took previously were only 1 inheritance each. But this time, it was 3 collective inheritances in one place. If he could obtain all 3, Fan Yuan's strength would increase by many times, and the rank 4 Gu worms he needed would be mostly filled. At least before rank 5, he would not need to worry about resources anymore. But the 3 kings' inheritance was a demonic inheritance, it was dangerous. There were many dog groups inside, and many checkpoints to pass through. In his previous life, countless lives were sacrificed, and only after half a year did someone reach the end and obtain the inheritance. Thus, there was no point in going at the moment. News of the 3 kings' inheritance cannot be hidden. How can those 3 pillars reaching into the sky be concealed? Fan Yuan knew these 3 pillars were the inheritance entrance. But to enter there were certain requirements. Now I can finally mass purchase dog enslavement Gu, paper crane Gu, and exploding egg Gu. Fan Yuan analyzed. Before this, although he had cash on hand, he secretly bought the 3 types of Gu in the market. He had a vigilant nature, he did not go all in. Only when the news of the 3 kings' inheritance was released, he knew the time was ripe. Bulk purchase. 5 days later, Fan Yuan bought a large number of rank 1 dog enslavement Gu, rank 2 paper crane Gu, and rank 1 exploding egg Gu. Not only Shang Xian's 100,000 primeval stones, but also the 300,000 he had just gotten from Bai Clan. Fan Yuan had once extorted 3 million primeval stones from Bai Clan, they had paid almost half of it already. Adding in Bai Ningbing's money, Fan Yuan's purchasing plan was a big success. Chapter 324. Earning a fortune. Shang Xianxi used all her funds to buy these 3 goo worms? In the study room, Shang Yifan was holding onto a piece of paper. This document was sent over by his mother. Shang Yifan's mother was Shang Yanfei's cousin. She had great influence, and many informants. Rank 1 dog enslavement goo, rank 2 paper crane goo, and rank 1 exploding egg goo, what use do they have? Shang Yifan frowned deeply, thinking hard but could not arrive at an explanation. I heard Shang Xianxi gave the entire 100,000 to Fang Jing. Although Fang Jing is strong in battle, I've never heard of his talent in business. Randomly purchasing like this would only cause harm to himself. Did I overestimate them? Shang Yifan pondered. Although he did not have high cultivation, he had trained his own ability in doing business. He had great understanding of the market. Generally speaking, buying goo worms in bulk like this, any experienced trader would not choose such a method, because this investment had no prospects. But as Shang Yifan continued thinking, the uneasiness in his heart did not go away. He felt that he had missed something, as if there was a deep scheme behind this nonsensical bulk purchase. At this moment, the old steward reported outside the door. Young master, something huge has occurred, I need to report to you. Oh, please come on, old Zhang. Shang Yifan quickly asked him to come in. This old Zhang was his mother's capable subordinate. He had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, able to hold his own and had great experience. Shang Yifan could not treat him like an ordinary subordinate. Shang Yifan's mother had also instructed him to be courteous to old Zhang and seek advice from him to learn more about trading. Old Zhang walked in, his expression solemn. Young Master Yifan, things are not looking good. There are news from Sancha Mountain that someone had discovered the correct method to enter the inheritance. Although the 3 kings' inheritance opened earlier, separated into 3 pillars of yellow, blue and red light, there were special criteria set by the inheritance, and nobody could enter. During these few days, after many people experimented and tested, they finally found the way to enter the 3 kings' inheritance ground. Hearing old Zhang's words, Shang Yifan showed intense curiosity. Oh, what does one have to do to enter the 3 kings' inheritance? Wait, don't tell me. Suddenly his expression changed, as he stared intently at that document on the table. He thought of a possibility, as he slowly stood up. Old Zhang laughed bitterly. Young Master Yifan guessed it, that is correct. To enter the inheritance, 3 different goo are needed. To enter the yellow pillar, the inheritance of King Quan, a goo master needs to refine the rank 1 dog enslavement goo. To enter the blue pillar, King Xian's inheritance, the goo master needs to have paper crane goo. If they want to enter the red pillar, King Bao's inheritance, they will need at least 1 exploding egg goo. How can this be? Shang Yifan screeched. He fell on his seat dejected. He finally understood why Fang and Bai bought these 3 goo in bulk, so this was the reason. Right now, news of the 3 kings' inheritance had spread all over the southern border. The inheritance of 3 rank 5 goo masters together, who knows how many people would gain interest and want to go and get their share of the pie. But to enter it, one needs at least 1 of those 3 goo. But right now, in Shang Clan City, all of these 3 goo belong to Shang Xianxi. As long as one is not a fool, they can imagine how much profits she can earn by sell those goo worms. Shang Yifan was not stupid, in fact he was smart, at least more than Shang Yazi. Where did they get such information? And so precise? No, now is not the time for that, it is no longer important. More importantly, how am I going to stop them? An eerie light continued to flash in Shang Yifan's eyes, as he concentrated and thought. But a moment later, he showed despair and helplessness. There was no way. Shang Xianxi did an excellent job here. It was a very normal investment, but because of the 3 kings' inheritance, it became a completely different story. When they purchased the goo, Shang Xianxi used way more than 100,000 primeval stones, but that was not against the rules, at most it was a curveball. As long as they can earn primeval stones, and calculate her profits based on her initial capital, there was no problems. If Shang Yifan wanted to find problems here, he had no reason to. That is because he also borrowed forces from his mother, such as old Zhang. To speak the truth, his curveball was way worse than Shang Xianxi's. Young Master Yifan, the other party had the most accurate information this time. After they deal, their capital can at least triple. We cannot find any problems with them, nor can we use any underhanded means. We have to use our remaining time and do our own business. With Madame's influence in the city in 3 months, you will have at least 600,000. Young master, we can still win. Old Zhang explained. Yes, we can only hope so. Shan Yifan breathed out deeply, but the worry in his heart did not go away. Regarding the young master competition, this was just the start, but he had already received such a surprise. Who knows what might happen later on? The confident Shan Yifan started to become doubtful. 3 kings, they referred to King Quan, King Xian, and King Bao. Their origins were traced back to 300 years ago. The 3 kings came from Wang clan. Wang clan was exterminated by their mortal enemy Wu clan, but they missed out 3 children from Wang clan. These 3 children, 2 males and 1 female. The eldest was 8, he would become the future King Quan. The youngest was 5, he was King Bao. As for the female, the future King Xian, she was only 6 at the time. Wu clan was busy absorbing their remnant forces, to completely digest their gains from Wang clan. What could 3 children do? They were not even Gu masters, thus they did not bother with the children, only sending out an arrest warrant and forgot about them. The person sent to kill them was also a lazy man. He picked 3 kids to kill, faking that he had completed his mission and returned. Thus, the 3 children were unintentionally saved. They experienced hardship, suffering, and barely stayed alive. As they supported each other, they developed a deep relationship. As they grew older, their hatred for Wu clan deepened. But after Wu clan absorbed Wang clan, they got much stronger, and was a large clan that owned 3 mountains. After years of operating, their forces were even more deep-rooted. The 3 kings were alone, not even given the chance to awaken their aperture. It was an impossible dream for them to take revenge on Wu clan. But life was uncertain, and fate worked in mysterious ways. You can never know what your fate might be in the future. During one time when they risked their lives, collecting herbs on the mountain to sustain their livelihood, the 3 were thrown into an ancient inheritance ground. This was not an ordinary inheritance, it was left behind by a mysterious rank 6 Gu immortal. The 3 kings thus experienced a change in fate. They each inherited a portion of the rank 6 Gu immortal's inheritance, and worked hard to cultivate for nearly 100 years. The 3 encouraged each other, and worked hard together. When they all got to rank 5, they felt that the time was ripe, and thus, left the inheritance grounds to exact revenge on Wu clan. At that time, Wu clan was at the peak of their development. The 3 kings did not use any schemes or plot, but went straight to their doorsteps. Wu clan leader was a rank 5 Gu master. How could he endure the assault of 3 rank 5 Gu masters? Especially when these 3 rank 5 Gu masters inherited an ancient inheritance. King Quan summoned his army of hounds. As he waved his hand, it was a mighty army. The hound groups were like the sea, engulfing Wu clan village. King Xian was speedy and agile. Moving like a specter, she killed all of Wu clan's higher-ups, causing them to have no leaders and fall into chaos. King Bao was violent and direct. Once he attacked, it shocked the heavens, as he triggered the explosion of the mountain rocks. The strong and invincible Wu clan was exterminated by the 3 kings in 3 days. The 3 mountain spirit springs were destroyed. As corpses lined the mountain trails, blood pouring on the ground, it was a grotesque sight. Wu clan was completely wiped out, but the 3 kings paid a heavy price. However, they were willing to do so for the sake of revenge. After getting their revenge, the 3 kings felt that life had lost its meaning. They did not want to rebuild Wang clan. As a clan, no matter how strong they were, could not defend against true experts. They started living in seclusion, no longer coming out. They vanished like 3 shooting stars. After causing the huge event in southern border, they disappeared quickly, never to be heard from again. Nobody knows what happened to the 3 kings after that, until recently, when their inheritance appeared. King Quan has at least 3 rank 5 dog enslavement Gu. With them, one can enslave myriad beast kings, and command an army, conquering the world. King Xian is most skilled at refining Gu. She developed a unique set of Gu worms from the common rank 2 paper crane Gu, allowing her to easily get information. It was because of her that King Quan and King Bao found out the security loophole in Wu clan village. She was a huge factor in eliminating Wu clan. And there is King Bao. His temper was like fire. Every time he attacked, it would cause huge explosions that shook the lands. His power is wild and overbearing. Whoever receives his inheritance would be able to stomp on the world. 3 rank 5 inheritances, getting 1 would allow one to rise to power, 2 would allow them to leave their names in history, and 3 would breed the ultimate overlord. This is a huge opportunity. I will not be satisfied unless I try my best. I have to hurry there. If I am late, and others get it, I would regret it for life. As news of the entry method of the Three Kings' inheritance got out, many people went wild in Shang Clan City. I want to buy the exploding egg goo. I want the paper crane goo. I want dog enslavement goo, paper crane goo, and exploding egg goo. What? Why are these goos so expensive? The prices are 3 times as before. Tisk, get lost if you're poor, there are lots of people waiting to buy. Damn it. I'll buy it. I want to buy, I have to buy it. Numerous people gritted their teeth, scolding the unscrupulous merchant under their breaths, but still took out their hard-earned money in great pain. Chapter 325. Immortals' Blessed Land. During these last 10 days, we earned 20,000 on average a day. In total, the initial 100,000 had already tripled. We have 300,000 now. Holding on to the account book in her hand, Shang Xinci was surprised and delighted. 10 days into the Young Master competition, Shang Xinci had already tripled the initial capital in her hands. She immediately pulled apart from her competitors. 300,000, and this is only the amount earned from the Young Master's capital. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing had also invested much into this. Right now they earned a fortune. Fan Yuan's primeval elder goo was no longer enough. As he bought 2 more, his total asset had reached 2,400,000. Bai Ningbing also earned a lot. Shang Xinci's servants, Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan, looked at Fan Yuan with a colorful gaze. They knew that this amazing result was all due to Fan Yuan. A good start was half the success. The 2 servants were doubtful of Shang Xinci competing for the Young Master position, but now they had much more confident. But how did Fan Yuan know such accurate information about the Three Kings' inheritance? Bai Ningbing sat at one side as she felt suspicion. The reason Fan Yuan was able to use this opportunity and earn this time was all due to the information he had. Does that mean Fan Yuan had some secret regarding the Three Kings' inheritance? Or did he have a mysterious source of information? No matter which it was, the truth shows that Fan Yuan was not simple at all. Although Bai Ningbing earned a lot as well, she felt a strong pressure in her heart. She had spent a lot of time with Fan Yuan. She found that often, Fan Yuan would bring her some surprise when she least expects it. Although he does not appear mysterious at all on the outside, he is, in fact, shrouded in a thick layer of fog. Precisely because she had spent so much time with him, she could feel this and experience how unfathomable Fan Yuan was. Brother He too, thank you so much this time. With this 300,000, I can better execute my plans now. Shang Xinci smiled and said. But Fan Yuan waved his hand. No worries, Xinci, you had a great idea, but it is very difficult to execute. He continued. A business that sells information in the battle stage is unlike us purchasing goo in bulk. This time, I struck when your competitors were caught off guard, but most important, it was because Shang Yezi who controlled the shops was gone, and there was no one managing the Shang clan shops. Without a firm leader, even if others wanted to interfere, they could not do so, and could only watch us earn this profit. But an information business is different. To start this, not only do you have a great need for resources, you also need manpower and a huge network to assist you. Otherwise, your competitors will suppress and attempt to ruin your business. Our foundation is weak, we cannot afford any failed attempts. Once we invest in a business, it has to succeed. Thus, we need to make preparations. Shang Xinci's expression turned solemn, nodding. Brother He too, you are right. But it has only been a few years since I came to Shang Clan City. I only have Xiao Dai and Xiao Lan to help me. As for network, I barely have any contacts. Xiao Dai was a servant she brought over from Zhang Clan. She was loyal, and now that she was nurtured as a goo master by Shang Xinci, she had decent aptitude of B grade. As for Xiao Lan, she is a rank 3 healing goo master that Shang Yan Fei sent to assist Shang Xinci. She was reliable and trustworthy. Fan Yuan laughed. Xinci, don't think too lowly of yourself. Shan Chiwen, who controls the battle stage, has a good relationship with you. We can relate to each other because we are girls. At the same time, an intel business helps her revenue. I believe she will not object. Shang Xinci analyzed and said. Xinci, I said I'd help you get the young master position. I have my plans, and ample confidence of winning. No need to worry, just do what I say, there is a high chance of winning. Fan Yuan reassured. I will listen to Brother He Tu's instructions. Shang Xinci laughed, replying with no hesitation. Fan Yuan sat on the chair. His strategizing posture gave Shang Xinci a strong sense of security. XINCI, firstly, you have to recruit people. If you want to do this business, you need a large number of loyal subordinates. But before that, you need a manager. He needs to have rank 3 cultivation and must be able to hold his own, being experienced and capable at trading. I have already found such a person. His name is Zhou Quan. He was a shopkeeper under Shang Yizi. Fang Yuan continued to plan. Shang Xinci was slightly dejected. Zhou Quan? I know him. But he is a rank 3 Gu master. He is arrogant and proud. He was once Zhou clan's clan leader, having rank 4 cultivation. But after there was an internal strife, and the clan got slaughtered by demonic Gu masters, he escaped with heavy injuries, thus only having rank 3 upper stage cultivation left. He takes care of the shops and always has the best performance among all the other shopkeepers. But even Shang Yizi could not get his loyalty. Such a person, I am afraid. Fan Yuan waved his hand. How would you know if you don't try? XINCI, you have to become confident. Trust me, you have a unique charisma. In the future, many people will serve you willingly and fight for you. Zhou Quan is a difficult target. You might not succeed, but as long as you display your sincerity, your hard work will definitely pay off. Yes, brother He too, I will work hard. Shang Xinci clenched her fists. Fan Yuan nodded. Good, then go ahead. Not longer after Shang Xinci left, Wei Yang arrived at Nanqiu Garden. Fan Yuan attended to him at the lake pavilion. I understand why Brother Wei is here, please take a seat. Saying so, Fan Yuan poured Wei Yang a cup of tea. Wei Yang laughed. Brother Fan Jing is wise, then please tell me about it. Fan Yuan used the 3 kings' inheritance to earn a fortune. It was all because he had secret information about it in advance. Shan Yanfei was no fool, he immediately knew Fan Yuan possessed valuable information. The 3 kings' inheritance was the largest event for the last 50 to 60 years. Right now, it had affected the entire southern border, and attracted the attention of many forces. But because in the southern border's mountain terrain, danger lurked everywhere, it was not easy to get to the inheritance ground. Even so, many clans, as long as they could, sent out their respective groups of Gu masters. The inheritance of 3 rank 5 Gu masters, even the superclass Shang clan would be moved. My information came from Bai Gu Mountain. Grey Bone Scholar had once explored the 3 kings' inheritance grounds, and gathered some information. The truth is, the 3 kings' inheritance ground they discovered now is an ancient Gu master's blessed land. Fan Yuan answered in a half-truth manner. His information was obviously not from Bai Gu Mountain. But the information about the blessed land, it was true, he had confirmed it in his previous life. Blessed land? Hearing this phrase, a brilliant light flashed across Wei Yang's eyes. Blessed land, it is the land of blessings, the place of residence for Gu masters after they become immortal. In the blessed land, the scenery is like a drawing, having a unique atmosphere and large amounts of treasure and precious materials. The primeval essence inside is often dozens of times thicker and denser than the outside world. A blessed land was an independent small world, a utopia, isolated from the world. The Gu Immortal rules the land, and anyone who lives in it can experience serenity and happiness. Brother Fang Zheng, are you serious? Wei Yang's tone became more anxious. He had to be serious. Rank 5 was mortal, rank 6 was immortal. Between rank 5 and 6, there was a qualitative difference that made them worlds apart. The inheritance of 3 rank 5 Gu masters could only pique Shang clan's interest. But if it involves the inheritance of a rank 6 Gu immortal, then all of the super clans in the southern border would go crazy over it. The inheritance of a rank 6 Gu immortal was simply too valuable. It was so important that even those secluded rank 6 Gu immortals would appear one after another. Fan Yuan laughed. I am not sure about the exact details, but in Grey Bone Scholar's notes, that is what was written. He was not afraid of exposing this information earlier, because there was no bad consequences in doing so. According to his memories, in just a few days people will start to develop an understanding of this. Anyway, after a short period, Shang clan would also learn of this. He might as well tell Wei Yang in advance to earn their trust. Brother Wei, calm down. Although this is a blessed land left by a rank 6 Gu immortal, it had long been degenerating. Right now, it is on the brink of collapsing. Back in the day, this blessed land was occupied by the 3 kings and they dug out all of the resources and treasures inside. Right now, the 3 kings used this blessed land to build their inheritances, causing the blessed land to feel even greater pressure. Eventually it will face destruction and vanish into thin air, Fan Yuan said slowly. Oh, is that so? Wei Yang blinked, as he rapidly processed the information. These were all recorded in Grey Bone Scholar's notes, but to ensure my safety, I had already destroyed all these documents. I cannot show them to you. Fan Yuan smiled lightly. Brother, this is too big of a matter. It is not that I do not trust you, but I have to report to Lord Clan Leader, and let him decide. Wei Yang was solemn. Fan Yuan expressed his understanding. If Shang Clan wants to send out an exploration team, I have some information here that might be helpful. Fan Yuan had some understanding of the things inside the inheritance. Haha, in that case, I cannot let you lose out. Give a price. Wei Yang was in charge of Fengyu Manor, and controlled intel in the city. Fan Yuan thought about it, and said 400,000. Wei Yang frowned. For information on the inheritance of a rank 6 Gu immortal, 400,000 is too little. But the reliability of the information has yet to be confirmed. I will pass you 400,000 first. After a while, when it is evaluated, no worries, little brother. With your brother Wei here, you will not lose out. I am assured by brother Wei's words. Fan Yuan laughed. After getting this information, Shan Yanfei paid great attention to it, sending 3 teams to Sancha Mountain. Each team had at least 3 elders. It was a strong investment. A few days later, Fan Yuan received the compensation from Wei Yang regarding the information. The information he provided had helped Shang Clan's teams greatly, and avoided many deaths. After getting the funds, Fan Yuan approached Li Ran. Li Ran was a spy sent by Wu Clan. Right now he was inside 3rd Inner City battle stage. His identity was still a secret and nobody knew except Fan Yuan. I have some information about the 3 Kings' inheritance. I am sure your Wu Clan would be interested. Fan Yuan met with Li Ran in secret and immediately said. Chapter 326. 9 Eyes Liquor Worm. Days went by, and with the news of the 3 Kings' inheritance, a time of unrest began at Sancha Mountain. Many formidable demonic Gu masters, righteous Gu masters, and people of all occupations and goals rushed towards Sancha Mountain. At first, Shang Clan controlled the situation, continually sending reinforcements and tyrannically occupying the inheritance entrances, displaying their determination towards obtaining this inheritance. However, Wu Clan moved and broke the blockade of Shang Clan. After that, news continued to spread. The fact that the site of 3 Kings' inheritance had been rank 6 Gu immortal blessed land caused a huge uproar, and countless people flocked towards Sancha Mountain. Several other top-ranked clans were also alarmed by the news and dispatched groups of formidable Gu masters one after another. With this, even Shang Clan and Wu Clan could not block the huge wave of people. Sancha Mountain fell into chaos. There were casualties every day. To seize the chance to enter the inheritance, there were intense battles between righteous and demonic, demonic and demonic, righteous and righteous. Every change in the situation in Sancha Mountain affected the hearts of many people. Fan Yuan was also paying close attention to this. After the inheritance opened, close to a month had passed. Some people already gained some benefits in the inheritance, stimulating the passion of many others to explore the inheritance. However, Fan Yuan did not care about these benefits. With the memories of his previous life, he knew that the true essence of 3 Kings' inheritance lied in the depths of the inheritance ground. There were at least 100 barriers before one could reach there, and it was a time and energy-consuming process. Sometimes, people would be lost and trapped in fog, and not be able to find the exit. Sometimes, there would be attacks from dogs, and many Gu masters would die under these dogs' sharp canine teeth. The 3 Kings were demonic Gu masters. This was a demonic inheritance. There were dangers lurking all over in demonic inheritances. In many cases, one needed to risk their lives to explore them. It is still too early to go to Sancha Mountain. The time is not ripe yet. It is better to benefit from others' efforts and preserve my strength. When they remove the barriers and clear the obstacles, that will be the time I seize the rewards. For now, I should refine Gu. Fan Yuan had already made a plan. The Gu he was going to refine this time was none other than Liquor Worm. Rank 1 Liquor Worm could purify green copper primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 2 4 Flavors Liquor Worm could purify red steel primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 3 7 Fragrances Liquor Worm could purify white silver primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 4 9 Eyes Liquor Worm could purify yellow gold primeval essence by a small realm. Rank 5 Liquor Worm, however, did not exist. The recipe Grandmaster who researched Liquor Worm's recipe had an outstanding talent, but he was killed by enemies when he was young and died prematurely. Geniuses only represented a possibility. There were many cases of geniuses who were killed before they matured. However, the current Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing could already be said to have matured. Killing them would not be easy. After Fan Yuan fused liquor worm into 4 flavors liquor worm, he had not used it, and had only been raising it. It was because he had bone flesh unity goo and Bai Ningbing's help that the 4 flavors liquor worm lost its worth. However, it was different now. Bai Ningbing was now rank 4 while Fan Yuan was rank 3 peak stage. He would also advance to rank 4 initial stage not long later. At that time, their cultivation would be the same. The help that bone flesh unity goo could offer to Fan Yuan would decrease by a lot. At that time, a rank 4 9 eyes liquor worm would make his cultivation speed faster. Refine the 9 eyes liquor worm. While Shang Xianci was starting to recruit Zhou Quan, Fan Yuan chose to go into closed-door cultivation to refine goo. Bai Ningbing also chose to go into closed-door cultivation, refining goo secretly. To refine 4 flavors liquor worm, 2 rank 1 liquor worms and wine of sour, sweet, bitter and spicy flavors were required. To refine 7 fragrances liquor worm, 2 4 flavors liquor worm and 7 types of spices were required. To refine 9 eyes liquor worm, one needed 2 7 fragrances liquor worm and eyeballs of 9 different 100 beast kings. Right now, Fan Yuan was at Shangclan City and had a huge advantage. If it was at other places, he would have to spend large amounts of energy to search for materials to refine liquor worm. However, at Shangclan City, he could easily buy them as long as he had money. Fan Yuan already possessed the 4 flavors liquor worm. He bought 2 liquor worms and fused them into the second 4 flavors liquor worm. He then fused these 2 4 flavors liquor worm into 7 fragrances liquor worm. The process to this stage was smoothly finished by him. However, he ran into difficulty while refining the second 7 fragrances liquor worm. While he was fusing the third 4 flavors liquor worm and the second 7 fragrances liquor worm, the fusion failed. The primeval stones spent on it were all wasted. He had to buy the supplementary materials and restart it again. Fortunately, fusing the 2 7 fragrances liquor worm was completely smoothly. 3 days later, Fan Yuan obtained a 9 eyes liquor worm. 9 eyes liquor worm was like a silkworm and was pure white like a pearl. There were no eyes on its head, but rather it had 9 colors that resembled eyes: red, orange, yellow, green, blue and so on, as if they were precious gems embedded on its body. 9 eyes liquor worm could purify yellow gold primeval essence by a small realm. Fan Yuan had spent a lot to refine it, his expenses almost reaching 200,000 primeval stones. No goo masters could avoid failures in refining goo. Fan Yuan might have failed many times, but his luck was pretty good. His failures was all concentrated in the early stage of refining 4 flavors liquor worm and 7 fragrances liquor worm. At the final juncture, he had succeeded in 1 try. What goo master feared the most in refining goo was failing at the latter stage. That kind of loss was disastrous. I have 9 eyes liquor worm now. Fan Yuan observed the goo for a while before satisfiedly putting it into his aperture. He was still only at rank 3 peak stage now and could not use the 9 eyes liquor worm. He could only wait till he reached rank 4 before he used it. Bai Ningbing could use it. However, yellow gold middle stage primeval essence had a strong cleansing effect towards the aperture walls. Bai Ningbing possessed northern dark eye soul physique, and from what she said, her aptitude had already increased to 96% now. 9 eyes liquor worm would do more harm than good to her. When I reach rank 4 initial stage and use this 9 eyes liquor worm, I will have yellow gold middle stage primeval essence. At that time, the quality of my primeval essence will, for the first time, surpass Bai Ningbing. Fan Yuan could sense he was not far from reaching rank 4 realm. Although they had undergone a vow, he had never forgotten the danger called Bai Ningbing. Time passed day by day. A great demonic path figure appeared at Sancha Mountain inheritance grounds after Kong Ri Tian. He was Long Qing Tian, one who had dyed the sky blue before, a famous poison path goo master. When he appeared in the inheritance grounds, he killed 3 Shang clan elders with poison and gave a huge boost to the demonic path's morale. Fortunately, 2 days later, Wu clan sent the rank 4 elder Wu Tongshin to hold back Long Qing Tian. This brought back the situation in Sancha Mountain to an equilibrium. On Shang Xianci's side, she, as expected, met setbacks when recruiting Zhou Quan, and her progress was slow. Zhou Quan was proud and arrogant, His attitude did not ease even a little, and his tone also seemed like he had no intentions to discuss. After Fan Yuan succeeded in refining Nine Eyes liquor worm, he was putting all his energy in cultivating. Because Bai Ning Bing was continuously supplying him with yellow gold primeval essence, his cultivation speed accelerated and was quickly approaching rank 4 realm. However, these days, Spring-Autumn Cicada's recovery speed was also becoming faster, and its pressure on Fan Yuan's rank 3 aperture had become more obvious. On this day, Shang Clan's city welcomed the auspicious festival. This was Shang Clan's traditional festival. It was an important celebration that commemorated the ancestor, who founded Shang Clan thousands of years ago, setting up a stall for the first time. Shang Clan's first ancestor was a legendary figure. He was originally a mortal who lived in poverty, and made a livelihood by trading. On one certain transaction, he unexpectedly obtained a Gu Master's inheritance token. He relied on this token to inherit the legacy of the Gu Master, and stepped into a whole new world. He moved forward steadily and step by step. His wealth and power expanded continuously until he finally founded Shang Clan City. Thus, on the day of the festival, Shang Clan Inner City was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. All large stores, brothels, restaurants, and so on closed their business for the day. People were in a joyous mood and excitedly walked on the streets, setting up stalls. Men, women, old and young, all immersed in this lively atmosphere of the festival. On this day, buying and selling were treated as an interesting game. However, the joyous atmosphere of the festival seemed to have no effect on Shang Xianci. The young girl sat in front of a table with her beautiful brows and a slight frown as she looked at the several invitation cards on the table with melancholy. These invitation cards all came from the 9 young masters. During auspicious festival, the young masters would hold grand banquets, inviting people of all sides and reward them. Big brother, hey too, what should I do? Shang Xianci was in a dilemma and subconsciously looked at Fan Yuan for guidance. Xianci, our sales have tripled your 100,000 capital and you are now one of the most popular candidates to win the Young Master competition. They will naturally invite you to participate. Fan Yuan smiled and continued. However, we can only choose one of these 9 invitations. On the surface, this looks like a joyous and harmonious banquet, but it is actually a political move to determine where you stand. Fan Yuan explained the deep political meaning behind these invitations. Shang Clan only had 10 young masters. There were alliances between these 10 young masters and also internal conflicts. Shang Xianci was competing for the young master position and was also one of the most popular candidates. Naturally, the 9 young masters paid close attention to her. Shang Xianci had yet to become a young master, but they were already trying to rope her in. One had to make compromises in this world. To be part of Shang Clan's higher-up, one could not avoid being engulfed by the political whirlpool. Should I choose Shang Chi-wen's invitation? After all, she is in charge of battle stage and will be a great help to our later plans. Shang Xianci voiced out. Fan Yuan shook his head. It looks like there are 9 invitations, but actually that is not the case. The biggest power among Shang Clan young masters is Shang Qiuniu, who is the eldest son of the first wife, and thus has the greatest advantage. Second faction is the alliance of Shang Pu Lao, Shang Xuan and Shang Baishi. This faction is currently in the limelight. Third faction is the alliance of Shang Chao Feng and Shang Fu Shi, who are currently biding their time. Among the rest, Shang Chi-wen does not have any ambitions while Shang Pai Xiu is too playful. Xianci, your foundation in Shang Clan City is too weak. If you are going to choose, you need to choose between these 3 factions to make up for your weakness. As for Shang Chi-wen, there won't be much of a difference whether you choose her or not. So it was like this. Shang Xianci's eyes brightened as she listened. Hearing Fan Yuan's words, she felt like she had dispelled the fog around her, and was looking at the clear sky. The bewilderment she was feeling earlier was swept away. She thought a little and made her choice. She chose the third faction, Shang Chao Feng's invitation. Among the 3 factions, the first and second faction are competing against each other. I will definitely be offending the other if I choose one of them. It is better to choose the third faction and enter this political whirlpool, but still stay out of it for the time being. Shang Xianci explained to Fan Yuan. Shang Xianci immediately understood with her high intelligence. Fan Yuan was happy at this but also felt a little irony. In his previous life, Shang Chao Feng and Shang Xianci fought and contended for Shang Clan leader's position. To think that in this life, these 2 archenemies would instead choose to walk together. Chapter 327. Beautiful and talented, Xian sees brilliance. Little brother here toasts to big brother. Shang Yifan stood up and bent his back while raising a cup of wine with a smile. There were splendid lights all over the hall, singing and dancing were being performed, and traditional music flowed to everyone's ears. Everyone was enjoying the feast, and the atmosphere was intense. Good. Shang Qiuniu was standing on the main seat. He raised a cup of wine toward Shang Yifan and downed the wine in one gulp. Shang Qiuniu's advisor spoke. Master Yifan, choosing to participate in young Master Qiuniu's banquet is no doubt a sensible decision. Do not worry, my young master will not treat you unfairly. Eldest brother Qiuniu has always been my role model. In truth, I have always been wanting to get closer to eldest brother and learn many things under you. Shang Yifan smiled. Shang Qiuniu was head of the first major faction among the current young masters, and he happened to have deep relation with Shang Yifan's mother's side. If Shang Xianci chose Shang Qiuniu's side, she was certain to be pushed aside by Shang Yifan. However, Shang Qiuniu had already taken the initiative to send an invitation to Shang Xianci. He would definitely be happy if Shang Xianci came. Why? Because on Shang Xianci's side were Fang and Bai, two great rank 4 experts. This was something no other young master had, and many were envious of this. Young master, subordinate has inquired that Shang Xianci went to. At this moment, a Gu master entered the hall and whispered to Shang Qiuniu's ear with his waist bent. Shang Qiuniu's gaze turned slightly gloomy when he got the information. Shang Yifan cautiously observed Shang Qiuniu's expression and pondered. Looks like Shang Xianci didn't choose eldest brother's faction. Did she go to Shang Pulao's faction? Shang Qiuniu had already experienced a lot of things, thus his feelings did not show clearly on his face. His expression also had no change, so Shang Yifan could only guess without any clues. However, a short while later, Shang Yifan also received the news. Shang Xianci had accepted the invitation to participate in Shang Chaofeng's festival banquet. This signified she chose Shang Chaofeng's faction. Shang Yifan could not help but be secretly delighted immediately upon receiving the news. Shang Chaofeng and Shang Fu she might be the third faction, but they have been pressured from the start. How could they be eldest brother Qiuniu's match? I have now even more chance to take the young master position. However, the old steward Zhang shook his head, his expression heavy. Master, young master Qiuniu's faction and young master Pulao's faction are locked in a fight. I am afraid the possibility of master borrowing the help of young master Qiuniu to deal with Shang Xianci is not very big. At this critical moment, young master Qiuniu cannot afford to make another enemy. Shang Xianci's choice is clever. She has avoided the political whirlpool and managed to watch from the sidelines for the moment. By the time the two factions resolve their issues, the competition for the young master position will already be over. Shang Xianci has two great rank 4 experts. Any faction she chooses will readily accept her and make an alliance. Young master Shang Chaofeng will definitely help her. Old steward Zhang gave an incisive analysis of the situation. That is to say, even though I joined Shang Qiuniu's faction, I still can't deal with Shang Xianci? Shang Yifan's expression became unsightly. I can only say that we cannot borrow Shang Qiuniu's strength. Old steward Zhang stroked his grizzled beard. However, Shang Xianci's problem is also not small. The most important thing is that she still lacks capable manpower. I heard that she has been trying to recruit Zhou Quan. Humph, how can that even be possible? Old steward sneered and continued. Zhou Quan was once a clan leader. He is proud and arrogant, and his ability is 10 times of mine. How would it be possible for such a man to attach himself to this inexperienced little girl? I have already secretly mobilized people to create all kinds of rumors and slanders. Zhou Quan cares for his reputation very much, and the rumors have already prevented him from joining Shang Xianci. Shang Xianci is trying to recruit Zhou Quan secretly, but by failing to do so, she will lose a lot of her prestige and will have a disadvantageous beginning. She might even become a laughingstock. When he reached the end of his words, Steward Zhou started laughing evilly. Shang Chaofeng's study was arranged in a simple fashion. There was a wide stone table and wide-back stone chairs which gave a boorish and strong aura. Just as Shang Yifan and old steward Zhang were talking, Shang Chaofeng, Shang Xianci along with Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing were also discussing something. This discussion had already continued on for a while. In truth, Shang Chao Feng was somewhat surprised at Shang Xinci joining his side. He had thought Shang Xinci would join Shang Qiu Niu or Shang Pu Lao. His own faction was only ranked third and they were currently just watching from the sidelines while accumulating their strength. In normal times, they were very low-key and would choose to retreat when there were problems or contradictions. They had never thought they could obtain Shang Xinci's interest. Shang Xinci's cultivation was only at rank 1, while her aptitude was worse and she had almost no foundation in Shang Clan City. However, she had Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. These were two great rank 4 powers. Even Shan Yanfei, when he was a young master, did not have such experts with him. To be able to have 2 such experts under her, there were no young masters who did not feel envious. Shang Chao Feng had also naturally sighed inwardly at Shang Xinci's luck. Now, if he accepted Shang Xinci, he could indirectly obtain Fang and Bai's help. This was a temptation Shang Chao Feng could not refuse. The atmosphere in the study was harmonious. In the talk just earlier, Shang Chao Feng already sincerely expressed his intention to wholeheartedly support Shang Xinci in the Young Master competition. Sister Xinci, you have already earned 300,000 primeval stones from selling goo worms. We can say that you are at the top currently, but just 300,000 is far from enough. What do you plan on doing next? Shang Chao Feng then added. Just say it, and I will help you to the best of my abilities. Shang Xinci glanced at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan faintly nodded his head. She then said honestly, I won't hide it from Big Brother Chao Feng. I am thinking of doing information-gathering business. Information-gathering business? Shang Chao Feng could not help but raise his brows. Yes. Shang Xinci started to explain her plan in detail. Who knew Shang Chao Feng's expression would change and shake his head after hearing it? You want to do information-gathering business regarding the battle stage? It is not suitable, not suitable. He said not suitable twice, expressing his clear disagreement with Shang Xinci's plan. Ah, what could be wrong about it? Please teach me, Big Brother Chao Feng. Shang Xinci said in a sincere voice. Xinci, I urge you to change this plan. You are a newcomer and so you aren't clear about it, it is understandable. You should not bump about with the battle stage randomly. Shang Chao Feng heaved a sigh and continued. Shang Clan City's battle stage is different from other clans' battle stage. Here, demonic goo masters can become our Shang Clan's external elders. This is a policy exclusive to our Shang Clan, and we have been able to obtain many talents from this. At present, there are 5 great elders in Shang Clan, among which 3 are external elders. However, this policy has both advantage and disadvantage. The greater the benefits, the higher the chance of malpractice. External elders are the higher-ups of our Shang Clan, and if some trouble enters through it, it will be a great disaster to our Shang Clan. Demonic goo masters are after all demonic goo masters, and even if they change and become righteous, their loyalty can still be questioned. At the same time, besides the demonic goo masters, there are also those righteous path clans with unfathomable motives. Thus, Shang Clan's battle stage is the place which has always been attached with the most importance by Shang Clan higher-ups. There was once a young master who suddenly got an inspiration to start a betting house for the battle stage's matches. The result was that he earned 500,000 primeval stones after just 2 days of opening the betting house. However, on the 3rd day, the betting house was closed down and the young master was demoted and exiled. This is the best warning that shows that the battle stage cannot be touched randomly. Shang Chao Feng spoke of a story only known to insiders. This information was something Fan Yuan, Bai Ningbing and Shang Xinci did not know. Fan Yuan might have the memories of his previous life, but it was normal to not know of this small secret historical incident about the Shang clan's internal affairs, even more so when it was closed down so fast. The battle stage was a forbidden zone. That young master touched this place and lost his young master position and was even exiled from the clan. At present, Shang Xinci was still not a young master but had a plan towards the battle stage. This made Shang Chao Feng realize that ignorance was truly blissful. Xinci, your plan is a new approach and you have thought of it properly. If it is done, you will definitely make large amount of profits every day. However, the possibility is too low, don't take your own future prospects as a joke. I am in charge of the goo battle zone and your 13th brother is in charge of the auction sites. You can lend us a hand in this field, and will be able to go head-to-head against Shang Yifan. Shang Chao Feng gently persuaded. Shang Xinci was silent. Bai Ningbing furrowed her brows. The corner of Fan Yuan's lips curled up into a smile and he was about to speak, but after taking a glance at Shang Xinci, he changed his decision and swallowed up the words that were just about to come out of his throat. For a moment, the atmosphere in the study room had become heavy. After quite a while of intense pondering, Shang Xinci suddenly smiled. Big brother Chao Feng, I have a different viewpoint regarding the battle stage. This is well worth doing. Huh? Shang Chao Feng frowned and fixed his gaze at Shang Xinci. Under the pressure from Shang Chao Feng's gaze, Shang Xinci instead smiled and showed her confident look. She continued. The young master before failed after opening the betting house. He was like a moth attracted to fire, and was looking for his own doom. His punishment was only by being expelled from the clan. This can be considered merciful from our Shang clan. Why? In the study, only Shang Xinci's gentle voice continued to sound out. Like Big Brother Chao Feng said, our Shang clan's battle stage is of the highest importance, and has been extremely guarded by the higher-ups. Opening a betting house for battle stage to earn huge money will likely give rise to people who will manipulate the battle stage's result from behind the scenes. This will greatly wreck the Shang clan's external elder policy. It looks like one can make enormous profits from the betting house, but to the Shang clan's battle stage, it is a very large vermin. Sacrificing Shang clan's benefits to fill oneself, such actions definitely need to be eliminated, and only then can it let the battle stage continue to mature. Shang Chao Feng continuously nodded his head. Shang Xinci's words were incisive and had a type of aura that made people want to have faith in it. But the information business I want to do has a completely different nature from the betting house. I know Shang clan's biggest information organization Feng Yu Manor has always been investigating into the demonic goo masters at the battle stage. They must investigate properly, to know whether these demonic goo masters harbor evil intentions. However, these investigations are done in secret and never openly. Why? Hee. This is because most of the demonic goo masters are filled with distrust, doubts, and even are overly suspicious. They live in danger all year round in a situation where their life hangs on a thread, so the mental pressure on them is so great that they cannot even relax a bit. And if they were investigated after coming to Shang Clan City, they would definitely react badly and be filled with hatred. If Shang Clan wants to absorb even more and even better talents, they naturally can't investigate openly. However, not investigating is even more impossible and the clan cannot be at ease. In this situation, I am going to do information gathering business. I am going to investigate every goo master's general strength, goo worms and battle achievements, and sell this information. At the same time, I will be requesting experts and authority to forecast the results of important matches and make a ranking. This will be very important information to the goo masters participating in the battle stage. Many goo masters wish to obtain an external elder's position and they hope for more fame, and also wish to see their names on the rankings. These information will naturally not touch upon secret matters and will only be a summary and comparison of the strength showed by the goo masters. To demonic goo masters on the battle stage, this will be a great help. At the same time, this will allow the Shang clan to strengthen their grasp more on the battle stage. I think my Lord Father will definitely be happy about this. Why would he suppress such a thing? Shang Xinci finished explaining her reason and looked at Shang Chao Feng with a smile. At this moment, her eyes were burning bright with wisdom and confidence, displaying unlimited elegance. Bai Ningbing's brows had also smoothed out. This is it. Fan Yuan inwardly smiled. Shang Chao Feng slightly opened his mouth, looking at Shang Xinci with a stupefied expression. After several seconds he came back to his senses and could not help applauding and praising her. Good point, your analysis is brilliant. Sister Xinci, you have a truly unique vision, a pure heart and spirit, I can't help but admire you. I will definitely help you with all my strength for this business. You lack manpower now, I can give you people from my side. You can have as many as you want. Shang Xinci shook her head. Thank you Big Brother Chao Feng, but I have already made my choice regarding the manpower. Shang Chao Feng looked like he wanted to help Shang Xinci on the surface by sending people, but actually, he wanted to place his own people to control this information-gathering business and also strengthen his control over Shang Xinci. However, Shang Xinci immediately saw through it and tactfully refused. Not all help comes with good intentions. However, Shang Chao Feng was not willing to let it go. The information-gathering business he was avoiding so much earlier had become a rich treasure right now. He continued to persuade. Sister Xinci, I know you have been trying to recruit Zhou Quan recently, but this person is very proud and contemptuous. Shang Qiumiu had personally tried to recruit him before, but was refused and was even reprimanded with the words, "An inexperienced junior dares to recruit me, 100-year-old man." Zhou Quan was now already over 100 years old, and would not willingly submit to someone, especially a junior. Shang Qiaofeng was not optimistic about Shang Xinci recruiting Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan had the ability and was also recognized for it, but he was too arrogant. Let's take a step back and say that you managed to recruit Zhou Quan. What can one man do? You still don't have middle and lower level subordinates. These people also must have some ability. Most importantly, they should be loyal to you. Establishing such force requires time, a long time. With subordinates that you don't feel at ease, even if you do this information-gathering business, it might very well be destroyed by Shang Yifan, and he can even steal your gains. Shang Qiaofeng might have his own intentions, but his words were very reasonable. Shang Xinci's beautiful brows could not help but furrow when she heard it. Regarding this, young Master Qiaofeng does not need to worry. I already have a plan. At this time, Fan Yuan suddenly spoke. Chapter 328. Eating will be eating. Is that so? Shang Qiaofeng replied curtly. Fan Yuan had personally rejected his proposal for Shang Xinci. He could not force them. Fan Yuan had defeated Zhu Kai Bei, had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, but his actual fighting strength was rank 4. At the same time, he had the purple thorn token, and was an esteemed guest in Shang clan. Because of all these, Shang Qiaofeng had already been showing goodwill towards Fang and Bai. But he was scoffing in his heart. Trying to establish a force. It needs time. How can they succeed instantly? Never mind, I'll let you guys learn from mistakes. When you fail, I will come out and help you. I would be able to earn more then. Shang Qiaofeng contemplated, but he still smiled warmly. The two discussed for a while more, before Shang Qiaofeng sent Shang Xinci and the others personally to the exit. To outsiders, this was an obvious political signal. After saying bye to Shang Qiaofeng, Shang Fang and Bai walked onto the streets. Today was the auspicious festival. Most of the shops were closed, and 2 rows small temporary stalls were on the 2 sides of the road. Come, sour and sweet candied fruits. Let me tell you, this old jade was passed down by my ancestors. Selling rice, a bag of 5 fragrance oil rice for half a primeval stone. The small stalls were situated one after another, selling all sorts of things. The 2 rows spread out as far as the eye could see, as people squeezed about as they tried to buy things, while others watched in a circle. Some were bargaining and some were looking around. The auspicious festival was held once a year, be it Fan Yuan, Bai Ningbing or Shang Xinci, they were not foreign to it. Counting the days, we have already been in Shang Clan City for nearly 3 years. Shang Xinci suddenly said in an emotional tone. Too many things had happened in the last few years. She sighed, continuing. If it was before, I would never have guessed I would be Shang Clan leader's daughter. Next, Shang Xinci looked at Fan Yuan, smiling slightly, showing her pure white teeth. If it was not for Brother He too, I would not have made it this far. Towards Fang and Bai, Shang Xinci always felt extremely grateful to them. Bai Ningbing looked speechlessly, the corner of her eyes twitching. Indeed, I did not think your father would be the famous Shang Yanfei. But it was fate that I saved you. People come and go, that is natural in this world. Fan Yuan looked ahead as he answered. Shang Xinci's expression changed, she understood what he meant. Brother He too, you are going to leave Shang Clan City? That's right. Soon, I will have to leave Shang Clan City with Bai Ningbing, heading towards Sanchao Mountain. Fan Yuan said. Shang Xinci gritted her teeth, she wanted to tell him to stay, but she did not say it in the end. She had spent a lot of time with Fan Yuan, although they never talked about it, she could feel the ambitions in his heart. This man's ambition was too great, a place like Shang Clan City could not hold him. But there is no need to worry. Before I leave, I will make you a young master, and make sure you sit there securely. Fan Yuan laughed. Let's go, I'll bring you to recruit some subordinates. Today, let's complete the foundation for your future force. What, Brother He too, you have ideal candidates already? Shang Xinci asked in surprise. Organizing a force takes a very long time. It takes years of nurturing to obtain loyal subordinates. Fan Yuan's tone made Shang Xinci feel that loyal and capable subordinates were like cabbage, easily found in the market. On what basis was he so confident and assured? Not just Shang Xinci, even Bai Ningbing was curious. Just follow me. Fan Yuan walked ahead, leading the way. After many twists and turns, they finally arrived at a small alley. In the middle of a lantern shop and silk shop, there was a small stall. Fan Yuan walked towards the front of this stall. Behind the stall, there was a young man lying down. This young man wore tattered clothes as he leaned on the wall, his eyes half closed, in a dazed expression as his complexion was poor. He looked like he was drunk, and had completely given up on life. Is this young man the person Brother He Tu is looking for? Shang Xinci analyzed. Bai Ningbing used her sharp instincts to assess this man. Although he was a Gu master, he only had rank 1 middle stage cultivation. From his appearance, he was not young already, but only had this cultivation. It was pathetic. Hi brother, what do you want to buy? Oh Lord Fangjing! The young man sensed people and opened his eyes, but halfway through his words, he showed shock and fluster. Fan Yuan was now a famous person in Shangclan City. Without concealing his appearance, many people could recognize him. Lord Bai Ningbing. Immediately after, he recognized Bai Ningbing, and he stammered. Although he did not know Shang Xinci, from her Gu master aura and her beautiful appearance, he felt dazed. This is 10 primeval stones, I am buying everything here, you can leave now. Fan Yuan tossed the bag of primeval stones. The young man's face showed joy and exhilaration. But next, he was slightly hesitant. The stuff he was selling here were the things his grandfather left behind. From his appraisal, all these were scrap and trash, there was nothing valuable. But why did Lord Fangjing want to buy them? Was there really a treasure among them? If there were treasures, would it not be a loss if he sold them? Just when he was still pondering, Fan Yuan already tossed the primeval stones to him. What are you thinking about? You didn't listen to what I said? Humph, it is your honor that I wanted to buy these. You can scram now, if you don't, you will not have the chance to leave this place. Fan Yuan threatened. The young man was scared until he trembled. He stammered as he shivered. Lord Fangjing, you cannot do this. In business, we emphasize on willingness. You cannot forcefully buy them like this, you are someone with great reputation. And this is Shangclan City. Smack. Fan Yuan gave him a tight slap and this young man fell on the ground. Scram! Fan Yuan declared, using an icy gaze to look at this young man, speaking emotionlessly. The young man held his face as he trembled under the great fear. He raised his head to look at Fan Yuan, but immediately looked away when he made contact with the abyss-like pupils. He fumbled his way out of the alley silently immediately after. Brother Hey Tuesday. Shang Xinci looked at his background, her conscience unable to stand it. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, completely unmoved. Xinci, I am a demonic Gu master, I have my ways of doing things, I emphasize on straightforwardness. Fan Yuan explained casually in a righteous tone. The surrounding stall owners looked towards him. He gave a sweeping glance, and everyone looked away, afraid to make eye contact. If it was Fan Yuan in the past, he would have to control himself and use coaxing, lying methods to buy the item in the stall peacefully. But now, his strength had surged, and his status was much higher, thus he can use the most direct method. It saves energy and time, why not do this? People from the righteous path love their reputation, and like showing off their kindness, often doing good deeds for the weak. But Fan Yuan was not righteous, he was from the demonic path. Since ancient times, big fish eats small fish eats shrimps, this was the law of the jungle, the survival of the fittest. Demonic cultivators were used to tearing apart flesh and blood, devouring them whole. Righteous cultivators, however, will shed crocodile tears while they ate, claiming that they had no choice. Many stupid people will fall for their deception. Or maybe they were lying to themselves, unwilling to accept the cruel reality. Hee. The truth is, eating will be eating. Usurper eats the usurped, invader eats the invaded, the strong eats the weak, the suppressor eats the suppressed, the higher-ups eat the lower levels. All living beings eat, if not, they would not survive. It is just that they have different eating habits. Fan Yuan chased that stall owner away and lowered his body, picking a token from among the items in the stall. This token was made of black steel, ugly and dirty, with half a piece remaining. There were words carved on it, but after so long, and without the other half of its body, the words could not be discerned. But Fan Yuan knew this word was Fan. 300 years ago, a demonic goo master was heavily injured and fell into the water, eventually saved by a young lady who was at the river. The young girl was very kind. After saving the demonic goo master, she placed him in the shed and gave him food to eat daily. After the demonic goo master recovered, to thank her kindness, he made a black steel token, carving a fan word. He split the token into two, giving half to the girl while keeping the other half himself. Before the demonic goo master left, he instructed the girl, "In future, if you have any difficulties, you can go the Dan Hua Mountain's Gui-Ku Cave, and find me for help. Even after you pass away, this promise will still be effective to the future owner of the half-token." The young girl engraved his words into her heart, but after less than 50 years, there was a huge battle on Dan Hua Mountain, and the volcano erupted, destroying Gui-Ku Cave. That demonic goo master was captured by Tai clan and thrown into the demon suppression tower. This half-token lost its use after that. It was passed around by the young girl's descendants. Because it involved the demonic path, when the young girl died of old age, she did not reveal the secret to her children, bringing this information to her grave. The young girl's descendants were chased away by the clan, and eventually settled down in Shang Clan City, as the lineage declined. Descendants were untalented and unfilial. After several generations, only this young man remained. This young man was spoiled from young, having a young master temper, and loved to gamble, drink, and visit prostitutes. After his parents died, he would rely on selling his family assets from time to survive. But one time, during the auspicious market festival, his life changed. 3 brothers who were demonic goo masters came here to shop, and accidentally found the half-token displayed in the stall. Chapter 329. 3 brothers of Xiong clan. The 3 instantly became overjoyed, taking out the other half of the token and formed the whole token on the spot. So it turns out, the demonic goo master back then had his descendants too. Before he was arrested by Tai clan, he instructed his descendants to remember this incident and, if possible in the future, repay that kindness. The 3 brothers were descendants of this demonic goo master. After seeing this token, they immediately explained the matter to this young stall owner, asking him if he needed any help. They would do their best to assist him. This young man was very crafty. He immediately replied, he lacked 3 subordinates, and there was nobody around to help him. The 3 brothers glanced at each other, before kneeling down together, promising that they would serve the young man for 20 years. They would listen to all of his orders for 20 years, but after that, they would be free. These 3 brothers were famous in the battle stage. They each had rank 3 cultivation, and were most skilled in multi-battles. The young man relied on the strength of the 3 brothers, living the next 20 years in luxury. During the period, he asked the 3 brothers to get food, water, primeval stones for him, and they acceded to all of his requests. But after 20 years, the 3 brothers repaid the favor and left. He had long forgotten how to work, and was too ashamed to beg. In fact, he did not even restrain himself, continuing to live like a king. Less than half a month later he died. Of course, all these happened in Fang Yuan's previous life. At the moment, the 3 demonic goo masters have not found the half-token yet. And this token was already in Fang Yuan's hands. As for that young man, who cares if he dies? According to his memories, this half-token would only be discovered by the 3 demonic goo master brothers next year. But now that Fang Yuan held the half-token, he brought Bai Ningbing and Shang Xinci to find them directly. The 3 brothers also opened a stall before their home, enjoying the festive mood and were having fun. "Ah! It is Lord Fang Zhang! And Lord Bai Ningbing!" Seeing Fang and Bai, the 3 quickly got up. They had all been thrashed by Fang Yuan or Bai Ningbing before in the battle stage. In this world, strength was everything, even more so for demonic goo masters. Bai Ningbing had rank 4 cultivation, while Fang Yuan defeated Zhu Kai Bei. There was no demonic goo master who did not respect the 2. "I am here today to find the 3 of you." Fang Yuan observed the 3 brothers emotionlessly. These 3 brothers all had the surname Xiong. The eldest was called Xiong Tu, shortest among the 3, humble and honest. He was an Earth Path rank 3 upper stage goo master. Second was Xiong-hua, wearing a sleeveless shirt and shorts. His body was bright red. He was a Fire Path rank 3 middle stage goo master. The youngest was Xiong-feng, wearing a bamboo hat, having sharp tiny eyes, and enjoys squinting when he looks at people. He was a Wind Path rank 3 initial stage goo master. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, the 3 brothers became uneasy. Xiongtu quickly cupped his fist, greeting Fan Yuan. Lord Fangjing, may I know what is the issue? If my brothers had offended you unknowingly, I apologize to you here. Fan Yuan frowned slightly. I'm sure you've heard I had given up on the battle stage to assist Shang Xianci in becoming a young master. We are lacking manpower over here. I want all three of you to join us. This. The three Xiong clan brothers frowned. They came to Shang clan city and entered the battle stage for only one reason, to become Shang clan's external elder. But now that Fan Yuan wanted them to assist Shang Xianci, it was very different from their goals. Shang Xianci was just an inexperienced girl, and only had rank 1 cultivation with poor aptitude. The three of them all had B-grade aptitude, and their combination strike could temporarily match a rank 4 Gu master. Asking them to go under Shang Xianci and be her subordinate, the three brothers were unwilling. If others said this, the three brothers would have attacked already, beating the guy to a pulp. But it was Fan Yuan who said it, causing the three to be in a difficult position. Fan Yuan had defeated Zhu Kaibei in a battle, they had watched it personally. Even if they joined forces, they could not defeat Fan Yuan. Fan Zheng is here with ill intention. He is obviously trying to forcefully subdue us. Sigh, what bad luck to have been targeted by Fan Jing. All three of us cannot defeat him, and he even has Bai Ningbing beside him. Moreover, the purple thorn token. The three brothers looked at each other, knowing each other's emotions. The three of them were unwilling, but circumstances forced their hand, they could only choose to give in. But Fan Yuan suddenly said, I do not wish to force you, come if you are willing to, if not, I will not force you. The three brothers glanced at each other, unsure if Fan Yuan was speaking the truth, or just trying to act graceful. But Xiong Feng, who was the youngest, was the most daring, as he said carefully, Lord Fangjing, to speak the truth, we are used to freedom. We do not want to be involved in Shang clan's young master competition. Thus. The other two smiled meekly, as they bowed towards Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing apologetically. Oh? Fan Yuan's brows raised, as a cold light shot out of his eyes. The three of you are really daring, you dare to reject my invitation? The three brothers' heart thumped. Xiongtu quickly cupped his fists, explaining in a hurry. That is not the case, that is not the case. Lord Fangjing, please do not misunderstand, it is our honor to have received your invitation. My brother was too nervous, he did not know what he was saying. Actually what he wanted to say was, we would be glad to go under Lady Shang Xianci's wing. Yes, that was what I meant. Xiong Feng continued. In that case, I am assured. The three of you are so eager, Xianci, accept them. Fan Yuan turned around, saying to Shang Xianci. Beside him, Bai Ningbing frowned. Forcing them to join like this, he would not get their loyalty, such a distant subordinate, what use would it be? Shang Xianci had the same worry, but she still chose to believe Fan Yuan. She took a step forward, saying to the three brothers, from now on, please work hard. Yes. The three brothers of Xiong clan pays respect to Lady Xianci. The three cupped their fists and bowed, replying listlessly. Ha! Fan Yuan raised his head and laughed. The three brothers thought, this Fangjing is too despicable, leading the life of a whore but still expecting a monument praising chastity. Speaking in a righteous manner but acting like a despicable crook. That's right, I forgot something, take a good look. Fan Yuan stopped laughing, and took out a half-token, tossing it to Xiongtu's. Xiongtu caught it subconsciously. What is this? The other two brothers glanced curiously. But immediately, the three brothers were stunned. This is? The calm and stable Xiongtu cried out. Xionghu grabbed the token, inspecting it closely. Xiong Feng also understood what happened, as he urged his brother Xiongtu. Brother, quickly take out our token. Under Bai Ningbing and Shang Xianci's weird gaze, Xiongtu took out the other half of the token. The two half-tokens perfectly fit into one, and an illusionary fire started to burn on the token. This is real! Xiong clan's three brothers stared with wide-opened eyes. Xiongtu held the token with shivering arms. What is going on? Bai Ningbing and Shang Xianci had no clue what was happening. The three brothers of Xiong clan, did you really think I came here without a reason? Why are you hesitating? Fan Yuan spoke at an appropriate moment. His words woke them up. Grandfather once said, no matter who the token's owner was, even if it was an enemy, we have to repay the kindness from back then. That's right, although grandfather is trapped, we cannot ruin his reputation. From now on, Lady Shang Xianci is our new master. But only for 20 years. 20 years is sufficient to repay the debt. The three brothers discussed among themselves quickly. Next, all three of them kneeled on one knee in front of Shang Xianci, cupping their fists. Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, Xiong Feng, the three brothers greets Lady Xianci. They shouted loudly, with a different tone from before, filled with drive and excitement. Brother He Tu, what is happening? Shang Xianci found out that they were sincerely joining her, and felt extremely curious. Fan Yuan snickered. It is a long story. We will talk about it next time. Now, let's go recruit some more members. The gang of 6 arrived at the slave market. In the world, there was slave trade. Any strong or affluent first-class clan, or super clan, would engage in slave business. Shang clan's slave trade was handled by the head of the 5 clan elders, Shang Buli personally. Slave trade was too profitable, the higher-ups were not confident of letting an external elder handle it. In history, only Shang clansmen were in charge of it. Fan Yuan had planned early on, and investigated clearly. He walked ahead, leading the way, quickly arriving at a cage. Within the cage, there were many people. Lady Xianci, Lord Fangjun, Lord Bai Ningbing, are you here to purchase slaves? If that is the case, I do not advise you to buy the people inside this cage. A Gu master in charge of handling business quickly came over. Oh? What is that so? Shang Xianci asked. Lady Xianci does not know, these people are from Wei clan. Wei clan had a political uprising some time ago, and Wei clan leader was overthrown by his younger brother. The people inside this cage are from the previous clan leader's faction. They are being sold now by the current Wei clan leader. The Gu master answered. Xianci immediately understood why he advised them not to buy these slaves. Wei clan was a first-class clan. Although it was smaller than Shang clan, it was still a famous clan in the southern border. Wei clan's political turbulence was said to be supported by Shang Yanfei. The current Wei clan leader even sent the clansmen to Shang clan as hostage. Many Wei clan elders also secretly transferred their assets to Shang clan. Wei clan could be said to be Shang clan's puppet already. For Shang Xianci, who was competing to become Shang clan young master, these people were trouble. But Fan Yuan quickly said, "We are buying these people." Chapter 330. Wei de Xian. This. Lord Fangjing, are you certain on buying them? The Gu master in charge hesitated. Why, are you doubting my decision? Fan Yuan gave him a plain glance. This Gu master laughed. He was a Shang clansman. He was not afraid of Fan Yuan like the Xiong clan brothers. I wouldn't dare. He cupped his fists, turning to Shang Xianci. If I am not wrong, Lord Fang is buying these slaves to act as subordinates for Lady Xianci. But they are really bad news for those competing for the young master position. Lady Xianci, you are so intelligent, what do you think? Shang Xianci's eyes were focused on Fan Yuan. She smiled and replied, Brother He Tu's decision is my decision. Just do as he says. Is that so? The Gu master in charge was stunned before smiling. Since Lady Xianci says so, I will do so accordingly. To speak the truth, I am your supporter, Lady Xianci. You are speaking too much. Fan Yuan gave the Gu master a cold stare, interrupting him coldly. He. The Gu master laughed. Then I shall settle the procedures for you, but there are too many people, there will be a lot of procedures to go through, you need to wait a day. A day later. Bam! Fan Yuan raised his leg and kicked. That Gu master did not expect Fan Yuan to strike, and was caught off guard and hit on the stomach. Flying over 30 steps away, he knocked onto a bystander and landed on the ground, falling unconscious after vomiting blood. Who dares to fight in Shang Clan City? Are you tired of living? Quickly surrender yourself. Such commotion immediately attracted attention. The slave market was heavily guarded in the first place. Quickly, 3 groups of Gu masters came and surrounded them. It was me. Fang. Yuan had no fear, standing up. It's Fang Zheng. The riled-up group saw Fan Yuan and immediately lost their vigor. Fan Yuan had rank 4 battle strength. They were only rank 2 and their leader who had the highest cultivation was rank 3 initial stage. They could not even be side dishes for Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan stood on the spot and took out his purple thorn token. The Shang clan Gu masters saw the token and their aura diminished once more. The leader's fierce and terrifying face quickly changed, as he smiled and politely said to Fan Yuan, Lord Fangjing, We all know you are Shang Clan's esteemed guest. But even a guest cannot resort to force in Shang Clan. You even injured our clansmen. According to the rules, I will be fined 49 primeval stones. Fan Yuan immediately said. The leader was shocked, not expecting Fan Yuan to be so well versed with Shang Clan's rules. Fan Yuan tossed out a bag of primeval stones, waving his hand. There are 50 primeval stones inside, keep the change. The leader received the primeval stones, feeling like a beggar. He had a shocked and dazed expression as he left with the others. If Fan Yuan did not have strength, even with the purple thorn token, he would not have gotten out of it so easily. But now that he was strong, even in Shang Clan City, if he beat up a Shang clansman, as long as it was not someone important, there would be no consequences. The Gu master in charge was beaten unconscious by Fan Yuan. The slave market quickly sent out another Gu master to attend to them. We are buying everyone in this cage. Fan Yuan pointed at the cage and said. Inside the cage, the people looked at Fan Yuan. Most of them had a dazed or numb expression, but a few stared at him in rage. Fan Yuan's casual attitude of purchasing made them feel extremely humiliated. Yes. The new Gu master wiped his sweat as he attended to Fan Yuan politely. In less than 15 minutes, all the procedures were done. This is the rank 3 poison scorpion Gu, please keep it well, Lord Fangjing. Lastly, the Gu master handed Fan Yuan a Gu worm. This poison scorpion Gu had a white body, like a flawless porcelain, and was the size of 2 fingers. This was a rank 3 Gu, with only one ability, defecating. The scorpion feces it produced was black as bean. It was a rank 2 Gu. The saying goes, scorpion feces are one in the world. This scorpion feces Gu, each one had a unique poison. Once used on someone, they needed the corresponding poison scorpion Gu to detoxify them once every 7 days. This was the most common method to control slaves. Although there is also the slavery Gu, with better effect, but it was rank 5. It was expensive and rare, it could not be commonly used. Poison scorpion Gu, although Shang Xianci could not activate it, and could not make it defecate, she could make it sting someone without using any primeval essence. Fan Yuan planned to first refine this poison scorpion Gu before passing it to Shang Xianci and letting her refine it. It was too difficult to let her do it herself. What did you say? Someone bought those Wei clan slaves? What did I instruct you? I told you to pay attention to them. Wait a few days for me to settle it out with Shang Qianyo, and buy them after the situation calms down. In the study room, Shang Pu Lao had an ugly expression as he scolded the Gu master in charge. The Gu master in charge was lying on a bed with a pale expression. After being kicked by Fan Yuan, he had just woken up when Shang Pu Lao came to question him. Young Master Pu Lao, I tried my best already. I wanted to sow discord among them, but that Shang Xianci listened to Fan Jing like a lamb. I tried stalling, but before I finished my words, Fan Yuan sent me flying and knocked me unconscious. The Gu master in charge listlessly explained as he laid in bed. Sigh. These Wei clansmen were once authoritative figures, controlling Wei clan's operation. They have high cultivation and experience in management. If I can get them, I can create half a Wei clan myself. Among them, Wei clan's first lady Wei de Xian is most skilled at nurturing guards. Wei clan leaders' guard troops had once been famous, successfully blocking many assassination attempts, even blocking the attack of 5 rank 3 Gu masters at once. If not for that internal crisis, how could they fall apart so easily? Shang Pu Lao heaved a long sigh. I am asking you now, can the situation be salvaged? He stared sharply at the Gu master in charge. The Gu master shook his head, explaining in a crying tone. They were all brought away already, the entire procedure was proper, and there were no problems at all. Young master, I have failed you. Never mind, have a good rest. Shang Pu Lao heard this and lost his interest altogether, giving a word of consolation before taking his head. Morning of the next day. In Nanqiu Gardens residential square, over 30 members of Wei clan stood. Fan Yuan and Shang Xianci came together. Earlier, Fan Yuan had helped Shang Xianci to refine the poison scorpion Gu. A rank 3 Gu was still too strong for her, thus Fan Yuan chose some other Gu worms to assist her in controlling the poison scorpion Gu. From today onwards, Shang Xianci is your new master, why are you not greeting her? Fan Yuan handed the poison scorpion Gu to her in front of them. Wei clansmen slowly kneeled on the floor, paying respects to Shang Xianci. Their voices were listless, filled with helplessness and numbness, they were all behaving like puppets. They were banished from the clan. All these authoritative figures who lived a good life had become slaves. Their dejected and low-spirited behavior was completely natural. Looking at these people, how could anyone feel assured using them? Shang Xian felt pity for them, but also worry for herself. Wei de Xian, come out. I want to have a private talk with you. Fan Yuan stretched out his arm, pointing at one of the women. They suddenly became energetic, as many of their dazed expressions became fierce and strong. What do you want? Many people moved their bodies, shielding Wei de Xian. I am warning you, do not lay a finger on her. One of them pointed his finger at Fan Yuan, showing great alertness. Smack! Fan Yuan's expression turned dark, as he took a few steps forward and gave a slap. The person who pointed at him was sent flying by an overwhelming force. His mouth was full of blood as his broken teeth fell on the ground. It seems you are not clear of reality yet. Although I spent a lot of money to buy all of you, I am not against killing some of you for fun. So what if I want to do anything to your clan leader's wife? What can you do to stop me? Fan Yuan had a cruel expression and his voice was like cold as ice. You! Wei clan's gang were outraged. Some youngsters clenched their fists, but they did not dare to speak out again. All of you stand down. Wei de Xian made them stand aside as she walked out. Although her face was filthy, it could not hide her beautiful peach-like appearance. She bowed to Fan Yuan. What does Lord Fangjing need from this lowly servant? Fan Yuan snorted coldly, using a fierce gaze to inspect her body. Lady Wei, you speak too much. Just follow me and obey what I say. Saying so, he turned around. As meat on the chopping block, Wei de Xian was helpless too. She gritted her teeth and followed Fan Yuan to the lake pavilion. A cool breeze blew, causing ripples on the surface of the lake. Carp swam in the lake, and lotus leaves filled the surface of the water, with red and white flower buds within the leaves. Such beautiful scenery caused Wei de Xian to relax slightly. But Fan Yuan's next sentence made her nervous. He said, Lady Wei, I am very interested in you. Wei de Xian quickly kneeled on the ground. This servant is lowly. It is my great honor that my appearance had attracted Lord Fangjing's attention. But I do not dare to offer my soiled body to Lord's grand and masculine body. Ha! Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Wei de Xian, don't be mistaken. I am very interested in your talent. Your body and appearance is just a pair of skeleton in my eyes. Next, I want you to nurture a group of loyal female guards for Shang Xian's CI. At the same time, you have to motivate your Wei clansmen properly. Tell them to work hard and have a positive attitude. Hearing Fan Yuan say so, Wei de Xian breathed a sigh of relief, as she promised. Yes, this servant will follow Lord's orders. Fan Yuan laughed deeply again, saying with deep meaning, Lady Wei, I know you are pregnant, and I know your intentions. You want to preserve your husband's only bloodline, and at the same time contact your younger brother Wei Xinjing to exact revenge for you, am I right? As he said so, Wei de Xian's face went pale as her delicate body shuddered.